3 days after their wedding, he set off to war, only to return with a heavily pregnant woman. Witnessing her husband's tender care for the other woman, Shishi, who was already bearing 2 children, could no longer contain her fury and slapped him twice. "Scoundrel," she declared. She considered fleeing with her children, but the unconscious man called out her name. Time and again, she rescued him from peril, yet ultimately could not escape a divorce. She thought their parting would sever all ties, but just as she was thriving by raising her children and earning a living, her ex-husband, the general, began to linger around her. "You allowed the other woman to bear your child before our divorce. What's wrong with me supporting a few handsome men now? I even contemplate remarrying." Furious, he hoisted Liu Shishi up and declared, "Woman, have you forgotten whose children they are?" The general then pleaded, "Wife, I was wrong. Let us raise our children together, shall we? Or perhaps we might have a pair of daughters." The prince proclaimed, "To repay your life-saving grace, I offer my hand in marriage for 3 lifetimes as you saved me thrice." Another handsome man added, "My life belongs to you, I have long been yours." The former mother-in-law remarked, "Dear daughter-in-law, though my son may be a bit foolish, he can still learn a lesson or two." The children chimed in, "Mother, we truly don't care if he is our real father." The father lamented, "That stings. My dear, the little cotton-padded jacket has a serious leak. Can I return it?" Chapter 1. The pregnant mistress arrives. In the vibrant month of March, with birds singing and flowers blooming, the city of Xinjiang was adorned in red and green, festooned with lanterns and decorations. The 2-year-long Qiang rebellion had finally come to an end. The young general had successfully driven the enemy back and returned home today. At the entrance of the general's residence, a massive crowd had gathered. Madame Ouyang, accompanied by the household staff, had been waiting eagerly. Citizens had spontaneously assembled to welcome the victorious young general back to the capital. Liu Shishi, with her 7-month pregnancy, supported her mildly aching waist and anxiously scanned the road. "Oh dear, Shishi, you are heavy with child. You shouldn't stand here. It would be best to go rest," Madame Ouyang kindly advised. Today was indeed a joyous occasion. Her son was safely returning, and her daughter-in-law was in excellent health, expecting 2 robust boys. "Mother, I'm perfectly fine. I'm not tired," Shishi replied. The rapport between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was as intimate as that of a mother and daughter, evoking envy among the onlookers. The young mistress is truly fortunate. Indeed, the general's household is a blessed haven, never taking concubines, favoring only his wife. Yes, the young mistress is also a fortune-bringer. Just look at how swiftly the young general triumphed in such perilous warfare. Thinking back to when the young general left, it truly was. As soon as the words were spoken, a sense of discomfort spread among the crowd. 7 months prior, the border was fraught with tension, with several generals either dead or wounded. The enemy's onslaught was fierce, resulting in the loss of numerous cities. The current emperor, in a fit of rage, found no one among the court willing to answer the call, ultimately entrusting the young general, Ouyang Huai, along with 2 younger generals, Kong Ji and Su Zhe, with the perilous mission. Aware of the slim chances of survival, the emperor had personally decreed that they marry and consummate their unions beforehand, hoping to preserve some lineage. The young general's fiancée was the legitimate daughter of the Xian family, Liu Shishi. Knowing fully well that marrying her would mean living as a widow, the proud and pampered Liu Shishi refused to comply. Consequently, the illegitimate daughter, Liu Shishi, was drugged and substituted for the marriage. Unexpectedly, Liu Shishi became pregnant. In a surprising turn of events, the young general defeated the enemy and reclaimed the lost territories, returning triumphantly. As the crowd anticipated eagerly, a carriage slowly approached the gates of the general's residence. Upon seeing the vehicle stop, everyone held their breath in anticipation. The carriage curtain lifted, and a tall, imposing figure emerged, none other than the handsome young general, Ouyang Huai. Madame Ouyang's eyes brightened as she excitedly grasped Liu Shishi's hand, trembling with emotion. "He has arrived at last." "Mother, he really has returned," Liu Shishi replied, tears of joy welling in her eyes, blurring her vision as she gazed at the striking figure from her memories. She yearned to rush towards him, unaware of the worry and anxiety that had consumed her in recent months. In truth, when they married, she felt a deep sense of resignation. Although Ouyang Huai was exceptionally handsome and talented, he was betrothed to her elder sister. He was like the moon in the sky, while she was mere dirt on the ground. Liu Shishi had never imagined she would be entangled with him. Yet, with fate sealed, and considering the well-known loyalty of the men in the general's household, it was clear that under normal circumstances, she would never have married Ouyang Huai. Thus, she resigned herself to her fate. If he lived, she would rise to fame, becoming the envy of the capital. If he died, she would remain in the general's household, which, at least, was preferable to life at the Xian residence. Liu Shishi was filled with joy as she prepared to approach him. But just as she lifted her foot, she saw her husband, after disembarking, not rushing towards her but instead turning back to the carriage, extending his strong hand. A delicate, pale hand emerged from the carriage, gently resting on his powerful palm. A woman dressed in white gracefully descended with his assistance. She was beautiful, her complexion pale and her figure slender, yet her slightly protruding abdomen was hard to ignore. Ouyang Huai tenderly supported her as they walked slowly, his patience evident. Liu Shishi froze, her heart aching as tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Her husband was indeed considerate, but regrettably, not towards her. The world claimed she was fortunate. How ironic. She longed to question him. Didn't you say that the sons of the general's household never take concubines? Wasn't it promised that this would be a family of admirable virtue? What is the meaning of this woman? At that moment, Ouyang Huai's gaze finally shifted from the woman's face, and he looked up to see Liu Shishi. His eyes brightened, and his intense gaze gradually traveled from her face to her prominently rounded belly. Shishi, you. Oh dear, my belly. As Ouyang Huai's attention fell on Liu Shishi, the woman in white clutched her stomach, her face pale. Yanji, how are you? Doctor. Upon hearing the woman's pained cry, Ouyang Huai's expression changed. He swiftly scooped her up and started to run. Yet as he took a step, someone grasped his clothing. His expression darkened, and his voice turned icy. Let go, Yanji is in pain. Who is she? Liu Shishi did not release her grip, her small hand straining with all her might, visibly strained with tension. She held back her sobs, tears falling silently, her nose tinged with bitterness, her voice choked yet determined. She is in pain. Ouyang Huai did not respond directly, his tone remaining cold, as if addressing a stranger rather than his own wife. We shall discuss this after the doctor examines her. He spoke with his customary authoritative tone, yet it seemed he underestimated a woman's tenacity. Who is she? Liu Shishi insisted, as if this were the most significant matter at hand. Shishi, let go. Ouyang Huai's voice bore evident impatience, his tone sharp and infused with a soldier's characteristic coldness, causing those around them to tremble in fear. Just tell me who she is it really so difficult? Liu Shishi seemed intent on obtaining a definitive answer, while Ouyang Huai's expression darkened further. Someone. He began, but before he could finish, a warm hand rested upon Liu Shishi's small hand. Dear child, let us return home for now. It was the wife of the general, her mother-in-law Moe. She wore a benevolent expression, her voice steady and reassuring. You are the legitimate wife of our general, and our household does not take concubines. Liu Shishi felt a surge of emotion, tears streaming down her face. Moe gently pried Liu Shishi's fingers apart, her strength modest yet remarkably firm. Chapter 2. This unworthy man must be discarded. As Ouyang Huai carried the person into the residence, the household members followed suit, while the onlookers outside remained for an extended period. After a moment of astonishment, their curiosity ignited fervently. What do you think that woman is to him? Clearly, she is the young general's woman. And his favorite at that. Just look at how tense he is. Oh dear. She seems to be in pain. Some mimicked her distress adeptly, yet most felt sympathy for Liu Shishi. The young lady is truly unfortunate. She waited eagerly for the young general's return, only for this to happen. But does the general's household not refuse to take concubines? Indeed, they do not. Yet one can become a widow. Does that not put the young lady in danger? There was never much affection. They married only 2 days ago before parting. Wait, wasn't it said that this battle was perilous? How could the young general have gotten another woman pregnant? Sho, are you seeking death? How dare you say such things? Liu Shishi walked slowly, feeling as if her feet were burdened by 1,000 pounds. The voices outside grew fainter, while her heart sank deeper. After waiting so long, yearning for so much, the outcome was, Sister-in-law, are you all right? Your face is so pale. Noticing Liu Shishi lagging behind, her sister-in-law Ouyang Yu turned back, seeing her sister-in-law's ashen complexion and swaying form. Sister-in-law, Ouyang Yu gasped, watching Liu Shishi's body slump weakly. She rushed forward to support Liu Shishi, inwardly relieved that she had not fallen. Doctor, where's the doctor? Though young, Ouyang Yu possessed considerable strength. She effortlessly swept Liu Shishi into her arms, calling out for a physician as she ran. However, by this time, the crowd had already followed Ouyang Huai, leaving no one else behind.
Pain.
A dull ache persisted in Liu Shishi's abdomen, and her eyelids felt impossibly heavy. She heard a woman murmuring nearby, her agitation only growing. Dr. Li, how is my sister-in-law?
Well.
The young lady has merely been overly distressed, causing some complications with her pregnancy. Given her advanced state, she must avoid emotional extremes in the future. Furthermore, she should remain in bed as much as possible. The risks with twins are already considerable. Twins? Bed rest? Complications? Straining to comprehend the conversations around her, Liu Shishi felt disoriented. Wasn't she in a laboratory? That was a newly developed spatial chip, housing essential military equipment and emergency medical supplies. As a graduate of a medical university and a specialized soldier, she had been selected as the first to undergo experimental implantation. Just as Liu Shishi grappled with this bewildering reality, a flood of unfamiliar memories erupted within her mind. Was this the memory of another person? Perhaps a case of memory overlay? As a soldier, she despised such convoluted circumstances. Gathering her strength, she finally opened her eyes to find herself in an elegantly antiquated room. Sister-in-law, you have finally awakened, Wo. A young girl clung to her, weeping profusely. Liu Shishi's body stiffened. She was unaccustomed to such intimacy. Let go of your sister-in-law at once. You're pressing on your little nephew, a gentle voice interjected. An elderly lady with a head of white hair approached, exuding warmth yet carrying an undeniable air of authority. Her demeanor bore a resemblance to the matriarch from the Yang family generals. I didn't mean to. Sister-in-law, how do you feel? Did I hurt your abdomen? The young girl playfully stuck out her tongue and made a silly face. Sure. Does your stomach still hurt? Observing the group drawing nearer, Liu Shishi's mind raced. At this moment, she was certain. She had traversed realms. Previously, she regarded tales of transmigration as fanciful nonsense, but now, the slap of reality was painfully stark. Had the implantation failed? Otherwise, she would not have found herself in such a strange era. Liu Shishi furrowed her brow, sensing a peculiar place in her mind. Before she could delve deeper, her wrist was gently grasped and held flat as the old doctor returned to check her pulse. Now that you are awake, you will be fine, but you must maintain a calm disposition and avoid further anger. After examining her pulse, the doctor reiterated his advice. Sure. Focus on regaining your strength. I will send Huai over to keep you company shortly. A middle-aged woman tenderly stroked her hair, soothingly assuring her. Liu Shishi remained silent, rapidly sorting through the memories of this body, realizing that the original owner shared her name. She had been hastily married to the young General Ouyang Huai, who was preparing for battle. In accordance with the adage of adapting to one's circumstances, the original owner had resigned herself to placing her heart in Ouyang Huai, who was away at war. After his departure, the original owner, whether fortunate or unfortunate, discovered her pregnancy twins. No less arduous situation indeed. Yet, she bore it all, as the household treated her well, providing a sense of familial warmth that had been absent in her own family. Subsequently, news of victory at the frontier brought the original owner immense joy, and she spent sleepless nights eagerly awaiting her husband's return. Alas, who could have anticipated that Ouyang Huai would return with another woman, one heavily pregnant? This shattering revelation nearly led to the original owner's miscarriage. Upon awakening, she found herself replaced. Liu Shishi felt an urge to curse. This plot was utterly nonsensical. In the midst of war, how could one find the time to seduce another and leave a woman pregnant? In battle, preserving one's life should be paramount. Yet the truth remained. Men truly are unworthy. Ouyang Huai's actions were a disgrace to soldiers everywhere. The woman named Yenner, if in the modern world, would be guilty of destroying a military marriage and would face imprisonment. Regrettably, this was an ancient era where polygamy was commonplace. However, the mess left by the original owner posed a challenge. Given her temperament, she would have swiftly dealt with a cheating husband, but now, carrying twins, the general's household would surely not permit her to divorce. No, here it was referred to as separation. According to her memories, the original owner cared deeply for the people of the general's household, who felt like her own kin. It would be best to observe the household's stance before making any decisions. In a fleeting moment, the occupants of the room observed Liu Shishi's silence, each face etched with concern. Liu Shishi's frail constitution could scarcely endure further tribulation. The elderly matriarch silently shook her head and quietly departed. Upon reaching the courtyard, the once amiable expression on her face suddenly turned somber, her voice imbued with an unusual chill. "Where's Ouyang Huai?" "Madam, the young general remains in Kangwu courtyard," replied Wu Mama, who had been faithfully attending to the elderly lady's needs. 3 days after their wedding, he set off to battle, returning with a heavily pregnant woman by his side. Witnessing her husband's tender affections towards the other woman, Shishi, who bore 2 children, could not contain her fury and slapped him twice, exclaiming, "Scoundrel." She contemplated fleeing with her children, yet the unconscious man called out her name. Despite saving him from peril on multiple occasions, she was ultimately unable to escape the bonds of divorce. She had hoped that their separation would free her from entanglements, but just as she began to thrive while raising her children and caring for handsome men, her former husband, the general, seemed to linger nearby. Before the divorce, he had allowed his mistress to bear his child. What was wrong with her nurturing several handsome men now? Infuriated, he swept Shishi into his arms, declaring, "Woman, have you forgotten whose children they truly are?" The general then pleaded, "Wife, I was wrong. Shall we raise our children together, or perhaps even have a pair of daughters?" The prince chimed in, "To repay your life-saving grace, I offer my hand in marriage. You saved me thrice, so I shall marry you for 3 lifetimes. A handsome man remarked, "My life is yours. I have long been yours in spirit." The former mother-in-law said, "Dear daughter-in-law, though my son may be a bit foolish, he can still learn a lesson or 2. The children chimed in, "Mother, we truly don't care if he's our biological father." The father lamented, "That's heart-wrenching. My little cotton-padded jacket has a serious leak. Can I return it?" Chapter 1. The Mistress arrives pregnant. In the balmy spring of March, as birds chirped and flowers bloomed, the city of Xinjiang was adorned in festive red and green, celebrating the end of the 2-year Qiang rebellion. The valiant young general had successfully driven out the enemies and returned home today. Before the gates of the general's residence, a throng of people gathered. Madame Ouyang, accompanied by the household staff, awaited eagerly, while the citizens of the capital gathered to welcome the triumphant young general. Liu Shishi, with her 7-month pregnant belly and a slight ache in her back, anxiously peered down the road. Shishi, you ought not to stand here in your condition. You should return and rest," Madame Ouyang kindly advised. Today was indeed a joyous occasion. Her son was safely home, and her daughter-in-law was in good health, expecting 2 robust boys, according to the doctor. "Mother, I'm perfectly fine," Shishi replied. The bond between the 2 women was so affectionate that passers-by couldn't help but feel envious. "The young mistress is truly fortunate," one remarked. "Indeed, the general's residence is a blessed place. He has never taken a concubine, solely cherishing his wife." "Yes, the young mistress is indeed a bringer of fortune. Look how quickly the young general triumphed in such perilous warfare." Thinking back to the time when the young general left, it was truly one began, but their words left a bitter taste in many hearts. 7 months prior, the border was embroiled in conflict. Several generals had perished or been gravely wounded. The enemy launched fierce assaults, resulting in the loss of several strongholds. The emperor, in his fury, found no one among his ministers willing to answer the call, until the young general, Ouyang Huai, along with the junior generals Kong Ji and Su Zhe, accepted the perilous mission. The emperor, aware of the life-threatening nature of this endeavor, had personally decreed that they wed and consummate their marriages, hoping to secure a trace of lineage. Ouyang Huai's fiancée was the legitimate daughter of the Xiang family, Liu Shishi. Knowing that marrying him would be akin to living as a widow, the proud and pampered Shishi refused. Ultimately, it was the illegitimate daughter, Liu Shishi, who was manipulated into taking her place. Unexpectedly, Shishi found herself pregnant. To everyone's astonishment, the young general defeated the enemy within mere months and returned victorious. As the crowd eagerly awaited, a carriage slowly approached the gates of the general's residence. Upon its arrival, everyone held their breath in anticipation. The carriage door opened, and a tall, imposing figure emerged, the handsome and valiant Ouyang Huai. Madame Ouyang's eyes sparkled with joy as she tightly grasped Shishi's hand, her voice trembling. "He's here, finally. Mother, he really has returned," Shishi exclaimed, tears of joy blurring her vision as she gazed at the familiar, striking silhouette. She longed to rush to him, unaware of the anxiety she had endured during his absence. At the time of their marriage, she had felt a deep reluctance. Despite Ouyang Huai's remarkable appearance and talent, he was promised to her elder sister. He was the moon in the sky, while she was mere earth beneath. Liu Shishi had never envisioned any connection with him. However, fate had sealed their union, and it was well known that the men of the general's residence were devoted under normal circumstances. Her status would never have allowed her to wed Ouyang Huai. Thus, she resigned herself to her fate. If he lived, she would ascend to a position envied by all in the capital. If he perished, she would remain in the general's residence, living a life better than that of her previous household. With a heart full of anticipation, Shishi stepped forward. However, just as she lifted her foot, she saw her husband, after disembarking, not rushing towards her but instead turning to the carriage, extending his strong hand. A delicate, pale hand emerged from the carriage, gently resting upon his powerful grasp. A woman clad in white, supported by him, stepped down gracefully. Her beauty was striking yet fragile, her figure slender and her complexion pale, with a slight bulge in her abdomen that was hard to overlook. Ouyang Huai tenderly assisted her as they approached, moving slowly and patiently to accommodate her. Shishi's steps faltered, her heart sinking as she felt a sharp pang. Her husband was indeed considerate, but regrettably, not towards her. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face, and while the world praised her fortune, she couldn't help but smirk at the irony. She longed to ask him, what had happened to the vow that the sons of the general's house would never take concubines? What of the revered family values of the general's residence? Who was this woman? At that moment, Ouyang Huai finally shifted his gaze from the woman to Shishi. His eyes sparked with recognition, and his intense gaze gradually traced from her face down to her prominently rounded belly. Shishi, you just then, the woman in white, clutching her abdomen with a pale expression, interrupted, oh dear, my belly. Seeing her distress, Ouyang Huai's expression shifted as he swiftly scooped her up and began to run. Yet, just as he took a step, someone grasped his clothing. His expression darkened, and his eyes turned icy. Let go, Yenner is in pain. Who is she? Shishi tightened her grip, exerting every ounce of strength, her veins prominently visible on her hands. Though she did not cry out, silent tears flowed down her cheeks, her heart aching, her voice slightly choked yet steadfast. She is in pain. Ouyang Huai did not answer directly, his voice cold and distant, as if addressing a stranger rather than his wife with whom he shared a bed. Let's discuss this after the physician examines her. His tone carried the usual authoritative edge, yet he seemed to underestimate a woman's stubbornness. Who is she? Liu Shishi insisted, seemingly convinced that this was the most pressing matter. Shishi, let go. Ouyang Huai's voice was laced with palpable impatience, his cold demeanor exuding the sternness characteristic of a soldier, causing those around them to tremble in fear. Just tell me, who is she? Is it really so difficult? Liu Shishi appeared solely fixated on attaining an answer, which only deepened Ouyang Huai's displeasure. Someone before he could finish, a warm hand landed on Liu Shishi's small one. Dear child, let us return home for now. It was the wife of the general of the cavalry, her mother-in-law Moe. She wore a look of tender compassion, her voice imbued with a calming steadiness. You are the legitimate young mistress of the general's household. We do not take concubines. Liu Shishi felt a surge of emotion, tears streaming down her face more violently. With gentle strength, her mother-in-law pried her fingers away, her touch firm, yet not forceful. Chapter 2. This dog of a man is not worth it. As Ouyang Huai carried the woman into the residence, the household members of the general's family followed suit, while the onlookers outside lingered for quite some time. After a moment of astonishment, their curiosity ignited fervently. What do you think that woman is to him? Duh, she must be the young general's woman. Or perhaps his most beloved. Just look at how anxious he is. Oh dear. She seems to be in pain. Some mimicked her distress perfectly, but the crowd's sympathy for Liu Shishi prevailed. The young mistress truly has a hard lot. She waited so long for the young general's return, only to find this isn't the general's household known for not taking concubines? Indeed, they do not, but a widow is a different matter. Does that mean the young mistress is in danger? There was never much affection. They've only been married for 2 days before parting. Wait, didn't they say this battle was perilous? How could the young general have gotten another woman pregnant? Shoo, are you seeking death? Is that something you dare to say? Liu Shishi walked slowly, feeling as though her feet were weighed down by 1,000 pounds. The voices from outside faded, but her heart sank to the depths of despair. After waiting and yearning for so long, the outcome was sister-in-law. Are you alright? Why is your face so pale? Her sister-in-law Ouyang Yu noticed Liu Shishi lagging behind and turned to see her complexion ashen, her body swaying unsteadily. Sister-in-law, Ouyang's face changed as she watched Liu Shishi collapse weakly. In a flurry, she rushed to catch Liu Shishi, silently relieved that she had managed to prevent her from falling. Doctor. Where's the doctor? Though young, Ouyang possessed considerable strength. She effortlessly scooped Liu Shishi into her arms, running while calling for a physician. Yet, by now, everyone had followed Ouyang Huai, and there were no others around. A dull ache pulsed in her abdomen, and Liu Shishi felt as though her eyelids were leaden, refusing to open. She could hear a woman murmuring nearby, which only heightened her agitation. Dr. Li, how is my sister-in-law? Well, the young mistress is merely overly distressed, which has caused her to experience a miscarriage. Given her stage of pregnancy, she must avoid emotional upheaval. Furthermore, she should remain in bed as much as possible. The risks of a twin pregnancy are already significant. Twins? Bed rest? Miscarriage? Struggling to comprehend the surrounding conversations, Liu Shishi's mind grew foggy. Wasn't she in a laboratory? That was a newly developed spatial chip containing essential military equipment and emergency medical supplies. As a special forces graduate with exceptional physical attributes, she had been honored to be the first subject to undergo this experimental implantation. While Liu Shishi grappled with her confusion, an influx of unfamiliar information erupted in her mind. Was this the memory of another person? Was it possible that her memories were overwritten? As a soldier, she despised such muddled circumstances. Gathering her strength, she finally opened her eyes to find herself in an elegantly antiquated room. Sister-in-law, you're finally awake, boo-hoo. A young girl clung to her, crying sorrowfully. Liu Shishi stiffened. She was unaccustomed to such intimacy. Let go of your sister-in-law quickly. You're pressing on your little nephew. A loving voice accompanied a sprightly elderly lady with a head full of white hair, who approached with a dragon-head cane in hand, radiating warmth yet bearing an undeniable air of authority. Her demeanor resembled that of the matriarch from the Yang family tales. I didn't mean to. Sister-in-law, how are you feeling? I hope I didn't press on your belly? The little girl mischievously stuck out her tongue and made a silly face. Sure, is your stomach still hurting? As more individuals approached, Liu Shishi's mind raced. At that moment, she had confirmed it. She had traversed time. Previously, she had dismissed the concept of time travel as mere fiction, yet now the slap of reality was painfully sharp. Had the implantation failed? Otherwise, she wouldn't have found herself in this unfamiliar era. Liu Shishi frowned, a peculiar place flickering in her mind. Before she could examine it further, her wrist was gently grasped and laid flat, as the old doctor returned to check her pulse. Now that you're awake, you should be fine, but remember to maintain a peaceful mindset and refrain from anger. After checking her pulse, the doctor reiterated his advice. Sure, focus on recuperating. I will send Huai to keep you company shortly. A gentle, middle-aged woman tenderly stroked her hair, soothing her with kind words. Liu Shishi remained silent, rapidly sorting through the memories of his body. The original owner shared her name, having been hastily wed to the young General Ouyang Huai, who was destined for battle. Marrying a chicken meant following the chicken. Marrying a dog meant following the dog. The original owner resigned herself to placing her heart in the hands of the distant Ouyang Huai. With her husband away at war, not long after, the original owner found herself, whether fortunate or unfortunate, pregnant with twins, which naturally brought hardship. Yet, she endured, as the family of the general treated her well, making her feel warmth she had never experienced in her maternal home, transforming the general's residence into her own sanctuary. Later, news of victory from the front lines arrived, and the original owner joyfully awaited her husband's return, only to be blindsided by the revelation that Ouyang Huai had brought back another woman, one heavily pregnant. This shattered her faith, nearly causing a miscarriage. Upon awakening, she had become Liu Shishi. Liu Shishi felt an urge to curse. This plot was utterly nonsensical. How could a man preoccupied with the war still have the leisure to impregnate another woman? Wasn't self-preservation paramount in battle? Yet the reality was indisputable. Men indeed behaved like swine. Ouyang Huai's actions were disgraceful to a soldier. This woman, Yenner, would face severe repercussions in modern times for undermining a military marriage, likely ending up in prison. Alas, in this ancient era, men taking multiple wives was commonplace. However, the chaos left behind by the original owner posed a significant dilemma. If it were up to her, a husband's infidelity would warrant a swift kick out the door. Yet now, with 2 children on the way, the general's household would certainly not permit her to divorce. No, here it was referred to as a separation. The original owner had cared deeply for the family of the general, viewing them as her own kin. She decided it would be wise to first gauge the general's household's attitude before taking further action. And the fleeting moment of contemplation, the individuals within the room observed Liu Shishi's silence, each face betraying a palpable concern. Liu Shishi's frail constitution could scarcely endure further tribulations. The old matriarch silently shook her head, discreetly departing. Upon reaching the courtyard, her previously amiable countenance abruptly darkened, her voice imbued with an unusual chill. Whereas Ouyang Huai, "Madam, the young general remains at Kangwu courtyard," replied Wu Mama, who had been diligently attending to the old matriarch. Chapter 3. Affection or Indifference. Kangwu courtyard is the residence where Ouyang Huai is to wed. Due to the urgency of the marriage, the courtyard has been hastily adorned to serve as a new home. The old lady Ouyang is filled with indignation, her expression darkened. How outrageous! A woman of unknown origins dares to reside in Kangwu courtyard? Madam, the young general has placed her in the side room. A side room is still unacceptable. I shall see whether this wild woman of unknown origins holds more significance than the wife who has diligently borne him children. Hearing her words, Mama Wu silently lamented the misfortune of the young mistress. It is evident that the young general's intentions are unmistakable. However, it is not only the servants who may struggle to sway the young master. Even the old lady and the madam may find it difficult to alter his affections. In Kangwu courtyard, in the side room, Yener lies pale, silent tears streaming down her cheeks. A doctor carefully prepares a prescription, and the man standing at the bedside hastily receives it, casting a cold glance before passing it to a nearby servant. The servant, fearing delay, hurriedly departs to fetch and brew the medicine. Huaiga, I am so sorry, it is Yener who is unwell. She softly weeps, her eyes reddened. Her anxious gaze resembles that of a frightened, abandoned rabbit, evoking deep sympathy. But my stomach truly aches, she adds, her frail voice barely audible. The doctor interjects. This lady is indeed experiencing a disturbance of her pregnancy. The journey has taken a toll, and with her current condition, it is imperative that the young general ensures she receives ample care. Indeed, Ouyang Huai replies, his brow furrowed in agitation. He irritably pinches the bridge of his nose, pacing the room while casting frequent glances toward the door. Observing his evident distress, Yener clutches the blanket tightly, her expression fraught with guilt.
Who are you?
You should go check on your sister first.
I will be fine after some rest.
As she speaks, her tears flow more fiercely, her sobs pitiful.
No. She has plenty of people there.
We will wait until you finish your medicine, he responds, his frustration mounting. Earlier, outside the general's residence, he could not fathom why Liu Shishi would pose such a question. Did she not realize how the townsfolk would perceive her words? The rumors outside must be rampant. This woman truly lacks awareness of the situation. The old lady enters just in time to overhear his heartless remarks, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her, nearly fainting. Fortunately, Mama Wu supports her. Taking a deep breath, the old lady strives to quell her rising ire. Ouyang Huai, you expect this woman to finish her medicine before you go tend to your wife and children? Grandmother, that is not what I meant. Ouyang Huai's heart sank as he noticed the old lady approaching, his handsome face shifting in alarm. What of Shishi? Are she and the children unharmed? Did the doctor not attend to them? Grandmother, Yener's condition remains unstable. Please keep a close watch on Shishi. The sound of the cane striking the ground echoed as the old lady raised her hand, trembling with either anger or urgency. You impertinent fool! That is your wife. How can you neglect her and leave her care to others? Grandmother, Shishi has many people attending to her. How could anything go wrong? Yet Yener has no acquaintances here. How can I abandon her? Ouyang Huai found himself bewildered by the old lady's accusations. Was it truly such a grave matter? You, Ouyang Huai, kneel before me. The old lady, unable to contain her wrath, struck the ground forcefully with her cane and shouted angrily. Grandmother, Ouyang Huai replied, his expression one of helplessness. He turned to see Yener, pale and tearful, and he could not bear to leave her side. Ouyang Huai, you have truly grown bold. The general and his wife, drawn by the commotion, arrived to see the old lady's face drained of color, and the general's fury intensified. Explain yourself. Who is this woman? I promised Yener I would grant her the status of a legitimate wife. A resounding slap echoed as Ouyang Huai's father struck him, though he could have dodged. He dared not evade his father's hand. What did you say? You ungrateful wretch. Dare to repeat that. The general's face darkened with rage as he realized the gravity of the situation. He had not anticipated Ouyang Huai's intent to elevate the status of this woman. I promised Yenner I would grant her the position of a legitimate wife. Grandmother, father, I will treat Shishi well henceforth. The children of Shishi will still be the legitimate heirs of the general's residence. This is an unchangeable fact. Ouyang Huai's expression grew colder. The imprint of a slap stark against his handsome features. General, old lady, it is Yenner's fault. Her frail body is to blame. Please do not hold Huai accountable. Observing Ouyang Huai's punishment, Yenna struggled to rise from the bed, her frail form swaying precariously, yet she insisted on approaching. Ouyang Huai's gaze turned icy as he hurried over to support her, reproach evident in his tone. What are you doing up? Have you forgotten what the doctor said? You must rest properly. Huaiga, does it hurt? It is all my fault. Yenner gently caressed the mark on Ouyang Huai's face with her delicate hand, tears cascading down her cheeks. His gaze darkened, yet his voice softened. Do not blame yourself, Yenna. You must rest. I shall handle everything. But they said my sister is in distress. Woe is me. It is all Yenner's fault for causing her to worry. Yenner wept more sorrowfully, prompting Ouyang Huai to lift her effortlessly, intending to place her back upon the bed. Shishi. The sudden exclamation startled everyone in the room. Turning their heads, they beheld Liu Shishi, who should have been resting indoors, standing at the doorway among the others. Shishi, you are unwell. How did you rise? Mama Mo rushed over, alarmed by Shishi's pallid complexion. She fiercely grasped the arm of Ouyang, whispering, You foolish girl, always causing trouble. Why did you not dissuade your sister-in-law? My sister-in-law wished to come. I could not prevent her. You know her temperament. Once you all left, how could I stop her? Chapter 4. Granting her the status of a legitimate wife, you, who are usually so eloquent, are utterly unreliable in critical moments. Though their voices were low, Liu Shishi heard them clearly and furrowed her brow. While her mother-in-law and others stood by her side, Ouyang Huai's words had been resolute. It seemed this Yenner was indeed destined to enter the household as a legitimate wife. Liu Shishi was uncertain of this woman's background, but her own standing was already precarious, offering little to boast about. As a neglected illegitimate daughter, her ambitious father would never go against the current for her sake. The answer was a resounding no. Yet, she was not one to silently endure her fate. If the general's residence had no concubines and adhered to a monogamous tradition, coupled with Ouyang Huai's commendable character, she could have entertained the notion of a relationship blossoming after marriage and lived alongside him. However, the prospect of a co-wife was distasteful to her. She found the thought of that man repugnant. Furthermore, she could not bear the idea of her children growing up amidst schemes and rivalries. Yet, the mere contemplation of it left her heart heavy with discomfort. She was certain that this sentiment stemmed from the original owner of her body, who was somewhat reluctant to part with the familial affection she had only recently begun to feel. How foolish. No matter how kind a mother-in-law might be, her true affection ultimately lay with her son. Child, your health is frail, and it's cold outside. You should return indoors. The old lady said with a look of concern, which moved Liu Shishi deeply. Mother, grandmother, it's unnecessary. I'm perfectly fine, truly. Though Liu Shishi's complexion was pale, her voice was resolute. When I married, it was not of my own volition, as you all know. However, as the saying goes, one follows a chicken to marry a chicken, and follows a dog to marry a dog. If my husband must go to battle, facing the perils of war, I accept that. You also promised that the general's residence would not take concubines and would only allow one wife. This is what I cherish most. But now, I wish to know, does that promise still hold? Or is it the tradition of our general's household to have only one wife at home while maintaining numerous women outside? Or perhaps the general's residence does not take concubines, but allows for remarriage. Should I take my own life to make way for the new lady? Liu Shishi's voice was soft, devoid of hysteria. She spoke calmly, leaving those around her blushing with embarrassment. I also heard about the position of a co-wife. Frankly, I feel there is no need for the general's residence to break its own traditions. With that, Liu Shishi lowered her head, a mocking smile gracing her lips as she refused to spare a glance at the man holding another woman. Poetry? What nonsense are you spouting? You are the young mistress of our general's residence, and that is a status no one can alter. Moe tightened her grip on Liu Shishi's hand, sighed, and embraced her, whispering, Child, do not act impulsively. I understand Huai's temperament. He is not that kind of person. Is he? Liu Shishi raised her head. her expression serious as she looked intently at Moe. Mother, I assure you, I am not as you perceive. When there are no feelings, there are simply none. A man's heart cannot be warmed. Rather than forcing a union, it would be better to part ways sooner. Moreover, this young woman is already with child. The Ouyang family will have heirs regardless. The impact of Liu Shishi's final statement was akin to a thunderclap, leaving the onlookers in disbelief. Grandmother, mother, grandma. Various voices called out in succession, and Liu Shishi was taken aback to see the old lady faint from the shock. Feeling a pang of guilt, she hadn't anticipated such a strong reaction. Fortunately, the household physician was present, and everyone hurriedly assisted the old lady to bed, creating a flurry of activity. Before long, the old lady stirred awake, her complexion pale and weary. Her gaze swept over the gathered crowd before settling on Liu Shishi. She beckoned her over, and Liu Shishi suppressed her feelings of reluctance, dutifully approaching. Child, the old lady said, do not speak in anger. She grasped Liu Shishi's hand, warm and firm, which softened Liu Shishi's heart, causing her to bite her lip, unable to utter a word. The old lady held Liu Shishi's hand tightly, her eyes shifting to Ouyang Huai as she gestured for him to come closer, intending to place Liu Shishi's hand in his. However, Liu Shishi quickly withdrew her hand, avoiding the gesture. With a resigned sigh, the old lady said, Huai, have you forgotten our family's ancestral teachings? Ouyang Huai's expression darkened. He closed his eyes as if bracing himself for a tremendous decision, murmuring, I promised her. And what about your wife? On your third day of marriage, you venture off to war, leaving her to endure the hardships of carrying your child and managing the household. How can you reconcile that with your conscience? The old lady glared at Ouyang Huai, struggling to suppress her anger, her voice cold and commanding. Fetch a prescription. This woman must be aborted and sent away. Liu Shishi was taken aback, realizing the old lady's decisiveness in handling matters without hesitation. However, would Ouyang Huai agree to such a course?
No, grandmother.
You cannot do this. Indeed, Ouyang Huai immediately countered, his countenance grim and unyielding, insisting, Yuan's child must not be harmed. The old lady seemed to see her grandson for the first time, staring at the boy she had watched grow up with disappointment. Go to the ancestral hall and kneel. In front of our ancestors, reflect on your actions. You may rise only when you have come to terms with what you have done. Grandmother, I will go to kneel. But Yuan's child must not come to harm. Ouyang Huai looked steadfastly at the old lady, his intent unmistakable. Unless she could guarantee Yuan's child would be safe, he would not kneel in the ancestral hall.
Humph.
The old lady scoffed, and Ouyang Huai remained obstinate, unwilling to yield. Do not go, Huai. Your injury has not yet healed. How can you kneel in the ancestral hall? Yuan struggled to rise, but Ouyang Huai quickly pressed her shoulders down, soothingly saying, Do not move. Be mindful of the child within you. His words caused a shift in the atmosphere, drawing the attention of everyone to Liu Shishi. This was her man, and while she bore such a significant burden, he seemed oblivious, instead concerning himself with another woman's child. The pain was palpable, yet Liu Shishi maintained her composure. Lips pressed tightly together, stubbornly refraining from speaking. The room fell into an unusual silence, while Yuan gazed at Ouyang Huai with concern, pleading, But you were injured recently. What if you catch a chill, and it flares up again? I am fine, Ouyang Huai reiterated. Chapter 5. 2 resounding slaps. Liu Shishi internally scoffed. How deeply sentimental they were. These two, truly a match made in heaven. Their affection revolting. Why? Where were you injured? Are you experiencing any discomfort? Moe, as a mother, could not help but worry, even if her son's actions were outrageous. I am perfectly well, Ouyang Huai replied, casting a pleading glance at Moe. Mother, I can go to the ancestral hall, but please keep an eye on Yuan. Her child must not come to harm. He looked earnestly at her, a hint of desperation in his tone. Moe was puzzled. When had her son become so disrespectful? Yet in the end, she nodded in agreement. Ouyang Huai strode out without sparing Liu Shishi a glance, leaving everyone in a state of stunned silence. Stop! Seeing Ouyang Huai about to leave, Liu Shishi suddenly called out. The tall figure paused, turning back to her, his lips pressed together, eyes cold and displeased as he regarded her. What is it? Liu Shishi, supporting her prominent belly, slowly approached him. Standing before his strikingly handsome face, she offered him a radiant smile. Her beauty was undeniable, and in the past, her slenderness had masked her allure. Upon arriving at the general's residence, she was well-nurtured, and with the progression of her pregnancy, her complexion had become more radiant, enhancing her beauty to an unparalleled degree. Her smile left Ouyang Huai momentarily dazed, causing him to narrow his eyes slightly. The woman suddenly approached him, closing the distance to less than a step away, and a distinct, feminine fragrance enveloped him. Ouyang Huai's ears tinged with a hint of crimson. At such proximity, it felt as though she were nestled in his embrace. He couldn't suppress a swallow, his throat constricting slightly. He anticipated that Liu Shishi would speak to him, so he leaned down slightly, not wishing to tire her by making her look up. However, just as everyone awaited their exchange with bated breath, a crisp slap rang out. Pain radiated from his cheek, and Ouyang Huai narrowed his eyes, realizing this was the second time he had been struck today. He had thought she might say something, but instead, she had delivered a resounding slap. "For what you did, you scoundrel." Liu Shishi scolded softly, leaving Ouyang Huai bewildered as he furrowed his brow. "She? Who?" Before he could react, another slap landed, this time on the other side of his face, perfectly symmetrical. "You rogue. You truly bring disgrace to the military." With that, she turned on her heel, cradling her belly as she strode away, her gait resolute and unwavering. Watching the small woman lumbering away, Ouyang Huai gingerly touched his now stinging face, exclaiming, "Ouch, this woman has quite a bit of strength. That really hurt. Sister-in-law, you're impressive. From this day forth, you are my most revered person." The sound of her two sharp slaps left the onlookers in stunned silence. Moi-yi was the first to recover, nudging her daughter beside her. Ouyang Yu hurried forward, cautiously supporting Liu Shishi, and affectionately remarked, "You're amazing for daring to strike my brother. You know, throughout my life, I've only faced his reprimands. This is the first time I've seen him get hit." Ouyang Yu playfully stuck out her tongue, adding that her father's punishments didn't count. "Honestly, I wish I could slap my brother a few times as well," she lamented, her face a picture of frustration. Liu Shishi chuckled lightly, feeling a sense of relief wash over her after the two slaps, though it didn't fully quell her anger. The tension had eased somewhat, and her spirits lifted considerably. Yet, she forgot that an annoying rival lingered nearby. "Sister, how could you strike Brother Huai?" A somewhat sharp voice pierced the air, drawing the attention of Liu Shishi and Ouyang Yu, as well as the others in the room. The woman was frail and pallid, her eyes rimmed with red, appearing both delicate and harmless. "He is a hero. How could you lay hands on him?" Her voice was somewhat hoarse, likely due to her agitation, her breaths rapid and unstable. "A hero? What hero?" Liu Shishi raised an eyebrow, observing the woman's pitiable demeanor and scoffing. "With all the men gone, who are you putting on this act for? Moreover, my mother bore only me. I have no shameless sisters like you." The woman, Yenna, paled further, trembling as she clutched the doorframe, embodying a victim of severe injustice. "Hey, I'm keeping my distance. Your fainting is not my concern. By the way, this courtyard is mine. Miss, you are not welcome here. Kindly leave." Though she had no intention of returning that night, this courtyard was not a place for this woman. Nor was any corner of it. "You are allowed to stay here by Brother Huai. How can you chase me away?" Yenna's face turned ashen with indignation, unable to fathom that this woman could be so assertive. Wasn't she just an unappreciated concubine? Such a status was hardly worthy of ascending to the general's residence. Surely, the elders would be displeased by her striking a major general. Yenna glanced toward the general's wife, only to find her smiling proudly, with no sign of anger. The general, though his expression remained cool and unreadable, showed no signs of irritation either. The elderly matriarch lay in bed, her face concealed, yet she too did not express discontent. Were they all so indulgent of this woman? No, such affection should rightfully belong to her. "Mother," she pleaded pitifully, casting a gaze toward Moi-yi, who immediately raised a hand to dismiss her. "Who is your mother? You're far too old to be feigning connections. I have no such shameless daughter." "My lady, you just promised Brother Huai to protect me." Yenna seethed internally, infuriated that her appeal was met with scorn. "What Shishi said is correct. You cannot stay in this courtyard. This is Shishi's domain. As a pregnant woman, her emotional state can greatly affect her child." Moi approached Liu Shishi, her expression warm as she asked, "Shishi, shall we let her stay in the guest room for now? The general's residence won't let her starve." "Whatever mother decides is fine," Liu Shishi replied obediently.
secretly reveling in Janne's fiery gaze.
She knew she shouldn't treat a pregnant woman this way, but who asked her to be the mistress? The original host had perished out of anger due to her. Liu Shishi was merely avenging her. Chapter 6. The scoundrel fainted while calling her name. Witnessing the crowd's silence, not a single person spoke on her behalf. She fainted once more. Watching the limp figure collapse, Liu Shishi smirked. Fainting is indeed an art. Slowly collapsing against a doorframe is truly a talent. Fainted again? Should I help her wake up? Liu Shishi chuckled, knowing this was a feigned faint, with Ouyang Huai absent. Who was she pretending for? She slyly pulled out a hairpin, her eyes gleaming with excitement. I'm quite skilled at reviving those who faint. I guarantee they'll awaken. Awaken? Fainting is just perfect. We can take her to the guest room without any hassle. Be careful, Shishi, don't fall. Whether it's you or the baby. It will break my heart. Moi waved her hand dismissively as Liu Shishi regarded the now truly unconscious woman. Well, she's genuinely out cold. Her eyelids aren't even fluttering. Likely a result of her fury. Sister, don't you feel that my brother seems a bit odd? Upon returning to the sinew courtyard, Ouyang Huai rested her head in her hands, a look of distress on her face. What seems odd? Liu Shishi reclined against the soft couch, feeling the weight of her pregnancy. She was acutely aware that this was not the most uncomfortable phase. Each day would bring more discomfort. The burden of carrying twins was significantly greater than that of a single child. Honestly, what is happening? In modern times, I had never even dated, let alone experience the nuances of romantic relationships. Yet, I find myself thrust into this body, pregnant without having gone through the beautiful process of courtship, directly facing the consequences. It feels so unfair. Thankfully, twins often arrive prematurely. Nearing 8 months, the time for delivery should not be far off. Truly a loss, that scoundrel Ouyang Huai. The tropes of love blossoming after marriage, of a domineering general falling for me, are indeed mere illusions. The reality is that even a reputed general's household can harbor a scoundrel. I can't quite articulate it, but my brother feels like a completely different person now. Unlike the man I once knew. The former elder brother, once cold and distant, now exhibits a peculiar concern for that woman, as if he holds a deep regard for the child she carries. Is this true? Liu Shishi pondered, recalling her limited memories of him. It indeed seemed so. The original Ouyang Huai was a quintessentially aloof man, admired by countless women in the capital. However, due to his betrothal, those women had never crossed the line. Had it not been for the sudden and perilous call to arms, her status as a concubine would have rendered any hope of marrying him utterly futile. Their social standings were worlds apart, making such a union unthinkable. Naturally, he would be concerned for his own child. Ouyang Huai pouted and gently placed her small hand on Liu Shishi's abdomen, saying, "Humph, this is the child of our general's household. Sister-in-law, you need not worry. Our grandmother and the others will certainly not allow that woman to enter." To this, Liu Shishi could only respond with a hollow laugh. Given Ouyang Huai's demeanor today, it would be surprising if they could indeed prevent her from entering. "Miss, were your words just now sincere?" After Ouyang Huai departed, Dingxiang anxiously massaged Liu Shishi's legs and cautiously inquired, "What? You mentioned wanting to leave." Dingxiang frowned in disapproval, whispering, "In truth, both the old lady and the madam hold you in high regard. I feel that no one could challenge your position in the general's household." "Perhaps," Liu Shishi replied, "but I am only 17. Is it truly meaningful to be bound to a man who does not love me? What do you mean?" Dingxiang was perplexed by Liu Shishi's words. Observing her confusion, Liu Shishi sighed helplessly. "It's nothing. Just go on ahead. I need to rest for a while." The weight of her body was overwhelming. She had never realized how challenging pregnancy could be. Liu Shishi dozed off, only to be roused abruptly. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law. Please get up quickly." "What is it?" She opened her bleary eyes, her body aching from sleep. Such a useless physique. "Sister-in-law, please hurry. My brother is looking for you," Ouyang Huai exclaimed, hastily helping Liu Shishi rise. There was no choice. Her heavy body made it difficult to get up. "Is he looking for me? Isn't he kneeling at the ancestral hall?" Liu Shishi asked, bewildered, wishing to lie down again, "But you insisted. Brother has fainted, and he has been calling your name. Mother sent me to bring you." Fainted? That scoundrel actually fainted? Was his body truly so fragile? Yet when she had last seen him, he appeared quite robust. You ought to summon that woman he brought instead of me." Liu Shishi waved her hand dismissively, unwilling to go. He is merely a scoundrel. Fainting is not the same as dying. What is there to see? If he were to die, perhaps I would consider going to light a stick of incense in his memory. But sister-in-law, he has been calling for you. Liu Shishi found this strange. The original owner of her body had spent little time with the scoundrel, and there were no feelings involved. She had even less affection for him. Why was he calling her? Nevertheless, since you had come personally to summon her, she resolved to go and see for herself. On her way, Liu Shishi began to grasp the situation. Ouyang Huai had been severely injured on the battlefield not long ago. Although he appeared fine, he had not fully recovered. He had gone to kneel at the ancestral hall, and the general had naturally gone to speak with him. The result of their conversation had led the general to invoke family discipline. After a harsh reprimand, Ouyang Huai had fainted. The general had not initially noticed, but after calling out several times with no response, he sensed something was amiss. A physician was summoned, but Ouyang Huai remained unconscious, murmuring Liu Shishi's name. It was indeed a complicated scenario. The woman he had brought, Yener, was anxiously drawn to him upon learning of his fainting. She sobbed softly, her heart heavy with sorrow. Yet Ouyang Huai remained unresponsive, still calling out for Liu Shishi, which rendered the atmosphere rather awkward for everyone present. Liu Shishi reflected on how truly embarrassing this situation was. Yet Yener, whether due to delayed reaction or sheer audacity, clung to her position, refusing to leave. As a pregnant woman, she had little recourse against Yener, who had promised Ouyang Huai not to make things difficult for her. Sister-in-law, how could that girl be so brazen? You blinked in confusion, unable to fathom such shameless behavior. Perhaps it is a natural talent? Liu Shishi smiled wryly. Originally, she only intended to witness the commotion, but now her interest had piqued. She was eager to see the expression on Yener's face when she heard Ouyang Huai calling for her. Sister-in-law, take care, be cautious of your belly. Suddenly, Liu Shishi quickened her pace, causing Ouyang Yu to panic, fearing that if anything happened to her sister-in-law, her mother would surely be furious.
All right.
Lost in the excitement of witnessing the spectacle, Liu Shishi had momentarily forgotten her condition. Sigh, my brother is truly a scoundrel. With such a wonderful sister-in-law, how could he be unsatisfied? Yu lamented, tears in her eyes. Liu Shishi was bewildered. I merely wished to observe the commotion. How does that equate to true love for your brother? I am constantly contemplating how to leave him. However, Liu Shishi was too weary to explain. Let them believe what they wished. Wu Huai, open your eyes and see Yener. Yener sat by the bed, weeping bitterly, looking utterly pitiful. Meanwhile, the physician, furrowing his brow, remarked, Old madam, could you please make her stop crying? It is quite bothersome, and how can I treat him with all this noise? He cast an impatient glance at the weeping woman, his patience wearing thin. The young general was currently unconscious and running a high fever, and her cries were hindering his ability to continue the treatment. How is Huai's condition? The old lady shot a fierce glare at Yener, causing her to shrink back, too frightened to continue her sobbing. Old madam, I am truly powerless. The young general's old wounds have not healed, and this sudden fever is perplexing. Should we call for the imperial physician? Very well. The old lady sighed in resignation, hastily sending for the imperial physician. Wu Huai, you must be all right. At that moment, Yener was in a state of panic. Aunt Sue had not yet arrived. If she were here, she would surely have a solution. Currently, Ouyang Huai was exceedingly weak. Was there anything she could do? Yet, her skills were lacking, and without Aunt Sue, she dared not act alone. The general's residence was crowded, leaving her with no opportunity to care for the young general privately. She lowered her head, concealing her scheming eyes, maintaining an innocent facade. Shishi, do not. The hushed whisper caused Yener to freeze in her expression. Her small hand clenched tightly, gripping with all her might. Her heart bled with resentment. Yet she dared not to unleash her fury. At this moment, the person he was calling out to was unexpectedly that emotionless woman. Yuana, you should return home for now. My daughter-in-law will be arriving shortly, and she is with child, unable to endure any distress. So please, I ask you to leave. Hearing her son's murmurs once more, Moe spoke bluntly to dismiss the visitor. Was this not the right course of action? She knew her son's character well. He was not an irresponsible scoundrel. Perhaps her son initially held no affection for Liu Shishi, but now that they were married and expecting a child, he would surely grow to cherish her. A man, at times, seeks more than just a fleeting infatuation. Beyond mere emotions lies a sense of duty. The men of the Ouyang family are all endowed with a strong sense of responsibility. For the sake of their obligations, they remain devoted to their wives, allowing love to blossom over time. I only wish to be by Huai's side. Yet he may not desire your company. Moe offered no consideration for Yuani's feelings. Gesturing towards the still unconscious Ouyang Huai, she remarked with a smile, I distinctly heard him calling for my daughter-in-law.
In an instant, Yuan wait, nearly fainting.
Mother, sister-in-law has arrived. A voice filled with excitement announced as Ouyang Yu entered, pulling Liu Shishi along. Moe turned to greet them with a warm smile. Shishi, come here quickly. Huai has been calling for you. Liu Shishi glanced at the teary-eyed Yuaner by the bedside, thinking, isn't someone already here to keep him company? Why would she be needed? However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. How could she undermine her mother-in-law's goodwill? Shishi, as if sensing her presence, Ouyang Huai called out again. Liu Shishi felt he was feigning unconsciousness, although she had no proof. Observing him closely, she noted his flushed complexion and furrowed brow, confirming he was indeed running a fever. What did the doctor say? Seeing his condition, she realized a persistent high fever was no trivial matter. What if he became foolish from it? She stepped forward to the bedside, wrinkling her nose. Miss, would you mind getting up? Do modern men really prefer delicate flowers who only know how to sob at the slightest provocation? Doesn't she find herself tiresome? In this room, there wasn't a single person who found her endearing, yet she remained blissfully unaware of her own shortcomings. I only wish to be by Huai's side, Yuaner said, her voice quivering with indignation.
But you are in the way.
Besides, I have no sister. If you truly wish to be my sister, perhaps you should consult my mother about it? That wretched girl. Yuaner felt a surge of anger. Everyone knew Liu Shishi's mother had long since passed, leaving her at the mercy of her stepmother's cruelty. Was she cursing her to death? Yet, ironically, she found herself powerless to act, her desperate gaze seeking solace from the others in the room. Regrettably, none of them had a kind word for her or offered assistance. What did the doctor say? With the bothersome woman gone, Liu Shishi lifted her hand to touch his forehead, finding it alarmingly hot, likely nearing 40 degrees. If only her chip space were accessible, a single injection would bring down his fever instantly. The doctor had stated there was nothing to be done and had already summoned the imperial physician. The imperial physician, renowned for their expertise, would surely be able to help, so she would wait. Logically, the general had only struck him a few times. He shouldn't be this weak. An unexplained high fever was unusual. This despicable man, she mused, casting a skeptical glance at the man on the bed. It seemed unlikely he was gravely injured. When she saw him earlier, he certainly did not appear to be severely wounded. The physician arrived promptly, an elderly man with white whiskers. Dr. Wu, I appreciate you coming on such short notice. The general spoke courteously, and Dr. Wu, recognizing the urgency, wasted no time in examining the patient. Has the young general sustained any internal injuries? He had indeed been injured, but he was recovering well. The general affirmed confidently, while Dr. Wu frowned, suggesting it would be prudent to consult the military physician who treated him at the time. I fear there may still be internal injuries. Some internal injuries cannot be discerned through pulse diagnosis. Liu Shishi scrutinized Dr. Wu, sensing he lacked sufficient skill. Very well. The general quickly acquiesced, regretting his earlier decision to strike. Liu Shishi internally sighed, finding the physician dreadfully unprofessional. At this juncture, regardless of the cause of illness, the priority was to reduce the fever. Alas, she wondered about the ancient physician's reasoning. If only there were antipyretics available, how convenient that would be. Just as the thought crossed her mind, an image flashed in Liu Shishi's mind, a dimly lit room where a row of large backpacks stood at the forefront. Curiously, she inspected them, discovering they were survival kits, a total of 16. Could it be that her chip space had been successfully implanted? Not entirely. It seemed to be a partial success. Otherwise, she would not have found herself in this ancient setting. These packs belonged to 2 tactical teams, which should contain antipyretics as well. Liu Shishi squinted, searching for the pertinent items. Suddenly, an electronic panel appeared before her, a control interface, the pinnacle of contemporary intelligent storage systems, capable of accurately recording all items within the space. She had studied it meticulously to ensure she could operate it effectively post-implantation. After a thorough examination, she indeed located the antipyretics. Now, she just needed to seize an opportunity to discreetly administer a shot to Ouyang Huai. Returning to the present, She noticed a middle-aged man had joined the room. Returning to the general, he reported, "The young general was struck by a hidden weapon, and my subordinates have done their utmost to remove it. However, the sudden fever suggests there may still be remnants within." The weapon was a fine needle, too small to detect despite their best efforts. It was surprising that foreign objects within the body could lead to a high fever, but the pressing question remained, where were they? Hearing this, Dr. Wu furrowed his brow in thought, but after a considerable time, he was at a loss. Observing the two men's confusion, Liu Shishi took a step back, moving to Mo Yi's side, pulling her out of the room. In the courtyard, they found themselves alone. Ouyang Yu curiously trailed behind, but Liu Shishi did not send her away, as her words were not meant to be secretive. "Mother, I can treat Huai's illness. I can make his fever subside immediately." "Really?" Mo Yi's expression brightened, disregarding the inquiry of how Liu Shishi acquired such medical skills. "Yes, but I have a condition." Mo Yi's brow twitched. She sensed the nature of Liu Shishi's condition, yet she was reluctant to hear it. "Shishi, you are dearer to me than my own daughter. What condition could you possibly have?" The words Liu Shishi had spoken not long ago echoed in her mind. Although the old lady had suddenly fainted, she felt that Liu Shishi was not one to easily relent. Furthermore, as someone who had experienced similar situations, she could clearly see that Liu Shishi was now entirely different from a few days prior. Her gaze was devoid of any concern for her son. "Indeed, mother, you have been exceptionally kind to me. I am merely 17, and I do not wish to live my life in such a muddled manner." Clearly, both individuals are intelligent. "Sister-in-law, what are you saying?" Ouyang Yu gazed at the two in confusion as she followed them out, unable to comprehend their conversation. Was there something she had missed? Alas. "Shishi, my dear child." Mo Yi sighed helplessly, her heart aching for the pregnant Liu Shishi, who was also suffering. "Mother, regardless of your agreement, I will assist him in breaking his fever. It is not that I am reluctant to see the scoundrel suffer. Rather, I do not wish to see those who care for me in distress, and I aim to prevent even more tragic occurrences. However, to remove the hidden weapon within his body, you must agree to my conditions. I demand a divorce. I want the child. Although this child bears the Ouyang lineage, that woman carries one as well. I believe you can spare this one." Liu Shishi's voice was unusually resolute, leaving Ouyang Yu astonished, and after a lengthy pause, she stammered, "Sister-in-law, what do you mean? A divorce, and you wish to take my little nephew away?
Why?
Have we treated you poorly?" Mo Yi felt a wave of frustration. She was uncertain how to counsel Liu Shishi, for if it were her, she might not choose to forgive either. She felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand her son. Yet given his current condition, she preferred to keep the matter private for the time being. Mo Yi nodded, indicating that they should let him recover from the fever first. She was curious to see her dear son's reaction upon learning that it was Shishi who saved him. Furthermore, his wife intended to abandon him with their child. She wondered if her foolish son would be anxious about this. Mo Yi dismissed everyone, including the reluctant Yener. When Yener clung to her, Mo Yi ordered two maidens to assist in escorting her out. Liu Shishi looked at the flushed man, unable to deny that he was undeniably handsome, surpassing any modern-day heartthrob. Unfortunately, he was somewhat of a scoundrel. Had he been devoted, she might not have minded an ancient-style marriage followed by love. The atmosphere in the cavalry general's residence was pleasant, one she found rather enjoyable. Liu Shishi retrieved medicine and administered an injection, a muscular injection that would take effect swiftly. She also took out a thermometer to measure his wrist temperature. Goodness, over 40 degrees. Was he so fierce even in fever? Once the redness on his face began to fade, Liu Shishi called for everyone to come back in. "Oh, the fever has broken?" Physician Wu looked astonished at the now stable and normal-looking Ouyang Huai, utterly surprised. "Young madam, how did you manage to break the young general's fever so quickly?" Liu Shishi smiled faintly. "It is an ancestral skill, I apologize." Wasn't it indeed an ancestral skill? Would the antiquated physician understand if she spoke of the chemical formula of the medicine? "Very well, I have overstepped. Young madam, has the hidden weapon within the young general been removed?" Based on his deduction, only by removing it entirely could the young general fully recover. "That has yet to be done. I merely wanted him to break the fever to prevent any damage to his mind." "Young madam, your medical skills are remarkable. I am in awe," Physician Wu said sincerely, leaving Liu Shishi at a loss for words. Fortunately, Ouyang Huai's voice broke the awkward silence.
"Who are ye?"
"You are finally awake. You scared me to death." Before anyone else could react, a figure swiftly dashed forward. It was Yennefer. Her weeping, flower-like countenance was truly heart-wrenching. Moe rolled her eyes in exasperation, taking a cup of warm water to the bedside, her tone sharp. "Enough, young lady. Did you not hear my son needs water? Crying incessantly like this, one might think you wish for my son's demise." Chapter 9. A forceful kiss. I did not. No need to play the pitiful act. Moe, irritated, waved her hand, signaling two maidens to pull Yennefer away. "Young lady, you ought to be more careful with your child." Yennefer glared at the unfriendly maidens, wishing she could slap them, but she could not. Watching Yennefer leave in a state of utter grievance, Moe chuckled coldly. She turned to Liu Shishi, guiding her to the bedside, and said with a smile, "Huai, you had quite the fever. Fortunately, Shishi had medicine, or you would still be unconscious." Observing her mother-in-law so eagerly taking credit, Liu Shishi wanted to protest, as she had not acted for the sake of that scoundrel. "Mother, I am not." "Oh, dear, I understand. It is rare for Huai to awaken, and the bothersome individual is no longer here, so you two may have a good talk." Without waiting for Liu Shishi to object, Moe dragged Ouyang Huai and the old general away, swiftly departing. She even kindly ushered the maidens out and closed the door behind them. The room fell into a tense silence, with both staring at each other, neither willing to speak first. After a considerable while, Ouyang Huai coughed a few times, prompting Liu Shishi to rise and pour him a glass of water, which he hurriedly accepted and drank. "I heard you were the one who broke my fever?" Ouyang Huai's voice was no longer cold but somewhat hoarse, carrying a hint of allure. "Yes." Facing this man alone for the first time, Liu Shishi felt somewhat unaccustomed. "By the way, what I said this afternoon was no jest." Liu Shishi's words left Ouyang Huai momentarily stunned. "What did you say this afternoon? I know we lack any affection, and now you have found your true love. Therefore, let us part amicably. Your true love is also pregnant. I presume you prefer her child, so I shall not keep mine to trouble you. Of course, if you feel uncomfortable, perhaps you could provide some child support. If not, do not worry. I will ensure they are not left wanting." Liu Shishi said with great consideration, causing Ouyang Huai's forehead to throb with veins. He felt faint. What nonsense was this woman spouting? Staring at her incessantly chattering lips, he felt an overwhelming urge to silence her. Instinctively, his body responded, sealing her mouth, which was forever uttering words he did not wish to hear. As their lips met, Liu Shishi's eyes widened in shock, utterly dazed. Had she just been forcefully kissed? This was her first kiss. After the initial shock, Liu Shishi pushed Ouyang Huai away with all her might. Yet, she underestimated his strength. Even having just recovered from a fever, her force was no match for his. As she opened her mouth to scold him, he took advantage of her distraction and deepened the kiss. Liu Shishi's face turned crimson. Being pregnant, she dared not struggle too much. "Damn it, scoundrel." Her hands were firmly held. In frustration, she bit him, and only then did he reluctantly release her. Liu Shishi hastily stepped back, distancing herself from him, taking a deep breath and coldly declared, "Ouyang Huai, you are insane." "Ha! Kissing my own woman? What is insane about that?" "Goodness, this scoundrel. Who is his woman?" "His woman is outside." The man must be feverish, allowing his baser instincts to take over, right? "Liu Shishi, you are the legitimate wife of Ouyang Huai."
Divorce? Don't even think about it.
"Ha! This fellow seems quite resolute." Liu Shishi scoffed disdainfully. "Oh, no divorce? Ouyang Huai, have you decided to embrace both sides?" "You might think so, but I refuse to serve. This man is truly insufferable." She graciously stepped aside for his sake, yet he shamelessly clings on. He is a man who covets what he has while yearning for what he does not. "I never intended to embrace both sides." "Liu Shishi, listen well, Ouyang Huai, will never agree to a divorce." Ouyang Huai's forehead pulsed with anger. This woman was determined to drive him to his wit's end. She had slapped him twice during the day, and he had yet to settle the score with her. "Ha, you say no divorce as if it were that simple? Ouyang Huai, if you wish to continue this, just send that woman away and get rid of the child." Liu Shishi knew he couldn't bring himself to do it, deliberately provoking him. As expected, Ouyang Huai's expression shifted, his earlier bravado diminished by half. A voice echoed in the depths of his mind, reminding him that she was his responsibility and he had feelings for Morong Yan Yan. It was peculiar. At times, he felt he should be fond of Yan Yan. But how could that be? His wife was Liu Shishi, while Yan Yan was merely. Liu Shishi stormed off, and Moe and the others rushed in, noticing the wound at the corner of Ouyang Huai's mouth, stifling their laughter knowingly. Huaier, it's not that I wish to admonish you, but look at how wonderful your wife is. Why can't you cherish her? Moe spoke earnestly, and Ouyang Huai's face flushed slightly. For that woman, you've brought your father's wrath upon you, and your wife is now seeking a divorce. Is it truly worth it? She genuinely couldn't understand what her son was thinking. Mother, I promised Yan Yan a status as a concubine. Ouyang Huai closed his eyes in frustration. He hadn't anticipated Liu Shishi's strong reaction. Was this really the timid, tearful little wife he once knew? Perhaps he had never understood her well enough. She seemed to have changed so much. Bestowing her the status of a concubine was out of the question. Not to mention a concubine. Even a favored maid would not receive his father's approval. Moe was confident on this point. But I promised her. Should I allow Shishi her freedom? By the way, although your fever has subsided, there are still hidden weapons inside you. The court physician might not be able to help, but Shishi could assist in extracting them. As Moe spoke, she observed Ouyang Huai's expression, noticing his eyes light up. Really? The military doctor wasn't sure if they had found everything. They searched several times and found nothing. How could Shishi extract them? I don't know how she will extract them, but her condition is that you must divorce her and the child will belong to her.
Divorce?
Don't even think about it. The child is mine. How could it possibly belong to her? Upon hearing about the divorce again, Ouyang Huai instantly exploded. This woman was determined to oppose him at every turn. How many times had she mentioned divorce today? It was becoming a mantra. My son. If you want Shishi to stop making a fuss, just get rid of that woman's child, send her away, and properly apologize to Shishi. Women always need to be coaxed, especially since she is carrying your child. Moe offered her candid suggestion. No, Yan Yan's child must not come to harm. Ouyang Huai was adamant about this matter. Chapter 10, A Celestial Mother-in-Law? Seething with anger, Liu Shishi scrubbed her mouth vigorously. That wretched Ouyang Huai dared to kiss her forcefully. What frustrated her further was his surprising skill. It was evident that he had engaged in such acts countless times before. The thought that he had once kissed Yan Yan made her feel utterly repulsed. Cursed man, you may live or die. I've decided I will no longer come to your aid. Furiously returning to her room, Liu Shishi remembered her courtyard and hastily called out, Dingxiang, go clean the courtyard inside and out, thoroughly, especially the side rooms. The mere thought of the woman who once resided there made her feel disgusted. Was this a form of emotional cleanliness? She had no intention of changing. Miss Dingxiang has gone to clean the courtyard, while Muxiang stayed behind to serve. She nervously asked, are you truly resolved to leave? It could be said that mentioning it once was in anger, but now you've brought it up several times. If you truly intend to leave, life at the Xiang residence might be even worse than here. As a handmaid, she knew how good life was here. The people of the general's residence treated the servants well, and no one bullied the miss. They all cherished her. The Xiang residence was nothing short of a den of wolves. Leaving here doesn't necessarily mean returning to the Xiang residence. It would be best if the Xiang family did not provoke me. Otherwise, they will learn why the flowers are so red. Where shall we go then? We can simply find another courtyard. Dingxiang, are you worried that I cannot support you? Liu Shishi teased, glancing at the loyal little maid who had stood by her side through thick and thin. I would never. If you truly leave, I can manage without a monthly allowance. I will always accompany you. Liu Shishi believed her. Dingxiang had no family left. She had expressed many times her desire to remain by Liu Shishi's side. Yet, how could forever be possible? The girl was growing up and deserved to seek her own happiness. Once she had her baby, regained her strength, she could do as she pleased, living freely. The night passed without incident. The next day, Physician Wu arrived early to examine Ouyang Huai again. It was no wonder he was so eager. He had been worried all night. Ouyang Huai had developed a slight fever again, although it was mild and not severe. General, the young general's condition keeps recurring. The hidden weapons inside must be removed, otherwise, it cannot be cured. This will continue indefinitely, Physician Wu said, with concern. Moreover, needle-like hidden weapons are small and can easily shift within the body. If they reach a dangerous area, it could result in a life-threatening situation. I cannot ascertain their location, and I cannot search for them piece by piece. Physician Wu had also been troubled all night. He had discussed the situation with other physicians, but they too had no good methods. Yesterday, the young lady was able to help the general reduce his fever so swiftly. I find myself envious. I wonder if I might consult her about it? Physician Wu was now more eager to know how Liu Shishi had managed to bring down the temperature so effectively. He had never encountered such impressive medical skills before, yet the young lady revealed nothing. It left him restless, unable to eat or sleep. Liu Shishi was blissfully unaware that she had piqued the physician's interest. However, even if she did, it mattered little. While she had no desire to boast about her medical skills, she wouldn't deliberately conceal them either. Once she left the general's residence, she even contemplated crafting a reputation as a miraculous healer. One must possess skills to earn the respect of others, making everything else much more convenient. Liu Shishi indeed had some medical knowledge, so perhaps she would ask her about it. The conditions she set forth were ones he could never agree to. Not to mention that both he and his wife were fond of Liu Shishi, but the child she carried was the legitimate heir of the general's household. How could it possibly be left to wander outside? I have a humble request, and I wonder if the general might be so accommodating? Dr. Wu said eagerly, rubbing his hands together with excitement. What is it? The general raised an eyebrow, knowing the prideful nature of physicians and their demands. May I observe while the young madam retrieves her hidden weapons? Considering her condition, it would be rather difficult for her to manage alone. I possess ample experience and am confident in my abilities, Dr. Wu added hastily upon sensing the general's displeasure. The general inwardly scoffed at the old man's audacity, thinking to himself, so, he wishes to sneak a peek at the craft under the pretense of assistance? How grandiose! Yet, he acknowledged the truth in Dr. Wu's words. Given Liu Shishi's current state, she indeed required assistance. His own concern lay in how to persuade her to accept treatment without resorting to a separation. Shishi, have those two rascals been obedient lately? Moe, who had arrived early, noted Liu Shishi's improved complexion and felt a measure of relief. Fairly so, not too troublesome. But the adults are quite fatigued. My belly is larger than those who are about to give birth. I truly cannot fathom how mothers of triplets, quadruplets, or even quintuplets endure such trials. That is good to hear, Moe remarked, taking Liu Shishi's hand and sensing that they had matters to discuss, prompting Ding Xiang and Mu Xiang to discreetly withdraw. Regarding what you mentioned yesterday, I have contemplated it throughout the night, Moe began. Liu Shishi thought, as expected. They could not afford to wait. In truth, ancient medicine could not remedy such ailments. As parents, how could they not feel urgency?
Shishi, Warner is a fool.
Though he may have lost his senses, he still cares for you. Otherwise, why would he call your name while in a coma? Perhaps he resents me for slapping him twice? Liu Shishi mused silently. Your condition makes everything cumbersome. After much deliberation, I propose this. Grant Huaner a chance. Do not sever ties just yet. I will provide you with 2 shops to manage, ensuring that even if you do part ways in the future, you will have a place to land. This guarantee, which I drafted with your father, stipulates that regardless of when you separate, the children will remain with you. Moe's expression was earnest. Liu Shishi felt a lump in her throat, her previously resolute heart softened by her mother's words. What a remarkable mother-in-law she had. Surely a biological mother would not be so generous. Dear child, I have always treated you as my own. Huaner has erred, but there is no need to punish yourself for his mistakes, is there? You are in dire need of support, and soon you will give birth. The dangers of childbirth are immense. You wouldn't want to be without anyone to assist you, would you? Furthermore, you would entrust the care of your child to strangers? Can you truly be at ease with that? And as for that family from the Xia residence, while I know you are capable, you cannot afford to gamble on their whims. What if they were to act rashly? What would become of you and the child? Indeed, you speak with reason. No one can be more trustworthy than family. Besides, with Moe and the general's guarantee in hand, regardless of the path I choose, my child will remain mine. What is there to worry about? Very well, mother. I shall go see him now. Liu Shishi agreed to Moe's suggestion after a moment's reflection. She could always find a way to separate if needed. Her primary concern had always been the child's welfare. After all, lineage held significant weight in ancient society. Upon encountering Ouyang Huai again, she fortuitously noticed the wound on his lip. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but she felt his gaze lingering on her lips. Ouyang Huai, what are you staring at? She shot him an exasperated look. How dare you attempt to kiss me without permission? Had I not been concerned about our child, I would have given you a good thrashing. Men of antiquity were truly scoundrels, always entangled in affairs of the heart. He had no shortage of women around him. Why was he fixated on her? Look at you. Ouyang Huai's expression darkened, his gaze growing more intense. What conditions?
Huh?
Liu Shishi was momentarily taken aback. Conditions? Oh, dear. Foolish boy, Shishi has already resolved to assist you with your ailment. Do not complicate matters, Moe interjected hastily, recognizing the opportunity at hand. Have you agreed? Ouyang Huai was about to inquire further when he noticed his mother discreetly signaling him, wisely refraining from pressing on. Sister, you have finally arrived. Huaner and I have been waiting for you. Yenner, feeling neglected, stepped forward, yearning to be the center of attention. Unbeknownst to her, Liu Shishi sensed that Ouyang Huai's feelings for her might not be as callous as rumored. This young lady. I have mentioned that my mother did not bear me a sister. Liu Shishi glared at the woman she found so distasteful, particularly as her gaze fell upon her swollen belly. While Liu Shishi paid little mind to the rogue, she held even less respect for the mistress who audaciously sought to disrupt a soldier's marriage. Moreover, the woman was exceedingly cunning. Her words implied she had been waiting a long time, as if to remind everyone of her arrival. Were it not for her mother-in-law, Liu Shishi would have had no desire to be present at all. Should the young lady be fixated on such matters, she may as well inquire with my mother. Liu Shishi implied boldly. I assure you, Huaner, I meant no offense. Yenner's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her demeanor suggesting she felt deeply wronged. Liu Shishi silently thanked the crowded room, for without it, she would have found it difficult to defend her position. All right, Yenner, you should return now. Shishi is going to assist Huaner with his treatment. Ouyang Huai observed that the two women could never coexist peacefully. But, Huaner, I am worried about you. I do not wish to leave. The doctor advised you to rest and take care of yourself. It would be best for you to remain in bed. Ouyang Huai said irritably. None of his family members regarded Yenner favorably, and he wished she would keep her distance. His health was precarious, and he had no time to tend to her. May I stay and watch, as long as it does not hinder sister's treatment? Yenner pleaded with a pitiful expression, which softened Ouyang Huai's heart. He sighed very well. Upon hearing Ouyang Huai's reluctant consent, Yenner beamed with a timid smile. Shishi, how shall we proceed with the treatment? Moe, having grown weary of her son's antics, realized that Ouyang Huai still harbored feelings for Liu Shishi, yet his actions were misguided. He needed to sever ties with Yenner if there was ever to be progress between them. Sighing, she contemplated how challenging it was to raise such a troublesome son. And she would need to remind him of this soon. Observing her mother-in-law's worried expression, Liu Shishi reassured her, I must first ascertain the location of the hidden weapon. Having a foreign object within the body may lead to fever, but it is not insurmountable. Once located and removed, all will be well. Shishi, could you please hold on for a moment? The gallant general rushed in, explaining, Dr. Wu mentioned he wished to assist you. Would that be convenient? Fearing that Shishi might object, he added, primarily, it's because you are not in a convenient condition right now. With his assistance, we can feel more at ease.
Indeed.
The general's words nearly made her forget that she was a pregnant woman. Liu Shishi glanced down at her prominent belly. It was indeed somewhat inconvenient. Ouyang Huai also looked at Liu Shishi's abdomen, which had grown significantly. That was his child, or rather, two. A wave of tenderness washed over him. When he first received the news of his impending fatherhood, he had felt joy, but nothing compared to witnessing the reality before his eyes. He had seen other pregnant women before, but this was the first time he encountered one with such a pronounced belly. Alas, you've truly endured much, Shishi. Marrying you is a blessing for our Ouyang family. Although Liu Shishi was a concubine, her disposition was exceptionally amiable. Recently, her temper had flared a bit, but it also made her seem more vibrant. If only their son could be a source of less worry, their family would prosper. Mother, your words make me feel bashful. It is my fortune to have encountered such a wonderful mother-in-law like you. Liu Shishi felt flattered by the praise. After all, she was merely a concubine. Given the circumstances at that time, not being tormented by her in-laws was already a significant blessing. The general's residence truly treated her well. The entire family was kind to her, except for Ouyang Huai. Shishi, should we wait for Dr. Wu? The general had promised, as he was particularly concerned about Liu Shishi's well-being.
Certainly.
Dr. Wu arrived promptly. He had pondered for quite some time the previous night, but had yet to devise a way to locate the hidden weapon. Who could know where it was concealed? Once found, retrieving it would pose little difficulty. Father, mother, you may step outside and leave only Dr. Wu with me. After all, this is a medical matter. And having too many people around is not ideal.
Very well. We shall step out. Call us if you need anything.
Liu Shishi nodded in agreement. But what about you not leaving? Seeing Yenner clinging stubbornly, Liu Shishi couldn't help but admire her. This woman had an audacious demeanor, regardless of the circumstances. She was intent on staying. Huaiga, I am worried about you. May I remain? I promise to be quiet and will not disturb you. She knew that pleading with Liu Shishi was futile, yet Ouyang Huai typically would not refuse. Well, sure, what do you think? Liu Shishi glanced at the two, who were gazing at each other with affection, and rolled her eyes in exasperation. Suddenly, her expression shifted, and she smiled, saying, all right. As long as she remains silent and does not interfere, I have no objections. Chapter 12. Quite substantial Dr. Wu, having come to assist, naturally had no objections. He looked skeptically at the three in the room, glancing at Liu Shishi, then at Yenner, inwardly musing, is this young general lacking in judgment? When comparing the lady and this woman, the lady is undoubtedly superior. Yet, the young general's taste, alas, perhaps he values more than mere appearances. It seemed the lady possessed remarkable medical skills and decisive methods, whereas that Yenner girl appeared to rely solely on tears and a pitiful demeanor. Could it be that the young general preferred such a type? Young people, indeed, were difficult to comprehend. Even an elder like him found it perplexing. Meanwhile, Liu Shishi had deftly completed the pulse diagnosis and had a rough understanding of Ouyang Huai's condition. She assessed the handsome man lying on the bed. His appearance was undeniably striking. As a general, he was well-trained, and his physique was commendable. Such a man exuded reliability and calmness, making him quite appealing. No wonder Yenner clung to him with such tenacity. At that moment, although his complexion was somewhat pale, the hostility in him had diminished notably, rendering him surprisingly gentle. Undress. Liu Shishi stated calmly. What? Ouyang Huai looked at the woman, bewildered. Undress, Liu Shishi reiterated, furrowing her brow. Wasn't her request clear enough? Undress what? Ouyang Huai's brows knitted tightly, his handsome face darkening. Could it be that he perceived it as such? Your clothes. How else am I to examine where the hidden weapon is? Do you expect me to do that through your garments? Apologies, but I lack such abilities. Liu Shishi stated matter-of-factly. Ouyang Huai inhaled deeply. His gaze fixed on Liu Shishi's eyes, realizing she was not jesting. He turned to Yenner beside him. Yenner, please step outside. But, Huaiga, I don't want to.
I'm worried about you.
Yenner began to sob once more, prompting Ouyang Huai to respond irritably. If you're concerned, wait by the door. Then I will either return to your courtyard or wait by the door. This time, Ouyang Huai did not indulge Yenner, his voice decidedly authoritative. Then I will wait by the door. Yenner stood up, feeling wronged, her doe-like eyes assessing Ouyang Huai, while her heart raced anxiously. Ouyang Huai seemed different. Yet, Aunt Sue had not returned. Hadn't she said there would be no unexpected events? No. She needed Aunt Sue to return quickly. Yenner's small hands, concealed within her sleeves, clenched tightly, though she dared not reveal her displeasure. Upon opening the door, the general's wife, and even the matriarch were present. The maid had already set up tables and chairs outside. The group sipped tea and nibbled on snacks, appearing relaxed and unconcerned about Ouyang Huai's condition inside. As Yenner stepped out, none of them raised an eye. The surrounding maids also neglected to greet her or offer her a seat. She was utterly disregarded. Supporting her belly, Yenner's eyes glimmered with unshed tears, on the verge of crying, evoking pity. Yet, regrettably, no one engaged her in conversation. A wave of resentment surged within her. Suddenly, she heard Mo speak. Shishi has endured much. Her condition is already so heavy, yet she must assist that stubborn boy with his treatment.
Indeed.
Shishi is good-natured and understanding, the matriarch sighed, her gaze briefly falling on the pitiful woman before lamenting. It is a pity that Huai does not appreciate it. I know my son. He is not an irresponsible person. Yes, I believe so as well. I shall have a serious talk with him. The general interjected. To which Mo shot him a glare, exclaiming, you? After the state of affairs as they are, what more do you wish to discuss? Upon hearing this, the general felt a twinge of guilt. How was he to know that this young man was in such a frail state? Yenner, who had been eavesdropping unintentionally, felt increasingly alarmed. What were they implying? Had they discovered something?
No, that couldn't be.
She had to ensure Aunt Sue returned promptly.
Outside.
Liu Shishi remained unaware of the discussions. Meanwhile, inside the room, Ouyang Huai had taken the initiative to remove his garments, revealing his well-defined torso.
Oh.
Is his physique not bad? There are muscles. I wonder how many abs he has. Liu Shishi observed him unabashedly, even offering her commentary. Ouyang Huai's expression darkened. His body tensed, suspecting that the woman was doing this on purpose, yet he had no proof. Are you ready now? Ouyang Huai inhaled deeply, feeling utterly helpless. This woman was here to treat him, and he silently reminded himself to remain calm. It should be about time, he thought. Noting the tension in his demeanor, Liu Shishi stifled a laugh inwardly. However, it is indeed peculiar. Did not Yenner already bear Ouyang Huai's child? Why, just moments ago. Did he insist on her departure with such determination? Could it be that he felt shy? Or perhaps he wished to shield that woman from a scene of carnage? It must be the latter. That scoundrel, indeed only concerned for another woman. He seems to forget about her and the two little lives growing within her. She has already spoken up for her unborn children. Suddenly, she felt a movement in her belly, as if responding to her grievances. Liu Shishi was taken aback. Could it be that a mother and her fetus truly share a psychological connection? Taking a deep breath, she gently patted her belly and approached Ouyang Huai. Her gaze darkening as it fell upon the myriad scars adorning his body. This husband of hers, while his character is questionable, is undeniably valiant. Scars are the medals of soldiers. To discern a man's valor on the battlefield, one need only observe the marks upon his skin. Take, for instance, the deep scar on his chest. Its hue suggests a grievous injury, perilously close to the heart. The circumstances must have been dire indeed. It was a near-fatal battle. And for him to return victorious, the hardships endured are beyond the comprehension of outsiders. Yet, Liu Shishi still could not fathom why Ouyang Huai would take a woman with him into such a treacherous conflict. How could he have had the presence of mind to conceive a child amidst such harrowing strife? It all felt inexplicable, but observing Ouyang Huai's genuine concern for Yenner, it seemed he truly cared. Could this be the power of true love? Lost in thought, Liu Shishi did not notice her hand had come to rest upon the man's scar. While many women might find scars unsightly, Liu Shishi harbored no such sentiments. Hurry up. Feeling her delicate hand, cool and soft, Ouyang Huai was inexplicably reminded of the nights preceding his departure. Though the memories were hazy, he distinctly recalled her expression at that time. What are you hurrying for? Liu Shishi snapped back to reality, realizing her current actions. Chapter 13. Liu Shishi. Are you doing this on purpose? Her cheeks flushed slightly. When had she begun? The sensation was rather pleasant. She had been lost in her thoughts and had not noticed. Yet, observing Ouyang Huai's tense demeanor, Liu Shishi found herself secretly amused. Could it be that this man was feeling shy? Why so quick? Shouldn't I explore a bit more? She teased, applying a gentle pressure with her small hand. Indeed, as expected of a general, his muscular physique was quite impressive. As her hand slowly wandered, Ouyang Huai felt himself on the verge of cursing. This woman, he seriously suspected, was not merely attempting to treat him. Meanwhile, the silent Dr. Wu averted his gaze, silently acknowledging that the young mistress certainly knew how to play her cards. No wonder they could not find the hidden weapons. It seemed they had to be sought in such a personal manner. He had learned something new today. Liu Shishi, cease this at once. Despite his efforts to maintain control, the sight of his beautiful wife, fragrant and alluring, combined with her gentle breathing and that seemingly innocent exploration of his body, made it astonishing that Ouyang Huai remained unresponsive after months, without a woman. Hearing the gritted teeth beside him, Liu Shishi looked up in surprise, confused.
Why?
You are doing this on purpose. Fortunately, he had only shed his upper garments, or the situation would have been even more awkward. Liu Shishi's expression froze. As if a realization struck her, her gaze involuntarily shifting downward. Suddenly, her face flushed, and she swiftly withdrew her hand, exclaiming, Ouyang Huai, you rogue. With that, she turned away, displeased. Ouyang Huai, I never expected that even with my belly so large, you would still harbor such thoughts. Ouyang Huai was bewildered. How had he become the rogue? His face darkened, his eyes fixated on Liu Shishi as if his gaze could pierce through her. Liu Shishi, I am a normal man. He nearly ground out. But I am in this condition, and you still. Liu Shishi leaned forward, emphasizing her formidable belly, hoping Ouyang Huai would recognize his own beastly nature. Hi go, What is happening? Outside, Yenna had been straining her ears to catch the commotion within. Sensing something amiss, she hurriedly pushed the door open, only to be met with, "Get out." Ouyang Huai hastily grabbed his outer garment to cover himself, his handsome face darkening further. "Ah, you too? What are you doing?" Yenna's eyes turned red, her delicate form swaying as if on the brink of collapse, tears streaming down her cheeks, as if betrayed. Meanwhile, Moe and others approached, glancing between the darkly scowling Ouyang Huai and the awkwardly blushing Liu Shishi, secretly delighted. Is Shishi tired? Would she like to rest a moment before continuing? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Huai's mouth twitched violently. Continue? This wretched woman was deliberately igniting flames everywhere, and he was left burning with desire, unable to act. Where in the world was there such a method of treatment? Even more infuriating was that his family could not discern the impropriety. "I am fine, truly," Liu Shishi asserted, brushing off the concern. Yenna, feeling overlooked, was dissatisfied and directly called out Liu Shishi's name. She stepped closer to Ouyang Huai, reaching out to help him adjust his clothing, but Moe swiftly pulled her back. "What is wrong with Shishi? They are husband and wife. Is it not normal for them to do so?" Hearing her mother-in-law's unwavering support warmed Liu Shishi's heart. The people of the general's residence treated her well, which was why she found it hard to leave. "My lady," but Yenna wanted to voice her thoughts, but it seemed she lacked the standing to do so. Her eyes were red with urgency, her gaze pleadingly resting on Ouyang Huai, hoping he would once again come to her defense. Unfortunately, Ouyang Huai's thoughts were elsewhere.
All right.
Since Shishi is not tired, let us step outside, Moe decisively suggested, wondering if Yenna was truly out of her mind. The room was not solely theirs. Why was she so worried? Besides, even if her son were willing, it was doubtful Shishi would even consider him, unless, of course, he removed this troublesome woman from the equation. However, something felt off. His son's demeanor was not quite right. His treatment of Yenna today was markedly different from when he returned that day. Was there something more to this? If they truly shared such a relationship, why had Ouyang Huai allowed Yenna to leave when Liu Shishi requested he remove his clothing? Moe furrowed her brow in confusion, deciding to inquire with her husband and the elder matriarch later. Yenna still did not wish to depart, but Moe would not indulge her. She ordered for Yenna to be escorted back to her guest room. Without Ouyang Huai's protection, what was her status in the residence? "Liu Shishi, are you doing this on purpose?" As everyone exited, seeing Liu Shishi reach out again, Ouyang Huai felt a headache coming on and considered abandoning the treatment altogether. This woman was clearly seeking revenge. What should we do? Should I call Dr. Wu instead? Noticing Liu Shishi's unwavering persistence, he reluctantly took a step back. Though it felt somewhat strange to have an elderly man freely examine him, it was certainly preferable to being tormented by this girl. "Very well, Dr. Wu, will you come?" Liu Shishi did not hesitate to agree, which left Ouyang Huai feeling uncertain. "Madam, this old man has not studied such matters. I truly cannot." Dr. Wu promptly declined, admitting that such techniques were beyond his capabilities. Moreover, he was here to learn, and if the young mistress grew angry and expelled him, his opportunity would vanish. Observing the affectionate banter between the couple, he found it quite amusing, though it seemed both were oblivious to his presence. "Little General, I cannot do that. What should we do now? Shall we continue the treatment?" Dr. Wu questioned. Liu Shishi shrugged, indicating that the situation was not her fault. Ouyang Huai's expression darkened as he shot Dr. Wu an irritated glance, sensing the old man's deliberate jest. "Hurry up," he urged, closing his eyes in resignation, as if surrendering to fate. As Ouyang Huai braced himself for the inevitable, a light chuckle broke the silence. He opened his eyes in confusion, only to find a small black object in Liu Shishi's hand, a box he had never seen before. She approached him with the object, bringing it close to his skin without actually making contact. Intrigued yet silent, Ouyang Huai observed her actions, while Dr. Wu looked equally perplexed, alternating his gaze between Liu Shishi, the box, and the young general. Moments passed, and Liu Shishi suddenly halted, her focus shifting to the right side of Ouyang Huai's abdomen. "Lie down." "What?" Ouyang Huai was taken aback by her suddenly serious demeanor. "What do you mean?" "Lie flat," she insisted. "Young mistress, have you found the hidden weapon?" Dr. Wu, although unclear about the situation, recognized the gravity of Liu Shishi's change in attitude. A physician must always approach a patient with utmost seriousness. Health matters are no trifling affair. "Is that enough?" Dr. Wu's eyes lit up as he swiftly approached, pressing down on Ouyang Huai's shoulder. Unaware, Ouyang Huai complied and lay back. All right, young mistress, let us begin, Dr. Wu prompted. Liu Shishi raised an eyebrow at his eagerness, questioning whether such enthusiasm was necessary. You found it so quickly? Ouyang Huai felt as though he were in a dream. Is it really that simple? The thing that tormented me for months is about to be removed so swiftly? When did this woman acquire such medical skills? Who did she learn from? Let us confirm first, Liu Shishi replied, shaking her head. My little tool can only provide a preliminary diagnosis.
Oh.
Ouyang Huai fell silent, suddenly realizing something that ignited his anger. Liu Shishi, were you deliberately withholding this method? Why torment me unnecessarily? What do you mean deliberately? I didn't know this method would work at first. Liu Shishi shot him a glare, her patience wearing thin. Are we treating this or not? If you keep complaining, I might not use any anesthetic for the extraction. This era has its anesthetics, though they are quite expensive. However, the General's household can afford it. You woman! Ouyang Huai inhaled deeply, trying to suppress his rising anger. He needed to remove the hidden weapon and eliminate the health risk. Resolutely, he closed his eyes, preferring not to see. As the patient finally settled down, Liu Shishi placed her hand at the previously detected location. She carefully applied pressure, ensuring she identified the precise spot before retrieving surgical tools from her small case. It was a simple procedure. With modern antiseptics, he would even be able to walk afterward. Within the span of a few breaths, Liu Shishi successfully extracted 4 fine needles, now dark red from their prolonged stay within his body. Observing the minuscule incision, Dr. Wu was secretly astonished but retreated a few steps, recalling the cold sweat that had beaded on the little general's brow. The young mistress was terrifying. She held a grudge and was not to be trifled with. Shishi, are you tired? How do you feel? You should rest for a moment. Moe and others entered, surrounding Liu Shishi, while the patient on the bed was largely ignored. Coughing lightly, Ouyang Huai attempted to remind them of his presence. Yet, Moe merely supported Liu Shishi as they departed, not sparing him a second glance. The old lady followed suit, leaving only the valiant general to keep him company. Father, look at mother. She truly is ruthless. Ouyang Huai felt the sharp pain of the incision and the sound of blood flowing, realizing she had not used anesthetic. As she had said, this pain was meant to be memorable. Ouyang Huai wished to curse, pondering why he should remember such suffering. Yet, he could not lower himself to plead with her. His complexion paled, lips devoid of color. Ouyang Huai, are you not aware of our family's dynamics? Outside, men hold authority, but within the household, women govern, the general sighed, casting a reproachful glance at his son. You have no idea how your actions have drawn ire upon me. What do you mean? Ouyang Huai replied, perplexed by his mother's unpredictable behavior. They say like father, like son. I am not without my faults either, he mused, reflecting on the saying. And should I fail to manage your affairs, I might find myself relegated to the study for sleeping. By the way, do you know what condition Liu Shishi imposed for saving you? Noting his son's indifference to his plight, the general decided to exact a little revenge. What? It wouldn't involve divorce, would it? She's nearly ready to give birth. I wouldn't agree to that. Ouyang Huai was firm in his principles regarding this matter. Whether it counts or not, it is as it is. What do you mean by not really? Ouyang Huai felt a sudden sense of foreboding. It's a guarantee. In the event of a divorce, the child will be prioritized to Liu Shishi. The general swiftly departed, leaving Ouyang Huai in shock. What did you say? Who signed this guarantee? Did I consent? He shouted after his father. As the general hastily exited, he smirked, thinking himself clever for his swift escape. At the door, he turned back to his son, coldly remarking, though the child will belong to Liu Shishi in the event of a divorce, if you manage her well, there will be no need for such drastic measures. Manage her? Ouyang Huai reflected on his father's retreating figure, a bitter smile forming. How was he to handle such a woman? Sighing, he mused to himself. Why must it be this way? A tall, slender figure gradually entered the room, having waited for the general to leave before coming inside. Kongji, what brings you here? Upon returning to the capital, Ouyang Huai had gone home first due to his injuries, while Kongji remained to handle the details of their return. They had once faced certain death together, yet miraculously, all three had returned safely. There are many companions who remain forever at the borders. Most matters have been resolved. The emperor was originally supposed to meet with you today, but upon hearing of your high fever and unconsciousness, he refrained. Kong Ji turned to close the door and returned to quietly inquire. The matter concerning Yenner has been the subject of much gossip outside. When you present yourself before the emperor, he will undoubtedly question you. Have you prepared your response? This is not a trivial issue. If the emperor pursues accountability, it is highly likely that Ouyang Huai will not only be left empty-handed but may also face punishment. After all, bringing women to the battlefield is a grave taboo. Yet, it is not Ouyang Huai who should bear the blame. It is that woman's fault. Huai Go, that woman harbors ill intentions. Look at how it has escalated to the point where your wife is considering separation and she refuses to give you the child. Kong Ji dared not voice the latter part of his thought, but if it were him, he would never agree. Perhaps you should speak honestly with your wife. That woman is merely clinging to you. Kong Ji was filled with indignation. That Murom Yenner is truly a troublemaker. Does she not possess any self-awareness? She aspires to be the lady of the general's residence, yet she fails to consider her own character. Chapter 15. The Crown Princes visit Kong Ji. This matter is not to be discussed with anyone. Ouyang Huai regarded him with a serious expression, his head aching. I am aware of the situation. Kong Ji was so furious he felt like he might bleed. The family's backyard was ablaze, yet Ouyang Huai seemed unperturbed. If you continue to be so composed, you may lose your wife. How envious they had once been of Ouyang Huai. Both had married, yet while their wives remained unpregnant, his wife bore twins, causing him to flaunt his good fortune. Who could have predicted that such a predicament would arise later? Fine, do as you wish. Kong Ji could not comprehend Ouyang Huai's intentions, but he knew that if he disclosed anything, he would not be spared. By the way, are the hidden weapons in your body truly gone? Yes, Shishir mentioned they have all been removed, a total of 4. 4? You are indeed fortunate. With such a formidable wife, how can you bear to part ways? Kong Ji was further incensed. If indeed Ouyang Huai had attracted trouble, it would have been acceptable. But the reality was otherwise.
How could that be?
Rest assured, a separation will not happen. That poisonous woman Liu Shishi clearly coveted him, recalling that awkward scene. Ouyang Huai felt a mix of anger and secret delight. As Liu Shishi returned to her room and lay down, a servant came to report that the Crown Prince and the 4th Prince had arrived to visit Ouyang Huai, requesting her presence as well. They are not here for me. Why should I go? Liu Shishi looked at the messenger with confusion. She was a pregnant woman and was already quite fatigued, desiring only to rest. Madam, I am not sure. The servant whispered, seeing no one else was present. Madam means that the young general's situation is similar to one she has encountered before. Was it truly due to Ouyang Huai's injury? He was fine now. Had she known, she would not have intervened. Was this a reminder from her mother-in-law? Did she not wish for her to stand out? Indeed, Liu Shishi glanced at her abdomen. At this time, doing anything was inconvenient, and it was wise to remain low-key. Very well, I shall go and take a look shortly. This must be tidied up. However, to her surprise, her in-laws were also present. Seeing so many people in the room, Liu Shishi felt quite puzzled. Moe greeted her warmly as she arrived, beckoning her to sit beside him. Liu Shishi obediently complied. I heard it was the young madam who intervened to provide aid. Upon seeing Liu Shishi enter, the Crown Prince turned to look at her. His handsome face devoid of color, his cold gaze assessing her. It was Shishi who treated him. She happens to possess some medical knowledge.
Montaki hastily interjected.
Not wanting Liu Shishi to attract the attention of the royal family, the young madam's medical skills seemed commendable. However, the Crown Prince did not let the topic drop. Young madam, your skills are remarkable. Might you be able to assist my royal brother at times? Another man suddenly spoke, his tone tinged with urgency. Liu Shishi glanced over. But Moe held her hand gently, patting it as he smiled. The 4th Prince just. Shishi is merely a woman of the household and only knows a bit of superficial skill. How could she possibly assist the Crown Prince? This is the 4th Prince? Liu Shishi had not previously encountered either of them in person. She was merely a neglected daughter of the residence and had no standing to meet such individuals. The Crown Prince was the legitimate son of the current emperor, holding a prestigious position. It was said that he was exceptionally astute, handling matters decisively while maintaining a level of shrewdness befitting a ruler. However, the one flaw was his frail health. Since childhood, he had been weak, especially during the colder months, rarely venturing outside. The court physicians had predicted his lifespan was short, initially asserting he would not live beyond 18. Yet now, The crown prince had reached 19. Though still in poor health, he had managed to survive. Since then, the physicians no longer dared to predict how long he might endure. Always by his side was the fourth prince, who came from humble origins. His mother held a lowly position in the palace, and he had often been bullied as a child. By chance, he came to stay with the crown prince, and his fortunes gradually improved. Consequently, his mother had risen in status, now one of the 4 consorts in the palace. Everyone knew that the crown prince was his support. If the crown prince thrived, so would he, which explained his apparent urgency. However, everyone understood the crown prince's health. Even the physicians were powerless. And now the fourth prince was pushing Liu Shishi forward with ulterior motives. Liu Shishi pondered, but did not grasp the fourth prince's intentions. Nonetheless, with Mo speaking on her behalf, Liu Shishi naturally would not refuse. Madam is jesting. I am well aware of my own condition, the crown prince noted, detecting Mo's refusal, and he did not take offense. Their purpose today was merely to visit. As for his health, each extra day was a boon. He had long since lost hope. But Crown Prince the fourth prince was still eager to speak, but the Crown Prince waved his hand to halt him. Enough. Upon hearing the Crown Prince's insistence, the fourth prince shot a dark glare at Liu Shishi. Liu Shishi felt a bit bewildered. Had she said something wrong? It was not she who had just refused. This fellow seemed unwilling to confront Mo and instead chose to target her.
Who are ye? Who are ye?
An anxious voice drew near, as a woman in white rushed in. Following closely behind her was an elderly woman with a head full of white hair. General, madam. I could not stop them. Several young maidservants hurried in after, panting. They had not anticipated that the seemingly delicate Yenner possessed such strength. Moreover, the woman accompanying her had a rather intimidating gaze. Enough, you may leave. Upon seeing Yenner rush in heedlessly, Mo's expression darkened. Did this woman not realize they had esteemed guests?
Who are ye? I'm interrupting.
Yenner was startled by the number of people in the room, her face paling. I was just worried about you, Huai Ge. Aunt Sue has returned. Let her take a look at you. You know she is quite skilled.
Yenner spoke ordentlich.
Expressing that upon her return today, she was closely monitored, making her attempts to escape quite challenging. Fortunately, Aunt Sue had returned, which meant she would no longer remain entirely passive. Another skilled physician had appeared. It was surprising that the general's residence was indeed teeming with talent. The fourth prince, already simmering with unexpressed anger, let out a cold laugh, suggesting, shall we have this capable physician attend to the crown prince's diagnosis? Absolutely not. Ouyang Huai and Kong Ji quickly interjected. Chapter 16. Seizing credit the general's residence is truly amusing. Does one intend to keep a skilled physician all to oneself? The fourth prince snorted disdainfully, clearly irked. The crown prince, who had previously refrained from engaging, remained silent. The fourth prince did not wish to hinder their efforts. After all, the finest medical expertise lay with the imperial physician. The crown prince's ailment was being monitored by the imperial physician. How could it be treated by just anyone? In response to the fourth prince's sarcasm, Ouyang Huai maintained her composure and coolly explained, indeed, we are not familiar with this woman. How can we allow her to treat the crown prince? If anything were to happen. Kong Ji glanced at the crown prince, only to find him pale and breathing heavily, gasping for air like a fish out of water. Your Highness, what is wrong? Where do you feel unwell? Kong Ji's words prompted everyone to turn their anxious gazes toward the struggling crown prince, their faces filled with alarm. Has the crown prince suddenly fallen ill? Liu Shishi, who initially wished to remain uninvolved, realized that if anything were to happen to the crown prince within the general's residence, the general's household would bear the consequences. With this thought, she felt compelled to intervene and stood up to approach him. At that moment, Yenner and Aunt Sue, having just entered, were startled but felt a glimmer of hope. The crown prince's sudden illness presented an opportunity. With Aunt Sue's medical skills, if she managed to save the crown prince, she would become his benefactor. This would undoubtedly win her favor with the crown prince, facilitating her aspirations to become Ouyang Huai's wife. With the bond of gratitude, her status would rise significantly. She nudged Aunt Sue, who understood, and quickly moved forward. Seeing Liu Shishi step forward, Aunt Sue hastened past her to reach the crown prince first. Yenner seized the moment to grasp Liu Shishi's clothing, earnestly advising, Sister, I've mentioned before that my mother did not bear me a sister. Liu Shishi, anxious about the crown prince's condition, found herself unable to shake off Yenner. who clung to her like an unyielding piece of gum. Despite the situation, Liu Shishi could not resort to reprimanding her, especially since Yan was a pregnant woman. Miss Liu, Yan suddenly refrained from echoing Liu Shishi's words. Is your memory failing, Miss Yan? I am indeed the legitimate wife of Ouyang Huai. How dare you address me as Miss? Liu Shishi retorted with a cold smile, her gaze sweeping over Yan's noticeably protruding belly, scoffing lightly. It seems Miss Yan is quite impressive, showing such a size before marriage. Truly admirable. With that, her gaze fell upon the small hand clutching her clothing, raising an eyebrow. Miss Yan, might you let go now? Although the crown prince was unaware of his ailment, his condition was dire. Liu Shishi's primary concern was for his safety. Young madam, there is Aunt Sue over there. Her medical skills are exceptional, as Huai Ge is well aware. When Liu Shishi remarked that she was still a maiden despite being pregnant, Yan felt an overwhelming urge to silence her. Yet, recalling that they were all under the same roof, and knowing Aunt Sue needed time, she forced herself to endure. She could not allow Liu Shishi to jeopardize Aunt Sue's chance to shine. Liu Shishi, along with the household of the general, had left a lasting impression on her. Once she became the crown prince's benefactor, she would settle the score with them gradually. Ah, skilled in medicine, you say? Upon hearing Yan's words, Liu Shishi felt a wave of calm wash over her. Observing the crown prince had fainted, his breathing steadied slightly, she deduced that his ailment was not life-threatening, merely a source of discomfort. After all, it was not her to administer aid, and if complications arose, there were two individuals ready to take responsibility. Indeed, Aunt Sue's medical expertise is formidable. It was she who saved Huai Ge when he was injured and unconscious. Injured? Unconscious? Liu Shishi's expression darkened as she recalled the query posed by Physician Wu. Could it be that Aunt Sue possessed such capabilities? At that moment, Mo.E., who had been worried, felt a shadow cross her expression upon hearing Yan's words. She stepped forward to grasp General Ouyang Jing's arm, whispering, Did Aunt Sue save Huai Ge when he was unconscious? Ouyang Jing's eyes narrowed. I am unsure for now. I will inquire further. If it were true, then Ouyang Huai's kindness toward this woman might stem from that incident. However, the immediate priority was the crown prince. While the events at hand did not impede Aunt Sue's medical intervention, she approached to take the crown prince's pulse, promptly asking, Does your highness have any medication on hand? Clearly, this was a recurrence of an old ailment. The crown prince's personal attendant raised his head, hastily replying, Yes, I brought it. I just administered it to his highness, but it seems ineffective this time. Panic washed over his face. If anything happened to the crown prince, his life would be forfeit. This situation was rather peculiar. Under such circumstances, the previous medication should have been effective. No matter, she needed to focus on reviving him. Aunt Sue retrieved her acupuncture kit, ready to proceed with the treatment. Yet, the fourth prince suddenly stepped forward, blocking her path and bellowing, You audacious commoner, halt. What do you intend to do? Old servant fourth prince, the crown prince's condition necessitates acupuncture. Aunt Sue felt a surge of fear as she recalled that she was addressing the crown prince. That is not permissible. The fourth prince's stance was resolute. When the crown prince was in distress, he had already dispatched for the imperial physician. This old woman could check the crown prince's pulse, but acupuncture was out of the question. He had accompanied the crown prince and could not bear the consequences of his misstep. But your highness's condition is critical, I fear. Although this was her first encounter with the crown prince's condition, she was confident in her ability to revive him. Seeing the fourth prince's cold glare, Aunt Sue took 2 steps back. However, thinking of Yan's anticipation, she steeled herself and said solemnly, Your highness's current state is extremely dire. Immediate intervention is essential. If we delay, I fear for his life. Upon hearing Aunt Sue's words, the fourth prince felt an inkling of doubt. Although he had summoned the imperial physician, their arrival would take time. If something were to happen in the interim. Just as the fourth prince hesitated, Aunt Sue had already moved forward, unrolling her acupuncture kit and swiftly administering the needles. Her hands moved with remarkable speed, displaying familiarity and expertise. In no time, all the silver needles were employed, and the crown prince's breathing had noticeably improved. There we go, this technique is a family heirloom. Soon, His Highness shall awaken. Seeing the crown prince's condition stabilize, Aunt Sue sighed in relief, grateful for her decisiveness. Otherwise, how could she have saved him? Chapter 17. He dares not gamble, Liu Shishi observed from the sidelines, secretly acknowledging that Aunt Sue indeed possessed considerable skill. The moment the needle was inserted, an unsettling feeling lingered in the air. Just when everyone exhaled in relief, the Crown Prince's breath accelerated once more. His complexion flushed, his lips trembled, and his limbs convulsed. Your Highness, the Crown Prince. The onlookers immediately recognized the gravity of the situation and rushed forward. Not good. Upon witnessing this, Liu Shishi's brow furrowed sharply. Danger loomed for the Crown Prince. She attempted to step forward, but Yennefer clutched her clothing tightly. Release me. Liu Shishi's face hardened, her eyes icy, as she glared at Yennefer. Yet, Yennefer only tightened her grip, perhaps due to her anxiety. Liu Shishi raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap across Yennefer's face, the sound ringing clear and melodious. How dare you strike me?
Yennefer protested,
rubbing her stinging cheek, her expression one of indignation. Liu Shishi, however, paid her no mind. The instant Yennefer loosened her grasp, she swiftly stepped forward, oblivious to whom she was pushing aside, and squeezed her way to the Crown Prince's side. She urgently pulled the silver needles from his body, grasped his chin, and forced his mouth open. A towel, she commanded, but no one presented her with one. Growing impatient, she looked up, abruptly recalling they were in ancient times, where a towel might be an unfamiliar concept. To her right, the fourth prince stood closest. Without hesitation, she seized his hand. What are you doing, Liu Shishi? The fourth prince intended to reprimand her for her impropriety, but in the blink of an eye, she shoved his hand into the Crown Prince's mouth. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, prompting a cry of anguish. You. The fourth prince attempted to withdraw his hand, but the Crown Prince bit down fiercely, drawing blood, while the unconscious prince remained oblivious, instinctively clenching his jaws. The pain made the fourth prince break into a cold sweat, and he dared not move his injured hand. Liu Shishi glanced at Ouyang Huai. Keep an eye on him. Don't let the Crown Prince bite his tongue. Ouyang Huai resisted the urge to roll his eyes. With the fourth prince's hand in the Crown Prince's mouth, how could he possibly bite his tongue? She retrieved the 9 silver needles she had just extracted, moving so swiftly that no one noticed her actions as she inserted them into the Crown Prince's body. Only then did she release a long sigh of relief. In a matter of breaths, the Crown Prince's limbs stilled, his convulsions ceased, and his breathing gradually steadied. All done, Liu Shishi declared, once more holding his chin. The Crown Prince relaxed his mouth. Fourth Prince, you may withdraw your hand now. Noticing that the fourth prince hadn't removed his hand, Liu Shishi cast him a puzzled glance. Does your hand not hurt? Do you wish to continue? The fourth prince, alarmed by her words, hastily retracted his hand, revealing it to be bloodied and mangled. Liu Shishi, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Though the biting pain had ceased, the throbbing in his palm was far worse.
How could that be?
Liu Shishi feigned innocence. The Crown Prince was in a dire state. You were closest, so fourth prince, my sincerest apologies. I truly did not notice, she continued, her demeanor calm. Regardless of whether you believe me, I am convinced of my own intentions. The fourth prince seethed internally, but the Crown Prince was now safe and would awaken shortly. Having examined the Crown Prince, Liu Shishi found his ailment perplexing. It should not have been this severe unless provoked by some underlying trigger. While her acupuncture might not hasten his awakening, she had medicine on hand, previously administered, and it had shown rapid effects. With newfound assurance, she turned to Yennefer, who was cowering with her head bowed, and scoffed. Ah, Miss Yennefer, is this what you call exceptional medical prowess? Sure. Ouyang Huai's expression darkened as he shot her a disapproving glare. Did she possess no sense? Yennefer was within the general's residence. Her predicament would implicate the entire household. Liu Shishi, unfazed by his scrutiny, spoke nonchalantly. Miss Yennefer, your Aunt Sue truly possesses remarkable medical skills, does she not? Had you not been gripping my clothing, preventing me from intervening, the Crown Prince and fourth prince would have endured far less suffering. Withholding revenge is not the mark of a noble person. She would not harm a pregnant woman. But Yennefer's actions were indeed excessive. In the frenzy, no one had noticed her interference, and Liu Shishi felt no compunction in shedding light on it. After all, Yennefer was not even affiliated with the general's household, and having saved the Crown Prince, she believed her actions deserved recognition. Yennefer, pale with fear, wished to flee but dared not, aware that the Crown Prince's men surrounded them, and departing could lead to graver consequences. What do you mean?
Liu Shishi continued, Miss Yana.
It would be prudent for you to maintain your distance from me. You are a pregnant woman. I cannot afford any mishaps that might befall you, for I would have no recourse. Yenner's face flushed crimson at her words, and she lowered her head, her voice quivering. I merely didn't want you to treat recklessly. Liu Shishi laughed lightly. Fear I might treat recklessly? Yet, who was the one acting recklessly? Shaking her head, she glanced at the slumped Aunt Sue and mocked. Your fate is indeed fortunate. Had I not encountered such an ailment before, who knows what might have transpired? With that, Liu Shishi turned and removed the silver needles. Crown Prince, how do you feel? Has the Crown Prince awakened? The onlookers were astonished, wondering when he had come to. I feel considerably better, though there is still a bit of tightness in my chest, the Crown Prince replied, his eyes still closed. Had he not spoken, no one would have known he had awakened. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Shishi produced a pill. This will alleviate your symptoms immediately. Whether or not you wish to take it is up to you. Given the Crown Prince's sudden ailment, it was likely not his first episode. Such occurrences were perilous, and it would be wise to consume the medicine promptly. The pill rested in her palm, yet the Crown Prince did not respond, and the attendant hesitated to take it. Your Highness? The attendant sought the fourth prince's guidance, nervously calling out, Fourth Prince. The fourth prince's gaze darkened as he scrutinized the small pill in Liu Shishi's hand. Could such a tiny thing truly rouse the Crown Prince? The imperial physician should be arriving soon. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait for his assessment. He dared not take the risk. Chapter 18. Yenner faces punishment. The Crown Prince remained silent. He could not make decisions on his behalf. Should something happen to the Crown Prince in his presence, both the Emperor and Empress would hold him accountable. The fourth prince leaned closer to the Crown Prince, whispering, Your Highness, what say you? The Crown Prince remained mute, and had it not been for his steady breathing, the assembled crowd might have believed him still unconscious. Sure. Moe approached, supporting Liu Shishi, and spoke softly. What did you mean by that? Is the Crown Prince's condition truly that dire? Is it not merely a recurrence of an old ailment? Everyone was aware of the Crown Prince's frailty, yet this was the first instance of him collapsing. It is an old ailment, but it has escalated somewhat. Liu Shishi furrowed her brow and deliberately lowered her voice. Mother, if the Crown Prince is in trouble, what of our general's mansion? Moe's expression changed, and she scolded softly. What nonsense are you speaking? The Crown Prince will be fine. However, her gaze flickered towards Yenu and the others. This woman was truly a harbinger of misfortune. Her medical skills were utterly inadequate, yet she pretended to be a healer. If the Crown Prince were indeed in peril, given Aunt Sue's earlier remarks, they would surely be implicated to some extent. Though Moe did not articulate her thoughts clearly, Liu Shishi understood. The general's mansion must not face any calamity. Her eyes glinted with determination. These were her family's kin, and she had to protect them. Mother, the medicine must be taken. Otherwise, the Crown Prince remains in danger. Yet the pressing issue was that the fourth prince had not yet spoken. Very well.
Montaki trusted Liu Shishi implicitly.
She took the medicine and approached the Crown Prince just as two figures burst into the room. They have arrived. The imperial physician is here. An elderly man was practically dragged in. Oh, let go of me, let go. It was Physician Wu. Observing the out-of-breath Physician Wu being ushered in, Liu Shishi silently mused that fate had indeed brought them together once more. Physician Wu, come quickly and examine the Crown Prince. The fourth prince felt a measure of relief upon seeing Physician Wu approach. What has happened to the Crown Prince? Upon hearing that the Crown Prince was in distress, Physician Wu wasted no time and hastened to take his pulse. The Crown Prince has already taken his medicine, but it seems ineffective, a servant hurriedly reported, fearing that time was of the essence. That shouldn't be. What is that smell in this room? Physician Wu inhaled deeply. He had not noticed it upon entering. Physician Wu, I have a pill here, given by Shishi. Please take a look. Moe, concerned that something might happen to Physician Wu in the residence, hurriedly presented the pill. This is from the young lady? Physician Wu regarded the unfamiliar pill with curiosity, noting how many fine things the young lady possessed. Indeed, I still trust the young lady's medical skills. If this is such a good remedy, why not take it promptly? The fourth prince awkwardly rubbed his nose, realizing he was the one who had been bitten. I used the injured hand. It indeed still hurts. Physician Wu, astute as he was, quickly grasped the fourth prince's meaning and personally administered the pill to the Crown Prince. After observing the Crown Prince take the medication, He recalled the scent he had noticed earlier and scanned the crowd, his gaze finally resting on Yenna. What kind of incense did you use? Suddenly called out by the physician, Yenna was taken aback. I didn't use anything. Get out, Physician Wu commanded brusquely. Hearing his unceremonious words, Yenna's eyes brimmed with tears. Is it the scent of ghost grass? Your Highness cannot come into contact with such things. Do you not know?
Physician Wu glared angrily at Yenna.
Fortunately, the young lady was here. Consider yourself fortunate. If not, he paused, leaving the rest unspoken. Miss, please. For guards entered and moved toward Yenna, requesting her to leave. Huaiga. I don't know. I truly didn't know. No one told me I couldn't. Yenna was unwilling to leave in such a manner. She had intended to be the crown prince's savior, but her good intentions turned disastrous, and she feared Ouyang Huai would resent her. You should return. Ouyang Huai signaled her, urging her to take the opportunity to leave. If the crown prince awakened and pursued the matter, she would be unable to escape. Yenna realized this and hastily made her exit without needing the guard's assistance. However, she had barely moved when a cold snort startled her into immobility. Leave? Where do you think you're going? Kneel outside. It was the fourth prince, whose hand was in excruciating pain and would take days to heal. How could they simply allow this woman to leave? Little General, with so many witnesses present, Yenna dared not act recklessly. She looked to Ouyang Huai for help. You go out first. At that moment, Ouyang Huai would not speak. The two were escorted outside and made to kneel at the door, while the guards watched them intently. Yenna, cradling her belly, struggled as a pregnant woman to endure the humiliation of kneeling. Meanwhile, inside the room, the crown prince finally opened his eyes. He had just regained consciousness. Although he could not move, he could hear the sounds from outside. Your Highness, you have finally awakened. You scared me to death. The fourth prince was overjoyed, gripping the crown prince's hand with tears in his eyes. The crown prince's gaze fell upon his brother's face. The fourth prince's expression was sincere, devoid of any pretense, yet a twinge of chill crept into his heart. This brother seemed less concerned about him than usual. At a moment when his life was at stake, the fourth prince was primarily focused on his own escape. Even when Liu Shishi mentioned having medicine, he had not agreed. How cautious he was. Nevertheless, seeing the bloodied state of his brother's hand, the crown prince felt a flicker of uncertainty. He sighed. It's nothing serious. It's not the first time. Why worry? Just apply some medicine. The crown prince spoke with an indifferent tone, but the fourth prince shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, Your Highness, rest assured, I will certainly find a miraculous doctor to heal you. A miraculous doctor? Does such a person truly exist in this world? As long as you are fine, Your Highness, do you feel any other discomfort? Seeing the crown prince awake, Physician Wu felt relieved. Liu Shishi's medicine continued to demonstrate its remarkable efficacy. Previously, it had swiftly reduced fever. Now, it was proving equally effective in saving lives. The Imperial Hospital had been unable to treat the crown prince's ailment. Perhaps Liu Shishi had a remedy. Physician Wu pondered, thinking he would need to consult her in secret another day. Perhaps he could cure the crown prince, which would be a great accomplishment. I feel much better. My heart is no longer heavy, and my entire body feels considerably lighter. The crown prince carefully assessed the effects of the recent medication, finding it far more effective than anything he had taken before. Indeed? Then I must express my gratitude to the young lady. Physician Wu earnestly praised her. Young lady? The crown prince turned to Liu Shishi, his expression calm, yet an inexplicable excitement stirred within him. He had taken her medicine twice, and both times the results were extraordinary. Could she truly be the one to heal him? Chapter 19. 80 strikes. Although he had grown accustomed to his prolonged illness, the accompanying pain and discomfort were known only to him. He recalled Mo Yi's earlier words, realizing that the general's mansion was opposed to allowing Liu Shishi to treat him. The crown prince immediately set aside his thoughts. He would not give up, but he would never compel Liu Shishi to act against her will. Healing was not a matter to be forced. Should the other party feel unhappy, it would ultimately be he who suffered. I am grateful to the young lady for her timely aid. The crown prince's demeanor was as gentle as jade, his tone exceedingly sincere. You are too kind, Your Highness. I merely happen to possess medicine that may assist with your condition, Liu Shishi replied modestly, her gaze drifting towards Yenna, who knelt outside. Seemingly unprepared for Liu Shishi's sudden attention, Yenna's expression of jealousy had not yet faded, revealing a fierce countenance. Upon realizing she was being watched, Yenna quickly bowed her head. And when she raised it again, Her face had transformed into a picture of pitiful innocence, as if the previous display of malice had been nothing but an illusion, leaving no trace of her earlier vindictiveness. She has indeed exerted herself in vain. At that moment, she clung to her clothing for an extended period in an effort to restrain herself. Aunt Sue, with her head bowed, concealed her expression, yet there was an unmistakable complexity beneath her demeanor that warranted closer scrutiny in the future. This was also a matter of gratitude towards the young lady. The Crown Prince felt a lingering trepidation, having genuinely feared that he might not awaken. Your Highness, you must be particularly cautious with your health. It is imperative that you refrain from venturing out carelessly in the future, Dr. Wu expressed his concerns, noting that the prince seldom fell ill within the confines of the estate, but the outside world posed a different threat. Understood, the prince replied. Young general, is your condition serious? Observing Ouyang Huai's fair complexion, it was difficult to reconcile it with the image of him suffering from a high fever and fainting just the day prior. I am quite well. I shall attend court tomorrow. That is splendid news. Having received the answer he sought, the Crown Prince took his leave. The onlookers hastily bid him farewell, and Yennefer, kneeling by the doorway, released a sigh of relief, grateful that the prince had not pursued the matter further. However, she realized that her relief may have been premature. As the prince suddenly halted at the entrance, his gaze chilling, take them away and execute them. How dare they prance about in his presence without any medical skill? They must possess an extraordinary audacity. What? Yennefer felt her vision darken, nearly fainting from fright. Executed? I thought I was safe, yet in the blink of an eye, I am to be put to death? Your Highness, is your heart truly so ruthless? I merely worried for your Highness's health, Yennefer pleaded. Your Highness. Yennefer did not mean any harm. I have witnessed Aunt Sue's medical abilities. She treated me when I was injured last time. Upon hearing that Yennefer was to be executed, Ouyang Huai quickly interjected in her defense. Your Highness, Aunt Sue indeed possesses some skill. While she may not be adept at treating your Highness's specific ailment, her intentions were initially good. Kong Ji also stepped forward to advocate for the two, and it was somewhat unexpected for Liu Shishi to see two grown men kneeling in supplication. However, it was only natural, given that Kong Ji and Ouyang Huai shared a strong bond forged through their military campaigns. It was only reasonable for him to protect Ouyang Huai's woman and child. Humph. How could those who caused the Crown Prince's ailment be easily forgiven? Your Highness, Fourth Prince, I understand that they cannot be lightly excused, but Yennefer is with child. If this becomes public knowledge, Ouyang Huai continued, Yennefer's child must not come to harm. Young lady, what is your stance? The prince evidently recalled Liu Shishi's life-saving favor, yet the manner of repayment at this moment was questionable. Your Highness, are you certain this is a matter of gratitude and not vengeance? What could she possibly say? This was not her affair. However, since the prince had addressed her directly, she could not feign ignorance. She turned her gaze towards Yennefer, who appeared with reddened eyes, looking pitiful enough to evoke a desire to protect her. Regrettably, she was not a man and lacked such a strong protective instinct. Your Highness shall decide the course of action. The young lady speaks wisely. The prince replied with a chuckle, his gaze sweeping back to the kneeling figures. Your Highness, Yennefer acted without malice. Ouyang Huai attempted further explanation, but the prince waved his hand dismissively. Very well, death may be averted, but punishment cannot be escaped. Let each receive 40 strikes. The guards promptly stepped forward. Your Highness.
No.
Miss, she is with child and cannot withstand the punishment. Aunt Sue, upon hearing of Yennefer's impending punishment, immediately bowed and pleaded for mercy. Yennefer's child must not be endangered. What a devoted servant you are. Very well, I shall grant your wish. You shall take her place. Take her place? 80 strikes? That could be fatal. Aunt Sue's legs turned to jelly, collapsing as a foul odor filled the air, leaving a yellow stain upon the ground. Young General. Yennefer looked to Ouyang Huai for assistance, hoping he might intercede on her behalf. Ouyang Huai shook his head. It was already fortunate that the prince had not demanded Aunt Sue's life. With Ouyang Huai offering no objection, Yennefer turned to Liu Shishi with a pleading gaze. Liu Shishi had just saved the prince. Surely he would heed her words. Young lady, Aunt Sue is of advanced age and cannot withstand 80 strikes. I implore you, please show mercy and spare her this once. Hearing Yennefer's plea, Liu Shishi scoffed. Young lady Yennefer, are you certain you are asking the right person? Aunt Sue harmed the crown prince. It is the prince who shall punish her. What good does it do to plead with me? That despicable woman. She knew full well Yenner did not mean for her to be punished. How dare she act so callously, disregarding human sentiment, and provoke discontent in the young general? Aunt Sue was dragged away, the sound of the strikes and the woman's cries echoing painfully. Liu Shishi felt a twinge of annoyance. Although Aunt Sue deserved her punishment, the methods of punishment in ancient times were still difficult for her to accept. After the crown prince departed, the guards returned only after administering the 80 strikes. Aunt Sue was carried back, and Liu Shishi and Moe returned to the matriarch's quarters. Reflecting on the day's events, Moe anxiously remarked, Shishi, we owe you a debt of gratitude today. If not for your timely intervention, the general's residence would have faced a dire situation. She had not anticipated that the source of the crown prince's ailment would stem from Yenner's actions. It was indeed fortunate for the general's residence that the prince did not pursue the matter further. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. That woman was ultimately a disaster waiting to happen within the estate. Today, she had brazenly intruded, daring to let an unidentified person treat the crown prince. Did she not consider the gravity of the prince's illness? Should anything go awry, it would fall upon the general's residence to bear the responsibility. Mother, thankfully, nothing serious occurred in the end. Liu Shishi felt a wave of relief. Yenner's intentions were too focused and driven. Chapter 20. Ouyang Huai's stupefaction. The crown prince had suffered such a significant loss today, it was likely that he would not let the matter rest. Though he may not voice his thoughts openly, who could fathom his covert intentions? Furthermore, Yenner held no substantial connections in the capital, and it would indeed be challenging for Ouyang Huai to protect her. Nonetheless, after today's incident, Ouyang Huai was even less inclined to let Yenner leave. Only within the general's residence could she find temporary refuge. Shishi, you should return now. It must be taxing for you to bear that large belly without resting. By the way, regarding those 2 shops, just have the maid check on them. Given your condition, it is best to exercise caution. Liu Shishi nodded in agreement. When she married, the residence provided her with no shops as part of her dowry, which was rather meager. This was her first shop, and although her mother-in-law forbade her from visiting, she still wished to see it for herself. By the way, Shishi, you examined the crown prince's ailment today. If you are not entirely confident, it is best not to intervene. Moe advised with concern, his situation is quite complicated. Should it become known that your medicine is effective for the crown prince, it could pose a danger. Perhaps I should find a few people to protect you. Is it really that frightening? I see your point. The crown prince's current health is precarious. Claiming his title could lead to perilous outcomes. How could she have overlooked this crucial detail? If news of today's event spread, some might perceive her as part of the crown prince's faction. She was not afraid of scheming, yet her current frail body rendered her nearly defenseless. Gazing at her alarmingly large belly, Liu Shishi felt a sense of helplessness. She sank her consciousness into the space, opening her outdoor bag. The tools were all there, and she had a few wooden guns. Fortunately, with these items, she was not entirely devoid of means to protect herself in a critical moment. She felt utterly exhausted. Since her rebirth, the time she most dreaded was the night. Days were somewhat manageable, yet sleeping at night was utterly draining. She clutched her blanket, only to find the texture oddly uncomfortable, stiff yet warm. Liu Shishi's muddled mind abruptly cleared, and she opened her eyes to find a handsome face looming close. She was clinging to him with all her limbs, resembling an octopus. Who could explain this situation to her? Staring at the unexpected beauty beside her. Oh no, rather a scoundrel. Liu Shishi lifted her foot and aimed a kick at the man's lower half. However, the splendid kick she had envisioned did not materialize. The one crying out in pain was not Ouyang Huai, but Liu Shishi herself. Shishi, what happened? Ouyang Huai, groggy from sleep, abruptly sat up, concern etched on his face. My calf. Liu Shishi groaned, clutching her leg. She was cramping at the most inconvenient moment. Noticing where she was holding, Ouyang Huai quickly placed his hand there, applying pressure to help soothe the pain. Be gentle, please. It hurts, she gasped, her calf feeling as hard as iron, causing her to break out in cold sweat. All right, relax, I'll help you ease it. Ouyang Huai spoke earnestly, his hands massaging gently, observing Liu Shishi's expressions, increasing his pressure slightly as she began to relax. After what felt like a long while, Liu Shishi finally felt a modicum of relief. She silently regarded the man who was diligently massaging her leg. His previously indifferent features softened, transforming him into a caring husband. What a man like this could no woman resist? To her surprise, a flicker of emotion stirred within her heart. No wonder people often say that pregnant women are most sentimental. At this moment, she found this man rather agreeable. Yet, she must not forget that this man was a scoundrel who had strayed during his wife's pregnancy. The gentle touch of his hand and the comforting pressure alleviated her pain considerably. The little one within her belly began to squirm, causing her abdomen to shift. Given her limited clothing and their proximity, Ouyang Huai noticed it too. Sure, can your belly move? He asked, watching in fascination as her belly bulged and receded. As if witnessing something extraordinary for the first time. Fetal movement, Liu Shishi explained, caressing the protruding area. Every morning, the little ones were particularly lively. Sensing her hand, they promptly shifted to another spot. Liu Shishi moved her hand again, and after several attempts, Ouyang Huai's eyes widened in astonishment. Can they feel us? Can they hear us? This is truly amazing. Of course, they were about to be born. Calculating, she estimated that within a month, the little ones would make their appearance. It was rare for twins to reach full term, as they typically arrived early. Feeling the little one's activity, Liu Shishi was in high spirits. They were her children, her only kin in this unfamiliar world. Has the midwife been found? Ouyang Huai, feeling a longing to bond with the little ones, asked. Mother has already arranged it. Liu Shishi replied tersely, casting a disapproving glance at him. She could not fully trust him. All right, little ones, let us start playing a game. Although she had not been in this world long, Liu Shishi had already grown familiar with her children. She placed her hands on both sides of her belly, applying a gentle pressure. In an instant, she felt the little ones respond, creating two distinct bulges in her abdomen. After a few more attempts, their reactions remained swift, leaving Ouyang Huai in a state of awe. May I try? He asked, his curiosity piqued. This is incredible. I've never felt so close to a child before. You? Liu Shishi raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing his hesitant demeanor, feeling conflicted. This scoundrel, she truly did not wish for him to have too much contact with the children. Yet, he was their father. Fine, let him try, she decided, taking Ouyang Huai's hand and guiding him on how to apply pressure. He learned quickly and soon experienced the enthusiastic responses of the little ones. When he felt their lively movements, a profound sense of connection surged within him, leaving him overwhelmed with emotion. These were his children. Ouyang Huai's face flushed with excitement. Meanwhile, in the guest room, a cloud of despair loomed.
I'm furious, Ansu.
Aren't your skills exceptional? Why did you fail yesterday? They had come so close. Had she succeeded, she would have saved the crown prince and gained his favor. She had tried so hard to prevent Liu Shishi from escaping, yet Aunt Su had faltered, nearly causing her harm. After returning yesterday, Aunt Su had fallen into a coma, only waking this morning to be confronted by Yenner. Miss, I call me madam, Yenner interrupted, displeased at being referred to as Miss. If I had the chance to administer acupuncture for a longer period, I could have saved the crown prince, Aunt Su lamented. It was just that the prince's condition was too dire. That woman must have taken advantage of the situation. Oh, a little longer? Perhaps we would have both ended up executed, Yenna scoffed, aware that she was not Liu Shishi, lacking the protection of the general's estate. She had finally climbed to the prince's side, only to ruin it herself. Could it be that it only took one pill to awaken the prince? Even now, they struggled to believe it. Aunt Su, if that pill could save the prince once, could it not work a second or a third time? Why not develop such a pill yourself?
That.
Aunt Su shook her head sorrowfully. Madam, if I had such a pill, I could at least give it a try. However, we are not familiar with Liu Shishi and cannot obtain her medicine. I have also examined the prince. If there were superior medicinal herbs, we could surely manage, but we currently have none.
Superior herbs?
I want those too.
Yenner pouted, contemplating Liu Shishi's pills,
which were not entirely unattainable. Madam, Liu Shishi is quite different from the rumors. As Yenner pondered, Aunt Su offered a warning. In the coming days, I cannot remain by your side, so please be cautious. Yenner's gaze deepened. There was no maidservant in her room. Only two old women lingered in the courtyard, rarely coming to her. After their return yesterday, the courtyard gate had been locked. The general's estate had effectively placed her under house arrest. Ouyang Huai had yet to visit. Madam, the young general only cares about the child in your womb, Aunt Su observed gravely, but ultimately, this child is a concern. Regarding the illness of the adult, she still has some assurance, but what about the unborn child? Yenna lowered her head, gazing at her noticeably rounded belly, and coldly remarked, Aunt Sue, do you think that if I give birth to this child, I still have a chance to be with a young general?
Ha!
Men speak sweetly, treating me as if I were their own, but... A hint of sarcasm curled her lips. After all, not being biologically related creates a rift. This child, I cannot keep. As she uttered these words, her expression hardened, and her eyes darkened. Nonetheless, having been with me for so long, my dear child, I cannot bear to part with you. Could you do this one last favor for your mother? Her gentle hand rested on her belly, and it seemed the child sensed her emotions, stirring weakly. Aunt Sue, he moved. He is still alive. The faint sensation beneath her hand made Yenna's heart tremble. She placed both hands on her abdomen, hoping to feel more of the child's presence. Yet that moment felt like an illusion. Her belly was quiet, the child seemingly asleep and motionless. Child, dear child, could you move for me? Yenna pressed firmly, wishing for the child to sense her feelings. Unfortunately, there was no response. She sighed helplessly. Was this her punishment? If only she hadn't taken that medicine back then. Madam, there will be more children in the future. Unable to bear Yenna's forlorn expression, Aunt Sue hurried to offer comfort. Yes, there will be, but this is my first child. Yenna took a deep breath as if making a firm resolution. Even if it means death, it must be a worthy demise. One sickly child for two healthy ones should be a fair exchange, shouldn't it? Seeing the strange smile on Yenna's face sent a shiver down Aunt Sue's spine. You know Liu Shishi is not an easy opponent. It won't be that simple, will it? If the general's household learns of this, even Ouyang Huai won't be able to protect you. Miss, a notice just arrived from the gatekeeper. Ding Xiang entered, having received a notice early in the morning from the prince's residence, and she dared not act upon it. Young general, what brings you here? The room usually held only Liu Shishi, and the maid had grown accustomed to it. Now that it was time to rise, she was surprised to see Ouyang Huai in the Mrs. chamber. You foolish girl, what are you shouting? Seeing the maid's clumsiness, Ouyang Huai had to withdraw his hand from Liu Shishi's abdomen, irritated at being interrupted in his communication with the child. Miss, I didn't know. Ding Xiang, frightened, knelt down, and upon seeing her timid demeanor, Ouyang Huai found it difficult to reprimand her. Call her young madam. It was evident they usually addressed her this way. This woman, truly, is all his, and with two children on the way, she still wouldn't let the maid change her address. What was Liu Shishi thinking? Young madam. Hearing that it was merely a matter of address, Ding Xiang breathed a sigh of relief. She had long wished to change how she addressed her, but the miss wouldn't allow it. All right, what were you just saying, Ding Xiang? Liu Shishi wanted to rise from bed, and Ding Xiang hurried to assist her. Smiling, it's the prince's notice, just delivered. Young madam, look at this notice. The prince? It must be regarding yesterday's incident. No one desires to fall ill, nor does anyone wish to wait for death daily. It was likely that the medicine she had presented yesterday had given the prince a glimmer of hope. With so many people around yesterday, he couldn't inquire, but today he sent a notice privately, showing he was considering her. And since the gatekeeper delivered it, it indicated that her mother was also aware. Ouyang Huai, what do you think? Regardless of how Liu Shishi handled the situation with other men, she felt it respectful to inform Ouyang Huai. The prince's condition is beyond the imperial physician's reach. Ouyang Huai frowned, taking the notice to glance at it, his expression turning serious. This is a matter of life from the womb. Unless you have absolute certainty, I advise against your involvement. Although the prince had survived beyond the 18 years anticipated by the physician, his situation was still precarious, as dangerous as it had been yesterday. If something were to go wrong, the unfortunate would be the doctor who attempted to treat him. Indeed, a hot potato. Liu Shishi raised an eyebrow. For others, it was certainly so, but for her, it presented a rare opportunity. The prince is scheduled for the afternoon. If you are free, you may join me. After all, the prince is a man, and even with her maid by her side, things would remain unchanged. She could disregard the opinions of outsiders, but... Very well. I shall accompany you. Ouyang Huai was somewhat taken aback by Liu Shishi's invitation to join him. What did this signify? This woman was not entirely indifferent towards him. Was she? Young general, news just came from the guest house that... Chapter 23. The child. We shall not keep that scoundrel father. As they were discussing their plans for the afternoon, a woman hurriedly approached, panting, Yenner, Miss Yenner, your belly is hurting again. Aunt Sue says there is some spotting. Spotting? Ouyang Huai's heart sank. The child must not come to harm. His expression darkened as he turned and ran, not even taking a moment to explain to Liu Shishi. Liu Shishi watched his rapidly disappearing figure, her good mood from the morning abruptly dissipating. Young madam, Ding Xiang supported Liu Shishi, her small face filled with concern. This young general is going too far. That woman complains of stomach pains every few days, and yet he believes her each time. What are you shouting about, young madam?
Call me miss.
Liu Shishi corrected her irritably, patting her swollen belly and gently saying, Child, we shall not keep that scoundrel father. What do you say? He truly is unworthy. He is not only you but other children as well. Would you like such a father? That yener is quite troublesome, yet Ouyang Huai believes her. In truth, he should not have come here. She didn't mind much, but Ouyang Huai's actions felt somewhat deceitful towards the child. She resolved to no longer allow him to interact with the child. Young madam, I hadn't the chance to mention earlier, but this was also sent by the prince. Ding Xiang sighed, feeling that the relationship between the miss and the young master had improved slightly, only to find. If only there were no such woman in the household. Liu Shishi looked at the jade pendant Ding Xiang handed over. Is this the prince's jade token? This implies that she could seek the prince's assistance in the future if needed. Initially, she was puzzled. After saving the prince yesterday, he had shown no acknowledgement. She thought he had forgotten or was being stingy, but now realized she had misjudged him. This jade token was something many coveted, and Liu Shishi gladly accepted it. For the sake of this token, she decided to take on the prince's illness. At this moment, the prince remained oblivious that his single act of kindness would alter the course of his future. Liu Shishi headed to the pharmacy next. The shop provided by Moe was certainly not lacking. Upon entering, she found it bustling with people, lively and active. The news of the pharmacy changing hands had already reached the general's residence. Upon seeing Liu Shishi arrive, the shopkeeper hurriedly welcomed her. Young lady.
She replied.
I am Liu, the proprietor of the apothecary. Would you like to inspect the ledgers? Naturally, a visit like this warrants an examination of the accounts. Very well. The apothecary's business appears quite prosperous, with monthly profits reaching 100 taels of silver. However, given the number of patrons, the profit seems rather modest. Liu Shishi expressed her dissatisfaction. In these times, earning silver is quite challenging. A maid like Ding Xiang earns merely 2 taels a month. Young lady, the apothecary has maintained a stable business. Our medicinal materials are of high quality. Yet, with so many shops in the capital, our monthly profit of 100 taels is already commendable, surpassing many others. Liu Shishi perused the ledgers from the past 2 years and found no significant issues. There have been quite a few new apothecaries opened recently, haven't there? Last year's profits were higher. Indeed, 3 new shops opened this year. Let me examine the medicinal materials first. During times of illness, people typically turn to apothecaries for remedies. Since physician skills vary little, patients naturally seek care from nearby practitioners. If she could entice patients from other apothecaries. An idea sparked in Liu Shishi's mind. She had numerous strategies to attract clientele. Although she was not a merchant in her past life, she was well-versed in promotional tactics. However, the process of acquiring medicine in this ancient era was exceedingly inconvenient. If only I could create pills or tablets, she mused. These would be effective and easy to carry. An extraction machine? As this thought crossed her mind, she recalled a name from her previous life. She remembered mentioning the need for an extraction machine to enhance her space. It would be invaluable when medicinal materials were scarce. Delving into her space, she discovered a substantial machine tucked away in a corner. I have a plan now. In her previous life, she had diligently studied traditional Chinese medicine, memorizing numerous prescriptions, and now this knowledge would serve her well. Liu shopkeeper, I will draft a list of medicinal materials for you to procure in bulk, whatever quantity you can manage. With the extraction machine, she could distill the essence of the materials and formulate them into pills. With such convenient and rapid-acting remedies, how could her apothecary not flourish? The variety of pills need not be extensive. She planned to start with the most commonly used remedies, such as those for colds, fevers, coughs, and diarrhea. These were the most frequently required and would quickly establish her reputation. Most importantly, her remedies would be utterly unique in this world. Other apothecaries could not replicate them even if they tried. Have you heard? A new Fui Hall just opened next door, offering an 80% discount on medicines for the first 10 days. Really? 80 off? How affordable? Yes, I heard that Dr. Su is consulting there, and he possesses remarkable skills. Is that true? Perhaps we should go take a look? The murmurs of the crowd were soft, Yet those within earshot could not help but react. In the blink of an eye, half of the patients waiting in the apothecary had vanished. This was the first time Liu Shishi encountered such a situation. Could the speaker be a plant? Noting Liu Shishi's grave expression, Liu shopkeeper sighed. That Fui Hall has already opened 4 branches in the capital. Dr. Su's skills are indeed impressive, drawing away many patients. 4 branches? Have people begun to consider opening subsidiaries at this time? Such overt attempts to poach clients, while not entirely ethical, left others with little to say. They could only watch helplessly. Of course, if one had the capability, they could do likewise. However, those with such abilities were few and far between. Observing the anxious Liu shopkeeper, Liu Shishi smiled reassuringly. Do not fret. Our business will not falter in comparison. She wrote down additional names of medicinal materials and handed them to the shopkeeper. Please prepare 3 portions of these for me. She aimed to conduct trials first. If successful, the apothecaries in the capital would be thoroughly transformed. By the way, who owns Fui Hall? It belongs to the young master of the Qi family. The Qi family? Liu Shishi was unfamiliar. The original owner of her body had operated within a very limited social circle, being a mere daughter trapped within the estate, knowing few individuals. Help! Help! Just as Liu Shishi awaited the shopkeeper to gather the medicines, a commotion erupted outside. Chapter 24. Astonishing Revival? A man in his 30s rushed into the apothecary, frantically cradling a small child. Sweat poured down his face as he shouted, Doctor! Where is the doctor? Hurry! My Huer is on the verge of death. The 2 doctors present quickly rose, and those waiting for treatment turned to look. First, set the child down. The elder doctor, who examined the child, whose head was covered in blood, his brow furrowed. What happened to this child? He fell from the roof, landing headfirst, and has lost a great deal of blood. The child, around 3 or 4 years old, was covered in blood, rendering his features unrecognizable. He was unconscious, eyes tightly shut, devoid of awareness. Doctor Who felt for the child's pulse, then sighed helplessly. The child is unresponsive, and the pulse is faint. There is no hope. The head is the most vulnerable part of the body. Such a fall offers no chance for survival. Moreover, given the extent of the child's injuries, the height of the roof must have been considerable. No, it cannot be.
My Huer cannot be.
Despite having harbored doubts on the way, the man could hardly accept the news of his son's demise. There truly is no hope. You may check the child's breathing, Doctor Who lamented. Furthermore, the child has already lost consciousness. Ah, it is all my fault, the man cried, clutching his child tightly, releasing his hand from the child's forehead, causing blood to flow even more rapidly. Liu Shishi sensed something was amiss. Observing the rate of blood loss, she placed her hand on the child's neck. Indeed, the pulse here was still relatively strong. Please, let him go. Lay the child flat here. Liu Shishi instructed the man to place the child on the table. Her current condition made bending down exceedingly inconvenient. Remaining remarkably composed, she quickly located the source of the bleeding on the child's forehead and applied pressure to the nearby acupoints to staunch the flow. As expected, the bleeding slowed considerably. With no time to stitch the wound, she urgently called needles. Doctor Who hesitated, having only noted the shopkeeper's warm reception of this unfamiliar woman. Was it appropriate for a stranger to intervene in saving a life? All right. In this crucial moment, the shopkeeper proved invaluable. Liu shopkeeper swiftly procured a new set of acupuncture needles. Liu Shishi first sought to stimulate the child back to consciousness. Who is this? At that moment, the man snapped back to reality from his shock. Indeed, Doctor Who declared there was no hope. What is this woman attempting to do? Her? Do you not recognize her? This is the young lady of the general's residence. The young lady, the one who is a substitute bride? Can the young lady truly practice medicine? She appears to have some knowledge, but we have not heard of it before. Indeed, the child is already in a pitiable state, yet the young lady seems unwilling to give up on him. The crowd buzzed with skepticism, doubting that Liu Shishi possessed any medical skills. The man, hearing their murmurs and observing Liu Shishi's somewhat awkward figure, hesitated as well. Madam, my son, silence. If you wish for him to live, do not hinder my efforts to save him. At that moment, Liu Shishi had already employed 13 needles, a task that required eliciting the body's latent instincts, which was exceedingly challenging. Typically, even seasoned doctors would find it arduous, let alone a pregnant woman like her. Beads of cold sweat dripped from her forehead, and she was beginning to feel fatigued. The man was about to voice his concerns when a hand grasped him from behind. Husband, what brings you here? You shouldn't be out and about. The woman who had pulled him was his wife, nearing her time to give birth. She had hurried over, worried about their son. I am fine, dear. Let the madam give it a try. I have faith in her. Although the worry in her eyes was palpable, her tone was resolute.
Why?
I have never heard that the madam possesses any medical knowledge. The man scratched his head in irritation, unable to fathom why his wife placed her trust in a stranger. Because the madam is about to become a mother herself. A woman who is on the verge of motherhood would never treat another's child lightly. Her voice rang clear and firm, momentarily silencing the crowd, who found her reasoning convincing. Meanwhile, Liu Shishi, engrossed in her work, caught the woman's words. She glanced up, offering a slight nod of acknowledgement before returning her focus to the child. Utilizing a technique learned from an old military doctor in modern times, she had already administered 13 needles to stabilize the child's condition, yet he remained unresponsive. However, sensing the child's increasingly steady breaths, Liu Shishi felt a flicker of hope. After what seemed like an eternity, the child finally let out a feeble cry. Ah, it hurts. The soft sound resonated like music to the onlookers. The man and woman burst into tears of relief. Liu Shishi, drenched in sweat, looked intently at the child, asking him a few simple questions, all of which he answered correctly. Though she could only make a preliminary assessment without modern imaging techniques, she felt reassured that there was no significant issue. Secretly retrieving hydrogen peroxide and thread from her supplies, which appeared as if drawn from her sleeve to the onlookers, she quickly disinfected the child's wounds, cleaned away the blood, administered some anesthetic, and began stitching. Madam, is this? It was the woman's first time witnessing such a procedure, and she nervously held the child's tiny hand, her heart aching at the thought of his pain. Rest assured, I have used anesthetic. He will not feel a thing. The wound is quite large. But stitching it will promote healing, especially since he is so young, minimizing the risk of scarring. Liu Shishi explained with a smile, her patience heightened by the trust the woman had shown her. Oh, thank you, madam. I am eternally grateful. The woman's eyes glistened with emotion, relieved that her son was safe. Husband, come here. She waved him over, and he hurriedly approached. I brought this for you, madam. May I present it? The woman carefully revealed a cloth pouch, piquing Liu Shishi's curiosity. Indeed, madam, you are our Huer's savior. This is but a token of our gratitude. The man did not hesitate, and the woman opened the pouch to reveal a 30-centimeter-long ginseng root. Liu Shishi's eyes sparkled. This was a rare treasure. Holding it aloft, she inspected it closely. This is far too precious. You shouldn't have given me such an exquisite gift. The ginseng was a light red in hue, suggesting it was over 300 years old, an invaluable asset for her medicinal endeavors. Oh, I truly desire this, but what shall I do? Madam, this is of no use to us. You saved our Huer, thereby saving our entire family. We are from Liu town, where we gather herbs. We kept this for emergencies, never expecting to truly need it. Today, we can finally put it to good use. Without you, my son would have perished, so please, accept it. Liu Shishi felt a stirring in her heart. The woman's demeanor suggested she was anything but an ordinary peasant. Very well, I shall accept it. Since you are my elder, I shall address you as sister. Liu Shishi, not one to be overly formal, decided to make a herbal remedy for them in due time. Thank you, madam. Although Liu Shishi referred to her as sister, the woman did not dare to presume too much. My husband's surname is Hu. If you do not mind, you may call me Sister Hu. Sister Hu, you appear quite healthy despite your labor. However, noticing the crowd surrounding them, Liu Shishi led the woman into a private chamber. Madam, is there something wrong with my child? No, Sister Hu, there is no need for concern. It is simply that your nutrition is quite abundant, resulting in a larger child. Oh, dear. What should we do? The woman was aware that a larger baby could complicate delivery. You still have about 10 days, correct? Less than 10 days. The woman's brows furrowed with worry. Liu Shishi smiled reassuringly. Increase your activity level a bit. I will write down what you should avoid, and there should be no significant issues. Seeing her lingering concern, Liu Shishi added, Sister Hu, do not fret. If you remain uneasy, you may summon me at the General's residence. To Liu Shishi, the child's size was hardly a concern. Thank you. The woman finally smiled, placing her faith in Liu Shishi's medical expertise over that of the midwife. Suddenly, a familiar knock resonated from outside. The well-known voice made Liu Shishi groan inwardly. Dr. Wu. How is it that I encounter this old man wherever I go? It feels like a curse. Madam, I must take my leave. You have your duties. Hearing someone calling for Liu Shishi, sister, who hastily bid farewell. I never expected to see you demonstrating such remarkable skills once again. Dr. Wu entered, stroking his beard with excitement. I have heard the rumors. You have the ability to bring people back from the brink of death. Truly impressive. Liu Shishi shot him an exasperated glare. And you, a physician? Do you genuinely believe such nonsense? Bringing back the dead? I am not a deity.
Ha!
I merely used it as a figure of speech, commending your exceptional medical prowess. Dr. Wu wore a radiant smile, which caused Liu Shishi to frown slightly. Speak up. What is it this time? No need to call me madam. Just my name will suffice. Nothing escapes your notice. Madam. Oh no, I mean Shishi, I heard you just acquired a ginseng. Who has such a loose tongue? She exclaimed. I haven't even warmed it in my hands yet, and this old man already knows. Shishi, I happen to be nearby, so I heard. Don't worry. They only know about the ginseng and won't think much further. Well, it's just you who overthinks things that frustrates me. Liu Shishi thought to herself as she produced the ginseng. Wow, this item is exceedingly rare, if it were to be utilized by His Highness.
Doctor.
Wu's eyes widened in astonishment. He hadn't expected the seemingly inconspicuous man to possess such a treasure. Liu Shishi swiftly tucked it away with a guarded expression. Dr. Wu. This is mine. Truly, as expected of a physician, his first thought upon seeing something valuable was the prince. It's yours, Shishi. I could buy it or trade for it. Dr. Wu awkwardly suggested, waving his hands with excitement, clearly unwilling to relent. Dr. Wu, I advise against coveting this ginseng. I have other plans for it. Liu Shishi firmly declined. You know I enjoy creating various pills. I intend to use this for that purpose. Once made, I could sell some to His Highness. Well. Fine, he conceded. Dr. Wu held Liu Shishi's pills in high regard, truly impressed by their remarkable efficacy. However, unbeknownst to him, what he had seen on 2 occasions were Western medicines, entirely different from the pills she now referred to. Western medicine acted swiftly, and as ancient people had never consumed it, there was no resistance, leading to astonishing results. Shishi, I have one more request. Dr. Wu rubbed his hands together, his smile so broad that it could almost catch a fly. What is it? Could you sell me a set of the tools you used for the young general's surgery last time? Tools? Liu Shishi realized he was indeed interested. I won't sell my belongings. However, if you have good medicine to exchange, I might consider it. She still had plenty of such tools in her space. Good medicine was hard to come by, and she wished to collect more for her future safety. I do have some good medicine, he replied eagerly. Whenever you have time, you can come to my storeroom and choose freely. Upon hearing the possibility of a trade, Dr. Wu's face lit up with joy. You can take this back for now. Just send me some herbs when you have the chance. Liu Shishi preferred not to haggle too much with Dr. Wu. After all, he was a physician and might be useful in the future. It was advantageous to befriend him. Moreover, his character was commendable. He had never acted arrogantly due to his age and was modest and cautious, making him a person worth cultivating a deep friendship with. Thank you, Shishi.
Doctor.
Wu expressed his gratitude with excitement as Liu Shishi handed him a set of tools. Observing the items that emerged from her sleeve, Dr. Wu secretly wondered. Madame's sleeves are indeed quite spacious, containing all sorts of things. Liu Shishi noticed Dr. Wu's gaze, and it seemed she was preparing a medicine box. Before her delivery, she had not intended to be overly ostentatious, but sometimes circumstances dictated otherwise. Additionally, she needed to devise a foolproof plan regarding her medical skills. Madam, shall we not wait for the young general? Liu Shishi casually snacked at the apothecary without returning to the manor, planning to meet the prince directly. Wait for him. Isn't he busy with his concubine Yenu? Liu Shishi replied irritably, unwilling to mention that troublesome scoundrel. Chapter 26. I wouldn't mind parting ways right now. But you all agreed this morning, didn't you? Ding Xiang pouted in discontent. Though the young general was unreliable, he was still better than most men. The servants had noticed that the young general was not truly indifferent towards Liu Shishi. He has no time, Liu Shishi retorted. Who are you referring to as having no time? A chilling voice, laced with inexplicable anger, caused both women to shudder. The young general, Ding Xiang, frightened, pulled Liu Shishi a few steps back. Upon seeing the suddenly appearing man, Liu Shishi paused, momentarily bewildered, before realizing that he was concerned about her meeting alone with a man. How laughable. She was his nominal wife, but what would happen after their separation? With Yenner's incessant antics, she might one day grow displeased and leave with the child. At that point, regardless of whether it was one prince or several, she could meet whomever she desired. Oh, busy young general, why are you here instead of accompanying your little concubine Yenner? Liu Shishi raised an eyebrow, observing the man's increasingly dark expression. Seeing your sour face, it seems your little concubine is having trouble keeping the child. Isn't she? You, Liu Shishi, are about to become a mother yourself. Why is your heart so malicious? Ouyang Huai clenched his fists, his eyes fixed on Liu Shishi with gritted teeth. Malicious? Even if I were, I have not seduced another woman's husband while she is pregnant. Nor have I entangled with men while you are away at war. Giving you a green hat, have I?
Liu Shishi said mockingly.
Ouyang Huai's gaze reddened, and suddenly, he raised his hand.
What?
Am I correct? Young general, are you going to strike me? Come on, hit me right here. As he appeared ready to strike, Liu Shishi thrust her belly forward, provocatively gesturing to her prominently rounded abdomen. Faced with her protruding belly, Ouyang Huai could not bring himself to act. Shishi, he sighed in resignation, weary. Please, let's not cause a scene, all right? He rubbed his temples, displaying a look of helplessness. Her condition is not good. Do you still have that kind of medicine? Could you give me one? Medicine? Ouyang Huai recalled her previous use of medicine to save the prince. However, he should also know that she had used that very medicine while he was unconscious. Both times it had shown remarkable effects, and it was not improbable that Yenner would covet it if she learned of it. Yet, how could she possibly provide her with pills? Given her condition, not retaliating against Yenner was already the limit of her capabilities. I have none, Liu Shishi stated decisively. Ouyang Huai's expression stiffened, and he was at a loss for words. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. She had an appointment with the prince, and tardiness would be unfavorable. As for Ouyang Huai, he likely wouldn't be able to accompany her. His little concubine was unwell, and he would hardly be in the mood to follow. What are you going to do? To meet the prince. Did this scoundrel intend to feign forgetfulness? They had just discussed it that morning. The prince wished to see her, and whether Ouyang Huai accompanied her was of no consequence. Shishi, Yenner's situation is indeed dire. The physician said there's nothing to be done. Dr. Wu is absent. And I consulted other physicians, who all said the prognosis is grim. Dr. Wu is absent? Hadn't I just seen him? This old man must have deliberately slipped away. Was this his way of showing disfavor? Although she had no evidence, Liu Shishi felt she had unraveled the truth. Why should I care? Observing Ouyang Huai's anxious demeanor, Liu Shishi mocked. Your little concubine, your child, has nothing to do with me. I have already shown my magnanimity by not harming her. What more do you expect from me? Ouyang Huai, do not forget that both children are mine. If you continue to cavort with that woman, I would not hesitate to sever our ties. The reason she remains is to care for the children, and she is genuinely well treated by my mother-in-law and the others. If the cost of staying is perpetual unhappiness and anger, she would not willingly seek out such torment. Leaving the general's residence, she could still lead a life of her own. However, the matter of the apothecary must be expedited. I also need to find a courtyard. With basic living necessities secured, I can then hire a few capable guards, ensuring a more peaceful existence in the future. Liu Shishi was reluctant to continue arguing with him. She wanted to see the crown prince. Initially, she had no intention of engaging with the crown prince, yet now she had changed her mind. The crown prince was a formidable ally she intended to embrace. Are you not concerned for your concubine? Why are you still following me? Liu Shishi inquired, her tone laced with irritation as she noticed Ouyang Huai trailing behind.
She was not a mere concubine.
Oh, the primary wife, perhaps. Unfortunately, the people of the general's residence would not agree. Liu Shishi scoffed. Ouyang Huai was indeed a stubborn mule. Their disapproval was inconsequential. This man is truly infatuated, though regrettably not with her. Yet Liu Shishi believed that she would eventually encounter someone equally passionate about her. Young lady, Ouyang Huai, what brings you here? Upon seeing Liu Shishi, the crown prince greeted her with a warm smile. However, his expression shifted slightly upon noticing Ouyang Huai's arrival, though he quickly resumed his composure. Had Liu Shishi not caught that fleeting moment, one might have thought it merely an illusion. Your Highness, Ouyang Huai acknowledged, as the room was already set with dishes. Liu Shishi had not eaten much at noon, making it a perfect opportunity to sample the flavors of this establishment. Young lady, I am uncertain of your culinary preferences, but these dishes are suitable for pregnant women. I hope they align with your tastes. The Crown Prince spoke graciously, his demeanor gentle and amicable, displaying none of the royal airs one might expect. I am not particular, Liu Shishi replied, tasting each dish, while both the Crown Prince and Ouyang Huai barely touched their meals. With Liu Shishi, a pregnant woman, present, the Crown Prince abstained from alcohol. Your Highness, you wish to know if your ailment can be treated, do you not? As her pregnancy progressed, Liu Shishi's appetite diminished, leaving her easily satiated yet prone to hunger. Young lady, I seek but one truth. The pills you administer to me, have they been effective for my condition? The Crown Prince's excitement was palpable as he spoke of his health. The physician had once proclaimed he would not live beyond 18. Now that he had surpassed that age, he felt as though each day was a stolen moment. No one feared the specter of death more than he did. Your Highness, yesterday I examined your pulse. To cure your ailment is, for all intents and purposes, impossible, Liu Shishi stated. Impossible to cure? The Crown Prince's heart sank at the pronouncement. Deep down, he had long feared this outcome. After years of seeking various healers, he had received similar conclusions. Whether it was the court's physicians or the renowned folk healers, he had never given up hope. Chapter 27. The Crown Prince's agitation. Time and again, he had been met with disappointment. I realize now that I am merely indulging in foolish hopes. It was indeed laughable. While others envied his princely status replete with riches and the power of life and death, he envied those who possessed a healthy body. Your Highness, though your illness may not be entirely curable, it can be managed, Liu Shishi said, noticing the Crown Prince's sudden despondency. What do you mean? Like a drowning man grasping at a lifeline, the Crown Prince seized Liu Shishi's wrist in excitement. What do you mean by managed? Ouyang Huai's gaze fell upon Liu Shishi's captured wrist, his eyes darkening. Without a moment's hesitation, he rose and sat beside Liu Shishi, forcefully pulling her hand from the Crown Prince's grasp to hold her own. I apologize. I was merely overwhelmed with excitement, the Crown Prince stammered, retracting his hand, now acutely aware of his previous indiscretion. Liu Shishi, feeling Ouyang Huai's grip on her hand, shot him a glare, urging him to loosen his hold. Yet he seemed oblivious, tightening his grip instead. After several unsuccessful attempts to free herself, she relented, not wanting to embarrass Ouyang Huai in front of the Crown Prince. Your Highness, your condition stems from issues present at birth. I imagine the Empress experienced extreme peril while carrying you, barely managing to keep you safe. Such matters are unknown to those outside the palace, yet the Crown Prince did not contradict her. Thus, from the moment of your birth, your health has been comparatively fragile. Compounding this, you suffered severe injuries in your youth. The weakened state of the Crown Prince has further exacerbated his illness. Your ailment is a severe allergic reaction caused by low immunity. Liu Shishi's explanation seemed to perplex the Crown Prince, who wore a bewildered expression. To simplify, you are prone to allergies. Each time you fall ill, are there certain substances you must avoid? Though they may appear different, they are likely interconnected. The Crown Prince's expression shifted. He understood this well. His illness was a closely guarded secret. Even the general's residence was unaware. Could it be that Liu Shishi discerned this merely from her examination? It was astonishing. At the very least, the palace physicians had never identified this aspect. Young lady, what methods do you propose for management? The Crown Prince's excitement was evident as he recognized Liu Shishi's capabilities. I possess some pills that you may take for a time to observe their effects. However, I must clarify that a complete cure is unlikely, but it is indeed possible to prevent your symptoms from manifesting. With proper management, your health can be sustained, allowing you to live well into your hundreds. 100 years? The Crown Prince's hands trembled in exhilaration. Since he could remember, he had been aware of his fleeting existence and had never dreamed of a lifespan extending to a century. Is it truly possible? Indeed, it is. Shortly, I will prepare a prescription using some rare and excellent herbs to help regulate your health. You will feel significantly improved. Liu Shishi smiled softly, as she was nearing her own time to give birth and needed to prepare some good medicine just in case. Where else would one find the finest remedies, but within the palace? It also allowed her to prepare for her own needs. For reasons unknown, the thought of her impending delivery filled her with an inexplicable sense of unease. Perhaps it was intuition. In her past life, her instincts had saved her on multiple occasions. She had come to trust her intuition implicitly. Very well, the crown prince repeated eagerly. Even if he could only manage his condition, it mattered not. As long as Liu Shishi remained by his side, he would be fine. Your Highness, take this. It is a mask. You can wear it in crowded places to effectively prevent your symptoms from flaring. Liu Shishi produced a pack of masks from her sleeve, relieved that she had various colors available in her space. She presented a pack of black masks to the crown prince. How does one use this? The prince gazed curiously at the package, while Liu Shishi opened it and extracted an item, pointing to 2 strings. Hang these on your ears. When the prince returns later, you may try them out. Although they are black, others will likely find them peculiar. However, compared to the affliction, what is peculiarity? Once I assist the prince in nurturing his health for a while, he will feel considerably better, and these will no longer be necessary. Liu Shishi, can you truly heal the prince's ailment? Ouyang Huai still found it hard to believe as they returned home. Otherwise, should I send for your little concubine? Ouyang Huai Jun's expression darkened, and he retorted, Liu Shishi, can you not speak so harshly? Every time we converse, you wield words like daggers.
Ha!
Was it not your little concubine who hindered me from saving the prince that day? Liu Shishi would not spare this scoundrel any leniency in private. Isn't Aunt Sue already punished? Upon mentioning this, Ouyang Huai felt a surge of anger. Liu Shishi had not aided him then, proving herself quite selfish. Isn't that what she deserved? Ouyang Huai, do not linger beside me with disdain. Hasten to accompany your little concubine. Liu Shishi, I have told you. Yen'er is not a concubine. Ouyang Huai reiterated.
Oh, right.
The general's residence does not accept concubines, so she does not count.
Come, let us go see.
This scoundrel had the audacity to grasp her arm and pull her along. Liu Shishi stood still, unyielding. Ouyang Huai, realizing he could not budge her, cast a cold glance. Do you require me to carry you? How dare you, scoundrel? Observing his eager expression, ready to take action, Liu Shishi's face darkened. She believed this scoundrel would indeed follow through. Dingxiang. Aware she could not evade, Liu Shishi signaled to Dingxiang. After seeing Dingxiang flee, she reluctantly followed. You stop. Upon noticing Dingxiang's departure, Ouyang Huai pondered and surmised what the girl intended. She must be seeking assistance. If mother and the others arrived, it would certainly complicate matters. She has gone back to fetch something for me. Ouyang Huai, you do not intend to confine me, do you? Or do you expect me to visit your little concubine empty-handed? Little concubine, Liu Shishi repeatedly called out, and Ouyang Huai grew weary of correcting her. Let us go. Fine, as long as I acquire her medicine, Yen'er's child will be safe. As for this woman's medical skills, although impressive, Yen'er's situation is unique. Thus, I remain hesitant to allow her treatment.
Who are ye?
In the guest room, upon seeing Ouyang Huai and Liu Shishi enter, Yen'er's expression stiffened momentarily, but quickly adjusted. Young madam, you have also come? Did you not send Ouyang Huai to fetch me? Liu Shishi observed Yen'er, whose frail figure and ghostly pallor truly amazed her. This woman, despite her poor health, continued to trouble herself. Chapter 28. Treating the concubine? Can it be more absurd? Yen'er opened her mouth, her eyes instantly reddening, tears threatening to fall. Evoking sympathy. If there had been no outsiders, one might think she was being mistreated. I have no intention. Huai go. Please inform young madam that Yen'er means no harm. Yen'er clutched her belly. These past few days, it had noticeably swollen. Is that so? Liu Shishi glanced at her and, losing interest, remarked, Ouyang Huai, I see your little concubine appears well. She can run and jump, so the child should be fine. I shall take my leave. As Liu Shishi turned to depart, Yen'er hurriedly stepped forward, seizing Liu Shishi's garment, pleading through tears, young madam. My belly has been uncomfortable since last night. Might I have a pill from you? I would do anything you ask. Ha! Still fixated on her medicine? Not seeing the old woman in the room, Liu Shishi surmised that the latter was still unable to rise. After all, she was an elderly woman and needed to rest in bed for 2 days. Did Yen'er not claim that the woman possessed remarkable medical skills? Could it be? As this thought crossed Liu Shishi's mind, she secretly chuckled, contemplating the possibility of providing them with a pill. If that old woman wished to study it, let her do so to her heart's content. If she could indeed derive something from it, she would earn her accolades. However, Liu Shishi was not inclined to easily part with it. That medicine is exceedingly precious. I possess only one. Liu Shishi spread her hands, Observing Yenne's despondent expression, she kindly warned, however, Yennefer, the prince is ill, that medicine is beneficial for him. As for you, are you not afraid it might harm you? How bold you are to request medicine.
I
thought. Enough, sure. Since Yennefer has been unwell, why not examine her pulse? Ouyang Huai suddenly interjected, startling Liu Shishi nearly into a fit of anger. Ouyang Huai, what did you say? You wish for me to examine her pulse? This scoundrel, can he be any more despicable? Asking the legitimate wife, heavily pregnant, to diagnose his mistress? Is he certain his mind is intact? Did you not also come?
It is merely to take a glance. Ha!
Ouyang Huai, has a donkey kicked your brain? Shishi has a good temperament, but you should not bully her so. Just as Liu Shishi was about to retort, Dingxiang arrived with Mo and Ouyang Yu. The two approached, one on each side, supporting Liu Shishi. How could I have a son like you? Mo shot Ouyang Huai a scathing glance, then turned to Liu Shishi with an apologetic smile. Shishi, do not be angry. He is merely confused. Indeed, sister-in-law, guess what delightful gift I have brought you? Ouyang Yu cheerfully exclaimed, presenting a small pouch to Liu Shishi. Sister-in-law, this is a charm I procured for you. Keep it with you at all times. Curious. Liu Shishi opened it to find a bright yellow talisman. What is this? Young madam, that is a talisman from Han Temple. Dingxiang exclaimed in surprise before Ouyang Yu could respond. Han Temple?
Yes.
Miss Yu, is this the talisman from Master Wuyin? Although Dingxiang was seeing it for the first time, she guessed that Miss Yu had sought it from Master Wuyin after her 2-day absence. Master Wuyin's talismans were exceedingly rare. Miss Yu must have put in considerable effort. Indeed. I had to work hard to procure it. Ouyang Yu playfully stuck her tongue out, visibly pleased. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to acquire it. Miss Yu, you are truly thoughtful. Upon hearing it was from Master Wuyin, Liu Shishi felt a warmth in her heart. This little girl was so naive. The master from Han Temple was reputed to be over 100 years old, and in recent years, his talismans were particularly difficult to obtain. There were 2 prerequisites for procuring one. First, the requester must be a blood relative. Second, one must kneel and ascend 360 steps. Meeting these conditions, whether one could obtain a talisman also depended on fate and the master's mood. This talisman from Miss Yu was likely a blessing for her and her child. Otherwise, she would not have met the first condition. Liu Shishi placed the talisman on her belly, smiling gratefully. I will convey my thanks to their little aunt for the baby. Hee, sister-in-law, it is because they are fated with the master. Yuera laughed joyfully, yet the hardships she endured were never mentioned by the little girl. Truly, she is a naive child. This is merely from an aunt, and yet she is willing to do so much for her niece. Looking at their father, he seems utterly devoid of humanity. Why, I too desire that talisman. Observing Liu Shishi, who is so doted on by Moi and Ouyang Yu, Yennefer felt a surge of jealousy that flushed her cheeks. She hesitated to speak, while Ouyang Huai stiffened, lowering his gaze to the woman who looked at him with eager anticipation. He wanted to respond, yet found himself at a loss for words. Without receiving a reply, Yennefer felt a wave of sorrow wash over her, causing tears to spill. Aunt Sue, that woman refused to give me the medicine. Once everyone had departed, Yennefer stormed into Aunt Sue's room, her face a mask of anger. Aunt Sue had already risen and could manage a few steps with support from the wall. If others were to witness her astonishing recovery, they would surely be astounded. The item that could aid the crown prince was something she would not easily part with. Aunt Sue was not surprised in the slightest. Ouyang Huai no longer cared for me as he once did. Aunt Sue, may I ask for another use? Yennefer felt a sense of injustice. She could sense the shift in Ouyang Huai's affections. Not for now, Aunt Sue refused without a moment's hesitation. Ouyang Huai's resolve is steadfast. The last success was due to his unconscious state. Regular use might not only prove ineffective, but it could also remind him of the past incident. Yet I cannot accept this. Without support from the general's residence, I find myself at an impasse. Not only can I not establish a foothold, but I also fear being cast out at any moment. It is easy to leave, but re-entering is fraught with difficulty. My lady, you could seek assistance to gain entry. Assistance? Yennefer looked perplexed. Who in the general's residence can be trusted? Trust is not essential. It suffices if they too do not wish for Liu Shishi to thrive. Aunt Sue pondered for a long time before arriving at this conclusion. The talisman may not be effective, but it is something Yuera went through considerable effort to obtain. Others covet it yet cannot possess it. Thus, she must safeguard it well. As Liu Shishi examined the medicinal herbs delivered from the apothecary, she dismissed the maid and began to study the preparation of traditional Chinese medicinal pills. As for the 300-year-old ginseng, she would wait for the crown prince and Dr. Wu to send the herbs before concocting some restorative medicine. With no dowry and little silver to her name, how could she contemplate leaving the residence? Fortunately, she had numerous ways to earn money. All she required was time. Thankfully, the most crucial steps in medicine production were mechanized, allowing Liu Shishi to work without excessive fatigue. Otherwise, her frail body would not withstand the strain. Shishi, please wait a moment. The Xiang residence sent word this afternoon. To her surprise, during dinner, her mother-in-law called out to her. Chapter 29. What does Liu Shishi intend to do? The Xiang residence? What business do they have? It was quite unexpected, since being drugged and sent off in a bridal sedan, the Xiang residents had not reached out to her. They said you should return to your maiden home. Return? Upon hearing these words, Liu Shishi felt a sudden urge to laugh. They are saying to return? Indeed, they claimed the situation was special at the time, with Huai off to war, making a visit impossible. But now that Huai has returned to the capital, it is not too late to make amends. Moi also wore an expression of bemusement. Does the Xiang residence still have any dignity left? Mother, do you mean? The Xiang residence was not on her agenda. However, the General S residence had its concerns. If they overstepped, it could lead to public criticism. Perhaps tomorrow afternoon, Huai could accompany you there? In the morning, Ouyang Huai would surely be occupied with court duties.
All right.
The Xiang residence still held some of her mother's belongings, which she could retrieve. Regardless of what they say, you need not concern yourself. Shishi, do not forget, your home is now in the General S residence, Moi cautioned, her worry evident as Shishi's condition progressed. It's fine. I will return shortly. Liu Shishi secretly wondered why the Xiang residents had suddenly remembered her. If they truly wished for her to return, they should have summoned her when Ouyang Huai returned a few days prior. Could it be related to the crown prince?
Indeed.
The crown prince was already 19 and yet unmarried. If his health was stable, it was likely that all the noble ladies of the capital would be in a frenzy. Did the Xiang residents intend to leverage her connection to the crown prince? How clever of her father. Once was not enough. He wished to scheme against her once more? Tomorrow, with Ouyang Huai accompanying her, she guessed her father would not dare to make such a request. At most, he would merely speak in hushed tones. Although Liu Shishi was not close with the Xiang family, she had a fair understanding of their intentions. Shishi, you finally arrived. I have missed you dearly. The carriage came to a halt, and Ouyang Huai assisted Liu Shishi down. Liu Shishi, clad in white, rushed over like a white butterfly, her face radiant with excitement. Her small, palm-sized face beamed with a vibrant smile, dazzling like spring flowers. She affectionately attempted to link arms with Liu Shishi, but Liu Shishi subtly stepped back, avoiding her grasp. Shishi, you? Liu Shishi, seeing her failure to connect, felt her eyes redden, looking at her with a pitiful expression. Shishi, are you blaming your sister for not visiting sooner? I was merely concerned. After all, I was the one initially betrothed by the emperor. If I were to visit... She intentionally trailed off, her autumn-like eyes glancing at Ouyang Huai, displaying a look of hesitation. Yes, the betrothed was indeed her. Yet how had she ended up drugged, and in a bridal sedan instead? Liu Shishi was equally perplexed. Enough. Shishi has made the journey back. Let us return to the residence. Liu Xiang stood at the entrance, eager to intervene as he witnessed Liu Shishi's discomfort. He cast a sharp glance at Liu Shishi before quickly averting his gaze. Young general, please come inside. Ouyang Huai continued to support Liu Shishi, nodding in acknowledgement. Shishi, how have you found your stay in the general's residence? Upon returning to the living room, Liu Xiang welcomed Ouyang Huai, while Liu Shishi and her mother, Su, accompanied Liu Shishi. It's been all right, Liu Shishi replied with a hint of indifference. After being there for several months, whether I've grown accustomed to it or not, I have managed. This wretched girl. Su felt a surge of irritation. Her eyes scrutinized Liu Shishi, who had become quite sharp-tongued after just a few months away.
What did she mean by that?
Did she intend to highlight the Xiang residence's neglect? Ah, it is my fault for being too occupied, leaving me no time to visit you. Su maintained a smile, her voice as gentle as water. Indeed, you have been quite busy. The Xiang residence is merely a few steps away from the general's residence, yet you have not found the time to visit even once. Liu Shishi's words nearly broke Su's facade. Nevertheless, Having been the matriarch of the Xiang residence for so long, she was accustomed to maintaining composure. Still smiling, her tone grew even softer. Sure, once women are married, what matters most? She paused, observing Liu Shishi's lack of rebuttal, even nodding in agreement, before continuing. When a woman faces hardship in her marital home, who must come to her aid? It is her family, is it not? Liu Shishi nodded, in full agreement. Indeed. Thus, if you have any grievances, do not hesitate to share them with me. I will always stand up for you. Su held Liu Shishi's hand affectionately and sighed. You are no longer alone, so please do not neglect your own well-being, do you understand? Even for the sake of the child, you must find joy. Listening to Su's heartfelt words, Liu Shishi was nearly moved to tears. Madam, you speak the truth. A child without a mother indeed lacks support. It is a pity my mother departed early. I cannot even ask her for help. Surely, I cannot simply throw myself to my demise in hopes of seeking her? What do you mean, Liu Shishi? Su's smile faltered, and Liu Shiryao, filled with anger, exclaimed. She had thought a few words would placate Liu Shishi and bend her to her will. Having believed Liu Shishi's earlier demeanor, she was now frustrated that the conversation had turned to that wretched woman. What is it, Shishi? Ouyang Huai, hearing the commotion, turned his gaze toward them. It's nothing. They have always bickered like this. Su quickly interjected to ease the tension. All right, Yao, lower your voice. She cast a soothing glance at Liu Shiryao and then turned back to Liu Shishi with an unwavering smile. Shishi, I heard you are expecting twins. How do you feel? Would you like to see a doctor? Upon hearing her concern for the unborn children, a smile of happiness blossomed on Liu Shishi's face. They are quite well. Indeed. How could I forget? You are now skilled in medicine. When did you learn such arts? You never mentioned it before. At this, Liu Shishi thought to herself that this inquiry was to be expected. Thankfully, she was well prepared. I merely picked up some skills during my idle time in the estate, she replied innocently, looking at Su with a smile. You never asked me, did you? Su was momentarily speechless. She had not inquired. But this cunning girl had kept her medical skills concealed until now. Nonetheless, it mattered little. She had summoned her not for her medical expertise. Sure, you are truly impressive. Learning medicine on your own. Would you be willing to teach your elder sister? Liu Shiryao affectionately took Liu Shishi's hand, and this time, Liu Shishi did not refuse. That is not possible. I have merely dabbled in it. You are intelligent. You could easily learn on your own. Teach her? Absolutely not. This elder sister had plotted against her far too often in the past. Yao is not as clever as you, Shishi. By the way, I heard you treated the crown prince. How is his health faring now? Upon hearing Su's words, Liu Shishi paused. Could it be that she was not trying to leverage her connection to the crown prince, but merely inquiring about his condition? Indeed. The reason the crown prince had yet to marry was primarily due to the court physician's predictions of his short lifespan. Although he had surpassed that age, the general consensus was that his days were numbered, deterring many noble ladies from considering him as a suitor. Those from lower families were also dissuaded by the empress. Of course, the emperor could issue a decree for marriage, but the crown prince's consent was crucial. Liu Shishi secretly admired the crown prince for his awareness of his condition and for not burdening any woman with his fate. Yet, she had not anticipated that news of her treatment would spread so swiftly. Shishi? Seeing Liu Shishi's silence, Su prompted again. Shishi, how is the crown prince's health now? I am not familiar with the crown prince, madam. This was the first time Liu Shishi had addressed her as madam, emphasizing the latter two syllables. Su felt a surge of anger, but could not express it. Grinding her teeth, an idea formed in her mind. Shishi, I have kept someone to tidy up your former courtyard. Shall we go and have a look? Isn't it customary for a married daughter to cherish her past? Even if she did not, she should at least exhibit some sentiment in front of her husband. Madam, did you not say that I should call you madam instead of mother? Liu Shishi corrected her with a serious expression. Some people, as they age, tend to forget. I am somewhat knowledgeable in medicine. Would you like me to take a look at you? This wretched girl. Is she cursing me for growing old or for falling ill? The first madam was furious enough to strike her. However, upon seeing Ouyang Huai nearby, she suppressed her anger and sighed softly. You mischievous child. Let's go see if your room is changed. Liu Shishi's room had long been neglected. The courtyard, once in shambles, had been tidied up upon hearing of Ouyang Huai's triumphant return. Today, it would be put to use. The entrance had been replaced with a new door, and the flowers and plants were evidently freshly transplanted, blooming splendidly. The house was clean, adorned with numerous decorations, far better than when she had lived there. To the point of disbelief that this was once her dwelling. Sure, I was only joking about those past comments. Once inside the courtyard, Ouyang Huai did not follow, and the first madam felt more confident. You truly have not forgotten about the crown princess' health, have you? Seeing Sue's insistence, Liu Shishi sighed. Madam, my medical knowledge is self-taught and ultimately limited. I cannot truly comment on the crown prince's condition. The state of the crown prince's health was a closely guarded secret within the palace. Even if the crown prince had not instructed her, she understood the importance of discretion. Why would Sue presume she would disclose such information? Because of her past behavior? Or because she had forced her into marriage? Sure. Noting Liu Shishi's obstinacy, Sue's expression turned cold as she said unkindly, Are you certain you do not know? With a wave of her hand, a maid behind her stepped forward with a sinister smile, brandishing several gleaming silver needles. Upon seeing the silver needles in the maid's hand, a flood of unfamiliar memories surged forth, memories belonging to the original owner, some distant and some strange. Sue was very concerned about her reputation. Although she had treated the original owner harshly, she maintained a facade of a benevolent madam to the outside world. Rarely did she resort to physical punishment, and when angered, she would use fine needles to prick the original owner. The needle marks were minuscule, almost invisible unless scrutinized closely, yet the pain. Liu Shishi's gaze turned icy. These memories had only recently surfaced. Had she not seen the needles in the maid's hand, she might have remained unaware of the original owner's suffering. Ah, indeed. This Sue. Furthermore, there was Liu Shishi, who had inflicted pain upon the original owner countless times, laughing heartily at her cries. Do you derive pleasure from inflicting pain? Liu Shishi's lips curled into a smile, her cold eyes fixed on Sue. Sure, as a child, one must be obedient. If a child misbehaves, it is not wrong for a mother to discipline them, is it? Sue sneered, taking the needles from the maid's hands with a sinister smile. Do you not agree? As she spoke, the maid, having taken a few quick steps forward, attempted to seize Liu Shishi. Liu Shishi, although somewhat hefty in stature, demonstrated remarkable agility. In an instant, she seized Liu Shishi and stepped back, causing the bewildered Liu Shishi to occupy the position Liu Shishi had just vacated. The sudden tug threw Liu Shishi off balance, and at that very moment, Sue's silver needle darted forward. Sue had intended to pierce Liu Shishi's shoulder, where there was flesh, albeit not abundant, ensuring a sharp pang upon impact. A cry of pain erupted, piercing and jarring. Sue was momentarily stunned, staring at the needle in her hand, then at the unfortunate recipient. Wasn't she supposed to be punishing that impudent Liu Shishi, who could enlighten her as to why her beloved daughter had been the one injured? Furthermore, the needle had found its mark on her daughter's face. Yeah, what have you done? Sue trembled in fright, in her panic forgetting the needles still gripped in her hand. The originally minor wound now widened slightly. Mother, release me. Liu Shishi cried in agony, but the needle shifted painfully. Sister, your kindness overwhelms me, shielding me from harm as I carry my burden, she lamented, her bloodied visage inciting a sense of grim satisfaction in Liu Shishi. With a look of heartfelt concern, Liu Shishi urged, Fear not, dear sister, I shall assist you. As she spoke, Liu Shishi firmly grasped Liu Shishi's arm, pulling her back a step. My face. The needle still clutched in Sue's hand. Liu Shishi's pull transformed the minute injury into a gaping wound. Crimson blood streamed down Liu Shishi's cheek, splattering her attire in a gruesome display. Even more alarming was that Liu Shishi was clad in pristine white, rendering the crimson stains all the more conspicuous. Liu Shishi, you wretched girl, let go. Liu Shishi was both furious and pained, yet she dared not exert herself for fear of exacerbating her injury. Why do you scold me, sister? Liu Shishi feigned innocence, playfully shaking Liu Shishi's arm. Let go, release me. Liu Shishi felt faint, but fortunately, Sue finally regained her composure. Torn between retracting the needle and the risk of further injuring her daughter. Liu Shishi, what are you doing? Liu Xiang and Ouyang Huai rushed in upon hearing the cries, only to witness this chaotic scene unfold. Seeing his precious daughter's bloodied face, Liu Xiang turned pale with dread. Upon noticing Liu Shishi's grip on his daughter, he stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap. The resounding crack echoed, shocking all present. Father, you struck me. How could you? The silence was fleeting, swiftly replaced by Liu Shishi's heart-wrenching sobs. though the sound seemed oddly misplaced. Liu Xiang, bewildered, pondered his own identity. Who had he just struck? The sight of his bloody daughter brought him to a standstill as he glanced down to find blood still warm on his palm. As his eyes shifted to Liu Shishi, who was being cradled protectively by Ouyang Huai, he became utterly paralyzed. Liu Xiang's earlier rage had fueled a swift, forceful slap, but Ouyang Huai, youthful and agile, had intervened just in time, pulling Liu Shishi away. Thus, the unfortunate recipient of Liu Xiang's ire was none other than Liu Shishi, who had fortuitously found herself back in the spot Liu Shishi had just vacated. Overwhelmed by pain, Liu Shishi's spirit crumbled. Why was she the one suffering? What misfortune had befallen her today? As she wept, Liu Xiang felt a pang of guilt. He glared at Liu Shishi accusingly. This is all you're doing. What have I done, father? Nestled in Ouyang Huai's embrace, Liu Shishi felt an unexpected sense of security amidst the turmoil. She couldn't help but think how remarkably handsome he appeared, embodying the knightly figure every woman yearns for in times of distress. You are the cause of Yao Yao's plight, Liu Xiang rebuked. How could I have such a malicious daughter? You've marred Yao Yao's beauty. Father, you jest. I neither wielded the needle, nor inflicted this wound. How can you lay blame at my feet? If anyone is to blame, it is the lady of the house, Liu Shishi retorted, casting a cold glance at the still-dazed Su. Did you not say that parents ought to discipline their offspring? Thus, as an elder sister, is it not permissible to shield my younger sibling from punishment? I did not, Shishi. You were the one who pulled me. Liu Shishi lamented, her tear-filled eyes pleading for understanding. The sight of a beautiful woman weeping should evoke sympathy, yet her bloodied visage rendered her appearance grotesque. Oh, is that so? I must have overlooked that. Liu Shishi feigned innocence, batting her eyelashes as she nestled closer to Ouyang Huai. My husband, may I speak of the crown prince's ailment? Earlier, the lady inquired about his condition, but when I expressed ignorance, she threatened me with a needle. As she recounted her tale, Liu Shishi shivered slightly. Ouyang Huai tightened his embrace, feeling a gentle nudge against his abdomen. Was that his child? Recalling their morning interaction, he deliberately adjusted his grip, eliciting a playful response from the little one. Release me, or our child will be displeased, Liu Shishi reminded him. Oh, Ouyang Huai acknowledged, recalling Liu Shishi's earlier inquiry, his expression suddenly turning serious. The crown prince's health is not a matter to be trifled with, Liu madam. Do you harbor ill intentions towards him? I assure you. I mean no harm. Su felt her heart racing as Ouyang Huai cast a grave accusation. Best not to tread this path further. Furthermore, Shishi is now part of my household and requires no further guidance from you, Ouyang Huai declared, affectionately ruffling Liu Shishi's hair. This residence is better left untouched. Would you not agree? Liu Shishi nodded, feeling terrorized by the events that had transpired. Ouyang Huai, it was all merely a misunderstanding. The implication that they would no longer maintain ties displeased Liu Xiang. He quickly donned a smile and explained, Shishi has always been mischievous. Su merely intended to discipline her. Nothing more. Ha, Shishi is already wed. Is it necessary for you to discipline her further? Ouyang Huai retorted with a scoff. Shall I summon my father to discuss this matter with you? The mention of the fierce general made Liu Xiang's demeanor falter, shaking his head in fear. That man was notorious for his quick temper. Shishi, do you not possess medical skills? Perhaps you could examine Yao Yao's injury? Calling for a physician will take time. And the blood continues to flow. It's rather alarming.
Me?
Father, are you certain you want me to assist? Liu Shishi asked, her expression one of disbelief. Upon seeing Liu Xiang nod, she sighed. I have no issue with it, but my medical skills are self-taught. If I were to disfigure my sister's face, please do not hold it against me. Liu Shishi offered a kindly warning. Liu Shishi shrank back in fear, retreating a few steps to hide behind Su Shi, murmuring, No. I don't want to. All right, master, I have already sent someone to fetch a doctor. Shishi should rest for now, given her condition. Su Shi was determined to prevent Liu Shishi from taking action, convinced that if Liu Shishi were to treat her daughter's face, it would certainly end in disfigurement. Did they often mistreat you while you were at the Xiang residence? In the carriage on their return home, Liu Shishi was unusually quiet. Ouyang Huai observed her for a considerable time before he could not resist asking, What do you think? Liu Shishi lifted her head, as if recalling distant memories. The lives of illegitimate daughters in ancient times were generally fraught with hardship. Punishments and beatings were commonplace at home, and upon reaching marriageable age, They often ended up as concubines, enduring similar mistreatment. The original owner of this body had been fortunate to encounter a family like the generals, allowing her to experience warmth for the first time, which made her cherish it all the more. Sure, rest assured, it won't happen again. Ouyang Huai, reflecting on their time together, found it hard to imagine the suffering she had endured. I had no intention of lingering in the Xiang residence anyway. Why dwell on it? I haven't lost anything today. As for revenge, there's no rush. Let that mother-daughter duo savor the joy of disfigurement for now. I trust they will remember it vividly. Yes. The general's residence will be your home from now on. Ouyang Huai nodded solemnly, his expression serious. Will it truly be? Liu Shishi raised an eyebrow, still uncertain. She would eventually leave, and while Ouyang Huai sometimes moved her, she could not bring herself to share a husband with another woman. Yet, she would not sever ties completely, as they were also the relatives of her child. Sure, I, Ouyang Huai, will only take one wife, and that is you. Chapter 32, Malicious Competition? One wife only, and that is you? Is this man's declaration of love? Liu Shishi gazed at Ouyang Huai, who looked utterly serious, and felt a flicker of emotion. But the thought of the woman in the estate left her feeling disheartened. She was his wife, his only wife, but what of Yenner? A living person, who was even carrying his child. What was she supposed to mean? The prospect of sharing a husband with another woman was something Liu Shishi believed she could not endure. She was certain that as long as that woman remained in the estate, she and Ouyang Huai would never enjoy peace together. Thus, such a notion of being the only one was something she could not accept. Sure. Ouyang Huai, for the first time, spoke so frankly, feeling a twinge of anxiety. He looked at Liu Shishi with trepidation, hoping for her affirmation. Their child was soon to be born, and he truly wished to build a life with her. Let's visit the apothecary first, Liu Shishi suggested, causing Ouyang Huai to pause in surprise. The apothecary? Shouldn't she respond to him? Sure, Ouyang Huai began again. But Liu Shishi interjected. Ouyang Huai, between us, it is no longer just the two of us. Her eyes sparkled with humor, and in the confined space, they stood close. Yet Ouyang Huai felt an inexplicable distance between their hearts. He opened his mouth, wishing to say something. But Liu Shishi interrupted him again. I have matters to attend to at the apothecary today. If you have something to do, you may go ahead. Little General, previously. Liu Shishi's use of his name felt somewhat presumptuous. But compared to that, the cold title Little General sent a chill through him.
All right.
He opened his mouth. And in the end, only this word emerged. The opening of the Futang and its promotional activities significantly impacted the apothecary's business. Today, there were even fewer customers than yesterday. Only Doctor Who remained, with just a handful of people waiting in front of him. When Liu Zhonggui saw them enter, he hurried over, his face full of worry. Young madam, you've finally come. The group entered the inner hall, and Liu Zhonggui cautiously presented several boxes, saying, these were delivered today. But I have no idea how to use them, so I have kept them here. Sigh, there are clearly fewer people today. That Futang is truly something. I feel they are doing this on purpose, being so close to us. If only they were farther away, the impact on us would be less. Originally, the distance was not great, and there were people in the store discussing discounts and cheaper medicinal materials over there, causing many to leave. Liu Shishi furrowed her brow, recognizing this as a form of malicious competition. However, she was unafraid. Those who sought to undermine her business might find their fortunes reversed in time. Do not worry. They cannot affect us. I will explain the uses of these pills to you. Liu Shishi calmly picked up a vial and began to elaborate. Young madam, can such a tiny pill really replace the several large bags of medicinal materials we usually use? Looking at the minuscule pill, Liu Zhonggui expressed deep skepticism. Although he had been astonished by the young madam's medical skills the previous day, the efficacy of this pill seemed almost too incredible. Indeed. Sure. This pill seems different from the ones you previously prescribed for me? Ouyang Huai also examined a pill closely, even bringing it to his nose to smell. The last time he had been unconscious, he had still retained some awareness, and that pill had no discernible scent, though it was slightly bitter upon tasting. The one consumed by the Crown Prince had been similarly odorless, but these had a strong herbal aroma. The efficacy differs. The pills are not interchangeable. These are not meant for general use. Liu Shishi clarified, and Ouyang Huai nodded, observing the pills with a hint of curiosity. Was what Liu Shishi said yesterday true? Did she truly not have the type of pills used by the Crown Prince? But she had agreed to provide them for him, What would she give the crown prince in the future? A multitude of questions swirled in Ouyang Huai's mind. Yet he refrained from asking Liu Shishi, knowing she might not answer. Young madam, I believe in your medical skills, but how do we convince others? Liu Zhongguei appeared troubled. He was certain that if these pills truly possessed such miraculous effects, they would become immensely popular. But how could they assure others of this? That's simple. We just need to find a patient to try them out. Liu Shishi was unperturbed by this. Once one person experienced their effectiveness, others would follow suit. Word would spread, and soon she would not need to worry about sales. Suddenly, they heard a violent coughing fit from outside. Liu Shishi pushed open the door and found a middle-aged man who had just entered, his face flushed as he coughed to the point of nearly losing his voice. Doctor, do you have any cough medicine? He asked between coughs. Doctor Who, ever the professional, quickly checked his pulse and frowned. Your cough has persisted for over a month. Hasn't it? Indeed. At first, I merely contracted a cold, believing it would resolve itself within a few days. However, the cough began, and despite numerous remedies, none proved effective. Today, I ventured to your establishment, having already traversed the apothecaries of the capital, yet the cough persists, and my voice has grown hoarse. His face flushed. He appeared remarkably haggard. His lamentations elicited sighs from the few patrons in the shop. Indeed, when I catch a cold, I usually endure it for a few days and recover without issue. Isn't that so? But once it transforms into a cough, it can linger for quite a while. A cough is no trivial matter. A neighbor of mine succumbed to a fever after their cold morphed into a cough. Did they perish from a high fever? You know too? Listening to their discourse, Liu Shishi felt a surge of excitement. She saw an opportunity to test her remedies. However, it wasn't an extraordinary coincidence, as the apothecary was teeming with patients. Yet, the severity of this man's condition could effectively showcase her medicinal prowess. It is best to seek treatment promptly when a cold evolves into a cough. Her soft voice drew the attention of the patients in the room. Soon, someone recognized Liu Shishi, not for her beauty or astonishing presence, but rather for her notably large belly, which rendered her unmistakable. It's the young lady, renowned for her medical skills. Is she not the one who saved a life yesterday? Yes, indeed. The physician declared there was no hope. Yet she managed to bring them back. Upon hearing their remarks, Liu Shishi did not offer any defense. Instead, she smiled gently. Typically, a cough arises from lung inflammation. If the inflammation escalates, it can lead to high fever, and if the fever persists, it can result in organ failure or even death. Liu Shishi endeavored to explain using language they could comprehend. Then, if one were to take medicine at the onset of a cough, would it not prevent complications? A quick-witted individual inquired urgently. Yes, prompt treatment is essential. It starts as a minor ailment. However, if left untreated, it becomes a serious illness. But my cough has persisted for over a month now. Am I doomed? Chapter 33. A miracle remedy. I have sought remedies, yet none have proven effective. Upon hearing Liu Shishi's words, the man, whose face had been flushed from coughing, turned pale, clearly terrified. You are not in immediate danger. Although you cough, you do not have a fever, correct? Indeed, but the discomfort is unbearable, and I have been unable to sleep through the night. The man wore an expression of bitter resignation, sighing, To be honest, my wife has banished me to the woodshed, claiming my coughing disturbs her and the child. Someone could not help but chuckle at this revelation. Isn't that the truth? No one can withstand a night of incessant coughing. It was somewhat amusing to see a grown man relegated to the woodshed. Coughing can indeed be troublesome, however. We at Lion Xiaodang have introduced a pill that can provide immediate relief from coughing symptoms. Would you care to try it? Good sir? Liu Shishi spoke softly. The man, incredulous, asked, Immediate relief? Will it work right away? Yes. I want it. I want it. I'll pay any price. No one could fathom the extent of his suffering. He genuinely feared he might cough himself to death. Liu, the shopkeeper? Liu Shishi beckoned, and the shopkeeper hurried over, producing a vial and handing the man a pill. Without hesitation, the man swallowed it eagerly. There's a medicinal fragrance, but I cannot discern the specific ingredients. He smacked his lips, seemingly swallowing without fully tasting it. This is my concocted remedy, primarily targeting coughs. Additionally, our shop will soon offer many other remedies, though due to the intricate manufacturing process, we only have 10 bottles of each available. Inquire with the staff for any needs. After Liu Shishi finished speaking, she turned her gaze to the man. How do you feel now? My throat is no longer itchy. It seems I truly am not coughing anymore. The man looked around in astonishment, unable to believe it. Am I really no longer coughing? This truly works immediately. A miraculous remedy. A miraculous remedy. I must purchase it. The crowd momentarily paused in surprise before rushing towards the counter. Young lady, I never expected such fervor, the shopkeeper remarked upon returning to the inner chamber. I anticipated they might each take a bottle and spread the word, but I never imagined. At this point, Liu Shishi also appeared speechless. Who said ancient people lacked business acumen? Though there were fewer than 10 individuals in the room, they managed to deplete 80 bottles of medicine. They even inquired about future availability. Young lady, what about tomorrow? The shopkeeper rubbed his hands eagerly. Each bottle of pills sells for 1 tael of silver. In the blink of an eye, we've made 80 taels. Truly effortless. No, let us wait a few days. Allow them to appreciate it. By the way, continue to procure the herbs I requested yesterday and intensify the efforts. While they had come to trust the efficacy of the remedy, if the apothecary always stocked it, they would not hold it in high regard. Furthermore, quality goods require a period of fermentation. Hunger marketing often yields better results. Perhaps a system could be established where patrons purchasing pills could also acquire other needed herbs. Additionally, a system could allow for advance payments, granting priority for pill orders upon reaching a certain amount. However, these pills are merely the most basic. In the future, she intends to develop advanced health tonics, which will be the true lucrative products. Sure. Could I have a share of that remedy? Upon returning home, Ouyang Huai remained silent until it was time to part ways. At which point he spoke. Are you intending to gift it to your concubine? He chuckled, surprised that this man still harbored such hopes. Not at all. Ouyang Huai's expression turned grave, as if he had contemplated something profound. His voice bore an unmistakable weight. If possible, I wish for your pills to be prioritized for the military. What? Liu Shishi was taken aback. She had not anticipated such a statement from Ouyang Huai. His previous silence, requesting pills, not for Yen but for the soldiers? That was indeed where such remedies were most desperately needed. You may not realize, but during wartime, there are instances when there is simply no time to brew medicine. Many lose their lives due to delayed treatment. Ouyang Huai lowered his head, his voice slightly hoarse. Moreover, there are times when we lack the necessary herbs. Liu Shishi understood this predicament and could easily envision it. During times of war, they often lacked even the luxury of rest. I shall provide you with a few bottles shortly. Ouyang Huai truly is a commendable general. After all, how could a man who triumphed in a war disregarding the doubts of many fail to care for his soldiers? Yet, as he mentioned, the hardships of border warfare left little time for romantic pursuits. Liu Shishi longed to inquire, but knowing he would not divulge, she refrained. The process of crafting these pills primarily relies on mental concentration, and her skills have become increasingly refined. However, the method remains a closely guarded secret, not to be disclosed. Fortunately, her courtyard is spacious enough, and she has dedicated a room for her herbs, ensuring privacy. Oh, my face! My face! Liu Shishi awoke to find her face swathed in bandages, still feeling pain, and she was overwhelmed with despair. How significant is beauty for a woman? Without exceptional looks, how could she marry the crown prince and ascend to the role of empress? Yet, dear Yao, do not fret. The doctor assured us that there will be no scars. In her heart, Sue was anxious, but dared not voice her worries. The physician had cautioned her to be careful, suggesting that the scar would likely be inconspicuous. But what if something went amiss? The sight of such a deep wound filled her with dread. Regardless, she would not allow her daughter to be disfigured. Really? I refuse to believe it, mother. It's all Liu Shishi's fault. Yao's heart brimmed with resentment towards Liu Shishi. Fine, mother understands, Sue said, embracing Liu Yao and gently comforting her. That wretched girl shall not escape my wrath. After months of absence, has she truly turned the world upside down? But, mother, she is currently at the general's residence. What shall we do? If that woman were at the Xiang residence, we might have a chance, but at the general's place? Do not worry, my daughter. Have you forgotten that there is still a woman at the general's residence? Sue revealed a knowing smile, her cold laughter echoing. I initially intended for her to fulfill her role as the general's wife, which could have aided us, but since that girl does not cherish her position, she cannot blame me for being ruthless. Mother, what do you mean? Liu Yao was perplexed. Was that woman Yen? But she was merely an insignificant woman without power. What could she possibly do at the general's residence? Yao Yao, remember, never underestimate anyone. Yet, Yao Yao felt bitter. I want my beauty, and I shall ensure her disfigurement. She touched her face, still unblemished, determined not to become an ugly duckling for eternity. My lady, someone seeks an audience with you, announced a maid, prompting Sue to inquire, who is it? The response revealed it was someone from the general's residence.
Who are you?
A person from the general's residence? Sue felt a twinge of confusion, but allowed the visitor to enter. The newcomer, an elderly woman with gray hair, lowered her head. If anyone from the general's residence were to see her, they would surely be astonished, for this was Aunt Sue, who had recently endured 80 lashes. It was unimaginable for a robust young man to recover swiftly from such punishment. Miss Liu, I am Aunt Sue, a servant of Miss Yen, from the general's residence, she announced. How coincidental that they had just spoken of that woman, and here Aunt Sue appeared. Sue and Liu shared a glance, both feeling incredulous.
Aunt Sue,
what brings you here? Sue asked, taking a deep breath, sensing the woman was not to be underestimated. I heard that the young lady was injured. So, I came specifically to deliver medicine. Aunt Sue raised her hand, revealing a black vial resting in her palm, both eerie and enchanting. Deliver medicine? How can I trust you? Sue raised an eyebrow, sneering. Liu Shishi is my daughter. Is your young lady truly her equal? Madam Liu, if you genuinely regard her as a daughter, how could you allow her to marry in her stead? Aunt Sue retorted without hesitation, leaving Sue momentarily embarrassed. Yet her expression remained unchanged. After all, even daughters have varying degrees of closeness. Madam Liu, this is merely a small token from my young lady. Whether you choose to accept it is entirely your decision. Aunt Sue seemed uninterested in further argument, her tone firm. The medicine is verifiable. My young lady and the young general share a deep bond and wish to grow old together. As for Liu Shishi, my young lady will surely deal with her. By the way, Liu Shishi possesses a potent pill effective in controlling the crown prince's illness. With that, Aunt Sue turned to leave. Mother, what did she mean? Liu Yao glanced at the vial on the ground, uncertain whether to use it. Bring in a rough maid, Sue instructed decisively. She rose, took the vial, opened it, and sniffed. The scent was rather pungent. A maid was soon ushered in. My lady, Mississippi. The maid, Chunner, had been cleaning the courtyard and was suddenly pulled in, frightened at the opportunity to face the lady and her daughter for the first time. Old Tan, come here, Sue commanded, inspecting the maid's smooth, fair face with satisfaction. Old Tan promptly took out a needle and approached Chunner, who had not yet reacted before feeling a sharp pain in her cheek.
Ah!
Chunner cried out in pain as Old Tan, her eyes cold, held her head down and swiftly drew the needle across her skin, leaving a wound longer than Liu Yao's. My lady, is this acceptable? Old Tan inquired, observing Chunner's bloodied face with satisfaction. Yes, apply the medicine, Sue replied. The ointment was black and emitted a foul odor. Two maids restrained Chunner as the unpleasant salve was hastily applied to her face. The bleeding ceased rapidly, demonstrating efficiency. Confine her and ensure someone keeps watch over her. I want to know the outcome. Although the effectiveness of the hemostatic properties had been confirmed, Sue was still concerned about her daughter's face, which must not bear any scars. Your Highness, why are you here? That night, someone discreetly arrived to deliver medicine. Liu Shishi initially thought it was the Crown Prince's men attempting to remain incognito, but was surprised to see the prince himself. Wearing the black mask she had gifted him, he bore an uncanny resemblance to a modern celebrity. Members of the royal family are inherently attractive, and the Crown Prince was no exception. I have yet to properly thank you, he said, dressed in black, his complexion noticeably improved since their last encounter. Didn't you already thank me? Liu Shishi teased, holding up the jade token he had given her. That is insufficient. The Crown Prince regarded the small token with a deep gaze. But I feel it is quite generous, Liu Shishi replied, content with the gesture. With the Crown Prince's protection, her future endeavors would surely be more manageable. Young madam, may I call you Shishi? The Crown Prince asked earnestly, to which Liu Shishi nodded. Shishi, my life will depend on you from now on. How could that be trivial? He said, producing a paper bundle. What is this? Upon opening it, Liu Shishi gasped and quickly pushed it away. Your Highness, this is unacceptable. I cannot accept it. It is a deed to land, several in fact. Please take it, Shishi. We are friends, so there is no need for formality. The crown prince's serious demeanor indicated he was not joking, causing Liu Shishi to frown. Accepting such land deeds would place her in a precarious position, potentially severing the crown prince's financial resources. Your Highness, how about this? We can jointly manage these shops. Jointly? The crown prince raised an eyebrow, contemplating the suggestion. Indeed. You have status, and I possess the skills. Together, we shall undoubtedly prosper. Liu Shishi exclaimed, brimming with ideas for profit. However, in business, the greatest fear is often envy from others. In the general's residence, they provided protection, but what would happen once she left? Although she possessed the prince's token, troubling the prince once or twice was manageable, but to do so repeatedly could prove problematic. With the prince's involvement, matters were similar. This was his domain, and naturally, none would dare to scheme against him. Even if someone were foolish enough to try, she could confidently seek the prince for support. All right. Sure, you shall decide, she concluded. After discussing a few details, the prince took his leave. Can we ascertain when Liu Shishi began her studies in medicine? Upon returning to the prince's residence, he inquired of his shadow guard. Your Highness, I have investigated several times, yet to no avail. The shadow guard was also perplexed. He had not anticipated encountering defeat at the hands of a young woman. Continue sending people, the prince ordered. No need, regardless of how she learned her craft. Her medicine is indeed beneficial to me. He waved his hand, sighing. It is a pity it cannot cure completely. Send a few individuals to covertly protect her. We must ensure her safety. Liu Shishi was indeed a fascinating woman. As for collaboration, the prince did not take it seriously. While he required funds, the shop's business was but a trifling matter. With his health restored, many preparations could now commence, such as dealing with certain individuals who had lingered far too long. In the past, he had been indifferent to the duration of his life, but now, with a future assured, it was time to address those pesky little rodents. Chapter 35. How could one be so cruel as to harm her child unaware of the additional protectors surrounding her? Liu Shishi first attended to the medicine sent by the prince, combining it with 300-year-old ginseng to create several bottles of restorative elixirs. The efficacy of these remedies was undoubtedly remarkable, and should they be exchanged for silver, perhaps she would inquire later about auction houses, as such venues often commanded high prices. For the time being, however, it was prudent to retain them for urgent use, as she had a secure space where her belongings would remain safe. Yenner has come to pay her respects to the young madam. The following morning, Yennu unexpectedly arrived to offer her greetings. Liu Shishi was taken aback. This woman had nearly miscarried just the day before, yet today she appeared so spirited. What schemes might she be plotting? Even more astonishing was the presence of Aunt Sue accompanying her.
Aunt Sue,
who had truly borne the brunt of that punishment. Had it not been for the prince's men, she would seriously suspect Ouyang Huai of having interfered. Aunt Sue, you seem remarkably well. How did you recover so swiftly? Liu Shishi inquired with curiosity.
Aunt Sue,
composed and unruffled, raised her head and replied, Thank you for your concern, young madam. I am quite resilient, and recovery comes swiftly to those like me. Who would believe such words? Liu Shishi thought, unconvinced. Although Aunt Sue can move about now, her wounds remain severe. Yet, with few acquaintances, was she implying that the general's residence had been unkind in not providing her with a maid? Liu Shishi, however, felt no obligation to engage. The affairs of the general's household were no longer her concern. Aunt Sue's loyalty to the young lady was evident. Hearing Liu Shishi's remarks, Yenna nearly lost her temper. How could this woman act so unreasonably? Young madam, I have come to plead for a chance at survival, Yenna said, gradually kneeling. Her descent was slow. It was uncommon for a heavily pregnant woman to kneel, and any ordinary person would have rushed to prevent her from doing so. But Liu Shishi was no ordinary person, and remained silent, allowing the maid to kneel. Young madam, I truly harbor no desire to contest with you. I simply wish to live quietly in the general's residence, safeguarding my child. Yenner began to weep. Liu Shishi regarded her with indifference, still unable to discern the true motive behind her visit. Did I chase you away? After Yenner finished speaking, Liu Shishi finally lifted her gaze, her eyes devoid of warmth. I did not. So, why do you plead with me? I am the general's wife, and I wish to send Yenna away. Yenner hesitated before responding.
Ha!
If she wishes to send you away, you ought to plead with her, not with me. Liu Shishi scoffed, amused by the notion that her mother-in-law was so prompt to rid herself of this troublesome woman. I wouldn't dare. Young madam, the general's wife cares for you greatly. She will surely heed your words. In the spirit of motherhood, please help me plead with her. Yenner cried sincerely, prompting Liu Shishi to burst into laughter. Yenner, you jest. Why not consider the bonds of motherhood and refrain from seducing another's husband? As Yenner drew closer, Liu Shishi felt an inexplicable irritation. The little one within her seemed to share her discomfort, stirring restlessly. She gently patted her belly. Yet the normally compliant infants continued to fidget. Dingxiang, I feel somewhat unwell. Please escort our guest out. The sight of this woman distressed her. Was she under the impression she was a concubine of the household? Young madam. Yenner attempted to say more, but Liu Shishi had already retreated to her inner chamber. Resigned. Yenner rose slowly, supported by Aunt Sue, and they departed with great difficulty. Alas, young madam, at times I cannot help but feel a pang of pity for her. A pregnant woman, alone in the unfamiliar general's residence, how can she endure? Yet, reflecting on her position, the maid felt a sense of justice. Dingxiang, you needn't fret. Instead, let us inspect our courtyard to see if anything unusual has appeared. What do you mean, young madam? How could there be anything extra in our courtyard? Dingxiang questioned, perplexed. They wouldn't come without cause. It is prudent to check. However, Dingxiang found nothing amiss. Perhaps she was being overly cautious. Yenner had merely come to offer her respects. Liu Shishi continued to prepare her pills, yet as night fell, she was met by an irate Ouyang Huai. Liu Shishi, I have made myself clear. I will marry only you. Why do you doubt my words? Ouyang Huai entered, dismissing the maids and fixing a piercing gaze upon Liu Shishi. His voice cold as he demanded, What must I do for you to believe me? Faced with his hostile demeanor, Liu Shishi felt uncertain, unclear about the source of his fury. Yenna? I have merely given her a title, nothing more. Why can you not let her be? Yenna? I have not left the residence all day. When have I failed to let her be? Liu Shishi recalled Yenner's desperate plea from the morning, scoffing quietly. The woman was surely concocting tales before Ouyang Huai. This morning, did you not force her to kneel before you? And further, Liu Shishi as a pregnant woman. How could you be so cruel as to endanger her child? What do you mean? I forced her to kneel? Upon hearing this, Liu Shishi found the situation utterly absurd. You think I wish harm upon her child? Ouyang Huai, have you lost your wits? I have repeatedly told you to keep your concubine away from my presence. She came this morning, yet I provided her with nothing to eat or drink. How could I have harmed her? Liu Shishi as a physician? Do you truly believe that to cause a miscarriage, one must resort to food or drink? Ouyang Huai's face was etched with disappointment, his eyes cold and filled with despair. I promised that child would be safe. But what has happened? Dingxiang, quick-witted, noticed Ouyang Huai's ominous demeanor and hurried outside to summon help. Moe arrived just in time, catching the tail end of Ouyang Huai's words. What did you say, Ouyang Huai? She approached and confirmed with Liu Shishi that she was unharmed before feeling relieved. Yenner was injured, and the doctor was attending to her. Ouyang Huai's eyes were red-rimmed, fatigue written across his face. Mother, I swore I would protect that child, but... Little General, this morning they came briefly but left quickly. Our young madam did nothing. She inexplicably knelt to plead with the young madam to let her stay. But the young madam refused. How long has it been since this morning? How can you blame our young madam for this? Dingxiang couldn't help but argue.
Indeed, Huai.
Shishi is not that kind of person. Yenner wouldn't have acted with malice, Moe added, unconvinced. She could see that Liu Shishi had little emotional attachment to her son now. A woman devoid of feelings would never harm Huayu.
Onsu the mat?
Her clothing bore traces of red flower powder. Red flower? Such a thing has never been present in that courtyard. It only appeared today. They encountered a maid on their way out. I've inquired, and the maid has already confessed. Chapter 36. Accumulate virtue for our child. Even the little maid was prepared. They truly came well equipped. With both witnesses and evidence, it's a pity for them to have exerted themselves so much. It turned out that this morning, she had not been overly suspicious. She merely underestimated Yenner and Aunt Sue's ruthlessness. Using the child in her womb to frame her, leaving her without a defense, was indeed cruel. Since Ouyang Huai claims the maid has confessed, could traces of the red flower be found in her courtyard? Yenner was indeed no simple character. Swiftly arranging personnel in the general's residence. Sure, I believe in you, Moe said, grasping Liu Shishi's hand firmly. Ouyang Huai's gaze darkened, displeasure evident in his eyes. Ouyang Huai, what do you intend to do? I am unaware of the maid situation. This is not my doing. Liu Shishi felt a wave of dizziness, nearly fainting from anger. Shishi, Moe, already beside Liu Shishi, quickly supported her. What ails you? Hurry, summon the doctor. Ding Sheng, startled, regained her senses and rushed outside. In her haste, she stumbled at the door, barely catching herself against the doorframe. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she dashed out. Just as Ding Sheng entered the courtyard, a shadow suddenly descended, blocking her path. Someone has already been sent for. You should return and attend to your duties. Oh, very well. Ding Sheng, too preoccupied with concern for Liu Shishi's health, didn't even inquire about the identity of the individuals. The shadowy figure moved swiftly, and soon, Dr. Wu was brought back once more. Can you be gentler? My old bones can hardly bear this. It feels as though I'm falling apart. Dr. Wu grumbled, wishing for a more leisurely pace. Dr. Wu, please, see what's wrong with Shishi. She feels unwell in her abdomen and is in pain.
Montaki.
Surprised at the doctor's rapid arrival, felt somewhat reassured, knowing his medical skills were commendable. Shishi, what is the matter? Hearing that Liu Shishi was in discomfort, Dr. Wu wasted no time in assessing her condition, his movements swift and agile. Dr. Wu, I merely feel discomfort in my abdomen, a persistent heaviness, and some pain. I am quite anxious. As a healer, she was not one to self-diagnose, and her knowledge of obstetrics was limited. Is there a persistent heaviness in your abdomen? Dr. Wu's expression tightened. After a moment's contemplation, he said, the young madam's child must be descending into the pelvis. This is nothing to worry about. Generally, within half a month of such a descent, labor will commence. However, you must maintain a positive emotional state, avoid anger, and remain close to others, not straying too far. A midwife should always be on standby. While it is typically within half a month, it could also happen in 4 or 5 days. This is uncertain. Less than half a month? So soon? Liu Shishi's unease deepened, a strong premonition of impending trouble enveloping her. She felt something was amiss but could not pinpoint the cause. Dr. Wu, how is the child? Is there anything wrong? Having witnessed numerous cases, the doctor had more experience. Rest assured, young madam, the child is doing well. Your sudden discomfort today likely stems from encountering something you shouldn't have. It must have been something you came across or inhaled. If ingested, it would be more severe. Is it the red flower? Remembering Ouyang Huai's words, Liu Shishi's agitation surged. That is possible. However, the exposure time should have been brief. Otherwise, the discomfort would not be so mild. The revelation that red flower truly existed sent a chill through Liu Shishi. She had never used such a substance. It could only have come from Yenner and Aunt Sue, who had visited that morning. Yet, to frame her, they would not spare even her unborn child. Did they not wish for the child's birth? Shishi, do not worry. I will drive her away at once. Mo Yi's hands trembled with anger. That woman had audacity. Ouyang Huai, take that woman and leave the general's residence this instant. Mo Yi shouted furiously at Ouyang Huai. That is not feasible. Without a moment's hesitation, Ouyang Huai rejected her. Her condition is precarious. She cannot be moved. Did you not hear the doctor say? Shishi's child was nearly in peril.
Montaki was furious.
Her beloved grandson almost in danger today. Ouyang Huai, do you even have a conscience? This is your child, your legitimate son or daughter. They were in danger. And you are protecting the culprit? Mo Yi wished she could shake sense into her confused son. My Shishi is a doctor. If the red flower truly came from Yenner, would she not know? Ouyang Huai spoke calmly, moreover. Yenner is not foolish. She would never risk her own child.
Indeed.
Anyone can see that Yennu understands the significance of the child within her. How could she possibly endanger her own? Liu Shishi pondered, perplexed. Even if it were a scheme to harm her, the cost seemed too great. Liu Shishi, I know you have pills. Give me one. I will deliver it to Yenner. Consider it a virtue for our child. Upon hearing the last sentence, Liu Shishi couldn't help but laugh in anger. Ouyang Huai, are you out of your mind? She intends to harm me and the child, and you ask me to save her with medicine? Why should I be held responsible for something I did not cause? Ouyang Huai, get out of here. Mo Yi was furious, grabbing a teacup from the table and hurling it at Ouyang Huai. He deftly dodged the flying cup, casting a piercing glare at Liu Shishi before swiftly exiting. How could this ungrateful child be so enchanted by that vile creature? Moe seethed as she watched him leave. She could not comprehend why her exceptionally intelligent son continually faltered when it came to Yenner. It was all because of that woman. As long as she remained, the general's residence would never know peace. And this was merely a guest, yet she created such turmoil every day. If they were to permit this interference, it was simply unacceptable. Chapter 37. What evidence is needed? Sure, do not be upset. Your mother will advocate for you, Moe said, feeling embarrassed to continue urging Liu Shishi. Her greatest concern was that Shishi might leave. Mother will drive her away immediately, and you, now that your child is due, should refrain from going out. Safety is paramount. Indeed, Shishi, you must be cautious in the coming days. With twins on the way, the risks are already significant. You must not venture outside, Dr. Wu advised. I understand. I do, Liu Shishi replied, recalling the excruciating images of childbirth she had seen in modern times. The thought of enduring such pain herself filled her with anxiety. I will try my best to stay indoors. However, I still feel Yenner's actions are somewhat amiss. Pondering this, she turned to her mother-in-law and Dr. Wu, both of whom she trusted, seeking their opinions. What do you think? Yenner's health appears to be quite poor, even though I have not examined her pulse. Yet, does today's incident not seem peculiar? Anyone knows that safflower is harmful to fetuses. I would never touch it. Therefore, the safflower powder must have come from her. It is possible that Aunt Sue had applied it to her clothes beforehand. But since Aunt Sue has spent considerable time with Yenner, if there were any effects, it would likely be Yenner who suffers the most. So, why would she act in such a manner? Furthermore, they are aware of my medical skills and that I possess effective remedies. My child should not be in jeopardy. Liu Shishi was perplexed by their motives. Moe frowned, as the head matriarch of the general's residence, but the household was straightforward, lacking intrigue, leaving her equally baffled. Shishi, as you mentioned, this action has little impact on you, but significantly affects her. Therefore, she must have two intentions, Dr. Wu, experienced in palace intrigues, quickly deduced. First, to frame you using her own child, for no one would believe a woman would use her child to harm another. Second, to gamble, betting that you would be affected. Dr. Wu's reasoning seemed sound. Her child is currently her only bargaining chip. Hence, we may boldly speculate that there is something wrong with her child. Both Liu Shishi and Moe gasped at this revelation. If there is an issue with the child, it would explain her current behavior, using a problematic child to gamble with the lives of two healthy ones. This woman is truly ruthless. Liu Shishi felt as if the fog around her had suddenly lifted. If the child were indeed compromised, Yenner's actions would be comprehensible. Knowing her own child was in peril, yet still using him to seek greater gains, she was undoubtedly a cunning individual. Moe's face turned pale with fury. That wretched woman dares to endanger my grandson. I will have her thrown out immediately. They had long awaited Shishi's child, the new generation of their family, and how could that woman even think of such a thing? My lady, I cannot be entirely certain. I am merely analyzing, Dr. Wu interjected as he saw Moe's temper flare. We require evidence. Let us remain calm. We are merely speculating. Evidence? What evidence is necessary? The general's residence is still under my authority, Moe retorted, unable to wait even a moment longer. She gently patted Liu Shishi's head, reassuring her. Shishi, you have suffered enough. I will go and expel that wicked woman. Without waiting for Liu Shishi's response, she rushed out in a flurry. Shishi, are you all right? Dr. Wu asked, feeling for Liu Shishi, who was distressed by her husband's unwavering loyalty to another woman. I am fine, Dr. Wu. Thank you for your concern today. After a moment, Liu Shishi appeared to regain some color. Although she felt disheartened by Ouyang Huai's actions, she could not leave just yet. As Dr. Wu had said, she was near her delivery, and it was safer to remain in the general's residence. She could not fathom how she had offended that woman, yet she sensed that she would not relent easily. Liu Shishi felt a desire to eliminate her, but harming a pregnant woman weighed heavily on her conscience. I am unperturbed. I will check on her child shortly to ascertain what is wrong. Dr. Wu, with his esteemed status, would have little trouble examining Yenner. Yes. Oh, madam, I never anticipated that woman could be so calculating, Ding Xiang lamented, feeling distressed for her mistress, who was bearing a child under such challenging circumstances while being wronged by the young general. I am fine. It is fortunate that those two little ones were so perceptive. What do you mean, madam? Little ones? Are you referring to her young masters? Yes, Yenner usually uses incense, and I did not detect the scent of safflower. It was only when they expressed discomfort that I asked you to escort our guests out.
What?
Is that true? The young masters are remarkable. It had puzzled her until she realized it was due to the children's discontent. Thankfully, they had protested. Otherwise, had they lingered too long with that woman, something dire could have happened to them. Alas, my lady is indeed unfortunate to have such an oblivious husband. Indeed, I too find them quite impressive. Liu Shishi took out a recently concocted pill, consuming one to soothe her nerves. It was a rare and precious remedy. To calm her child, she needed to replenish her strength. Meanwhile, in the guest courtyard, Moe stormed in with several attendants, determined to confront Yenu. Mother, she cannot leave.
Ouyang Huai shielded Yan'er,
Emanating a cold rage. Ha, Ouyang Huai, mark my words. Either you send her away, or you leave with her, Moe declared, her voice resolute. The commotion reached the ears of the general, who arrived just in time to overhear this ultimatum. What is all this fuss about? Why the commotion in the dead of night? The general shot an irritated glare at Ouyang Huai as he witnessed his wife in such distress. It is your son's fault. He nearly harmed our grandchildren. Moe glared at him in exasperation. My lady, what has happened to Shishi? Ouyang Zhan felt wronged, for he believed this child was the result of their joint efforts. How could he bear the blame alone? After all, he could not have produced a child by himself. However, he knew better than to speak when his wife was angry. He had learned that lesson well. Today, Moe briefly recounted the day's events. Upon hearing Dr. Wu mention that the child was about to be born, Ouyang Zhan was filled with anger, wishing to strike someone. You wretched boy. For what reason have you caused such distress to Shishi? She is not yet due, yet you have nearly frightened her into premature labor. Truly, the world has turned upside down. Chapter 38. Difficult labor. Ouyang Zhan was not one to merely talk. He was the type to act immediately if provoked. Yet, Ouyang Huai, for some reason, dared not evade. After a friendly exchange of punches and kicks, Yen'er, unable to remain, rushed out to stand protectively in front of him.
No. Please stop.
Ouyang Zhan's large foot came to an abrupt halt. He intended to kick, but before him stood a pregnant woman. Ouyang Huai, I see she appears quite sprightly.
You should take her away.
Moe cast a disinterested glance at Yen'er, who had come out to show off, and could hardly muster the energy to observe them further. Madam, Yen'er exclaimed, but upon hearing she might be sent away, she fainted upright. Ouyang Huai hurriedly caught her, rushing into the room while calling out, Doctor, doctor. What on earth has happened now? Dr. Wu arrived and, upon seeing Ouyang Huai cradling the woman, his expression darkened. This young general, indeed, did not cherish such a good wife, but had become infatuated with someone so inconsequential. He wondered if he would regret this decision in the future, for he sensed that Liu Shishi was not one to passively accept her fate. Perhaps, after she gave birth, she would make a decision. Yet, Shishi was truly pitiful. She could not rely on her family, the Liu residents. Although the general's household treated her well, it was conditional upon her status as their daughter-in-law. If their relationship were to dissolve, they would undoubtedly favor their son. Dr. Wu, you have arrived just in time. Yen'er has fainted. Please, assist her. Although there were doctors present, their skills could not compare to those of the imperial physician. Very well, Dr. Wu replied reluctantly. Ouyang Huai quickly moved a few steps to place Yen'er on the bed. The girl's pulse. Dr. Wu did not anticipate it would be so straightforward. Yet, he felt something was amiss with the pulse.
Dr. Wei, is Yan'er all right?
What of her child? Ouyang Huai asked impatiently. The child is quite well. No need for concern, Dr. Wu thought deeply, scrutinizing the unconscious Yen'er. However, her pulse was indeed unusual. Then why has she not awakened? Ouyang Huai felt a bit reassured upon hearing the child was fine. Want her to regain consciousness? That is simple, Dr. Wu declared, producing silver needles his forte. Just as he was about to proceed, Aunt Sue hurried over to intervene. No need for your trouble, let me handle it. Dr. Wu, slightly frowning at this unfamiliar old woman, quickly recalled you. How is this possible? He pointed at Aunt Sue, and Moe, noticing her as well, wore a look of astonishment. What sort of miracle is this? How can she recover so quickly? Surely, it is impossible for anyone to regain their strength after such a severe condition in such little time. A normal person would require at least 7 or 8 days. This old servant is tough and recovers quickly, Aunt Sue asserted, stepping forward to obstruct Dr. Wu's view. Something fell off, very off indeed. Dr. Wu silently shook his head. Both women seemed peculiar, and Liu Shishi was far from safe here. In the dead of night, Ouyang Huai returned once more. Liu Shishi had already laid down. Ding Xiang could not prevent her, and could only help her sit up. She provided a soft cushion to make Liu Shishi more comfortable.
What now?
Is there something else? Liu Shishi irritably pinched the bridge of her nose, contemplating whether she should move out. It was not conducive to rest, and it weighed heavily on her mind. Do you still have your medicine? Is it your concubine who sent you for it? Liu Shishi raised an eyebrow, chuckling lightly. How persistent you are. The medicine you seek would do her no good. No, Shishi, her child truly cannot be harmed. Ouyang Huai spoke earnestly, enunciating each word. I swore I would ensure her safety. Stop right there, Ouyang Huai. Your oaths mean nothing to me. You need not share them. As for the pills, I once provided you with several bottles. You must have seen them. If she truly desires them, give them to her. Are you claiming that the pills meant for the army were merely a pretext to solicit them for your concubine? Liu Shishi. I refer to the ones you gave to me and the crown prince. Ah, so you're longing for those? Ouyang Huai, medicine can be toxic. Those pills are not suitable for every ailment. Just like the later pills I provided you, taking them for the wrong condition could lead to dire consequences. Surely, you're aware of this? How stubborn you are. If it truly were about those pills, all this fuss would be unnecessary. That medicine is undoubtedly beneficial for Yaner. Ouyang Huai, you are as obstinate as an ox. Sure, you complained of discomfort today. Is it not better now? You certainly took that medicine, did you not? Yaner is in pain and cannot sleep. You, being a pregnant woman, understand the struggles of pregnancy. Could you not spare her a single pill? Ouyang Huai suppressed his inner urgency, explaining with unusual patience. Ouyang Huai, you are indeed a good father. Should my belly ache continuously, only then would it mean I did not consume medicine without permission? Moreover, if there were medicine, it is mine, and has nothing to do with you or your concubine. She schemed against me with her red flowers. Her pain is self-inflicted. Sure, that is not my intention. Her child truly must not. Ouyang Huai attempted further explanation, but Liu Shishi waved her hand, fatigued and worn. All right, if you desire it so much, summon my parents to witness. I will provide the pills, but the consequences are yours to bear. Liu Shishi, feeling exasperated, decided to yield since she had been so insistent. Staying up late was not good for the child. There is no need to summon them. I assure you, I will bear the consequences.
Do not.
I do not trust you. In the end, Ouyang Huai took the pills. Regrettably, her space lacked any abortifacients. Otherwise, she would have given that woman one to enjoy thoroughly. Nevertheless, the pill she provided would suffice. She hoped that woman would not misuse it. Otherwise, she would have her own suffering to endure. These small white pills were plentiful in her possession. From the outside, they appeared quite similar, and Ouyang Huai could not discern whether they were identical. Due to Dr. Wu's instructions and for the safety of the child, Liu Shishi remained obediently in the courtyard, refraining from venturing out. However, she had overlooked one person. At the foot of Luya Mountain lay a small village of about 100 households, Yatu village. Not good, not good. The child cannot be delivered. It is too large. The midwife, drenched in sweat, rushed out from the room, shouting, how can this be? Fat sister, my daughter-in-law has given birth before. How can she not deliver this time? An anxious woman grasped the midwife's hand, nearly fainting from worry. Chapter 39. Stranger save, not save alas, Aunt Hu. Your daughter-in-law is truly in a dire state. It has been nearly a day, and she has lost her strength. The child's head has yet to appear. What am I to do? How is my wife faring now? Unable to contain himself, Tiger's father seized the midwife's arm, his strong grip causing her to gasp in pain. Oh, let go. Realizing he had hurt her, Tiger's father quickly released his hold. What is wrong with my wife? What could be wrong? She has no strength left, and the child is not forthcoming. I suggest you prepare for the worst. No, that cannot be. My grandson. The old woman began to wail, and Tiger's father hurried towards the delivery room. But his arm was grasped tightly. Son, you cannot enter. It is bad luck for men to go into the delivery room. My wife is on the brink of death. Why should I care? As he spoke, he tore away from his mother's grasp and strode into the room. In the simple chamber, a heavy scent of blood hung in the air. The woman lay pale as death, her eyes tightly shut. The silence was so profound that one could hear a pin drop, and the man's heart raced with fear.
Wife.
He rushed to her side, pressing his hand to her nose, relieved to feel a faint breath. Do not be afraid, my love. I will fetch a doctor at once. Wiping tears from his face, his resolve hardened. I will not allow anything to happen to you. As he turned to leave, his clothing was grasped once more. He turned in, surprised to see the woman weakly opening her eyes, seemingly gazing at him.
Wife.
Darling, go find the young mistress. The woman seemed to muster all her strength to speak. She will surely save me. It's all my fault for being greedy. Her words struck him like a thunderbolt, reminding him of that day they returned when she mentioned all the food she should avoid, and the young mistress warned that the child was too large. Yet, his mother insisted that raising a large child was a skill, and others could not even hope for such. Besides, having a second child was not a first-time affair. It should be simple. They had continued to eat as usual these past few days, and now he was filled with regret. Darling? Seeing him silent, the woman struggled, but her strength was gone. All right, my love, just wait. I will certainly summon the young mistress. As the sun set and night fell, a bullock cart hurriedly pulled up in front of the general's residence. A robust man rushed to the entrance, eager to burst inside. I seek the young mistress. The doorman quickly obstructed him. Be silent. The young mistress is not someone you can just see. The servant's sharp rebuke made several others prepare to expel him. But the man, undeterred, knelt and began to knock his forehead on the ground. I have met the young mistress. I implore her to save my wife. As he spoke, his forehead quickly became bloodied, a gruesome sight.
Stop.
Do not knock your head any further. I shall report this immediately. The servant was taken aback by the man's reckless display. Did he not feel pain? Thank you. Tell the young mistress that I am Tiger's father. His desperate actions attracted a crowd around the general's residence. The servant, not daring to delay, hurried inside to inquire. Brother who? Upon hearing the servant's message, Liu Shishi's heart tightened. Could it be that the elder sister is in trouble? She had intended to send her a pill earlier, but had forgotten amidst her busyness. Did he come now because Aunt Hu was in labor? Was the child too large to deliver? Miss, Dr. Wu has forbidden you from going out. It is best that you do not. Seeing the bloodied man, Liu Shishi realized the situation was dire. I must go. As she changed her clothes, she instructed, find someone to summon Dr. Wu. He must come with me. The man said that Aunt Hu suddenly began to bleed yesterday afternoon. Since it was her second child, she did not think much of it, believing the pain was not severe, and thus chose to wait. But by noon today, the child had still not arrived, and the mother had long since lost all strength. The midwife was at her wit's end, and Aunt Hu had sent the man to seek Liu Shishi, who had been delayed for over half an hour on the way. It has now been over 24 hours since labor began. Liu Shishi felt uncertain about the child's condition. Perhaps, Shishi, do you wish to go? Moe, having heard the news, arrived as well. Instead of directly stopping her, she suggested, why not let mother go take a look? You are not in a suitable condition, and she worries your health may not endure the journey. Mother, I must go see for myself. Aunt Hu's situation is not good. Liu Shishi furrowed her brow. She felt a strong connection to Aunt Hu and did not want anything to happen to her. Mother, could we send someone skilled in martial arts to deliver some medicine for her safety? Though she was anxious, she could not neglect her own well-being. Very well. I will arrange for someone to send it ahead. Liu Shishi retrieved a small vial containing the newly concocted pills. I apologize for the trouble, Mother. No need to worry. I will have Huai deliver it.
No.
Upon hearing that Ouyang Huai would deliver it, Liu Shishi immediately withdrew her hand, shaking her head in disapproval. Mother, this is a matter of life and death. Ouyang Huai cannot be entrusted with this task. Shishi, your Huai is not that sort of person.
Montag ihr seid.
Realizing that Shishi was worried Ouyang Huai might not deliver the medicine and would instead give it to Yan let me find someone else. Liu Shishi remained firm on this matter. No, Mother, I will not allow him to go. Moe inquired about the man's home and instructed her secret guards to deliver the medicine. Liu Shishi, you truly have a compassionate heart. You wish to save a stranger while neglecting Yan Unbeknownst to them, Ouyang Huai had arrived at the courtyard entrance sneering.
Ha!
A stranger would not wish to harm my child, and besides, what is Yan to me? She is not even a stranger. Hearing Ouyang Huai's mocking tone, Liu Shishi's anger flared. Why was he still here after receiving the medicine? The doctor has said you cannot run about, You must not go. Ouyang Huai's gaze scrutinized Liu Shishi's abdomen, which had grown quite large. It was late, and she was still restless. Huh. My affairs are none of your business. Ouyang Huai, you should tend to your own yener. Liu Shishi, this is not the time for quarrels. You cannot travel far. Ouyang Huai stood in her path, and Liu Shishi regarded him coldly. Ouyang Huai, I have made it clear. My matters are not for you to concern yourself with. As neither would yield, Moe stepped forward to mediate. Enough. I will accompany Shishi. The carriage will go slowly, and Dr. Wu will follow. Everything will be fine. As she spoke, she signaled to Ouyang Huai. Chapter 40. Unless surgery, Liu Shishi's temperament was well known. She was quite obstinate. If they continued to bicker, and something were to happen to that woman and child, their relationship would become even more strained. Her foolish son. Caring for others should not be done in such a manner. The general's carriage sped away swiftly, soon vanishing from sight. In the previously lively courtyard, only one figure stood, indifferent and solitary. Shishi, Huai is also worried about you. Do not be angry. No need. Huai is not that kind of person. You might try to believe in him. Is that so? Liu Shishi's tone dripped with skepticism, evidently unconvinced. Alas, the two of you. Though their voices were low, the agile Ouyang Huai heard them clearly. When he realized that Liu Shishi would rather trust a stranger than him, a shadow fell over his eyes. He recalled that morning when she affectionately held his hand, interacting with the child, her face radiant with joy. But now, upon seeing him, she regarded him as a stranger. Do you regret it? Kong Ji followed silently behind him. His gaze profound, the bitterness in his voice unmistakable.
No.
Sigh, I truly wonder what that woman is preoccupied with all day. Kong Ji sighed deeply. However, the human heart is tender. Once wounded, it is challenging to heal. I fear that even if my sister-in-law learns the truth, she may not forgive you. She won't. Ouyang Huai's expression was resolute, his voice firm. Huaigo, I must remind you, Yener desires far more than just a title. As an outsider, Kong Ji had a clearer perspective. Aside from a title, what else could she want? Let us wait until she gives birth to the child. The general's residence is not lacking in sustenance. If this woman behaves, she can remain there. If she continues to stir trouble, the child can stay, but she must leave. Sometimes, even we, the men, cannot fathom a woman's heart. Kong Ji remarked, relieved that he was not the one being pressured. Otherwise, witnessing the chaos at the general's residence would have sent chills down his spine. Help! Help! It's not good. At that moment, the midwife, pale with fear, observed that the mother of the child lay unresponsive on the bed. The mother was ashen, the bedding stained crimson with blood. The midwife wore a look of despair. What should we do? Doctor, fetch the doctor. This is not the city. The village does have a physician, but their skills are ultimately limited. Where is the father of the child? Why hasn't he returned? Meanwhile, the child was locked in another room, wailing loudly. But no one had the heart to attend to him. The doctor. A concerned villager rushed out to fetch the doctor. Upon a mere glance, the physician, stroking his white beard, shook his head and departed. There's no saving her. Prepare for the worst. She's not even breathing. Why aren't you preparing for the worst? Alas, what a pity. The child was too large. My grandson. The midwife collapsed onto the ground, her cries reverberating. The courtyard was in disarray, and no one noticed a shadow slip into the room. The figure was none other than an undercover guard from the general's residence.
You.
The midwife's eyes widened in shock at the sudden appearance of the cloaked figure. Silence. The guard commanded sharply, stepping forward to the woman. With one hand, he pried her mouth open and forced a pill inside. The pill dissolved upon contact, and the woman, who had seemed breathless, now displayed signs of life. The guard marveled inwardly. The young lady's medicine was indeed miraculous. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, "The young lady is bringing the physician. Hold on just a bit longer." With that, he vanished without a trace. The midwife stared in astonishment. Were it not for the woman on the bed suddenly groaning, she would have thought it all a figment of her imagination. It hurts. The woman gritted her teeth, yet couldn't suppress her cries of pain. Mother of the child, I've never encountered a situation like yours. I am at a loss. Though the woman had survived, the midwife was still drenched in sweat from anxiety. Save the child. The woman, as if pulled from water, clutched the blanket desperately, summoning all her strength to utter those words. But the child's head was lodged. How could they save the child? The midwife looked helplessly between the woman and the stuck child, attempting several times but finding no way to assist. Although she didn't know what miraculous medication the guard had given, reviving the mother, if the child remained stuck, the outcome would be just as fatal.
I'm stuck.
Hearing that the child's head was lodged, the mother nearly fainted from panic. What is happening? Liu Shishi arrived without delay. Moe, concerned about the bumpy ride, had laid down several blankets. In urgency, the carriage sped along. Just then, Physician Wu happened to be nearby, and without hesitation, he hurried over. He was accompanied by a young man in his 20s, his grandson Wu Jing. A mere village woman would not have been able to summon him, but with Liu Shishi present, it was a different matter. He admired her medical skills and would not miss this opportunity. The woman is beyond saving. She has no breath left. The doctor in the courtyard sighed, visibly helpless. Physician Wu, I'll go in and take a look. Without waiting for the doctor to finish speaking, Liu Shishi rushed inside. Upon hearing the woman's cries, her anxious heart finally settled. As long as she was breathing, there was hope. Sister Hu. Liu Shishi leaned close to the woman's ear, urgently calling out, I am the young lady. Please help me save the child. Upon seeing Liu Shishi, the woman's face brightened. She realized her child was saved. Let me take a look. Liu Shishi lifted the covers, only to see a young woman with a large belly enter, the midwife frowning, hastily saying, Who are you? With such a big belly, you must leave at once. Pregnant women in labor must not meet. It could disturb the child. As she spoke, she rose, tugging at Liu Shishi's clothes to pull her outside. The bright red blood staining Liu Shishi's attire. I am a doctor. What is her condition? Liu Shishi stood her ground, understanding that the midwife meant no harm, and she felt no anger. Her expression turned grave, her tone serious, causing the midwife to instinctively pause and blurt out, The child is too large. The head is stuck. I dare not pull. In the past, when faced with such situations, saving the child meant forcibly extracting it, leaving the fate of the mother to chance. But now, with the child's head stuck, she was at a loss. Liu Shishi examined the situation. Indeed, as the midwife had said, the child's head was lodged at the ear. It was neither coming out nor going in. It was quite troublesome. This situation. Unless surgery is performed. It must be surgery. She quickly covered the woman with the blanket and called out, Physician Wu, please come in. Chapter 41. In the blink of an eye, it has become a matter of life and death. Physician Wu, the child's head is stuck. To save her, surgery is necessary. You must assist me. And remember precisely how I perform the procedure. Should I ever find myself in labor, you must help me with surgery. Physician Wu's expression tightened. He understood Liu Shishi's intent, yet he had never heard of such a procedure before. Just days ago, when he performed surgery on Ouyang Huai, he was astounded by Liu Shishi's skills. Now, to think that a child stuck halfway could be extracted by cutting open the belly? Wu Jing, who had entered with him, was equally excited. He had heard his grandfather speak of Liu Shishi's feats at home, regretting never witnessing them firsthand. Today, he finally had the chance. All right. Physician Wu suddenly felt the weight of responsibility increase. I'll inform her family first. Liu Shishi stepped out to explain the current situation. The man's face showed hesitation and uncertainty. This can't be possible, can it? Cutting open the belly to retrieve the child. Can the child still survive? Indeed, it is inconceivable that a life could be preserved under such dire circumstances. The abdomen has already been incised. Who's his father? How young is this girl? What medical expertise could she possibly possess? The individual has already passed. Let her rest in peace. The villagers around them expressed disbelief, as this was the first time they had heard of such a method of childbirth. Hearing their remarks, the man hesitated further. No, you cannot open my daughter-in-law's belly. The elderly woman, who had been weeping uncontrollably on the ground, suddenly sprang to her feet upon hearing the proposed dissection, and clutched Liu Shishi's leg, lamenting, My little grandson has already suffered enough. I cannot allow him to be disturbed even in death. Liu Shishi retorted, She is not dead yet. Why does everyone assume the worst? Truly foolish. Shishi, I believe it would be prudent for us to withdraw from this matter, she advised, observing the unfriendly expressions of the villagers. Moe, filled with concern, cautiously shielded Liu Shishi, fearing that the ignorant crowd might become aggressive. The villagers, in their ignorance, would not protest if a woman and her child were to perish, But should Liu Shishi intervene and something go awry, one could only imagine the repercussions. Moe felt a sense of trepidation, realizing that although they had brought a few people with them, it was still far too few. Mother, Huda's wife has shown me kindness. She and her child are not dead yet. I cannot stand idly by. Liu Shishi's expression turned solemn as her gaze swept across the crowd, landing on the distraught man. Hu brother, your wife and child are still alive. Will you save them or not? If you choose to save them, there is a 50% chance they will survive. If you do not, you may as well prepare for their funerals. Suddenly addressed directly, the man appeared lost. Do not let her take action. We cannot allow Huzi's mother to pass away in despair. The elderly woman rushed forward, clinging to the man. I want them to live. The man suddenly looked up. His eyes reddened, his voice choked with emotion. Young lady, I implore you. As he spoke, he fell to his knees, his forehead striking the ground repeatedly with a thud. Very well, I shall do my utmost. Liu Shishi wasted no time, turning to enter the dwelling. No, this cannot happen. I must protect my grandson. The elderly woman scrambled to her feet and dashed inside, crying, Someone help me. We cannot allow her to take a life. Was it truly to come to this? The villagers began to reconsider. An incision in the abdomen could indeed be viewed as an act of murder. They could not simply stand by and watch as Huzi's mother was killed. The crowd surged towards the entrance of the house. Moe hurriedly positioned herself at the doorway, flanked by her guards, blocking the villagers' advance. The commotion at the door grew louder, shouts and curses echoing in the air. However, it was evident that the forces from the general's household were far too few, and they were on the verge of being overwhelmed. If only she had brought more people. Moe regretted her decision. She had come to save a life, but now found herself in a brawl. The villagers were mere common folk, and her guards had military training. They could not truly harm these people. Stand down. Just as the general's guards began to falter, a commanding voice rang out, and a figure strode into the courtyard. The man was strikingly handsome, tall and imposing, radiating an aura of chilling authority that rendered the villagers motionless with fear. Ouyang Huai, you still remember to come. Upon seeing him, Moe exhaled with relief. To be honest, she had been somewhat worried moments ago, fearing for Liu Shishi's safety. Fortunately, this young man had a sense of duty and had come to protect his wife. Ouyang Huai entered with purpose, flanked by 2 squads of soldiers. With a wave of his hand, 4 soldiers positioned themselves at the entrance, while the remaining 20 swiftly lined up at the door, armed with blades. They exuded an intimidating presence that the villagers had never encountered before. Fear gripped the crowd, and they instinctively took several steps back. Is there no justice left? My grandson. The elderly woman, realizing she could not prevent this, thought of her little grandson and attempted to intervene. With a swift motion, the nearest 2 soldiers drew their swords, the blades glinting ominously in the dim light. Ah, you! The elderly woman trembled in fear, nearly struck by the blade. The man quickly pulled his mother back, his expression stern. Mother, please do not cause a scene. The young lady is here at my request. She has come to save lives. If she does not intervene, your daughter-in-law and grandson would have perished long ago. There is no need for her to resort to violence. If you continue this uproar, you will only endanger your grandson. The elderly woman stood speechless, momentarily taken aback by her son's words. Indeed, he had a point. Mother, mother. A small child stumbled forward, wrapping his arms around the elderly woman's leg, crying, Grandma, I want my mother. The elderly woman felt a pang in her heart as she looked at her grandson. Suddenly realizing, the young lady had shown them kindness. Had it not been for her intervention, her eldest grandson would have perished as well. Now, if she continued to obstruct, it was possible that both her little grandson and daughter-in-law could be lost. How could she have contemplated preventing this? The elderly woman lowered her head sheepishly, embracing Huzi, feeling guilty and silenced. Seeing that the situation outside had been brought under control, Moe quickly stated, I leave this to you. I must go inside and check on Shishi. I am concerned for her. Ouyang Huai nodded. It was prudent for her to enter. After all, Shishi was still young, and should anything arise, a mother's guidance would be invaluable. Given the urgency of Huda's wife's condition, Liu Shishi could not afford to hesitate any longer. She retrieved her tools from her sleeve. Although there were many instruments, neither of them questioned her further. Liu Shishi began to carefully extract the woman's clothing from her abdomen, preparing for the procedure. Sister, I will save you and the child. You must hold on, do you understand? Huzi is still so young. You wouldn't want him to grow up without a mother, would you? As she administered the anesthesia, Liu Shishi offered words of encouragement. Observing Huda's wife, though pale, her expression remained resolute, which bolstered Liu Shishi's confidence. The commotion outside was becoming increasingly distracting, and Liu Shishi felt a growing agitation. The conditions for surgery were already poor. Should they be interrupted, the consequences would be dire. Shall I step outside and speak with them? Dr. Wu had not anticipated that saving a life would prove so troublesome. These ignorant individuals were truly insufferable. No, we must proceed, Liu Shishi asserted. At that moment, she heard Ouyang Huai's voice. It seemed he still harbored concerns for her. Shishi. Dr. Wu was somewhat taken aback by Ouyang Huai's arrival, glancing at Liu Shishi, who should have felt touched by his concern. Yet, to his disappointment, Liu Shishi maintained her serious demeanor, her expression unwavering. Understanding, Dr. Wu chose to remain silent and continued to observe Liu Shishi's surgical technique. Moe entered to assist, knowing that now was not the time to disturb Liu Shishi. With no interruptions from outside, the surgery proceeded smoothly. In less than half an hour, a loud wail shattered the silence, echoing outside. Moe, filled with exhilaration, rushed out to present the child to a sweat-drenched Huzi's father. It's a healthy baby boy. Your wife will need a moment longer. Liu Shishi has confirmed that both mother and child are safe. With that, she hurried back to assist. The child is alive? The elderly woman murmured, drawing closer to gaze at the baby cradled in her son's arms. This child is rather large, isn't he? The child is already larger than Huzi, was at 1 month old. Villagers gathered around, marveling at this chubby little one, exclaiming in wonder. They had never seen one so big before. Indeed, he was adorably plump. The Hu family certainly knows how to raise children. Having just been born, he had already escaped death, having danced on the brink of the underworld. This child was undoubtedly blessed. The crowd chattered excitedly, while Huzi's father grinned widely. Thanks to the young lady, he exclaimed. My Huzi was also saved by her. She is our family's benefactor. They were aware of the close call Huzi had experienced just days prior, but they did not expect it to be this young woman who had intervened. Her medical skills were remarkable, and many pairs of eyes darted around, contemplating her abilities. Standing at the door, Ouyang Huai also gazed at the newborn. Soon, his own children would arrive, 2 of them. Would they be this size, this adorable? His heart fluttered with warmth as he recalled that morning. Surely they would adore him. Or else they wouldn't have shown him such enthusiasm. His anticipation for their arrival grew. However, the memory of the woman's recent peril weighed heavily on him. Shishi must be fine, he reassured himself. I won't let anything happen to her. Inside, Liu Shishi was blissfully unaware of the commotion outside and oblivious to Ouyang Huai's thoughts. Had she known, she would have laughed dismissively. Brother, you're overthinking it. What intelligence could a fetus possess? Even a kitten or puppy would elicit a response from them. The 2 little ones in her womb protested. We are not kittens or puppies. We are quite clever. After tending to the woman's wounds, Liu Shishi lingered in the room for over half an hour before finally stepping out. She had administered an 4-drip, although conditions were limited. With good anti-inflammatory medicine and proper care, the risk of infection was low. Upon exiting, she was surprised to see Huzi's father grinning while holding the child.
Wow.
This little one is quite substantial, she remarked. Now that you know your wife is out of danger, and you see your celebrated son, your smile is infectious. Must be around 8 or 9 pounds, right? Liu Shishi observed, her smile softening as she caressed the baby's delicate, rosy cheeks, round and chubby, undeniably delightful. 9 pounds. 8 ounces. Goodness. Almost 10 pounds. I wonder how they managed that. Such weight is rare, even in modern times. Typically, babies weigh no more than 5 pounds at birth. Yet this one is as hefty as 2. Have you decided on a name? How about 10 pounds? Well, that's certainly practical. The name is rather casual, though. I do wonder if this roundness will fade. The child was inherently charming, yet a deep indentation marred his ear, evoking sympathy. That's normal. It happens during delivery. Don't worry, it will heal in a few days. That indentation is simply from being compressed. Babies' heads are soft, and it'll certainly recover before the month is up. Young lady, thank you once again. You've saved our family. A sturdy man shed tears of gratitude. He attempted to kneel in thanks, but Liu Shishi quickly stopped him. By the way, when will the mother awaken? Though we've even told she is fine, I still worry. The midwife said she almost perished. If it weren't for you, I might never have seen them. She should wake in 2 or 3 hours. For now, she can't eat or drink, not even water, Liu Shishi advised. Huzi's mother was indeed fortunate. Had she not encountered Liu Shishi, she might not have survived. As night fell and travel became perilous, the group decided to stay overnight. Dr. Wu and Wu Jing were particularly animated, though they had witnessed the procedure. Many aspects remained unclear. Staying tonight would allow them to clarify their uncertainties. Liu Shishi was more than willing to teach, as she would eventually rely on them for her own childbirth. While she hoped it wouldn't be necessary, it was wise to prepare for any eventuality. Madam, we cannot continue like this. Aunt Sue voiced her unease as the guests had already departed. Why not? The child is fine, is he not?
Yen stroked her abdomen.
Her baby was almost motionless, yet Aunt Sue insisted the child was alive. But alright, Aunt Sue, take a look at this medicine. Can you discern its ingredients? Yen produced a small white pill. Examining it closely, it was her first encounter with such a hard, white tablet. Can something so tiny truly control the prince's condition? It feels surreal. I am uncertain. Aunt Sue, I am counting on you. If there is no progress, I may truly be cast aside. The general's household has never favored me. Without a connection to the prince, I dread what my future holds. Regrettably, I lack the talent. Madam, I will assist you. Aunt Sue sighed, acknowledging that some things truly require innate ability, which Yen simply did not possess. You must find a way to research this. Yen gazed at her with hopeful eyes, and Aunt Sue nodded, instructing, Madam, do not act recklessly again. I know. Aunt Sue departed the room, but did not return to her quarters. By chance, she discovered that the guest house had a hidden cellar, likely once used for storing wine. She took a bowl of leftover rice and trudged along, her form appearing even frilier. What are you up to now? Chapter 43. The enthusiastic villagers. The cellar was damp and dimly lit. Aunt Sue opened the door to find an elderly woman bound hand and foot. She swiftly removed the cloth gagging her. Not bad, you still have some spirit. She lit a flickering oil lamp, casting its faint glow upon her aged face, which now appeared ghostly. Please, let me go. I promise I won't say a word. The woman's face was pale, and as she lay on the ground, the pain had extinguished her hatred. All she desired was to escape this madwoman. Seeing Aunt Sue filled her with dread. This woman was terrifying. She couldn't fathom what had transpired, only that her body ached terribly, especially her backside and back. Have something to eat. Do not forget you have family. Was this a threat? And don't think of ending it all. You know my methods. If you die, your son will bear the burden. Mentioning her son made the woman tremble in fear. No, don't harm my son. As long as you obey, I will not harm him, Aunt Sue promised, handing her the food. The woman dared not hesitate and quickly devoured it. She was merely a servant. If she could turn back time, she would never have coveted that silver piece. Once the woman finished eating, Aunt Sue was satisfied and secured her bindings before leaving. If Dr. Wu and Liu Shishi were present, they would be astonished, for the areas where the woman claimed to ache were precisely where Aunt Sue had suffered blows. In the quaint rural village of antiquity, the scenery was exceptionally beautiful. As the rooster crowed and the dog barked joyfully, Liu Shishi opened her eyes. Although she still felt some discomfort in her back and waist, she had grown accustomed to this exhausting feeling even during sleep. The little one inside her was as lively as ever, stirring about like a mischievous kitten, creating quite a commotion. These two little ones, once born, would surely be very energetic. Observing her daughter-in-law's belly, Mo couldn't help but exclaim. Yet, while the boy seemed manageable, the girl might prove to be a handful. With you already quite spirited, the thought of adding another child was enough to make one anticipate chaos.
Dear.
It's better for children to be a bit naughty, Liu Shishi reassured her. After all, just because they were active in the womb didn't necessarily mean they would be the same after birth. By the way, Shishi, since you're finally out and about, shall we take a stroll? Mo suggested. In a moment, I need to discuss last night's surgery with Dr. Wu. He reviewed it, and we talked extensively afterward. But without hands-on practice, he won't truly grasp it. Unfortunately, time was too tight, and it's unlikely we'll encounter a similar case soon. Otherwise, I would feel more at ease if he could perform it himself. In the village, the voices of the locals carried loudly, with the rooms lacking in soundproofing. What's the matter? Huzi's father hurried out to see a woman in her 50s approaching. Hey, has the little doctor risen? I came to ask her to check on my mother. The woman presented a large, live rooster, which flapped its wings in protest. Dear lady, look at this. The man said helplessly, unsure whether to accept the rooster. Oh, it's not for you. It's for the little doctor. Since she's taken on such a heavy task, we have nothing to offer in return. Little doctor, please don't turn your nose up at it. Faced with such insistence, Liu Shishi felt compelled to respond. Auntie, my mother and I are about to take a walk, so let us go see her. But you can keep the rooster for later. You'll need it for money. Their life was not easy, and they would hardly spare a rooster for consumption.
How can that be?
You should take it home and cook it. This rooster has been raised for over a year. Its meat is delicious. Huzi's father also urged her to accept it, and with a sigh, Liu Shishi relented. This is Luya Mountain. Our ancestors have lived at its foot for generations. There are indeed many treasures on that mountain. I've heard they've dug up ginseng over 1,000 years old. 1,000-year-old ginseng? Liu Shishi gasped. She had never seen such a thing. Have people in your village found any good medicine? Not much. We've scoured the outskirts countless times and found no quality herbs. As for the inner areas, there are fierce beasts, and our villagers cannot venture far. She pointed to a distant barren cliff and smiled. Do you see that cliff? It's incredibly steep. No one can ascend it. The elders say that the best treasures are found up there. Liu Shishi paused, pulling a telescope from her sleeve to take a closer look. Oh my, it's nearly a right angle, completely barren, with not a single foothold. Not even animals could climb it. The cliff appeared to be at least 100 meters high, with lush greenery at the top, obscuring its contents, but indicating a rich vegetation. However, while others could not ascend, she could. Remembering her survival kit, she felt confident. She could scale heights of 1,000 meters with ease. Once the child was born, she promised herself to return. If indeed no one had set foot there for hundreds of years, the herbal bounty would surely be astounding. What is that, little doctor? A curious villager asked, eyeing the object in Liu Shishi's hand. She tucked it away and smiled, just a trinket. Although Moe was also curious, she refrained from pressing further. Your mother is suffering from age-related ailments. Upon seeing the elderly woman, Liu Shishi noted her white hair and chronic pain in her knees, especially during cold weather, which left her unable to rise from her bed. Liu Shishi performed acupuncture and left her some pain relief medication. This is what happens as one ages, Moe sighed, reflecting, I should give my grandmother acupuncture when we return. She hasn't been well lately. Is grandma unwell? No wonder we haven't seen her around. Liu Shishi chastised herself for neglecting the kind old woman, recalling that she had once caused her distress. Before they could leave, more villagers arrived seeking her assistance, and Liu Shishi, considering it a leisurely stroll, amicably obliged. By the time they returned, breakfast had long passed. Upon entering the courtyard, the strong scent of mugwort smoke filled the air. Brother, what is going on here? Liu Shishi asked, puzzled by the burning mugwort. We're cooking chicken, madam. Breakfast is ready, you may go in. You use this for cooking? She questioned, noticing the piles of mugwort with a pang of sympathy. Yes. It gives off a scent when burned and helps repel insects, he replied. Liu Shishi's lips twitched. Was this not a medicinal herb? Brother, this is actually a medicinal material. Oh, but we've always used it for firewood. To think that something passed down for generations was indeed a medicinal resource. Liu Shishi sighed, realizing they might not know its value. However, this is not the season for collecting mugwort. The leaves have long dried. Still, while not as good as freshly dried, they can still be used. This is called mugwort. I would like to collect a batch of leaves. Brother, what do you think would be a fair price for someone to gather them? She wasn't sure about pricing and figured it would be easier to ask Brother for help. Madam, if you want, I can gather some for you. The man beamed. Liu Shishi had saved them twice, and he was eager to assist her. I need a large quantity. Please discuss with the villagers how much they would sell for. I'll take as much as they can collect. She had devised a lucrative idea. Once she gave birth, she could start this business without delay, ensuring it would be profitable alongside her partnership with the prince. All right, I'll speak with them shortly. Understanding her demand, the man was agreeable. Thank you, Brother. She hadn't anticipated that this outing would yield such unexpected rewards. Once she had her child, she was determined to explore the mountain. Her instincts told her that the rewards there would be even greater. Well, Aunt Sue, have you figured out what it's made of? After a restless night, Yen could hardly wait to inquire the next day. Madam, I've stayed up all night boiling the pills, Aunt Sue said, her darkened eyes revealing her fatigue. Yet, the most disheartening thing was that she couldn't identify any medicinal ingredients within the pills. The only thing she recognized seemed to be flour? Could flour be considered a food or a medicine? She was utterly perplexed, her head spinning. Surely, you must know of some medicine, right?
Januari's face darkened.
She was counting on this to turn her fortunes around, yet she found herself unable to discern the truth. Madam, I can only deduce that there is flour involved. Flour?
Impossible.
Could Liu Shishi be toying with me using a fake remedy? She had exerted so much effort, almost losing her child, and what was ultimately delivered by Ouyang Huai was merely flour. I refused to believe it. If this were truly made from flour, how could it possibly be of any benefit to the Crown Prince's ailment? Was the Crown Prince's illness fabricated? Yennefer still found it hard to accept.
No.
The Crown Prince's illness was genuine. Aunt Sue had diagnosed him that day. There was no possibility of deceit. But if it were true, how could flour be effective? Yennefer fixed her gaze intensely on Aunt Sue and coldly remarked, I am with child and cannot endure any inconvenience. You should try it.
Me?
Aunt Sue looked incredulous, for she was the only one in the general's residence capable of assisting Yennefer. Was she not afraid that this might be poison? Otherwise?
Yennefer replied.
Her head drooping in dismay. Aunt Sue sighed. Let the person below give it a try. I am not afraid of death. It is just that there is no one around, madam, to command. Very well. Within half an hour, the basement was filled with a foul stench.
Impossible, impossible.
Aunt Sue nearly suffocated as she rushed out, covering her nose. Yennefer was also overwhelmed by the stench, and she realized that Liu Shishi had deliberately been playing tricks on her. Thankfully, she hadn't consumed it, otherwise, it would have been utterly humiliating. Why, with no medicinal ingredients? Was it a laxative? Moreover, its effects were astonishingly swift. How had she done this? How could it be possible? Aunt Sue murmured, appearing profoundly affected. Cough, cough, oh, it's horrendous. Aunt Sue, fortunately you didn't take it. Yennefer patted Aunt Sue on the shoulder, feeling a tinge of fear as she said, We witnessed the Crown Prince's condition firsthand that day. The medicine she provided for him must be entirely different from today's. Indeed. It's fortunate we didn't deliver it directly to the Crown Prince. Otherwise, rather than being deemed a benefactor, one might be seen as an enemy.
Onsu.
Liu Shishi is far too cunning. Without employing extraordinary means, we can never obtain her medicine. Upon returning to the guest room, both wore troubled expressions. Extraordinary means. Could it be that Liu Shishi is most concerned about something? Who is it that she values? The child, undoubtedly her unborn child, yet approaching her now proves exceedingly challenging. Madam, we actually have allies. Considering the timing, the Shi family should have used the medicine by now. Aunt Sue smiled mysteriously, and Yennefer's eyes lit up.
Right.
How could I forget that the one who despises Liu Shishi the most is not me, but Liu Shishi? Wouldn't it be far more entertaining to have the sisters turn against each other? In the Shi residence, at the corner door, Aunt Sue adeptly slipped inside. Liu Shishi and Madame Sue were already waiting. At this moment, Liu Shishi had unwrapped the cloth that had bound her wound, revealing a once horrific scar now reduced to a mere faint line, easily concealed with some powder. While the ointment was undeniably pungent, its effectiveness was remarkable. Aunt Sue gazed at the almost restored visage with satisfaction and remarked, Madam, Miss Liu, how do you find my young lady's sincerity?
Onsu.
Can this scar on my face be completely erased? It was already looking much better, but she hoped for total restoration. She did not wish to carry this small blemish into the future. After all, when she married, she certainly did not want her husband to be repulsed by it. With consistent use, the scar will fade further, Aunt Sue said, gently touching the scar, and added, however, complete removal is beyond what this ointment can achieve. Unless, she suddenly halted, her expression shifting. Never mind, this is already excellent. It is better not to say anything. It was too cruel. That method would not suffice. Her vague statement left Liu Shishi and Madame Sue feeling anxious, who had initially been indifferent but were now increasingly invested. Aunt Sue, what method are you referring to? Is it truly capable of complete restoration? Liu Shishi touched her face. Although the scar appeared faint, it was still quite pronounced to the touch. She did not wish to be scorned by her future husband. After all, she aspired to be a queen. Miss Liu, that method is too brutal. It would be best if you remained unaware. Aunt Sue felt a secret joy. though her face remained solemn, resolutely refusing to divulge. Madame Su and Liu Shishi exchanged glances, each having formulated a plan. Madame Su rose and approached Aunt Su, placing several silver notes into her hand with a benevolent smile. Aunt Su, we are merely curious. We may not necessarily use it. Chapter 45. Have you heard of skin grafting? Aunt Su glanced down at the silver notes in her hand, astonished to find 5 bills, each worth 100 taels. Madame Su was quite generous. Although she did not care for such money, at this moment, she felt compelled to accept it. Otherwise, they would not feel secure. A satisfied smile spread across Aunt Su's face. Madam, you are too kind. As she spoke, she tucked the notes away. Observing Aunt Su's avaricious demeanor, Madame Su felt a twinge of disdain, yet her smile grew ever more sincere. Aunt Su, what method were you hinting at? I am just curious. Look how quickly the scar on Yao Yao's face is faded. I have great faith in your abilities. The method you mentioned for complete removal must be even better, right? Seeing their eagerness to learn, Aunt Su hesitated and replied, It is not that I do not wish to share, but the method is exceedingly demanding and brutal. It goes against humanitarian principles. What method is it, Aunt Su? We are merely curious. Madame Su pressed, her interest piqued, knowing that the more astonishing the method, the more challenging it would be to execute. Well, madam, have you heard of skin grafting? Seeing her insistence, Aunt Su finally asked with trepidation. Skin grafting? I believe I have heard of it. But isn't that something found only in stories? In truth, there exists a secret technique known as skin grafting, and I happen to have studied it. The essence of skin grafting is to replace damaged skin with healthier skin. Its requirements are exceedingly stringent, typically necessitating a donor from within the same bloodline for a higher success rate. The closer the blood relation, the easier it is to succeed. Both Madame Su and Liu Shishi widened their eyes in astonishment. Could such miraculous medical techniques truly exist? It seemed improbable. However, the ointment Aunt Su had provided was undeniably effective. Generally, skin grafting involves selecting the closest relatives, and for aesthetic purposes, younger and more youthful individuals are chosen, making this method exceedingly cruel, which is why I hesitated to mention it. In fact, Miss Liu, your skin is already in commendable condition. With gradual care, it can almost become unnoticeable. As Aunt Su's words concluded, the two remained in a state of disbelief. Mother. After a long pause, when Liu Shishi regained her senses, Aunt Su had already departed. Yao Yao, this method does not seem advisable, Madame Su said, for she had 2 children, and the one closest to Liu Shishi was her son. However, having her son undergo skin grafting with her daughter was out of the question. Although the daughter is well, the son holds greater significance. Oh dear, mother, what is wrong with this method? I feel it is quite effective. Liu Shishi tugged at Su's hand, playfully saying, You have heard her mention it. My face will not fully recover. No matter how it appears, a touch will reveal the truth. Can you guarantee that when I marry in the future, my husband will never touch my face? Su fell silent, knowing such a promise was impossible. Furthermore, I am destined to become the empress. Do you wish for them to gossip about the current empress bearing a scar? Su felt increasingly troubled. How could the empress have a scar on her face? Yao Yao, but your brother. Oh dear, mother, what does my brother have to do with this? Upon hearing Su mention her brother, Liu Shishi quickly interjected. Do you think I wish to use my brother?
How could that be?
His male skin is coarse and thick. I wouldn't even want it. Liu Shishi pouted disdainfully, yet inwardly scoffed, promising to cherish me, yet when confronted with your son, what am I? If it truly came down to using my brother, mother would never agree. Yao Yao, if we do not use your brother then, your mother is also not an option. But she is a bit too old now. Mother, we need not resort to you. We have a ready candidate at home, don't we? Liu Shishi mischievously winked. Su was momentarily taken aback before realizing. Are you referring to that wretched Liu Shishi? Absolutely not. She is now part of the General S household, and we should avoid provoking them. You saw how Ouyang Huai treats her quite well. If they discover this, even your father cannot protect you. Mother, how long can Ouyang Huai continue to treat her well? Liu Shishi smiled dismissively, adding, Let's not forget, there is also the young lady Yen from the General S household, who is watching closely. Indeed, there is also Yen Aunt Su is formidable enough. And that Yen is certainly not an easy opponent. Moreover, if Liu Shishi were to lose her looks, do you think Ouyang Huai would still favor her? What did you say? The crown prince has been attacked. Confirming that aunt who will be fine, Liu Shishi took her leave. On the way back to the mansion, someone suddenly stopped their carriage, claiming to summon Physician Wu, stating that the crown prince had been attacked and his fate was uncertain.
How could this be?
The crown prince is surrounded by numerous guards, both overt and covert. How could something happen? Is it serious? Physician Wu felt a tremor of fear. Could it be that news of the crown prince's condition being stabilized has already leaked? A crown prince who could die at any moment naturally garners little concern. However, a crown prince expected to live a long life is a different matter altogether. Physician Wu, forgive me. Watching Physician Wu being whisked away on horseback, Liu Shishi felt a pang of sympathy. Alas, grandfather will suffer again. Wu Jing sighed. Grandfather is of advanced age. Being dragged around like this is quite a burden. Grandfather hopes to continue serving as a physician, yet he does not seem inclined. He often feels that being a physician is not as favorable as being a common doctor. Does he frequently get taken away like this? Liu Shishi felt a twinge of curiosity. Well, he is indeed older, moving slowly, thus the haste. Previously, when the general's household sent for him, it was even more terrifying. That time seemed to be for her. Liu Shishi awkwardly touched her nose. I wonder how the crown prince is faring. Liu Shishi's heart was heavy. This was the very leg she had just embraced, and she hoped nothing would go awry. It should be fine. The physicians have likely all gone by now. Moe wore a worried expression. I am also concerned about Huai. I can't shake this uneasy feeling. She turned to Liu Shishi, advising, you should remain within the general's household. I worry that the matter concerning the crown prince is not simple. It is common knowledge that the crown prince's health is poor. And now that he has just shown some improvement, being attacked indicates a deeper plot. Furthermore, the stabilization of the crown prince's illness is tied to Liu Shishi. If they alter their strategy, would that not place Shishi in great danger? The critical point is that Liu Shishi's condition is nearing delivery. It is a time of utmost vulnerability. Yes, I understand. Liu Shishi recognized that the child is paramount, yet the crown prince must not encounter any trouble. Since she has chosen to assist the crown prince, there can be no change of allegiance. Let us visit the crown prince's residence. Liu Shishi still felt uneasy. It is prudent to check on the crown prince, as there may be a need for her assistance. The crown prince's attack is severe. Regardless of whether the physicians can treat him, subsequent infections are inevitable. Chapter 46. It is too perilous. The physicians dare not intervene. This Shishi. Would it be inappropriate for us to go now? The crown prince's residence is currently under tight security, with the imperial guards and attendants present. It would not be wise for us to go. Very well then, let us return for now. Liu Shishi did not insist. Physician Wu knows her medical skills and will surely come to her if needed. As for the anti-inflammatory medicine, she will find a way to ensure the crown prince receives it. Upon returning to the residence, Liu Shishi could not conceal her worried expression. Young madam, the crown prince will surely be fine. Ding Xiang, noticing Liu Shishi's persistent concern, hesitated before cautiously saying, Young madam, there is something I am unsure if I should share. What is it? Liu Shishi, intrigued by Ding Xiang's hesitation, urged her to continue. You recall when you felt unwell last time, and I went to summon the physician? Ding Xiang blinked and, without waiting for Liu Shishi to respond, continued, as I stepped outside, I encountered a figure in black, likely an assassin. An assassin? In her courtyard? Could it be someone from the crown prince's side? Liu Shishi was already troubled by the situation at the crown prince's residence. If there were indeed his assassins present then, the presence of someone from the crown prince's household in her courtyard did not surprise her much. After all, the crown prince understands that his condition requires continuous medication, and it is reasonable for him to send someone for her protection. Moreover, assassins typically only appear when she is in danger, remaining unseen otherwise and not interfering with her life. Young madam, are you not angry? Ding Xiang had refrained from speaking out of concern for Liu Shishi's feelings. Why would I be angry? Liu Shishi raised an eyebrow. Smiling, do you think I do not need protection now? Having allied with the crown prince, there is bound to be danger. Yet, does not being part of the crown prince's faction eliminate danger? The answer is a resounding no. Miss, you certainly need protection. It is wonderful that you are not angry. Ding Xiang beamed, gazing at the innocent young maid. Liu Shishi quickly added, go and see if he is still there. If he is indeed from the crown prince's side, he should not be present now that the crown prince is in peril. Be cautious and do not let anyone know. The people in this household were initially fine, but now with Yan and others around, That little maid serves as a cautionary tale. Human hearts cannot withstand temptation. The protection of the assassins is her trump card. And she does not wish for anyone to know. Very well, I will be careful. Physician Wu has arrived. Previously, he was taken swiftly, but now it is even better. When Physician Wu dismounted, he first found a corner to crouch down and vomit until the world spun, only gradually feeling better. The shadowy guards truly lack compassion, showing no understanding of the plight of an elderly man. However, considering the current predicament of the Crown Prince, Physician Wu refrains from further complaints. What has transpired? He hastily strides into the room, where the physicians have already gathered, yet amidst their palpable anxiety, none dare to propose a solution. The Crown Prince is in such a dire state. Observing the prince, pale as death with feeble breaths, Wu's heart sinks. Is the situation truly this grave? The prince has been struck by an arrow in the chest. We dare not extract it. Indeed, the location is perilous. It lies too close to the heart. And should we attempt to remove it recklessly, we fear he may not survive the ordeal. Wu leans in to examine the wound, hesitant to act. Fortunately, the prince's residence is well equipped. The empress has long since ordered ginseng slices to be suspended, for without them, he would have perished long ago. Physician Wu, is it possible for you to remove the arrow? The empress has also arrived, her normally radiant complexion now appearing even paler than that of the unconscious prince. The prince is her support. Should he falter, her own future would be bleak. Wu furrows his brow, torn, and replies, Your Majesty, I must confess. Speak plainly. Spare me the niceties, the empress interrupts irritably. Is this truly the time for formalities? Your Majesty, given the prince's condition, I lack certainty. Noticing the empress's growing impatience, Wu admits, the position is exceedingly tricky. I harbor concerns. Very well, prepare to extract the arrow. The empress suddenly gestures, anguish etched across her face. I am already aware of the significant risks involved in removing the arrow, yet if it remains, there is no hope for him. Is there? At this moment, not only Wu, but the other physicians also bow their heads in shame. Then let us proceed. I must take this gamble. Perhaps he will survive. It is certainly preferable to awaiting death. Indeed, Your Majesty. The physicians hastily prepare, while Wu remains rooted in place. Physician Wu? The empress regards him quizzically, her displeasure evident. Are you not going to assist in the preparations? Your Majesty, I have suddenly recalled an individual who may possess a solution. Reflecting on Liu Shishi's adept skills demonstrated earlier, he wonders if she truly might be capable. Who? Upon hearing that there might be a remedy, the empress's eyes brighten, her voice urgent. I shall summon her at once. It is the young lady of the general's household. Wu's words leave the empress momentarily stunned. There are countless noble women in the capital, yet few have made a lasting impression upon her. I am aware of her, but did the prince mention that his condition is now manageable? Indeed, Your Majesty, though he did not disclose the name. Could it be that young lady? The empress's expression shifts to one of astonishment. If Wu speaks of the one who has stabilized the prince's illness, she may indeed possess remarkable abilities. Yes, it is the young lady. She recently performed a surgical procedure. The child was too large to be delivered naturally, but she successfully conducted a cesarean, and both mother and child are well. Wu briefly recounts the events of the day, and the empress gasps in disbelief, her eyes widening. What? A child that was obstructed during birth can be extracted? And the mother is unharmed? There have been instances of noble women in the palace facing similar fates, yet the outcomes have always been tragic. The thought of successfully delivering a child through such a method, while the mother remains alive, is gruesome yet underscores the young lady's medical prowess. Then let us delay the arrow's extraction and have the shadowy guards bring her here for consultation. Upon hearing this, Wu's lips twitch involuntarily, recalling the painful experiences he has endured when summoned, and he quickly interjects, Your Majesty, it may not be appropriate to send the guards to fetch her. She is with child and nearing her time. The prince's situation is urgent, but should anything happen to her, we would be unable to assist. You speak truly, Physician Wu. I have been remiss in my considerations. Shortly thereafter, a sedan chair is swiftly brought forth from the general's residence, carried by two cloaked figures. Liu Shishi, bewildered, wonders if this is indeed how things are conducted. Where is the aloofness of the shadowy guards? Chapter 47. Awaiting death or a desperate gamble. Is this what your extraordinary skills are meant for? She longs to question them, as masters of their craft. Do they not feel a sense of loss in serving as bearers? Within half an hour, Liu Shishi arrives at the prince's residence. Fortunately, the guards are discreet, avoiding the notice of others. Otherwise, a new tale would surely circulate through the capital by morning. Though she grumbles about the guards' ineptitude, she cannot deny that being carried in a sedan chair is far more comfortable than being tossed onto a horse's back. I am Liu Shishi, she announces upon seeing the regal and elegant empress. She hurriedly bows, but before she can fully bend, the empress gently supports her. Shishi, your condition does not permit such exertion. I feel quite guilty for making you come. The empress speaks earnestly, and Liu Shishi is touched by her concern for her health during such a critical time. How fares the prince? She inquires, knowing the empress is anxious. Not well, the empress replies, her brow furrowed in worry. You should go and assess the situation. Wu steps forward to introduce Liu Shishi as they approach the prince's bedside. This position is rather precarious, she observes carefully. The garments around the wound have all been cut. They merely open them slightly, rather than fully cutting them away. Very well. Wu, upon seeing Liu Shishi instructing the removal of the prince's clothing, is met with disapproval from one physician who steps forward. Physician Wu, is this appropriate? It is quite disrespectful. And who is this girl? Why does she have the authority to give orders? Indeed, the prince's condition is already perilous. What can this young girl contribute? Several physicians are increasingly agitated, and seeing Liu Shishi's interference only adds to their frustration. Hearing the physician's objections, Liu Shishi remains unperturbed, letting out a sigh. If his life is already in jeopardy, what more is there to be concerned about? Furthermore, given the prince's current state, what confidence do you possess in your abilities? Confidence? The room falls silent. Had any of them possessed even half the certainty, they would not be standing idly by. In truth, they dare not express that extracting the arrow holds less than a 10% chance of success. By their estimation, should they simply wait, the prince might linger for another few days. How much confidence do you truly have? Unbeknownst to them, the empress has entered, her voice sharp and commanding.
We.
The physicians lower their heads, unable to speak. Shishi, what is your assessment? Observing their expressions, she has gleaned the gravity of the situation. Yet she is unwilling to surrender without a fight. Your Majesty, the prince's situation is indeed perilous, yet it is not wholly dire. I possess a remedy that can sustain his life. Should I be the one to extract the arrow, I assure you there is at least an 80% chance of success. 80%? The physicians collectively gasp, the prospect seeming too optimistic. A soft huff escaped someone's lips, revealing disbelief. Dr. Su, do you believe that removing the arrow would increase the chance of survival? Although the sound was faint, the empress caught it and cast an irritable glance at the elder who spoke. Your Majesty, I did not mean to imply that. However, the chances of saving His Highness by removing the arrow are exceedingly slim. Some individuals merely seek to attract attention, he continued, referring, of course, to Liu Shishi. If you are not seeking attention, then why not assist His Highness by removing the arrow? Upon hearing this, Liu Shishi felt a mixture of anger and amusement. It appeared that not all physicians shared the humility of Dr. Wu. If you wish to harm His Highness, please state it plainly, Dr. Su retorted, unwilling to concede. Your Majesty, my previous statements still hold. Removing the arrow is not infallible. Even with a 99% certainty, failure remains a possibility. His Highness's condition is deteriorating, and the longer we delay, the more perilous it becomes. I urge you to make a decision promptly. Moreover, if I am to remove the arrow, I require only Dr. Wu to assist me. No one else can remain. There are many secrets involved, and this place is far too chaotic. Liu Shishi was unwilling to gamble. Very well, Shishi, I entrust this to you. The Empress hesitated briefly before making her decision. She waved her hand, dismissing everyone, including the reluctant Dr. Su, who shot a fierce glare at Liu Shishi as he departed. In an instant, only she and Dr. Wu remained in the room. Alas, Shishi, you are too impulsive, he admonished gently. He had called her to observe, not to take on such a monumental task. If His Highness were to suffer any adverse effects, the Empress's wrath would be unavoidable, and even the general's residence would not be able to protect her. Dr. Wu, His Highness cannot be allowed to come to harm. Liu Shishi replied, her expression grave and her gaze profound. You are aware of my situation. The residence of the Xiang family is of no benefit to me. The general's residence is also not a place where I can linger for long. Once I have given birth, I will inevitably leave with the child. I need a support system. When I chose to assist His Highness in managing his condition, I became an ally of his. Therefore, he must not suffer. As she spoke, Liu Shishi retrieved her needles. His Highness's injuries would likely necessitate a blood transfusion, and she hoped that the blood in her space would suffice. Shishi, what troubles you? Dr. Wu inquired, noticing her sudden pause. I just recalled something. His Highness's situation might be more complicated than we thought. He is from an ancient era, and this dynasty is not recorded in history. It is centuries older than the present, so can modern blood be utilized? If it causes an adverse reaction,
It would be fatal in this time.
no, we cannot take that risk. We must source blood from individuals here. However, I will conduct a test first. Fortunately, the blood type was ordinary, not the rarest type, or it would have been a serious predicament. Dr. Wu, given His Highness's condition, after we remove the arrow, he may experience significant blood loss. I can assist in replenishing his blood, but could you discreetly find some suitable donors? Liu Shishi was hesitant to approach the Empress directly, knowing that most would reject such a notion. Perhaps we could summon the covert guards to test? Dr. Wu suggested. If we speak of it openly, we would have to provide too many explanations, and the Empress may not consent. That works. What did you say? The Crown Prince has been gravely injured? That Liu Shishi has gone to assist him again? When Yenna received the news, it was already well past half an hour. The moment she learned of the Crown Prince's severe injuries, delight illuminated her face. Aunt Sue possesses the finest ointment for treating wounds. If only Aunt Sue would intervene, the Crown Prince could recover from any injury. She would be his absolute savior, and how grateful he would be to her. With the Crown Prince's support, becoming Ouyang Huai's wife would be a mere formality. Should I offer myself in gratitude? As for Liu Shishi, she could be dismissed. However, now that Liu Shishi had already gone to the Crown Prince's residence, it posed a problem. Curse it! My connections at the General's residence are still lacking. If I had rushed there first, I might have already become the Crown Prince's benefactor. Though she had arrived later than Liu Shishi, she had faith in Aunt Sue's methods. The ointment that rapidly healed wounds would undoubtedly astonish the Crown Prince. As for convincing him, that would be simple. Aunt Sue was living proof.
Onsu.
The Crown Prince is injured. It must be an external wound. You won't make another error, will you? Despite her confidence, Yenna felt trepidation. Aunt Sue's previous mistakes had left her feeling anxious. For an ordinary person, a mistake might lead to mere embarrassment, but before the Crown Prince, such errors could be fatal. Recalling the previous peril, Yenna felt a chill run down her spine. Madam, you are aware of my capabilities. If the Crown Prince's life truly hangs in the balance, we can once again. Aunt Sue's face broke into a strange smile. Yenna, recalling something, quickly interjected, Aunt Sue, that is unacceptable. It cannot be done. There are far too many capable individuals surrounding the Crown Prince. If we are discovered, it would mean our doom. My dear young lady, this is a rare opportunity. If we miss it, it may never return. You have seen how your influence over the young general has diminished. Indeed, Ouyang Huai will not have another chance. If she could gain the Crown Prince's support, Yenna felt a stirring of ambition. She must secure Ouyang Huai. Come, let us hurry. Yenna could hardly contain her impatience as she stood up. Just as they reached the entrance, a servant blocked their way. Apologies. Madam has instructed that you cannot leave at will. How dare you? You are merely a lowly gatekeeper, and you presume to obstruct your masters.
Onsu zebuchapi.
I am sorry, but the madam has specifically ordered that you are not to leave. The general's wife had made it clear that they could not be permitted to depart. Fortunately, the madam would be arriving shortly. He merely needed to hold out for a while. In truth, as Yenna and her companion exited their chamber, someone had already reported to MOE. She hurried over and, upon seeing them, coldly inquired, "What are you two up to?" In recent days, Aunt Sue had occasionally ventured out, but Yenna had hardly left the general's residence. "Madam, we heard that the Crown Prince has been attacked and injured. Aunt Sue has some medical expertise and wishes to see if she can be of assistance." Indeed, they still intended to visit the Crown Prince's estate.
Ha.
We have witnessed Aunt Sue's capabilities before. Does she not learn from her past mistakes?
Montakisniet.
Had it not been for her promise to Ouyang Huai, she would not have bothered with the two of them. If they wished to court disaster, they were free to do so. But they must not drag the general's residence into their folly. The previous incident had been merely an accident. However, Aunt Sue truly possessed a remarkable ointment for external wounds. Yenner did not wish to create a rift with Moe, for the general's residence would soon be her home.
Miss Yenner.
I have agreed to allow you to remain for now on the condition that you behave and stay within the residence. Your previous recklessness nearly caused a grave error. Had it not been for Shishir's intervention, our general's residence would have faced punishment. Moe's expression was cold, her displeasure evident. If you insist on going, I cannot stop you. However, once you pass through that door, your actions will have no relation to the general's residence. Damn that old woman.
Yenner was consumed by fury.
Taking a deep breath as her eyes reddened, nearly spilling tears. Madam, but didn't Sister Shishir go as well? Why is she allowed to go to the Crown Prince's residence to tend to His Highness, while I am not? Shishir saved the Crown Prince last time. While you nearly brought him harm, Moe sneered coldly. Let my word stand today. Once you step out of this door, you shall have no ties with the general's residence. We are not related to you. Why should we be responsible for your recklessness? What are you to my general's household? Merely a woman who refuses to leave. Do you truly believe this is your home? Observing Yenny's unstable form, Moe took a step closer, locking her piercing gaze onto Yennu's eyes. Or, do you think that what you did to the young general is unknown to us? What? Yenner staggered back, nearly losing her balance had it not been for Aunt Sue's support. What did she mean? What had she done to the young general? How could they possibly know? Yenner's complexion turned pale, her heart a tempest. Moe stepped back, her gaze icy as she continued with a mocking smile. You should be grateful that our general's residence would not harm a pregnant woman. Take good care of the child in your womb. With that, her expression hardened, commanding. If she wishes to leave, let her go. Once she crosses this threshold, she shall have no connection with my general's residence. This time, Aunt Sue was also implicated. Yennu's face was ashen. She longed to dash out unrestrained, but the general's household wished nothing more than to expel her. If she truly left, what would happen if she could not return? At that moment, even Ouyang Huai would be powerless. Moe would claim it was her own choice. She could not depart. However, regarding the Crown Prince's residence, she pondered. Aunt Sue gently advised, Madam, it has been quite some time. It may be too late for us to go now. Perhaps we should wait a bit longer. If His Highness's injuries are indeed severe, that woman will gain nothing. We can intervene later. Suddenly struck by a somewhat roundabout plan, she hurriedly whispered a few words into Yennu's ear, and Yennu's eyes lit up. All right, let us proceed with that.
Doctor.
Wu opened the window, and soon a shadow slipped inside. After a brief exchange of information, the shadow nodded, and shortly thereafter, a dozen individuals entered the inner chamber. Learning that blood was needed for His Highness, they did not hesitate. Liu Shishi retrieved the necessary tools and briefed Dr. Wu on their use. Dr. Wu worked swiftly, and in no time, the samples were collected. Liu Shishi discreetly placed them into her space for testing, while preparations for the Crown Prince's surgery commenced. She first used silver needles to seal off the blood vessels surrounding the wound. Although she felt the likelihood of His Highness needing blood was slim, it was prudent to be thoroughly prepared. Administering a life-saving drug to the Crown Prince, she had initially prepared only 8 pills, and now 3 had already been used. She would have to be frugal. She did not know when she would gather enough medicinal materials again. The medicine took effect swiftly. In mere moments, the Crown Prince opened his eyes. Upon seeing the two of them, a fleeting look of confusion crossed his gaze, but the pain in his chest drew his brows together, rendering his complexion even paler. Noticing Liu Shishi inserting a peculiar object into him, he appeared perplexed yet refrained from questioning further. Young madam, you have saved me yet again. This time, he referred to her as you, rather than this lonely one. Indeed, I have saved you twice. How shall you repay me? Liu Shishi teased with a playful smile, her eyes sparkling. How about offering yourself in return? She jested, aiming to alleviate the tension. Chapter 49. The old minister is guilty. Though Liu Shishi spoke lightly, she forgot that this was an ancient setting. As her words fell, not only the Crown Prince, but even Dr. Wu froze in place. Yet, Liu Shishi remained oblivious, continuing to administer treatment while explaining, Your Highness, I will use anesthetics, so you won't feel much pain at the wound site. But you must remain conscious. By the way, you are losing quite a bit of blood. I may need to transfuse. Having confirmed the anesthetic was effective, Liu Shishi and Dr. Wu began to extract the arrowhead. Her hands moved swiftly, and after 2 collaborative efforts, Dr. Wu responded just as quickly. Within half an hour, the surgery was successfully concluded. Observing the bright-eyed crown prince and his inexplicably intense gaze upon her, Liu Shishi felt a bit bewildered. Administering additional medication to have the crown prince rest for a while would aid his recovery. Packing away her tools and noting the crown prince's still pale demeanor, Liu Shishi summoned a shadow guard to administer a blood transfusion. The crown prince's health was already frail, relying solely on himself. It was uncertain how long it would take for him to recover. As the transfusion required time, Liu Shishi decided to step out and report to Her Majesty the Empress about the situation inside. Meanwhile, the outer hall was abuzz with commotion. Fortunately, the sound was muffled by a partition. Otherwise, Liu Shishi would have clearly heard everything from within. Your Majesty, I am guilty. Minister Liu knelt on the ground, weeping profusely. Full of self-pity, the Empress, sitting regally in the main seat, wore an unpleased expression, her gaze frosty. Minister Liu, you claim your daughter Liu Shishi possesses no medical skills and has come here to deceive me, plotting against the crown prince? The Empress sneered disdainfully. Liu Shishi is your own flesh and blood, is she not? If this is proven true, do you know the consequences? I am aware, Your Majesty, but I cannot bear to watch you and His Highness be deceived by that wretched girl. Minister Liu's heart quaked with fear. Yet compared to the future wealth and glory of his family, Liu Shishi was insignificant. Minister Liu certainly possesses a generous heart. Knowing your daughter is so unworthy, you still allowed her to marry into the general of the cavalry. Do you harbor some grudge against the general's household? Is this how you wish to harm them? Minister Liu's heart sank. He had no retort to such a statement. Your Majesty, at that time, it was that wretched girl who drugged Yao Yao and secretly climbed into the bridal palanquin. Yes, it was Liu Shishi who did so secretly, unbeknownst to him. Minister Liu, you truly are remarkable. Marrying off a legitimate daughter without a dowry? The general of the cavalry entered just in time to hear this, and he was both amused and enraged. The situation was urgent. I did not have time to prepare, Minister Liu said, subtly shifting to one side upon noticing Ouyang Huai. This man was not to be trifled with. He was the type to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. His old bones could not withstand such treatment. Is that so? But generally, don't daughters from other families have dowries prepared from birth? It seems the Liu family is quite different. Ouyang Huai stepped forward. Then I shall have to inform them about the Liu family's admirable tradition. General Ouyang jested. Minister Liu forced a smile, suddenly struck by a thought. His gaze darkened. Your Majesty, Shishi truly does not understand medicine. Moreover, medical expertise is not something easily attained. It requires long-term accumulation. Shishi is merely a little girl. Indeed, Your Majesty. Throughout history, medicine has always been profound and intricate. It is never achieved overnight. I humbly request Your Majesty to allow that little girl to cease her efforts.
Diesel,
Already displeased by a little girl taking matters into her own hands, felt justified now that Minister Liu had appeared. The young girl is nothing but a deceiver. Otherwise, how could her own father come to report her? Indeed, Dr. Su's words hold merit. Your Majesty, I truly fear that the headstrong Shishi may inadvertently harm His Highness the Crown Prince. Minister Liu straightened his back, embodying the principle of righteousness over familial ties, all for the sake of saving the Crown Prince. Minister Liu, you truly are a commendable father. Ouyang Huai mocked, observing him with derision. The Empress, weary from their discourse, waved her hand in annoyance. Shishi has been inside for quite some time. If she intended to harm the Crown Prince, she would have done so by now. Minister Liu, if your intentions were genuinely for His Highness's benefit, is it not a tad late? Upon hearing this, Minister Liu's countenance paled, yet recalling his daughter's words, he hurriedly replied, Your Majesty, I know a master of medicine. A few days ago, my legitimate daughter was wounded on the face by that girl Shishi, leaving a deep scar. After using the renowned physician's ointment, she nearly recovered within 2 days. 2 days? The Empress gasped, astonished. Wounds, regardless of their severity, could not heal so swiftly. Could it be that Minister Liu truly knows a miraculous doctor? Should we summon this physician for a consultation? Just as she contemplated issuing the order, Ouyang Huai interjected. Minister Liu must be referring to old Lady Su, correct? If so, her medical skills are indeed commendable, although she nearly caused the Crown Prince's demise during her last visit to my residence. Hearing the mention of Aunt Su, Ouyang Huai's emotions became complex. His son, Ouyang Huai, was aware that the woman had established a connection with Minister Liu's household. Yenner and Minister Liu were evidently unrelated, with the sole possibility being to confront Liu Shishi. He found it puzzling. Was not Liu Shishi the biological daughter of Minister Liu? No matter the grievances, one should not treat their own child as an adversary. Minister Liu's attitude towards Liu Shishi resembled that of bitter enemies. Was there an underlying story unknown to them? However, this was not the time for such musings. He could not allow anyone to disturb Liu Shishi. Oh, is that so? Clearly, the crown prince had not informed the empress. Yes, your majesty. Ouyang Huai briefly recounted the situation, causing the empress's expression to darken, her displeasure directed towards Yenu. Your majesty, the arrow has been removed, and his highness is unharmed. Physician Wu is still inside monitoring him. You may enter to visit in half an hour. Liu Shishi, after listening for a while, found the conversation tedious. Having undergone a strenuous surgery, she felt utterly exhausted and yearned for a place to rest. Shishi, is his highness truly all right? When will he awaken? Why must we wait half an hour to enter? The empress spoke anxiously, unable to quell her concerns without seeing his highness herself. Your majesty, his highness has just completed surgery and requires rest. Too many visitors would not be beneficial for him. Furthermore, Physician Wu is there. You can rest assured. Liu Shishi, too, wished to hasten her entry, but with the crown prince undergoing transfusions, the empress could not possibly enter. Very well, as long as he is well. The empress finally felt a sense of relief. Soon she would be able to see him, and thus she was no longer worried about Liu Shishi deceiving her. She felt immensely grateful that she had not allowed anyone to interrupt Liu Shishi earlier. Otherwise, what if her crown prince had been in danger? Minister Liu, is this what you call a lack of medical knowledge? The empress recalled nearly being incited by Minister Liu's words and turned to him with a face full of anger. Your majesty, Minister Liu was now equally perplexed. He knew Liu Shishi better than anyone. This daughter, once timid and easily bullied by the servants in the manor, had never shown any inclination towards medicine. When had she learned such skills? Moreover, Liu Shishi had claimed she was completely ignorant. She had entered with Physician Wu. Was he the one assisting her? Your majesty, it must be Physician Wu who did this, Minister Liu concluded with certainty. Physician Wu has long since informed me that he is unable to assist. By the way, General Ouyang, you mentioned Shishi did not have a dowry at her wedding, correct? The empress had already grown weary of Minister Liu. She would report today as events to the emperor. Such a person, unable to discern right from wrong, made her doubt his capabilities. As for Liu Shishi, she would reward her son's savior handsomely, ensuring she would not be bullied by the short-sighted. Yes, your majesty. Then let us compensate her according to the regulations. By the way, it has been quite some time and Shishi is with child. As a father, Minister Liu should also make some gestures, no? Add another portion, Granny Gu, ensure Minister Liu arranges this within 3 days. A dowry, 2 portions? Liu Shishi was taken aback. She had never thought she could receive a dowry from the Liu household. The empress had actually requested 2 portions for her. Would Minister Liu comply? Could he attempt to renege? That seemed implausible, as the empress had set a deadline and had a matron supervise the matter. There was no way for him to evade this. Liu Shishi felt a wave of gratitude, yet she could not comprehend why the empress, whom she had only just met, treated her with such kindness, while Minister Liu harbored such animosity towards her. Was it merely because she was a concubine's daughter? And what of her mother, who had passed away when she was very young, leaving her with no memories of her? Did Minister Liu hold disdain for her mother? If so, why allow her to be born? It was all so confusing. Perhaps it was simply a matter of not being to his liking. The empress ultimately bestowed a considerable bounty upon her. Of course, Liu Shishi's greatest gain was the dowry. Liu Shishi awoke in pain. Her limbs throbbed with discomfort, and she felt extremely uneasy. Opening her eyes, she found that night had fallen. The ground was cold, and she was curled up on it. Her wrists were bound. She recalled that after receiving the empress's rewards, she intended to return to the manor. After a day of endless running, having undergone 2 major surgeries, she was utterly fatigued and had dozed off in the carriage. Now, she found herself in a strange place. Had she been kidnapped? Looking at her bound wrists, Liu Shishi felt a deep pang of indignation. Clearly, they did not trust her. A woman close to giving birth, yet bound. Who could be so cruel? Escaping the ropes was not particularly challenging, but given her current situation, she had no idea where she was or what lay outside. She knew nothing about her surroundings. It was quite a predicament. For now, she had to remain still. At the very least, she needed to ascertain her location. Crown Prince, I sincerely hope you discover my disappearance soon. I am in this predicament because of you. Without doubt, Liu Shishi recognized that it was due to the Crown Prince, as she believed she had not offended anyone else. A soft gasp echoed from nearby. Liu Shishi quickly turned her head, her eyes widening in astonishment. There was indeed another person, someone familiar.
Yan'er.
Seeing Yen'er, who was also bound, Liu Shishi's heart filled with uncertainty. This woman was also a captive, which seemed to suggest that it had nothing to do with the Crown Prince. Could it be connected to Ouyang Huai? If so, might it involve the conflict with Nanxi? How unfortunate. Why was she so unlucky? That scoundrel had never done anything for her or made any sacrifices, yet he had entangled her and their child in this mess. She had an accident on the road. Yen'er is likely at the General's residence, having been kidnapped from 2 different locations. How formidable must those who abducted them be? Or perhaps there is a traitor among us. Liu Shishi was equally perplexed, unable to fathom how she and Yen'er could be taken simultaneously. Though she herself had been captured, Ouyang Huai might not have been overly concerned. Yet the addition of her beloved into the mix seemed to complicate matters. After all, having another person at risk was not entirely unwelcome. Liu Shishi, what are you doing here? During her contemplation, Yen'er had regained consciousness. She did not scream or panic, appearing quite composed. How would I know? Liu Shishi retorted, equally unwilling to be in this predicament. The distance from the prince's residence to the general's house was short, and the route was not particularly secluded. Who would have anticipated that such a brief journey could end in calamity? It was surprising that they found themselves sharing the same space. Yen'er did not weep. Her demeanor was unsettlingly calm. Liu Shishi, I must admit I am rather envious of you. She sat up abruptly, her tone flat. You are merely a concubine. What gives you the right to be his wife? What grants you the privilege of bearing his children and receiving the affection of his family?
Indeed.
What right did she possess? At times, Liu Shishi found herself questioning her own fortune, as it seemed that from the moment she wed, the original owner of this fate had flourished, almost as if blessed by divine intervention, until Ouyang Huai returned from his campaign. I love him too, Yen'er suddenly faltered, and Liu Shishi chose not to respond. They were confined within a modest room devoid of any comforts, facing an uncertain destiny. Have you treated His Highness's injury? After a prolonged silence, Yen'er posed another question. Yes, Liu Shishi replied. Had I known sooner, Aunt Sue could have managed it as well. Did you give me fake medicine?
No.
Then why did it upset my stomach? At this, Yen'er's face contorted with anger. Did you really take it? Liu Shishi raised an eyebrow. If she had indeed consumed it, she would be in for quite the ordeal.
HMPH, Yen'er pouted.
While Liu Shishi secretly chuckled at her audacity to worry about such trivialities in their dire situation. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a robust woman in her 40s. Her small eyes scrutinized the two of them before settling on Liu Shishi's abdomen. You are Liu Shishi?
Huh?
Ouyang Huai is indeed fortunate to have 3 children at once. Without awaiting Liu Shishi's reply, she turned her gaze to Yen'er, her eyes fixated on her belly. Yen'er shrank back, inching closer to Liu Shishi. Although Liu Shishi felt repulsed by Yen'er's proximity, her legs had grown numb from the same position for too long. TSK. If you could only save one, who do you think Ouyang Huai would choose? As she spoke, the woman stepped closer, crouching down to touch Yen'er's face several times. Though your looks are rather ordinary, the texture is pleasing. Afterward, she raised her hand to touch Liu Shishi. Liu Shishi instinctively recoiled, yet a subtle discomfort in her abdomen rendered her immobile as the woman's icy fingers made contact with her face. Liu Shishi felt a chill envelop her. Your skin is quite nice. The woman chuckled. When she had touched Yen'er, Liu Shishi felt no alarm, but now, being touched herself, she was overtaken by goosebumps. Were it not for the fact that the woman was female, her demeanor and actions could easily be mistaken for those of a brutish man. Quite nice indeed. After a few more touches, the woman withdrew her hand and once again focused on Yen'er. So you are the woman Ouyang Huai brought back? I've heard he dotes on you. I don't, Yen'er quickly denied, her expression rife with anxiety. She curled her body, attempting to hide behind Liu Shishi, but her bound wrists made movement exceedingly difficult. Don't you? I've heard Ouyang Huai holds you in high regard. Noticing the woman's gaze return to Yan Liu Shishi felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her mind drifted to the hidden space where tools lay, contemplating cutting the ropes that bound her. It would be a simple task. There were also firearms, and if she could free her wrists, she could swiftly subdue anyone. But what would happen afterward? Liu Shishi's expression darkened as the uncertainty of the outside world loomed. It was far too perilous to venture out in such conditions. If she were alone, it might be manageable, but she was not alone. There were 2 children to consider. The crux of the matter was that she was nearing childbirth. Should she escape only to go into labor, the situation would become complicated. The discomfort in her abdomen began to intensify, a foreboding sign. Did she dare to consider that she might be on the cusp of giving birth? Perhaps it was the very thought that exacerbated her unease. Let us go. The woman suddenly seized Yan who resisted, unwilling to comply. The woman smirked, revealing her sharp canines. Are you sure you want to resist? What about the child in your womb? At those words, Yan halted, abandoning her struggle. Yet upon seeing Liu Shishi's gaze, she obediently rose and followed the woman out with small, hesitant steps. With a clang, the door was shut once more. Liu Shishi had not contemplated intervening to assist Yan. It was not due to a lack of compassion, but rather because they were hardly acquainted. And the woman had intentions that threatened her own child. In the moment she had considered fleeing, she hesitated, pondering whether to take Yan with her, especially since she was pregnant with Ouyang Huai's child. However, rationality urged her to prioritize her own safety. Perhaps, had the roles been reversed with any stranger, she might not have turned a blind eye. Alone in the room, Liu Shishi retrieved a knife from her hidden space, swiftly severing the ropes that bound her. Her hands now liberated, she discreetly inserted a small skin-colored earpiece into her ear, one she had secretly placed on the woman earlier. She was unaware of the circumstances beyond the door and could not risk venturing out to investigate. Fortunately, she possessed equipment that allowed her to gauge the situation outside through sound. She discerned footsteps, at least 5 in number. Aside from the woman, there were at least 3 others outside. Yan you've had a tough time, the woman's voice echoed, but her tone had shifted dramatically from before. What could this mean? Liu Shishi was taken aback, realizing she had been oblivious to the fact that Yan was in cahoots with them. Upon reflecting on the woman's entrance and Yan's behavior, she noted that there had been no discernible flaws in their ruse. Humph, untie me. The ropes are too tight. It's unbearable. Yan's voice was drastically different from her usual demeanor. Now, she exuded an air of dominance, entirely devoid of any previous delicacy. Indeed, it is quite a feat to perform such a strenuous act in front of me, and to do so convincingly. If this woman were in the entertainment industry, she would undoubtedly win an Oscar for her performance. Liu Shishi never anticipated that her initial aim was merely to ascertain the number of individuals outside, but unexpectedly, she had ensnared a significant catch. During her time here, Yan appeared remarkably genuine, suggesting that she would likely return, perhaps even bound. A sense of amusement filled the air, as she seemed in no hurry to leave. Instead curious about their intentions. Have you just seen? Came Yan's voice, prompting Liu Shishi to listen intently, her own curiosity piqued. It's all right, I suppose. The woman's skin is quite nice. Really? May I use it? Another voice, familiar yet unexpected, belonged to Liu Shishi. It was something Liu Shishi should have anticipated. When Liu Xiang recommended Aunt Su, she had already sensed their alliance. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered within her. After all, Liu Xiang was her father and Liu Shishi, nominally her sister, shared a blood connection with her. Although Liu Shishi had contemplated teaching him a lesson, she had never considered taking a life. Of course, a voice she had never heard before chimed in, yet it carried a hint of familiarity. However, despite the woman's commendable skin, it could never compare to that of a child. What do you mean? Liu Shishi inquired, astonished. Does my father have another woman outside? Oh, Miss Liu is jesting. How could we know about your father's affairs? Isn't Liu Shishi about to give birth? Her child shares blood ties with you. Just imagine. Infant skin is extraordinarily delicate and vibrant. It is the finest in the world. But her child's blood relation to me is tenuous, Liu Shishi replied, her tone revealing her concern not for the child, but for the efficacy of the skin exchange. Miss Liu, it is rather similar. Do not forget, should things go awry, you have one final option. The woman spoke enticingly, yet Liu Shishi hesitated, but my brother and my mother's skin are not ideal. My mother's skin is too aged. And my brother, being a grown man, is not better than hers. Decide for yourself, but make haste. The disappearance of this woman will not go unnoticed by the general's residence. The woman seemed to grow impatient. Skin exchange? They even sought to use her child? A chill swept through Liu Shishi's gaze as she recalled Liu Shiyao's injured face. Yet, it was not her doing. Why should she be implicated? And, to her astonishment, Yenner was conspiring with them. Most troubling was the fact that this was an era with rudimentary medical practices. Was skin exchange even feasible? Such a notion seemed akin to modern skin grafting, yet the conditions of the past rendered it nearly impossible. Even if the exchange could occur, how could one manage potential infections? Or was it conceivable that among them was an individual, like herself, who had traversed from a different era? Chapter 52. Mutual probing. Was this not too extravagant? Had she truly read too few novels in her modern life, where time travel was commonplace? If there were indeed others who had crossed over, her recent surgical endeavors would surely raise suspicions. She must discover who that person was. Uncertain if they were friend or foe, she feared that should they uncover her identity, they might seek her demise. Encounters among compatriots do not always evoke tears of joy. Betrayal could lurk behind friendly faces. They could take her child, but her life was non-negotiable. Yenner spoke again, her voice cold and commanding. Miss Yen, I have no use for her life. Merely another child. It was common knowledge that Liu Shishi carried twins. Liu Shiao wished to leave no witnesses. Should this little brat grow up and learn the truth, it would be a considerable complication. Leave the other one unharmed.
Yenner pursed her lips.
Though reluctant to nurture another woman's child, she found it necessary. Miss Liu may take a moment to rest. That woman will give birth soon. Yenner spoke indifferently as footsteps receded, leaving an eerie silence. Miss, do you truly intend to raise a child? Inquired a woman's voice. Yes, it is Ouyang Huai's child. One must certainly be kept. She meant to treat it as one would a pet, in case she later bore Ouyang Huai's offspring. This unspoken thought was clear to Liu Shishi. Take me back. Oh, and slap me a few times. But, Mississippi. The servant hesitated, but Yenner's icy glare commanded urgency. Hurry up. You wouldn't want her to grow suspicious. With a series of sharp slaps, Liu Shishi sighed. Yenner, you truly are ruthless, even striking yourself with such force. Soon, the door creaked open, and Yenner was thrust inside, tumbling to the ground, exclaiming, The young general loves me most, cares for me most. Do not kill me. Such acting prowess left Liu Shishi in awe. To play along, she asked Sister Yenner, did they strike you? It was evident from the bruises on Yenner's face that she was in pain. Yenner covered her face and began to sob. Liu Shishi sighed. Cease your tears. Ouyang Huai will come to rescue us. Yenner lowered her head, questioning if Ouyang Huai would truly arrive. He will. But whom he will save and how remains uncertain. Sister Shishi, I have told them I am the young general's favored woman. If they plan to use me to threaten him, do not speak too much. How considerate of her to risk herself to protect Yenner. Liu Shishi began to grasp their intentions in bringing Yenner here. Was it to instill guilt in Ouyang Huai? It seemed he had little affection for her. If he did, there would be no need for such elaborate scheming. All right. Liu Shishi hesitated but ultimately agreed. Observing Yenner's astonishment, she secretly chuckled. Indeed, under normal circumstances, a courteous exchange would be expected. However, knowing this woman was allied with them, why should she extend pleasantries? Her restraint in not ending her life was magnanimous. This woman was utterly malicious, daring to covet her child. Moreover, Liu Shiao, whom she had not intended to confront, sought her unborn child's skin. They were two of a kind, conspiring in their wickedness. Since they desired human skin so fervently, she would undoubtedly oblige. Sister Yenner, your complexion appears off. Is your abdomen unwell? Liu Shishi observed her intently, recalling her previous suspicions with Dr. Wu regarding the child's health. Their recent conversation hinted at a desire for one of her children to be raised. Thus, Yenner's child must be in jeopardy. Let me examine you, Liu Shishi insisted, pulling Yenner's arm without hesitation. Upon hearing Liu Shishi refer to her as sister and offer to check her pulse, Yenner was momentarily taken aback before joy surged within her. Had her methods truly worked? Was Liu Shishi genuinely beginning to care for her? Just moments ago. Why was she like this? Yenner pondered and realized that this woman must be terrified, especially since her time was drawing near. Damn it. Could Aunt Sue's medicine have ceased to work? Why hasn't she gone into labor yet? Yenner, your child. Liu Shishi examined her closely. Yet the results left her anxious. Sister Shishi, what is wrong with my child? It seemed troubling. The baby's pulse was alarmingly weak. Observing her belly, it appeared she was at least 6 or 7 months along, yet the pulse. Liu Shishi was utterly perplexed, finally grasping why Dr. Wu had refrained from commenting on Yenner's pulse. Although something felt amiss, she couldn't pinpoint the exact issue. Will my child be alright? Yenner wore a worried expression. For now, there is no immediate danger. However, do not fret. Once we are safely out, I shall assist you in properly nurturing your body. Liu Shishi's words momentarily stunned Yenner. Despite her reluctance to admit it, Liu Shishi's remedies were indeed remarkably effective. Her own health had deteriorated due to that prior treatment. She recalled that before taking the medicine, the person had warned her, "Are you certain you wish to proceed? After taking it, conceiving again will be exceedingly difficult." She understood that difficult was a euphemism. The reality was that she would almost certainly be unable to bear children again. At that time, she had not hesitated, but now, as she contemplated marrying someone, she yearned for a child of their own, rather than this frail, doomed infant. "What is it?" Seeing Yenna lost in thought, Liu Shishi inquired with concern. I'm fine really, Yenna stammered. "Shall we continue with the plan?" She suddenly began to waver. If they proceeded, she might forever be unable to have her own child. Perhaps it was possible, but the odds were infinitesimally slim. She did not wish to gamble on such a minute hope. "Your Highness, the young lady has been abducted." Before the Empress could depart, a guard, battered and bleeding with an arrow lodged in his chest, rushed into the prince's residence, gasping for breath to report.
What?
How is that possible? Witnessing the guard's last breath and unseeing eyes, the Empress's heart sank. First notify Ouyang Huai. The Empress's brow furrowed. It was merely a short distance. Yet someone had been kidnapped. Could it be that those who attacked the Crown Prince were involved? Have them investigate swiftly. We must rescue her at all costs. And remember, ensure Liu Shishi's safety. The Empress entered the inner chamber, where the Crown Prince had not yet awakened. Dr. Wu was nearby, having already stored the intravenous equipment. Dr. Wu. How much longer until the Crown Prince awakens? The young lady said it would take about half an hour. However, if your Majesty is uneasy, we can rouse him now. Noticing the Empress's anxious expression, Dr. Wu pondered, "Your Majesty, is there something amiss?" Observing the Empress's grim demeanor, he remained puzzled as to why. Chapter 53. The Emperor's fury on her way back. Shishi was kidnapped.
What?
How is that possible? Dr. Wu nearly jumped in shock. Wasn't there a guard accompanying her? How could this happen? His voice rose, startling the Crown Prince, who was on the verge of awakening. He blinked his confused eyes, looking at the two. "Your Highness, you are finally awake. It is Shishi. She has been abducted."
What?
The Crown Prince jolted upright, but having lain down for too long, he felt dizzy. Moreover, his sudden movement caused the recently stitched wound to ooze blood, even though it had not split open. Dr. Wu hurried to steady him. "Your Highness, please be cautious." I am fine. What happened to Shishi?" His chest ached, likely from the cold. "She was ambushed on her way back. And we have yet to receive any news." Seeing the Crown Prince's agitation, the Empress's gaze darkened. She understood her son well. He had never cared for any woman. But just now, did he have feelings for Liu Shishi? That simply would not do. She would need to test the waters later. Bring in the shadow guards. She arranged for covert protection. Surely they should have information. However, to the Crown Prince's disappointment, the shadow guards had not followed him and had retreated when he was attacked. Enraged, the Crown Prince felt a murderous impulse, but the whereabouts of Liu Shishi took precedence. He could only dispatch a significant portion of his forces to search for her. Alas, that girl Shishi should be unharmed. The Empress, who should have returned to the palace, could not bring herself to leave, given the Crown Prince's state. "Mother, what do you truly feel for Liu Shishi?" Dr. Wu had already gone to rest, leaving only the two of them in the room, prompting the Empress to cautiously inquire. "Mother, she has saved my life twice." "Is that all?" The Empress found it hard to believe. After all, Liu Shishi was the wife of Ouyang Huai, making any relationship with the Crown Prince impossible. "Yes. Moreover, she possesses medicine that can manage my condition. Mother, you know, my life is a matter of divine mercy. Yet Liu Shishi's remedies could grant me longevity." The Empress fell silent. Such an alluring prospect was indeed tempting. Longevity was something she had long dreamed of. But is there no way to completely cure it? Though the offer was enticing, placing such a significant hold over another made the Empress uneasy.
No.
The physician has also stated that my condition cannot be fully cured. Indeed, it was an impossible expectation. Let it be, though it feels a bit confining, I must admit. I do have a fondness for that girl. Her temperament is delightful, and she is quite charming. Understood. I shall not allow her to come to harm. I will enter the palace now, and have your father send people to search. Little did Liu Shixiao and the others realize that the seemingly insignificant disappearance of Liu Shishi would stir the current emperor. When the Empress informed the emperor, she had prepared numerous arguments to persuade him. After all, any action taken by the emperor would have significant consequences. She anticipated that it would require considerable effort. Yet to her astonishment, the emperor dispatched people without a word. Your Majesty? Even the Empress was taken aback by this series of actions. She was certain this was not merely for her own sake. Empress, not long ago, Ouyang Huai brought me several vials of pills. Their efficacy has been verified, and they are remarkably effective. Do you know who produced them? With one sentence, the Empress understood. It turned out Liu Shishi had already gained recognition in the Emperor's eyes. Your Majesty, I understand, but we owe that girl far too much. The Empress's eyes glistened, and she took a deep breath, sighing. That girl has saved the Crown Prince twice, and her medicine can manage his condition. You need not worry about his health any further. Is that true? Upon hearing this, the Emperor's expression brightened. He had few sons, but he was most satisfied with the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince's strategic intelligence even surpassed his own in many respects, and he felt secure in passing the throne to him. However, his only regret had been the Crown Prince's health. Now that there was a method to control it, the Emperor could not help but feel joy. Your Majesty, what I say is undoubtedly true. However, just as the Crown Prince had managed to stabilize his condition, an assassination attempt occurred. Before he had even regained consciousness, his benefactor was abducted. The Empress had not articulated her concerns clearly, yet the Emperor's expression darkened. He was acutely aware of what this implied. There were those who wished ill upon the Crown Prince. He had always believed he had been sufficiently indulgent towards his sons, but it now appeared that their ambitions had already grown beyond his expectations. Very well, Empress. I understand your concerns. By the way, how is the Crown Prince's condition? The Empress felt a pang of discomfort at the timing of her inquiry but patiently replied, he is no longer in critical danger, with a few days of rest. He should recover. She conveyed her anxiety upon hearing that Liu Shishi had been kidnapped and expressed her desire to search for her personally, which the officials had disapproved. Had it not been for Liu Shishi's intervention, the Crown Prince might have been in a much graver situation. I will ensure the shadow guards are dispatched to locate her. Liu Shishi will not come to harm, the Emperor declared with a steely gaze. Liu Shishi's presence was crucial, not just for her ability to manage the Crown Prince's health, but also for the miraculous efficacy of her medicinal pills, which the imperial physicians had been unable to replicate despite understanding their ingredients. Had it not been for Liu Shishi's delicate condition, he would have summoned her long ago. He had intended to wait until after her childbirth, but it seemed certain matters could not be delayed. It was difficult to fathom the depth of regret he would feel should anything happen to Liu Shishi now. He hoped it was unrelated to his son, for otherwise. The Emperor's eyes narrowed. Perhaps it was time to investigate what the princes had been up to recently. Meanwhile, the general's residence received news as well. How could this be? Moe found it hard to believe, and the household had grown increasingly concerned. Do not alert anyone just yet. We must keep this from the old matriarch. Considering her fragile health, any distress could exacerbate the chaos within the household. Inform Ouyang Huai. Where is Yenner? What has happened to her? As if summoned by her thoughts, Ouyang Huai rushed back with urgency.
Yenner.
You only care about Yenner. Do you not realize that Shishi has been kidnapped and is now missing? I know, mother, she replied, but did Yenner leave the estate willingly? She wanted to go out. But I did not permit it, Moe retorted sharply. Ouyang Huai's expression darkened. Yenner and Aunt Su have also vanished.
I suspect they are targeting me.
To abduct both Liu Shishi and Yenner simultaneously. What is their intention? Are you not concerned for Shishi and your children? Moe could hardly believe her son's demeanor. I am worried, but Shishi is resourceful. She will be fine. Yenner's child must not come to harm. Chapter 54. Who to rescue first? One is unlikely to be in danger, while the other must not be harmed. Moe felt an overwhelming sense of relief that Liu Shishi was absent, or else she might have severed ties with her son at once. She could not fathom what was so special about Yenner that her son was so fixated on her. Do as you wish, she said dismissively. I will go find them now, Ouyang Huai declared. If you see my father, inform him that it must be the work of the people from Nanshire. They were indeed up to no good. Those individuals should be arriving in the capital soon, and he would not hesitate to eliminate them should such chaos arise. Meanwhile, in the room where Liu Shishi and the others were imprisoned, she was pondering Yennu's pulse. This pulse seems deliberately fabricated, she mused. Considering Aunt Sue's identity, could it be her doing? Liu Shishi scrutinized Yenna, who had her eyes shut, lost in thought.
Yenner?
What is it? Has Huai arrived? Yenner seemed to have just fallen asleep. Had she not overheard their conversation, Liu Shishi would never have believed she was in league with them. No, are you all right? I feel a bit unwell, Yenner grimaced. Liu Shishi looked at her suspiciously. Let me check. Accidentally, Liu Shishi's hand brushed against Yennu's neck. Liu Shishi, what are you doing? Yennu's voice sharpened. Nothing. I merely sensed warmth on your neck. You aren't running a fever, are you? I should be fine. Yenner shifted backward, avoiding Liu Shishi's touch. Do you require my assistance in checking your pulse? Not necessary. Sister Shishi, have you not noticed something amiss? Aunt Sue's medicine should not be this ineffective. She has been gone for quite a while, and I am starting to feel discomfort. Liu Shishi reassured her. For now, it seems manageable, just some abdominal pain. At that moment, Liu Shishi suddenly heard a voice from the middle-aged woman. What did you say? Several groups are searching for them? They are nearly here? What do we do now? The voice belonged to Liu Shiryao, who was anxiously awaiting Liu Shishi's childbirth. But the child had yet to be born, and now they were being sought out. Return immediately, the middle-aged woman said calmly. But my face. Liu Shiryao protested, wishing to wait until the child was born to change her appearance. Return now. Did you not hear what they said? Several groups are approaching. Do you not fear being caught? The mention of Ouyang Huai sent a shiver down Liu Shiryao's spine, and she dared not remain any longer. What about her? Will she be released? Liu Shiryao was displeased. Had she known help would arrive so soon, she would have struck Liu Shishi to vent her frustration. If you do not leave immediately, you may not leave at all, the middle-aged woman snapped. Clearly irritated and unwilling to engage further with Liu Shiryao. Liu Shishi listened to their exchange, quietly amused. Liu Shiryao, you truly are digging your own grave. I hope you have ample protection. Otherwise, I will ensure you experience everything you intended for me. With the promise of rescue on the horizon, she felt no urgency to flee. Rather, she was curious to see who would arrive first. Would it be Ouyang Huai's men? Young General, I did not expect your arrival to be so swift. Liu Shishi was taken aback to find them in the mountains. The cliff behind them was not particularly high, perhaps only 100 meters. She and Yenner were bound at the wrists and ankles, with 4 men in black standing close by, their sharp blades poised against them. Upon witnessing the scene, Ouyang Huai's expression shifted abruptly. Young General, these 2 women are carrying your children, are they not? The middle-aged woman stepped forward, positioning herself between them, suddenly producing a black vial. I have already administered poison to them. This is the antidote. Only 1 vial remains. Young General, I can offer you this antidote first. If you allow us to leave safely, the 2nd vial will be delivered to you. This is unacceptable. I want both vials, Ouyang Huai replied, his gaze darkening. It would not be difficult to rescue the 2 women, but he was uncertain of the poison's effects. Would it endanger the lives of their unborn children? Surely, Liu Shishi, with her remarkable talents, could concoct an antidote. Rest assured, young General, I merely wish to leave safely, the woman assured him. Indeed, both of your women are on the verge of giving birth. Are you certain you wish to negotiate with me here? If the poison is not countered, both your women and children shall perish. Ouyang Huai clenched his fists tightly, glancing anxiously at the pale Yennu and then at the equally distressed Liu Shishi. His gaze swept over their abdomens, the cold wind brushing against them, as if stained with blood. Liu Shishi, is she truly about to give birth? Seeing the cold sweat on her forehead, Ouyang Huai's heart constricted, and he hastily waved his hand, instructing, prepare swift horses for them. Young General, they must hurry. These individuals were likely from the south, and he had no intention of letting them escape so easily. Yet, he dared not gamble with the lives of the 2 women. Very well. The middle-aged woman, seeing her objective achieved, revealed a sinister smile. Then I thank the young General. However, how naive you are, I was merely jesting with you. She laughed, and before anyone could react, she cast the vial over the cliff and led 4 men in black down the precipice. Ouyang Huai rushed forward, attempting to seize the vial. Although it contained only a single pill, it might hold the key to discovering the antidote. Save them, he commanded sharply. But by the time he reached the edge of the cliff, the vial was nowhere to be seen. Not only was the vial gone, but so were the 5 men. Ouyang Huai felt a surge of frustration. It was futile to dwell on that now. He needed to save the women first. Approaching the 2 women, he discovered their ankles were bound by iron chains, separated by a distance of 5 or 6 meters. At that moment, countless darts flew toward them. Damn it! Ouyang Huai's expression darkened. He was closest to them, but with his speed, he could only save one. Liu Shishi, witnessing the incoming projectiles, felt a wave of despair wash over her. She attempted to evade, yet the pain in her abdomen was excruciating. Regret flooded her mind. She wished she could end her own life. Initially, she had intended to wait for help, but the pain had struck unexpectedly. She realized she was about to give birth. And at this moment, she could not surrender herself to those who wished her harm. Just as she summoned the last of her strength to reach for a weapon to fend them off, she despaired as she found her spatial abilities had vanished. She could not feel its presence, her consciousness could not enter, nor could she retrieve anything from it. Thus, the earlier scene had unfolded. The poison she had ingested was indiscernible in its composition, and the pain in her abdomen intensified. Perhaps she would soon give birth. If only her spatial abilities remained. She could have discreetly placed the poison within, but now she had no choice but to swallow it. Liu Shishi regretted not having acted sooner against those men. She had sought to discern Yenu's intentions and had not wished to sacrifice herself. Upon hearing there was only one antidote, she realized Yenu would not be in danger. But did Ouyang Huai know that? To whom would he give the antidote? As the darts approached, she found herself without strength, her hands and feet bound, making it impossible to evade them. Ah, Huaiga, save me. Yenu cried out in terror, her eyes brimming with tears. My stomach hurts. It hurts so much.
Save me.
Save my child. Yenu collapsed in fear, her piercing cries echoing through the valley.
Yenu.
Ouyang Huai hesitated for a moment, then swung his blade toward the darts aimed at Yenu. Was this truly his choice? Observing Ouyang Huai, who without hesitation chose to save another woman, Liu Shishi felt her heart sink in disappointment. Although she had anticipated he might select Yenu, she had not expected him to do so without a moment's doubt. He truly was a scoundrel. She should never have lingered in the general's residence or heeded her mother-in-law's words, giving him any opportunity. This man did not deserve it. Perhaps due to the emotional turmoil, Liu Shishi felt her abdomen ache more fiercely, waves of pain rendering her weak. Her body could no longer support her, and she collapsed to the ground. The cold chains clinked, jarring her nerves, reminding her not to faint, not to succumb to unconsciousness. She still had a child. Liu Shishi attempted to activate her spatial abilities, but to no avail. Suddenly, the unmistakable sound of a sharp object piercing flesh echoed, clear and despairing. Yet, Liu Shishi felt no pain. Perhaps the contractions were too intense. Otherwise, how could her sensation be so dulled? Just then, a figure enveloped her in warmth. Broad and familiar, yet strange. It was Ouyang Huai. He had come to save her. She had not expected him to abandon Yenu. Was he the one who had been injured? Had he been struck by a dart? Liu Shishi longed to inquire, but the pain rendered her mute. At that moment, a sharp arrow, infused with a deadly intent, hurtled toward them. Liu Shishi's eyes widened with alarm. She wished to warn Ouyang Huai, but the agony in her abdomen surged. And she could only manage to utter 2 words, "Be careful." A piercing scream jolted Liu Shishi back to her senses, and before them appeared an unfamiliar petite figure. It was Yenu. She had somehow managed to rush over, shielding Ouyang Huai from behind. The arrow struck her back, swaying in the wind.
Yenu.
Ouyang Huai's gaze sharpened, tightening his embrace around Liu Shishi.
Who are ye?
I finally saved you this time, Yenu uttered weakly, a faint smile gracing her lips. Yet crimson blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. Her pallid cheeks contrasted starkly with the bright red blood, an alarming sight.
Yenu.
Ouyang Huai cried out in anguish as he beheld the unconscious Yenu. Help me remove the ropes. Liu Shishi, suppressing her pain, spoke coldly upon seeing the arrow embedded deeply in Yenu. Ouyang Huai suddenly came to his senses, his gaze complex as it fell upon Liu Shishi's bound wrists. Hurry. I'll help her pull out the arrow. Ouyang Huai saved himself, and Liu Shishi saved him. She did not wish to owe Yenner anything. Regardless of her intentions, she had indeed saved a life. The pain in her abdomen was unbearable, and cold sweat dripped from Liu Shishi's forehead. Do you have a dagger? A short knife will suffice. Ouyang Huai indeed had one. He retrieved it and handed it to her. With great effort, Liu Shishi grasped it, scrutinizing the area around the arrowhead, but regrettably, she had no silver needles. Blood would need to be drawn. Press down here, she instructed, pointing to the area around the arrowhead. As she widened the area around it, the arrow was pulled free with a sickening sound, blood gushing forth. Apply pressure. Apply the medicine. Although she had no medicine at hand, Ouyang Huai typically carried some for external wounds. Once the bleeding slowed, she instructed him to tear a piece of fabric to bandage the wound. When all was said and done, Liu Shishi exhaled a long breath. She realized her clothes were already soaked through. Ouyang Huai, what about the hidden weapons on you? If she did not miss here, she must have been struck several times. I'm fine. My skin is tough, and I extracted it early. Ouyang Huai summoned a guard to keep an eye on Yenner. He anxiously looked at Liu Shishi. I will take you down the mountain immediately. When the crown prince arrived, he was met with this scene. Although the empress claimed she would inform the emperor and send someone to seek help, he remained unconvinced and came personally. Seeing Liu Shishi, drenched as if pulled from water, in Ouyang's arms, and glancing at the oblivious woman beside them, he was filled with urgency. Shishi, how are you? Imperial physician, I need Wu Taiji. Liu Shishi had not anticipated that Yenner would sacrifice herself to save Ouyang Huai. The pain rendered her unable to think. She felt as if she were about to give birth. Indeed, a surge of warmth rushed out, soaking her already sweat-drenched trousers once more. Good. Shishi. Wu Taiji is just behind. He'll be here shortly. The crown prince's face turned pale with fear, unsure how to assist Liu Shishi. Meanwhile, Ouyang Huai held her tightly. No, I cannot move right now. Your Highness, please hurry and bring Wu Taiji. She gasped for breath, yearning for the medicinal pills she had concocted. Liu Shishi wished to communicate with the space, but it felt like a distant dream. She needed a life-saving pill urgently. Liu Shishi cursed the heavens. Why did it have to fail her at this moment? What if she faced complications in childbirth? She wondered if Wu Taiji had brought the tools she had given him. Shishi, hold on a little longer. Ouyang Huai, seeing Liu Shishi's pale face, felt fear seep into him. He took a deep breath. Since Liu Shishi said she could not move, he would find a more comfortable place for her. He removed his outer robe and laid her down gently, commanding, quickly fetch some bedding. As everyone hurried off, Ouyang Huai asked, Your Highness, how long until Wu Taiji arrives? I have already sent the shadow guards to bring him. With the shadow guards on the move, their speed was naturally swift. However, there were two patients here. Aside from Liu Shishi, there was also Yenner. Yenner had an arrow wound on her back, which had been hastily treated but required Wu Taiji's proper care. Yet, when Wu Taiji arrived, he came alone.
Oh.
And the antidote. Ouyang Huai suddenly remembered the antidote he had thrown off the cliff and urgently sent someone to search for it. He had no knowledge of the poison affecting either of them. He only hoped to find the remedy. Oh no, I can't take it anymore, my old bones. Wu Taiji once again felt like he was flying through the air. He thought to himself that he should vomit for a while. Grandfather, Shishi's condition is dire. Wu Jing, who had come with the shadow guards, was in better shape and had not vomited.
Ah, Shishi.
Seeing Liu Shishi's pale face and closed eyes, Wu Taiji turned even paler with fear. Shishi, you. He hurried over to check her pulse and found her condition alarming. He had seen her before, but today. Shishi, how do you feel now?
Can you hold on?
Wu Taiji was deeply worried. Shishi had mentioned the possibility of needing surgery if complications arose. But now that the moment had arrived, he was hesitant to proceed. I can still do it, Wu Taiji. Can I give birth myself? If not, please assist with the surgery. Although she had requested a surgical intervention from him, he had witnessed it before, yet he trembled at the thought of actually performing it. Shishi. I am not sure I can. The image filled him with dread. They have arrived. The midwife is here. Moe finally arrived, fearful of any mishap, and had brought a prepared midwife. Seeing the midwife's arrival, they felt a bit more at ease. Hurry over and see how Shishi is doing. Although he was a physician, Wu Taiji felt it inappropriate to examine her personally, given the gender differences. He could check her pulse, but delivering the baby was beyond his limits, and Ouyang Huai would not allow it. Chapter 56. Excruciating Pain. The midwife lifted the bedding covering Liu Shishi and rushed to examine her. The midwife's expression shifted, revealing her distress. What is it? Ouyang Huai asked anxiously. The young lady, she may not be able to give birth on her own. The midwife frowned with concern, speaking urgently. The amniotic fluid has already broken, but the young lady's pelvic bones are barely open. Has she been administered something to induce labor? Typically, natural delivery would result in the opening of the pelvic bones, but if someone has used drugs, that is uncertain. Encountering such a situation for the first time, she felt utterly powerless. Fortunately, the amniotic fluid did not leak out when it broke. Otherwise, both mother and child would have been lost. Wu Taiji was equally troubled. Midwife, please think of a solution. She cannot be in danger. Although it was inappropriate for the crown prince to approach, upon hearing the midwife's words, he too was filled with anxiety. Wu Taiji. Liu Shishi overheard the midwife's words and felt a surge of urgency. If there are no alternatives, then surgery. It must be. She glanced at Wu Jing. With both of them present, it should be manageable. Wu Taiji, did you bring the tools? She could not use the space now, and could not produce the tools. Yes, I brought everything with me when I came. Then, let us proceed with the surgery. Liu Shishi took a deep breath. Without medicine, the anesthesia in ancient times was generally ineffective, making it feel almost like a cesarean. Wu Taiji, wait a moment. Just as Wu Taiji was preparing, Ouyang Huai suddenly interjected. Check on Yenner. Her condition is also poor. In his haste, he had forgotten about Yenner. At this moment, Yenner had regained consciousness and looked at Liu Shishi, surrounded by everyone, her face filled with jealousy. Damn it! Did I suffer that arrow in vain? She could not help but cry out in pain, and finally, Ouyang Huai heard her. No time. Yenner's situation was more urgent. Wu Taiji. Can you take a look at her? It won't take long. No. Surgery for Shishi must be done immediately. Wu Taiji refused, without a second thought. But Huaiji, my stomach. It hurts. Yenner was in such agony that she nearly fainted, struggling to reach Ouyang Huai, but lacking the strength.
Yenner. Sehe ein Yenner in distress.
Ouyang Huai grew anxious. Yenner was also close to giving birth, and she was injured. He furrowed his brow tightly. Yenner's child must not be in danger. He was frustrated, thinking how he wished he had brought more physicians with him. My stomach, it hurts so much. Yenner cried out in pain, wanting to move but hindered by the arrow. Wu Taiji, can you please check on Yenner first? No time. Wu Taiji replied without looking up. Wu Taiji. It really won't take long. Please just. Enough. Ouyang Huai exclaimed. Shishi is your wife. Do not cause further chaos. If you are worried about Yenner, you may take her back. The crown prince observed Ouyang Huai, who was still preoccupied with that woman, and felt a surge of anger within him. He spoke with displeasure. Perhaps you could send someone to bring people over. It wouldn't take much time. He found it incomprehensible that this man could still think of another woman at such a critical moment, neglecting his own 2 children. Shishi, shall I begin now? The conditions here were incredibly poor. They were in the mountains, and the bedding had been borrowed from a nearby village. She could not fathom why she was unable to deliver normally. Was it due to the medicine they had just given her? Liu Shishi could not ascertain the reason. But what was even more dire was her inability to access her spatial abilities. Leaving her without antibiotics and postoperative infections could be fatal. Perhaps once she gave birth, she could use them. All she could do was cling to that hope. Mother. Seeing Moe waiting nearby, Liu Shishi called softly. Yes, I'm here. What is it? Please ensure the children are watched closely. They must not leave your sight. Liu Shishi remained uneasy. She had great faith in her instincts. She could not confront Liu Shiryao and the others at this moment, yet those people were plotting against her children. Oh, dear, are you all right, sister? Unexpectedly, Liu Shiryao, along with Su Shi and Liu Xiang, had rushed over. We heard you were missing. Our parents were quite worried. Are you about to give birth?
Liu Xiao feigned surprise,
causing Liu Shishi's heart to race as she anxiously looked at Moe. Mother, make them leave.
Now.
Cursed be the moment. She should have dealt with Liu Shiryao immediately. Hadn't she fled? How dare she return? No, perhaps she was unaware of the truth. Was she still intent on stealing a child? All right, Shishi, do not worry. I will send them away. My prince. Liu Shishi remained unconvinced. She remembered that the crown prince was also present and urgently called out. Shishi, you can send those 3 away. I do not wish to see them. Upon hearing the crown prince's agreement, Liu Shishi finally felt a sense of relief. Not far away, Ouyang Huai was seething. How could she not trust him at such a moment? She could trust her mother and the crown prince, but not herself. Liu Shishi truly felt abandoned. The crown prince's guards moved to escort Liu Shiryao and the others away, but Liu Shiryao insisted on staying. Your Highness, this is my sister. I must accompany her. She does not wish to see you. Your Highness, I am her father. She has commanded you to leave. The crown prince's personal guards personally escorted them away, while Liu Shishi was already surrounded by her own guards. Inside, only Dr. Wu Jing, the midwife, and Mo remained. Ouyang Huai stayed by Yenu's side, waiting for someone to summon a doctor. Yenu's trousers were already stained crimson with blood, her complexion as pale as a sheet. And only Ouyang Huai and a guard were with her. Huai Ge, am I going to die?
Will my child die?
Yenu's gaze grew increasingly vacant, her voice low and haunting. You will not. I am so worried about the child, but thankfully you are safe. She was reminding him of how she had saved both Ouyang Huai and Liu Shishi. Ouyang Huai felt a pang in his heart. He wanted to carry Yener down the mountain, but Liu Shishi had said that moving was not an option during childbirth. Was Yener now also unable to move? Meanwhile, Ouyang Huai was anxious about Yenu's condition. Just several steps away behind the curtain, Liu Shishi was undergoing a cesarean section without adequate anesthesia. Although there was anesthesia, the quality of ancient anesthetics was rather poor. As the knife descended, Liu Shishi still felt excruciating pain. She bit down on a piece of clothing, determined not to lose consciousness. The agony was overwhelming. Though she had endured injuries before, they said childbirth was a pain of the highest order, and she felt it had far surpassed that level. Chapter 57. The timing was off. A loud wail from a newborn brought relief to the assembled. Soon after, another cry echoed as Mo hurriedly helped clean the child. Thankfully, she had brought a swaddle for the baby, otherwise, they would have had to use adult clothing. At that moment, Aunt Sue finally arrived. Upon seeing Yenu's ashen face, her expression darkened. Madam. She felt a surge of compassion but was unsure how to proceed without causing further distress. Aunt Sue, what should we do now? Ouyang Huai was also anxious. He wanted to see his son, but he could not leave Yenu's side either. Liu Shishi had already given birth, but Yener had not, and she was still injured. I will check on things. Young General, when will the doctor arrive to assist? And the midwife? Since the young mistress has given birth, can the midwife come over now? Very well, I will go at once. Huaier, come quickly and see your son. Moe exclaimed excitedly as Ouyang Huai entered. And daughter, look at how lovely this little one is. The child was small. He remembered the chubby 10-pound baby he had seen just yesterday. His two children paled in comparison to this one, yet the child was undeniably adorable, sleeping soundly with eyes squinted shut. This was his first experience as a father, and he was at a loss as to what to do next. Why are you standing there in a daze? Come quickly and hold her. Moe, holding the child, was somewhat speechless at her son's bewildered state. Shishi has already fainted. Dr. Wu said she can be moved shortly, but it is best if she lies flat. They could not keep her on the mountain indefinitely. The best course of action was to return home. However, Shishi had instructed before fainting to find a place in the village below to stay for a couple of days. And the Crown Prince's people had already gone down to make arrangements.
Good.
Knowing I can be of assistance brings me great joy. Just as Ouyang Huai was about to leave, he suddenly remembered Yenu's condition and paused, speaking softly, Mother, since Shishi is now safe. Can the midwife go to Yener first? Upon hearing this, Moe felt a surge of frustration but, regrettably, could not act as she held the child. Fine, let her go. While I may not think highly of Yener, I cannot simply stand by and watch this woman perish. If she can be saved, she must be. Furthermore, that child was also of the Ouyang family's bloodline. The midwife set off immediately, but Dr. Wu remained, worried that without the proper medication, Shishi might be in danger. Perhaps there was indeed a risk. However, Shishi had finally fallen asleep, and he could not disturb her now. What did you say? They all escaped? Not a single one was caught. The Emperor's face darkened upon receiving the report. Have any of their origins been traced? Only those from the general's residence were attacked. Could it be that they are truly from Nanxi? Your Majesty, we have yet to ascertain this, but Liu Shishi has successfully given birth to 2 children. Then, hasten to escort them back. And what of that Yener girl? She is also from the general's residence. Were it not for her presence at the scene, I would not have bothered to question your majesty's intentions. Let them be. She is merely a woman. Whether she stays or goes is at Ouyang Huai's discretion. The shadow guards received the order and swiftly departed. When Liu Shishi awoke, it was already past midnight. The wound throbbed painfully, causing her to grimace. If only there were some painkillers available. As her thoughts shifted, she surprisingly sensed the presence of her spatial abilities. Internally, Liu Shishi lamented how unreliable. It had failed her at such a crucial moment. She hastily retrieved her medication, but she was unable to move. Shishi, you're awake? A familiar voice surprised her. It was Ouyang Huai, who was keeping watch over her. She quickly concealed the medicine beneath the blankets. Your mouth is quite dry. But you can't have water right now. Shishi, how do you feel? Ouyang Huai spoke urgently. Suddenly remembering something, he called out, Dr. Wu, hurry, Shishi has awakened. Though it was the dead of night, Dr. Wu and his team were resting nearby and rushed in upon hearing the commotion. Shishi, Ouyang Huai, please step outside. Dr. Wu instructed. Liu Shishi's face was pale. The pain from her wound was excruciating. Shishi, Dr. Wu, please apply the medicine. You go outside first. Ouyang Huai opened his mouth, wanting to protest that they were married and there was nothing he couldn't see. However, seeing Liu Shishi's frail state, he sighed and complied, stepping outside. Yet, he did not wander far, standing alone in the courtyard, his silhouette lonely and desolate. Watching him leave, Liu Shishi hurriedly took out her medicine. It was not the first time she had transformed items in front of Dr. Wu, so she felt no burden. Shishi, what is this medicine? Dr. Wu questioned, puzzled. Hadn't Liu Shishi said there was no medicine available while on the mountain? Yet, as he spoke, his hands were not idle, skillfully setting up and for drip. I'm not sure, but with these medications, the likelihood of infection has significantly decreased. Dr. Wu, where are the children? She had fainted upon hearing their cries and had instructed her mother-in-law and the crown prince to protect them, but she had no idea how they were faring. The children are doing well. The wet nurse has been brought over. The wet nurse? It must be brought by my mother-in-law. Liu Shishi felt a tinge of sorrow. Her mother-in-law was truly kind. But Ouyang Huai, she didn't know how to express her feelings. In life and death moments, he would always protect her. Yet she realized his heart was never solely her own. Shishi, that woman has given birth to a son. After a long hesitation, Dr. Wu felt compelled to address certain matters. He worried that if Liu Shishi were to learn this, it would be painful for her, but she would find out eventually. The child is not doing well. He weighs less than 4 pounds. It's uncertain if he will survive. Less than 4 pounds? If this were the modern era, he could be placed in an incubator, but there is none here. Liu Shishi recalled how they both plotted against her. Should she inform Ouyang Huai? And what of Liu Shiryao, who had schemed for her child's skin? Dr. Wu, when I was abducted with her, I seemed to sense something was amiss with her condition. Have you seen that child? The child's bone age should be incorrect. What do you mean? This was the first time Dr. Wu had heard of such a thing. No one had ever mentioned this issue before. She has taken medicine to delay the child's growth. Liu Shishi's gaze darkened. Ouyang Huai must be hiding something from her. Why would they delay the child's growth? There could only be one reason: the timing of the pregnancy is incorrect. If Ruoyan's child is not a preterm birth, then if she gives birth now, or even earlier, the child cannot possibly belong to Ouyang Huai. Shishi, your reasoning makes sense. Dr. Wu pondered for a moment. He had felt something was off when he took Ruoyan's pulse, but had not understood why at the time. Chapter 58. The schemes of the House of Jiang. If it truly is medicine to delay the child's growth, such a drug would be extraordinarily powerful. But how can we ascertain which medication was used? Dr. Wu asked excitedly. If we can prove this, Ouyang Huai should rid himself of that wretched woman. I'm not certain, but if I'm not mistaken, she won't allow this child to survive. No. She must consult the crown prince first. Ruoyan must not harm that child. Perhaps a paternity test could be arranged? Although her spatial abilities lacked the means for such testing, she could employ ancient methods to deceive Ruoyan. After all, didn't she wish to become a general's wife? First, she would expose the child's identity and see if Ruoyan still had the face to remain. However, if the child truly wasn't Ouyang Huai's, that would be intriguing indeed. She wondered what expression Ouyang Huai would wear upon learning the truth. And what of Ruoyan's debt of gratitude? Would Ouyang Huai punish her? Shishi, you should rest for a while. I'll keep an eye on the 4. Liu Shishi nodded. She was indeed quite fatigued. Ouyang Huai, that child of Royaness. Is he truly not yours? Upon awakening once more, she found Ouyang Huai sitting by her bedside, dark circles under his eyes resembling those of a panda. Liu Shishi had always been straightforward. If she wished to ask, she would. Yet, she wondered if this man would reveal the truth to her. What are you saying? He seemed astonished to hear such words, his brow furrowing in concern. Royan must have taken medication to delay the child's growth, so calculating the time. You weren't at the frontier when she became pregnant, were you? Liu Shishi smiled faintly at him, eager to see his reaction to this revelation. Shishi, what are you saying? Liu Shishi's words left Ouyang Huai in shock. He suddenly recalled that wrinkled child, dark and unappealing. Could it be true? Shishi, are you serious? Ouyang Huai's expression grew frantic, and Liu Shishi observed his anxiety with a disdainful smile. Though I have no proof, according to my experience, it should be so. Ouyang Huai still trusted Liu Shishi's medical skills. He felt darkness clouding his vision. The child of Royan was born before we went to the battlefield? Then who could it belong to? His eyes dimmed as he hastily rose and rushed out. He needed to find Kong Ji. Kong Ji was most familiar with Jiang Yuda and should know more about their circumstances. Men are just that way. Liu Shishi assumed Ouyang Huai had gone to confront Royan. After all, no man could tolerate his woman being unfaithful. But what did that matter to her? She had never considered betraying Ouyang Huai, despite his despicable nature. Shishi, how are you feeling? To her surprise, the crown prince had personally come to visit. Liu Shishi observed that he appeared better than the first time they met. Your Highness, your injury? Dr. Wu has treated it for me. And with the medicine you left behind, I am quite well now. Shishi, your medicine is remarkable. Given my injuries, I would normally have to lie down for several days. But now I hardly feel anything. Even moving doesn't cause any tearing of the wound. The crown prince's expression was one of exhilaration. He had never felt so well. Your Highness, you previously had poor health and insufficient vitality, but now you should be much better. It seemed the blood had not been wasted. With the crown prince recovering, she felt relieved. By the way, Shishi, do you have any leads on the people who kidnapped you yesterday? They have all disappeared. Not a single one was captured. It's strange. Our people were down the mountain at the time, yet we caught none of them. It's quite bizarre. However, they likely targeted those from the general's residence. They all escaped? Liu Shishi was secretly astonished at how swiftly they had fled. Moreover, had they not jumped off a cliff? She had searched below and found no trace of their bodies. The prince expressed his confusion, to which Liu Shishi offered a wry smile. Since they chose to leap, they surely do not seek death. Shishi, do you recall their appearances? Liu Shishi nodded. I remember only one. She could mention Liu Shiryao, yet she chose not to. Wasn't Liu Shiryao eager to change her appearance? And didn't she have designs on her children? Liu Shishi felt it would be kind to assist her in this endeavor, albeit with the caveat that the children were certainly not hers. With a chuckle, she mused that given Liu Shiryao's vanity, she would likely be deeply moved by the chance to be beautiful, if only for a moment. How fortunate it was to have space. Her wounds were no longer painful, and she anticipated being able to rise from bed the following day. At the Liu residence, Liu Shiryao seethed. Mother, that wretched Liu Shishi showed me no respect in front of the prince. She had been returned home, her face dark with fury. When had she grown so familiar with the prince? Su Shi shared her confusion. The prince was not known for his warmth. The most infuriating aspect was that Liu Shishi had indeed borne 2 children, a son and daughter. Liu Shiryao regretted her earlier decisions. Had she married the prince, all that Liu Shishi currently possessed would rightfully belong to her. Indeed, it seemed Liu Shishi's fortune was astonishingly good. Su Shi echoed her sentiments, lamenting the rarity of a dragon and phoenix twin birth, something many desired but few achieved. By the way, Mother, how did she manage to win the prince's favor? Without his intervention, how could they have located her so quickly? Perhaps by now, she has completed her transformation and is even more beautiful than before. Su Shi, though uncertain, felt relief that Liu Shiryao had escaped early. Had the prince captured her, her life would have been irrevocably altered. Yet she quickly smiled. Yao Yao. Regardless of how she became familiar with the prince, you must strive to be on good terms with her. Why should I? She is merely a lowly concubine. The thought of befriending Liu Shishi caused Liu Shiryao's wounds to throb anew. Her association with the prince means that you must remain close to her to see him, and thus have any hope of becoming the prince's consort. Su Shi advised with heartfelt concern. Yao Yao, Patience is crucial for larger ambitions. Consider the day you become the prince's consort or even the queen. Dealing with her will be a matter of mere words. Is that truly the case? Liu Shishi pondered. And if you are at odds with her, given the prince's affection for her, do you believe he would favor you instead? What if she speaks ill of you to him? A chill ran through Liu Shishi at her mother's words. Perhaps there was wisdom in them. Moe had mentioned that a woman must rest for a full 30 days postpartum, a time dedicated solely to recuperation without socializing. Yet, she had not anticipated that Liu Shishi would visit her several times during this period. On the day Liu Shishi completed her confinement, Liu Shishi could hardly contain her excitement. Shishi, you have finally emerged. I was beside myself with worry. Really? What was it that concerned you, sister? Liu Shishi replied with a smile, aware that Liu Shishi remained oblivious to her knowledge of the kidnapping incident. Should she learn of it, what would her reaction be?
For now.
Liu Shishi preferred to bide her time and discover who possessed the ability to perform skin grafts. The voice of that individual felt familiar, as if she had heard it before, yet she could not recall when. Perhaps the original owner of this body had encountered them? It seemed quite plausible, otherwise she would not have felt such familiarity without having a clear memory. Regrettably, the listening device had not been retrieved. However, she still possessed her spatial abilities. Should she use them for her dear sister? Yet, what if Liu Shishi changed her clothes or was too far away for clear audio? Perhaps it was best to observe her intentions first. Oh, sister, I missed you so much. You hardly ever come to see me. Alas, we are sisters who must support one another, are we not? By the way, where are my little niece and nephew? Liu Shishi understood that children's skin was particularly delicate, but she had yet to see Liu Shishi's children. They are not with me, Liu Shishi replied nonchalantly. Liu Shishi's expression stiffened before she revealed a radiant smile. May I see them? I have never laid eyes on them. Shishi, I have prepared gifts for them, Liu Shishi exclaimed with delight. Observing her sister's beaming expression, Liu Shishi momentarily questioned whether the words she had heard previously were merely a figment of her imagination. Liu Shishi's transformation had indeed been remarkable, and her demeanor toward Liu Shishi had softened considerably. My current condition is still somewhat inconvenient. Mother is caring for them, and they will return to see me in the evening. Liu Shishi seemed to acknowledge Liu Shishi, her tone growing gentler. They're only coming back at night? I wish to personally present them with their gifts. Liu Shishi eagerly produced 2 longevity locks, sincerity etched across her face. Shishi, I was uncertain what to gift you, but this longevity lock carries a good meaning. I hope you don't mind. How could I possibly take offense? It is your heartfelt intention, after all. By the way, sister, your face has healed remarkably well. It is nearly imperceptible now. Although Liu Shishi was unsure of the remedies Liu Shishi had employed, her recovery was indeed impressive. Even in modern times, such healing would take years. It is merely my good fortune. Sister, how is your wound faring? Liu Shishi inquired, curiosity piqued by the rumors of Liu Shishi's difficult childbirth. Alas, Liu Shishi, you are not far from losing favor. A large scar adorns your abdomen, and one wonders how Ouyang Huai could overlook it. Moreover, it is said that it was the physician Wu and his grandson who performed the surgery. Alas, your abdomen has been seen by other men, not just one, and I cannot fathom how Ouyang Huai could be completely untroubled by it. When the opportunity arises, I must subtly remind Ouyang Huai, lest he forget, Liu Shishi mused. Though the pain has subsided, the scar remains quite pronounced. By the way, sister, what medicine did you use that proved so effective? I wish to try it as well. Liu Shishi spoke earnestly. You know well how difficult it is for us women. While the scar may not be visible, it is still unsightly on the inside. I do not seek complete removal, but even half would bring me great joy. Liu Shishi must have a knowledgeable ally by her side. Previously, she had not considered this. Perhaps the one who provided her with the ointment was the very individual seeking to alter their appearances? Liu Shishi needed to ascertain whether that person was a fellow traveler. After all, one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers, and not all compatriots could become friends. This was procured by mother on my behalf. If you wish to use it, I can inquire when I return. Regrettably, sister, I had little to begin with, and I have used it all up. Liu Shishi caressed her own face. Though it was nearly unnoticeable, the sensation was unmistakable. She yearned for complete restoration, even for her skin to improve further. Yet she currently had no access to Liu Shishi's children. I must see that little girl and examine her skin. Shishi, Why are you up? Upon hearing that Liu Shishi was coming, Moe felt uneasy and had someone bring the two children over. Sister, are these your children? Upon finally seeing the children, Liu Shishi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she hurried over to take a look. However, Moe stepped in front of her, blocking her view and speaking curtly, Miss Liu. Please step outside for a moment. Shishi needs to feed the children. Madam, I just want to see my little. You need to step outside. The children are hungry, Moe said impatiently. With no choice, Liu Shishi could only retreat to the courtyard. What made you want to see her? Once Liu Shishi had walked far enough away, Moe asked in confusion. Mother, look at the scar on her face. It's barely noticeable now. I just wanted to inquire about it. Alas, Shishi, you have suffered so, Moe said, feeling guilty as she recalled the hardships Shishi had endured. These past few days have been quite hectic with the impending arrival of the envoys from Nanxi. Everyone present grimaced at the mention of Nanxi. They certainly have some means. I've heard their fifth princess is coming as well, likely for a marriage alliance, though we do not know who the suitor might be. And Liu Shishi looked puzzled. Mother, it seems that no matter who she marries, it shouldn't concern our general's residence, right? While it may not directly affect us. I fear she might choose the current emperor, Moe replied. She had commissioned someone to investigate and learned that Nanxi's royal family possessed a secret technique known as soul control, which could manipulate the hearts and minds of the weak-willed. She suspected that Ouyang Huai's drastic change in temperament was related to this technique, but the investigation yielded little hope. Although the fifth princess of Nanxi might not wield this power herself, she surely had adept individuals by her side, which filled Moe with dread. Regardless of whether the Nanxi princess married the emperor or one of the princes, if she wished to whisper sweet nothings into the emperor's ear, it would spell trouble for them. It was clear who the Nanxi princess despised the most, their general's residence. After all, if Ouyang Huai had not gone to battle, they would not have faced defeat and sought peace. Sure, the soul control technique is closely linked to a person's mental state. If she truly aims to marry the emperor, even though the emperor possesses a strong will, age does make one vulnerable. Given the right opportunity, he could easily fall prey to her machinations. And then she would undoubtedly target our general's residence. Moe expressed her concerns. Surely the emperor must be aware of their capabilities? This was the first time Liu Shishi had heard of the soul control technique. Although she did not fully understand it, it seemed quite formidable, akin to hypnosis. Hypnosis also pertained to a person's mental state, making the feeble-minded more susceptible. However, she never imagined such methods existed in ancient times. Could it be that this era also harbored time travelers? Liu Shishi grew increasingly indignant, but decided to take things one step at a time, first determining who the shapeshifter was. The emperor should be aware, but even the mightiest heroes can fall prey to beauty. Sure. This time the emperor seems particularly invested in them. Though they initiated the peace negotiations, the emperor personally sent the crown prince to welcome them, which speaks volumes about his regard for them. Chapter 60. Unworthy of humanity, Miss Liu, I did not expect you to visit the young lady. Aunt Su exclaimed upon learning that Liu Shishi had come, seeking a chance to meet her. She is my sister. Is it not normal for me to see her? Upon seeing Aunt Su, Liu Shishi recalled the events of that day, feeling quite uncomfortable. Are you hoping to see your own skin? Although there was no skin swapping, Liu Shishi could only find a way to achieve her desires through herself, as even the physician lacked such capabilities. What makes you think I could take that little girl away? I am in quite a predicament myself. I want to befriend Liu Shishi to gain the crown prince's favor. Yet I simultaneously wish to restore my appearance. To take the little girl away would require stealth, lest Liu Shishi discover their enmity. How should I know? If everything depended on her, what purpose would Liu Shishi serve? Let me think. Aunt Su, do you truly believe that method you mentioned will succeed? If I undergo skin swapping, I would lose my own skin, and if it fails, I would become a hideous creature. Liu Shishi had only recently begun to feel uneasy, considering the age disparity between herself and the children. Miss Liu, if you do not believe, then do not proceed. I have mentioned before, if it does not work, you still have your mother. She would surely be a suitable candidate, even if she is a bit older. My mother's skin? If I were to swap with hers, it would be better to keep my own. Nevertheless, there was an element of risk involved, so she would proceed with caution. It's actually Aunt Su. Liu Shishi discreetly left behind a token. After all, her space was still available, and to her surprise, it bore fruit. Hearing a voice nearby, Liu Shixiao had not anticipated that the mysterious figure would be in their residence. Aunt Sue likely wasn't a time traveler, otherwise, she would not have failed to recognize the symptoms of an allergy during the last incident with the crown prince. However, Liu Shixiao remained undeterred.
Onsu.
Do you still have that ointment? Liu Shishi inquired, wishing to use a bit to heal her wounds. Liu Shixiao sought to please Liu Shishi. Offering a bit of ointment would be quite advantageous. I shall search for it when I return. That ointment is not easily concocted, Aunt Sue did not refuse outright. Is the ointment also from you, Aunt Sue? Liu Shixiao was further intrigued. Such a miraculous substance might not even exist in modern times. What kind of medicine was Aunt Sue using? Once she obtained it, she could analyze it. The previous poisoning seemed solely aimed at hastening her delivery and did not cause any other discomfort. That poison might have been Aunt Sue's doing. Once she understood the situation, future matters would be easier to manage. Sure, what are you saying? You want me to stay and accompany you? Liu Shixiao was taken aback. She had merely stepped out for a moment, and Liu Shishi unexpectedly invited her to stay at the general's residence. Yes, sister, mother just advised me. Although we have had our share of unpleasantness in the past, we are still sisters and should support each other. You see, I cannot go out right now. So I can only ask you to stay with me, Liu Shishi said warmly. Liu Shixiao felt a twinge of suspicion but dared not agree hastily. Sister, I am glad you feel that way. However, I did not inform father and mother of my intention to stay. Perhaps I should return and ask them? While she was pleased with Liu Shishi's change in attitude, she could not afford to be careless and needed to consult with her mother first. Of course. You can help me inquire about the ointment while you're at it. Liu Shixiao pondered. Could it be that Liu Shishi was being so kind simply to obtain the ointment? A small scar on her own face had taken a long time to heal, while Liu Shishi's scar was larger, far from something that could be remedied with just a few bottles. That goes without saying, Liu Shixiao readily agreed, eager to retrieve the ointment immediately. After Liu Shixiao departed, Moe emerged from the inner chamber, having overheard everything outside. Shishi, are you truly set on having her come to the residence? She seems to have an association with Yenner. Liu Shishi recalled the time Aunt Sue was recommended by the Liu family before her kidnapping. Mother, at the time I was kidnapped, you all presumed it was the people of Nanxi, did you not? She wished to discuss the risky plans she had for Liu Shixiao. After all, offending the Liu family is a risk that the general's residence can choose not to bear. Am I not correct? I am uncertain, but at that moment, I heard Liu Shixiao's voice. What? Moe was taken aback. How could Liu Shixiao's voice be heard? It seemed plausible, as the Liu family arrived rather swiftly. She must have received the news and rushed over, but where did the Liu family get their information? Had they not informed her? Unless they were nearby. Liu Shixiao had previously sustained an injury to her face, and Aunt Sue was skilled in a skin restoration procedure. Liu Shishi's expression remained cold. She still felt a deep discomfort within her heart. The skin she desired had to appear youthful and possess a certain blood relation, thus their target was. Did she intend to use your skin? Moe's countenance changed drastically. She had not anticipated Liu Shixiao could be so malicious.
Mine? Ha.
Mother, my skin is far too aged for her to covet. Then what does she desire? Moe's gaze darkened as she recalled her beloved granddaughter. How could they be so heartless? Indeed, the skin of a child is the most desirable, which is why she targeted Nunio's skin. Nunio, the pet name of her daughter. Zai Zai is the elder brother and Nunio is the younger sister. Both little ones have now grown and are no longer the wrinkled infants they once were. Ha! How audacious of her! Moe's face turned ashen. How could they contemplate such schemes against a child as innocent as Nunio? It is indeed appalling. I feel the same way. Since my elder sister is so intent on changing her skin as her devoted younger sister, how could I not assist her? A bloodthirsty smile revealed itself at the corners of Liu Shishi's lips. Sure, my dear, I support you. What do you wish to do? Moe also yearned to personally reprimand Liu Shixiao, yet since Shishi had devised a plan, it would only be fitting to let her take the lead. First, let her reside in our general's residence, and then Liu Shishi articulated her intentions. Moe nodded along, though she expressed slight dissatisfaction with a chosen target. Although that skin was somewhat aged, it was still human. Shishi, could you refrain from using human skin? Not human? I must admit, Moe's suggestion intrigued Liu Shishi. Then what shall we use? Animal skin? Some individuals do not deserve to be called human. Moe's tone was resolute. The general's residence was known for its boldness. When had they become so repressed? Were they prepared to face the consequences of their schemes against them? Is this the renowned, gentle, and generous legitimate daughter? Fortunately, she did not marry in at that time. Otherwise, the household would undoubtedly be in turmoil. Chapter 61. The Mistress longs for her child. Miss Liu Shishi wishes to acquire ointment to heal her wounds. Do you think we should? Aunt Sue hurried back, intending to add something while also needing to inform Yenner. Liu Shishi? Has she emerged from her confinement? Yenner's complexion paled further. She had lost an excessive amount of blood that day and nearly perished. Fortunately, she survived and gave birth to a son. However, that child is, to this day, quite unsightly. The general's residence has taken the child, and she can hardly bring herself to cast a glance at that hideous creature. The child is remarkably resilient. Even the imperial physician claimed he would not survive, yet a month has passed, and he remains alive. Naturally, she must care for herself diligently.
Yenner had grown even thinner.
Her eyes dimmed. Since the birth of her child, Ouyang Huai seldom visited. What he desired was indeed merely that child. How unfortunate. She had thought she could win his heart, even enduring an arrow for him. I ought to go out now. Aunt Sue, let us pay her a visit. Remember, Liu Shishi mentioned she would assist in her recovery. I wonder if that still holds true? She is currently suffering perhaps from excessive blood loss during childbirth, and has been unwell, appearing fragile as if she could succumb at any moment. Perhaps her life is truly fleeting. Aunt Sue and the doctor have both examined her and declared her constitution weak, requiring gradual nourishment. However, no one from the general's residence attends to her. Even the young general, Ouyang Huai, has scarcely come to see her in this past month. Yenner, accompanied by Aunt Sue, arrived at Liu Shishi's courtyard, observing the bustling servants, and her heart ached. In her own courtyard, not a soul could be seen. Indeed, it is disheartening to compare. Men are utterly unreliable, leaving women to rely solely on themselves. Sister Shishi. Yenner, supported by Aunt Sue, entered and was taken aback by Liu Shishi's radiant appearance. Had she emerged from a slum? Liu Shishi was at a loss for words. She had contemplated revenge against Yenner, feeling that her kidnapping was partly her fault, yet upon witnessing her current state, she found herself at a loss for how to proceed. Sister Shishi, I have indeed been quite frail lately. Do you possess any methods to help me recover? Gazing at Liu Shishi's blossoming beauty, Yenner felt a wave of bitterness wash over her, contrasting sharply with her own haggard appearance.
Miss Yenner, you jest?
Do you not have Aunt Sue, who is exceptionally skilled in medicine? Why would you need my assistance? Yenner felt a pang of bitterness. Aunt Sue was not adept at body recuperation. I am not particularly skilled either. My mother has been the one assisting me throughout this confinement. Perhaps I should inquire of her? Seek the general's wife. Yenner felt a deep sense of despair. How could she dare? The general's wife had never held her in esteem, even when she bore a child. Very well, Sister Shishi, I wish to see my child. Could you kindly speak to the lady on my behalf? Although she did not particularly care for that child, he was nonetheless her flesh and blood. Having not seen him even once since his birth, she yearned to see him desperately. Hearing that he was still alive, she assumed the general's residence had not mistreated him. That is feasible. I shall mention it to my mother shortly. Liu Shishi smiled, recalling her previous conversation with Ouyang Huai regarding the child's condition. But she had not inquired further. Miss Yenner, you were pregnant. Why did you take medication to hinder the child's growth? Liu Shishi casually inquired. What? As if she hadn't heard Liu Shishi's words, Yenner looked up in astonishment. You have consumed medication to impede the child's growth, have you not? What medication? Sister Shishi, I have never heard of such a thing. Yenner gazed at her in confusion. Liu Shishi smiled. Have you not heard? Although she feigned nonchalance. Observing Yenner's tightly clenched hands and tense body, Liu Shishi surmised that Yenner was not oblivious. She certainly knew. What a disservice to that child. However, those who take such medication usually do so because they wish to conceal the duration of their pregnancy. I suppose you were unaware, as you had no need to hide it. Liu Shishi continued, while Yenner was seized by fear. Had she revealed her knowledge to Ouyang Huai? If that were true, everything would make sense. Yet, he had not come to inquire about her. Why had he not even bothered to ask her? Sister Shishi, you jest. Yenner lowered her head awkwardly. Thinking of that little child, she tentatively asked, Sister Shishi, when will you go see the child? May I accompany you? Observing Yenner's cautious demeanor, Liu Shishi nodded, as she too wished to see what she intended to do. Look, Nyonya smiled at me. The child of the full moon has already displayed a wealth of expressions. The daughter of the general's household is exceedingly precious, with granddaughters favored even more than grandsons. The elderly matriarch, whose health was previously rather frail, has found renewed vigor with the arrival of the child. She spends her days beside the infant, delighting in the experience. Naturally, when Liu Shishi returned, she offered her a pill, which the matriarch accepted without suspicion and took on the spot. Perhaps it was the potency of the medicine, as she now moves with remarkable agility, appearing rejuvenated by several years. Indeed, the little one is quite adorable. Their names have yet to be chosen and should be decided soon. According to custom, a child may be entered into the family genealogy upon reaching their first month, thus solidifying their name. Yes, let the two of them hasten the process. The matriarch chuckled heartily, and Moe nodded in agreement. However, Huai has been exceedingly busy lately, sometimes not returning for several days. One wonders what the current emperor is thinking. After all, it is merely a defeated nation, yet he places such significance on it. They are here seeking peace, but is it truly necessary? How can we discern the emperor's thoughts? The matriarch sighed, expressing a wish for no mishaps to occur. She does not seek glory. She merely hopes for a lack of mistakes. Grandmother, mother, Liu Shishi greeted as she entered, observing the matriarch and Moe entertaining the child. Shishi has arrived. Look. It seems the bond between mother and child is indeed strong. Even the lazy little one is excited. The matriarch remarked, watching the exuberant infant. Just moments ago, your mother and I were amusing him for half an hour, yet he stubbornly slept with his eyes closed, ignoring us. Liu Shishi noted her son's detached temperament, which she too had sensed. Oh, grandmother, what can such a tiny child understand? She remarked, extending a finger towards the infant. The little one, with eyes as dark as grapes, grasped her finger with his tiny hand and promptly brought it to his mouth, sucking on it eagerly. Liu Shishi found the sight amusing. This little one is not only lazy but also quite the little foodie, it seems. Meanwhile, Nyo, observing from the side, became restless, waving her tiny hands and feet, seemingly attempting to flip over. This little girl, at merely 1 month, already possesses such wild spirit? Chapter 62. Madness, snatching the child. She offered a finger to the little girl as well, who grasped it and nibbled at it, achieving a sense of satisfaction. Oh, dear, you two. Do you not mind the dirt? Liu Shishi lamented, wishing to discourage them from gnawing on fingers. Yet these two mischievous creatures would resort to chewing on clothing, or bedding if denied. Upon her return, she ought to explore clean, suitable objects for the children to chew on, for one cannot neglect their needs. Sister Shishi, Yenu entered alongside Liu Shishi, her gaze landing on the two adorable children. She envied the interaction between Shishi and them, wondering about her own child. After scanning the room twice and finding nothing beyond the two, she inquired, Mother, I too wish to see my child. Liu Shishi offered a brief explanation, but Moe's expression turned icy, her tone displeased. What brings you here? Her dislike for Yenner had only intensified. Although Yenner had behaved herself this past month, she was well aware that it was merely a temporary reprieve. Such a woman would undoubtedly cause trouble given the chance. Without Yenner, there were no conflicts between Shishi and Ouyang Huai. Had they not lived quite peacefully this past month? My lady, I miss the child, Yenner stated.
Ha!
A month has passed, and now you tell me you miss the child?
Montag scoffed,
clapping her hands to summon a young maid. Take her to see the child. Sister Shishi, would you accompany me? Yenner, feeling uncertain, did not dare to go alone, fearing she might lose her composure. Very well. This was Liu Shishi's first venture outside the courtyard in a month. She had yet to see the rumored child and felt a tinge of curiosity. Shishi, perhaps it would be best if you did not go, Moe cautioned, not wishing Liu Shishi to feel discontent upon seeing the child, for though the general's household refused to acknowledge it, the child was indeed connected to Ouyang Huai. In her view, the child could remain in the care of the general's household, but Yenner must be sent away. As long as she departed from the general's residence, Ouyang Huai could arrange for her wherever he pleased. She simply felt it inappropriate to dismiss her while Yenner was in confinement. Now that the confinement period had concluded, it was an opportune moment. Mother, I too wish to see, Yenner insisted, having never laid eyes on her child. Driven by curiosity, she thought perhaps seeing the child in person might reveal something to her. Young madam, the child is in a room ahead. The lady has arranged for 2 caretakers. As the infant's health is fragile, 1 wet nurse and 1 doctor. Several times, the child was saved just in the nick of time. Very well. One must commend the general's household for their reliability. They had thoughtfully ensured a doctor was available for a newborn, a testament to Mo's dedication. Upon entering, they found the room well lit and adequately furnished. Young madam, the wet nurse greeted Liu Shishi with a smile of deference, having never met her before but still recognizing her. Thank you for your hard work. Approaching the small crib, Liu Shishi felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow upon seeing the tiny bundle. The child appeared smaller than either of her own, with alarmingly thin arms and legs. He lay quietly asleep, and she could barely hear his breath. He rarely cried or fussed, remaining remarkably tranquil. The wet nurse observed the pitiful child and sighed. Young madam, he consumes very little. Is this my child? Gazing at the still dark infant, with features tightly scrunched, Yennefer felt a lump in her throat. Why does my child look like this? Comparing the lifeless child to Liu Shishi's two lively offspring, she could not suppress her gnashing of teeth. Why is my child like this? She refused to believe this was her child. It was simply too unattractive. The child has always been this way, the wet nurse replied, puzzled by Yennefer's reaction. Aware of the household's circumstances, the child was born with deficiencies. Had it not been for the household's care, he would have perished countless times by now.
No.
It cannot be. This is not my child, Yennefer proclaimed, abruptly turning to flee. She had not even touched the child. Liu Shishi followed her out, but in the courtyard, there was no sign of Yennefer. Child, my child. At that moment, Yennefer dashed into the room they had just visited. Hearing the commotion, Mo stood, only to see a figure rush in like a whirlwind. Son, mother is here, Yennefer exclaimed, seizing the infant in her arms, holding him tightly with a frantic expression.
Yennefer?
What madness is this? Mo, having been distracted, now noticed Yennefer clutching the child and her gaze turned cold. Put the child down. No, this is my child. Yennefer not only refused to release him, but tightened her embrace. The infant, sensing discomfort, began to wail. Let go. Upon hearing her grandson cry, Mo's heart ached. However, as she approached, Yennefer leaped further away, causing Mo to hesitate, fearful of the child's safety.
Quick. Someone.
The woman has gone mad. Mo felt a surge of anxiety at Yennefer's wild demeanor, yet found herself at a loss for how to proceed.
What now?
The elderly lady, feeling somewhat fatigued, decided to rest in the adjacent chamber. Unexpectedly, upon hearing commotion from the other room, her concern for the child urged her to hastily emerge. At that moment, Liu Shishi also arrived, and upon hearing the child's cries, her heart ached intensely. She blamed herself for having brought this woman along, for Yennefer was holding the child, and even the guards dared not approach. Liu Shishi slowly walked over and, observing Yennefer's frenzied demeanor, gently spoke. Yennefer, give me the child. No, this is my child. I won't give him up, Yennefer retorted, even planting a kiss on the child's small face. The child wailed louder, causing Liu Shishi's heart to throb painfully. Suddenly, she recalled the tranquilizer gun. Did she have one in her space? Delving into her consciousness, she rummaged through her belongings until she finally discovered a gun. She retrieved it discreetly. Your child? Do you even know what your child looks like? Overpowering Yennefer would not be difficult. The challenge lay in ensuring the child's safety. Liu Shishi's gaze darkened. She needed to get closer to guarantee the child's protection. Yennefer, what are you doing? Ouyang Huai had just returned home and rushed over upon hearing the news. Upon hearing his voice, Yennefer appeared to regain some clarity. Why go our child? Yennefer, give me the child. Ouyang Huai's tone was tender yet urgent. No, he is my son, our son. Yennefer stepped back, clutching the child tighter. Liu Shishi tugged at Ouyang Huai's sleeve and whispered, catch the child. Though she uttered only 4 words, Ouyang Huai understood her intent and nodded. Their hushed conversation appeared remarkably intimate to onlookers. Yennefer's eyes reddened, her voice trembling with agitation. Why go? How can you treat me this way? At that moment, seizing the opportunity, Liu Shishi swiftly drew the tranquilizer gun and aimed it at Yennefer's arm, firing without hesitation. The instant Yennefer's arm went numb, she loosened her grip, and the child fell from her embrace. Simultaneously, Ouyang Huai leaped forward to catch the child. Seeing Ouyang Huai approach to snatch the child, Yennefer's expression shifted dramatically, and she hastily raised her hand to retrieve the child once more. Ouyang Huai, taken aback by Yennefer's persistence, his eyes turned cold. He caught the child with one hand and struck Yennefer with the other. The sound of impact reverberated as Yenner's frail body was propelled against the wall, drowning out the child's cries, momentarily leaving everyone in the room stunned. In that instant, the previously wailing child seemed to sense a familiar presence and abruptly ceased crying. Silence enveloped the room, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. The child blinked up at Ouyang Huai, eyes wide, while the little nose twitched curiously. A pained gasp shattered the stillness as Yenna collapsed to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Seemingly regaining her senses, she stared incredulously at Ouyang Huai. You? Why go? How could you? She coughed again, expelling more blood. Aunt Sue rushed over to support her, whispering, Madam. Madam? What gives her the right to claim such a title? Moe, initially shocked and angered, found her fury reignited upon hearing that term and coldly retorted, Is this what you dare to call yourself? Ouyang Huai, you see this woman, she actually attempted to harm the child. Now that she has emerged from her confinement, shouldn't she be sent away? It was fortuitous that Ouyang Huai was present, sparing her the need to articulate her sentiments more than once. Madam, my child. Yenner fixed her gaze intently on the child in Ouyang Huai's arms, as if she believed it to be hers. Your child is next door. If you wish to take it, feel free. She felt that child was not of the Ouyang lineage. I won't. This is my child. Yenner stubbornly refused to believe, her eyes reflecting a hint of madness. Liu Shishi furrowed her brow. Yenner's behavior was concerning. She recalled the day she overheard Yenner planning to abduct a child. Could it be that the soul-binding technique had been employed for too long, leading her to become deluded? Observing Yenner being forcefully led away by Aunt Sue and two maids, Moe's expression turned grave. Previously, Yenner had merely been a nuisance, but now she posed a genuine threat to two children. This woman is far too dangerous. Ouyang Huai, what do you intend to do about Yenner? Mother, I will find a place for her to stay outside. Hearing this, Moe felt a wave of relief wash over her, but soon realized something was amiss. What do you mean? What is her status? Surely, Ouyang Huai, you do not intend to keep her as a concubine? Our family cannot harbor a mistress, Moe warned sternly. I also do not consent. The elderly lady, having been frightened, took the child from Ouyang Huai's arms and comforted. Be good, little one. Do not cry. The child, with its large, round eyes, had just wept for a prolonged period, yet not a trace of tears remained on its face. I didn't mean it that way. Ouyang Huai looked at Liu Shishi, troubled. I truly have nothing going on with her. I just want to give the child an identity. Nothing? That child is not yours. What identity could you possibly provide? Not to mention that Yenner's mother was indeed Yenner herself. Even an ordinary person, accustomed to the opulence of a general's household, could harbor ill intentions. Furthermore, Moe was not one to be trifled with. Ouyang Huai, we need to talk. They had not genuinely conversed in a month. Now that she had emerged from her confinement, certain matters needed addressing. I also have something to discuss with you. Ouyang Huai nodded in agreement, and seeing that they had matters to discuss, Moe urged them to leave promptly. You go first. Liu Shishi hesitated. Ouyang Huai was not one to meddle in affairs unnecessarily. Perhaps he intended to address the issue with Yenner? You go ahead. As a man, he would certainly defer to Liu Shishi. Yenner, how do you plan to handle this? What are your intentions regarding our relationship? Her feelings towards Ouyang Huai were exceedingly complex. Each time she thought he was being unfaithful, he would surprise her by being a good man. Conversely, when she believed he was decent and could settle for him, he would do something to break her heart. For instance, when she was kidnapped, he risked himself to protect her. Just moments ago, when the child was in danger, he understood her meaning with just a few brief words. Shishi, I have told you before, I have never wronged you, never. In truth, Ouyang Huai had longed to confess his feelings but was uncertain how to begin. And what about Yenner? Liu Shishi raised an eyebrow, her expression one of disdain. I can sense that you care for her deeply. If you truly did not care, you would not engage in so many intimate acts with her. She means nothing. Sirs. Madam, hurry. Miss Yu has been injured. A maid suddenly dashed in, shouting loudly.
What? How is Yu?
Where is she? Upon hearing of Yu's injury, Liu Shishi felt a surge of anxiety. Miss Yu has been taken to her room. A doctor has already been summoned, and Moe and the elderly lady are present. What happened? Without time to inquire further, Liu Shishi rushed to the bedside. Upon witnessing Yu's condition, her heart trembled with fear. Let them go out first and fetch my medical kit. Ouyang Yu's face was covered in blood, and it was difficult to discern where she was injured. However, a wound on the face is particularly cruel for a young woman. Sure, how is your? Upon seeing the maidservants leave, Liu Shishi took out a bottle of hydrogen peroxide, along with cotton swabs and gauze, carefully tending to the bloodstains on her face. Sister-in-law, have I become disfigured? Am I now a hideous creature? Ouyang Huai cried out in despair. Liu Shishi felt a pang in her heart and quickly reassured her, no. How could that be? Trust me. I will ensure you remain beautiful. If I had known, I would not have ridden today. Ouyang Huai lamented, on the verge of tears. Liu Shishi hurried to comfort her. Let me examine your wounds first. The bleeding had slowed considerably. It was not too large, but it was rather deep. Fortunately, most of the injury was concealed by her hair, with only a small area on her forehead, less than the size of a fingernail.
I checked, Yuar.
It's nothing serious. It's not on your face, so there will be no scar. Really? Sister-in-law, I feel a bit sleepy. As Yuar spoke, she began to drift off, causing Liu Shishi to feel alarmed. She quickly pinched Yuar's philtrum. Yuar, do not fall asleep yet. Sister-in-law, just a little nap, she murmured before losing consciousness. Chapter 64. Yuar goes blind. Liu Shishi's complexion turned pale as she continued to pinch Yuar, but the girl did not awaken. Damn it, who accompanied her outside today? Ouyang Huai was not yet 15, and there were many young ladies in the capital with whom she often played, never having encountered any trouble. Sure. The wound doesn't appear severe. How could she faint? Ouyang Huai questioned, sensing from Liu Shishi's tone that the situation was more complicated. The wound is not large. I will stitch it up shortly, and she will be fine in a few days. However, I suspect she may have hit her head, and I fear the possibility of aftereffects. The term concussion did not exist in ancient times, and she could not articulate her fears. The potential aftereffects of a concussion were numerous, and it would depend on how she responded upon waking. Sure, is Yuar in a serious condition? Moe had not anticipated that Yuar would lose consciousness. I'm not quite sure. Once my medical kit arrives, I will administer an injection.
Allricht, Montag nodded ärgerlich.
Recalling that the medical kit had been sent by Dr. Wu. By the way, summon Dr. Wu to take a look. At that moment, the maidservant Xiaotian, who had accompanied Yuar, reported the day's events. It was the 7th princess. The 7th princess? How could it be her? Everyone was taken aback, puzzled as to why the 7th princess would target Yuar, especially since there was no direct conflict of interest. Sure. What should we do about you now? Moe was not a doctor, and upon seeing Yuar's bloodied face, she worried about her disfigurement. Now that Shisha claimed she would not be disfigured, it seemed more serious. I will administer some medicine first, and we shall see what happens when she wakes up. There is nothing more we can do for now. We must wait. Very well. Dr. Wu arrived promptly, examined Yuar, and concluded similarly to Liu Shishi. There was nothing more to be done but to wait. Ouyang Huai, however, did not leave immediately. He stealthily observed the scene, causing Liu Shishi to feel puzzled, but refraining from questioning further. What's wrong? Moe asked, noticing he lingered. Have you finished your business with Nanshi? He had been assisting the crown prince with matters concerning Nanshi, and had no time to return home.
Not yet. Shishi?
The emperor wishes to see you. He initially intended to speak with Liu Shishi privately, but since his mother was not a stranger, he felt it was acceptable to mention it. The emperor wants to see me? Liu Shishi turned, curiosity etched on her face. How does the emperor know about me? Is it because I brought joy by giving Ouyang Huai 2 children? Does the emperor have that much leisure? It should be due to the matter of the pills you prepared, Ouyang Huai replied, his brow furrowed. He had merely reported that the medicine could be highly beneficial to the army, not expecting the emperor to request to see Liu Shishi. However, since Liu Shishi was too pregnant to go out at that time, the matter had been postponed until now. He thought the emperor would have forgotten about it, but surprisingly, he mentioned it yesterday and insisted on meeting Liu Shishi the following day. Do you have the recipes for those medicines? I am concerned the emperor may want them. Ouyang Huai had not anticipated the emperor's request. He knew it was unreasonable. With the recipes, Liu Shishi could earn considerable profits, but if she obliged the emperor, she would have no further connection to the medicines. Are you suggesting the emperor desires the recipes? Liu Shishi raised an eyebrow, surprised by the emperor's boldness. The recipes are not difficult to provide, but given the technology here, it is impossible to replicate them. I am uncertain. I just have a feeling he may want them. Ouyang Huai felt a twinge of regret. It's all my fault. I should not have reported it.
Blame yourself?
Ouyang Huai. You think I have already begun selling them, and if you hadn't mentioned it, would the higher-ups not have found out? Liu Shishi interjected, affirming Mo's point that he merely brought the medicine to the emperor's attention ahead of time. Sure, are you going to offer the recipes? They all assumed the emperor had intentions for the recipes, and it would be best to offer them voluntarily rather than be forced to do so later. Mother, it's not that I don't want to give the recipes, but Liu Shishi's expression turned troubled. She feared offending the emperor. Yet the method of production posed a challenge. What's the issue? Ouyang Huai, relieved that Liu Shishi did not oppose offering the recipes, asked. Even if there are recipes, they cannot produce my medicine. She recalled the medicines delivered to the apothecary. She had merely concealed them with large pots. The fundamental purification method was distillation, which was inefficient and did not achieve the desired purity. Her extraction machine was singular and highly effective, but it could not be brought forth, rendering mass production in ancient times impossible. No matter. You can offer the recipes, and whether they can be produced or not is the physician's concern, not yours. Upon hearing Liu Shishi's worries, Ouyang Huai, alongside Moe, felt a sense of relief. By the way, Shishi, if the physician truly cannot replicate it, you can provide them exclusively. Consider it. If you give them the recipes and they cannot produce it, it would only elevate your own standing.
Montag gesproken ärgerlich.
Liu Shishi pondered this and felt somewhat reassured. By evening, Ouyang awakened. Miss, you're awake? Upon hearing the maid's call, Liu Shishi and Moe hurried over. The old matriarch, being of advanced age, had returned to rest. Mother, my eyes, my eyes. Ouyang exclaimed, her eyes wide open as if trying to see the people entering, yet she could not see clearly. What is wrong with your eyes?
Montag exclaimed in alarm.
Holding her, Liu Shishi stepped forward gently. Mother, let me check. I will see what the situation is. A dreadful premonition settled in her heart.
Yuer.
Can you see me now? Liu Shishi waved her hand before Yuer, noticing her eyes moved, albeit sluggishly. She took out a flashlight to examine the surroundings, but found nothing amiss. However, when the light shone into her eyes, she exhibited no discernible reaction. Was it a form of partial blindness? She could see, yet everything was unclear, as if a veil obscured her vision, which was quite uncomfortable. Sister-in-law, am I blind? Upon seeing Liu Shishi approach, Ouyang helplessly grasped Liu Shishi's hand, her fear lending her an unexpected strength that made Liu Shishi wince in pain. Despite the discomfort in her hand, Liu Shishi endured, empathizing with Yuer's helplessness. It was difficult for anyone to understand the feelings of a normal person suddenly deprived of sight, or nearly so. Yuer, do not worry. Everything will be all right. Liu Shishi reassured her, taking hold of Yuer's small hand with a calm and gentle voice. With me here, you shall not come to harm. This is only temporary. Do you understand? Chapter 65. A grave mishap really? Sister-in-law, am I truly unscathed? Ouyang still found it hard to believe. Liu Shishi nodded vigorously, her tone increasingly steady. Indeed, everything is fine. All right, I will trust you. Ouyang replied, I will listen to you. Now lie down. I will check on you again. Ouyang obediently reclined, her heart still uneasy, yet she refrained from calling out, displaying remarkable strength. Shishi, what is the state of Yuer? Liu Shishi had added a calming agent to the medication.
Observing Yuer frowning in slumber.
Only then did Moe feel brave enough to inquire in the side room. The situation remains uncertain. It seems she sustained a significant blow to her head, resulting in a blood clot in her brain. I have administered the best medication available. We shall see how she responds. Once the clot dissipates, her eyes should return to normal. Shishi, what if the blood clot does not dissolve? Moe discerned an unsettling note in Liu Shishi's words. It will certainly dissolve. If it does not, the condition will persist. But how could I bear to voice such a possibility? Though surgery was an option, it carried high risks due to the delicate nature of head operations, and she wished to avoid it unless absolutely necessary. While Yuer's condition was not favorable, it was far from requiring surgical intervention. With time, she might well recover. Yes. Mother believes in you. Moe sighed, determining that she must consult the general regarding Yuer's situation, as they needed a resolution from the seventh princess. Sister Qingwan, is Ouyang unharmed? The seventh princess, upon seeing Ouyang bloodied visage, turned pale with fright. She had merely intended to teach the woman a lesson, never anticipating that she would be injured. Your Highness, do not worry. She will be fine. Despite her own fears, Li Qinghuan knew that the general's household would not overlook the incident, and given her close relationship with the seventh princess, she had to return home quickly to discuss matters with her father. Yet, she couldn't shake the concern. Was her face truly unharmed? It seemed cruel for a young girl to have her appearance marred. I cannot say for certain, Your Highness. Let us return for now. Li Qinghuan was too anxious to continue the conversation. She needed to leave immediately. Upon encountering Li Taifu, Li Qinghuan felt a tightness in her chest and lowered her head in fear. What has transpired? Li Taifu, familiar with his daughter's demeanor, noticed something was amiss and casually inquired. Father, today I was with the seventh princess. She recounted the day's events in fragmented sentences, retreating a few steps as she observed her father's darkening expression. How could this happen? Li Taifu's astonishment grew with every word. The audacity of Ouyang Huai, his precious daughter, entangled with that madman. I never anticipated she would be injured. Li Qinghuan stammered. Moreover, it was not my doing. Will the general's household care whether you were involved? Li Taifu raised his hand in frustration, delivering a sharp slap to his daughter. My lord, why strike her?
Li Madam.
Alerted by the servants, rushed in just in time to witness the scene, her face paling in anger. She pulled her daughter close, gently caressing her beautiful face.
Luanea.
Does it hurt? Li Qinghuan nestled in her mother's embrace, bursting into tears. Alas, my lady, Wanner has caused trouble. Observing the two weeping in each other's arms,
Li Taifu sighed in resignation.
Enough. Do we have any rare medicinal herbs in the storeroom? Quickly fetch them. I shall head to the general's household at once. He turned to his tearful daughter, instructing, You must stay home and not go anywhere. My lord, it was not our Wanner who acted first, Li Madam protested, asserting that if blame were to be assigned, it should fall on the seventh princess.
Huh?
Do you think we can extricate ourselves from this situation regarding the seventh princess? Moreover, Wanner was present. Do you believe Ouyang Huai will reason with you? Li Madam opened her mouth to retort but found herself at a loss for words. First, gather the medicinal herbs. I shall go see. If that girl is unharmed, it is well. If not. Li Taifu's head throbbed with worry. This daughter truly brought him trouble. Li Taifu arrived at the general's household bearing gifts, yet was denied entry. However, he learned that Ouyang Huai had fallen unconscious, her condition unknown. Alarmed, he hurried home, instructing his wife to visit the palace. What did you say? Xiaoer and Wanner had a dispute with that Ouyang Huai girl, resulting in her injury and unconsciousness? Hearing Li Madam's words, Li Fei's heart sank. She had no sons and was not favored in the palace. Always cautious, the seventh princess had not informed her of this incident. Has the general's household sought a physician? They are not to be trifled with. It is said that the crown prince is closely associated with Ouyang Huai. Furthermore, Ouyang Huai's wife possesses a medicinal formula favored by the emperor. Offending them would bring no benefit to me. Indeed, Your Highness, what should we do now?
Li Madam inquired.
Wanner was with the princess, but did not take action. Li Fei understood her implication, yet discomfort lingered in her heart. At such a time, her sister-in-law was attempting to shift blame. Nevertheless, the priority was to placate the general's household. I am aware of this. I will consult Xiaoer. With that, Li Madam took her leave. After she departed, Li Fei hurried to find the seventh princess, but the palace servants informed her that the princess had gone out. Upon reaching the imperial garden, seeing the seventh princess laughing brightly, Li Fei's anger flared. Mother! Fortunately, one of the princesses' maids spotted Li Fei and quickly alerted her. Do you still have the leisure to feed the fish? Li Fei glared at the bewildered seventh princess, her frustration boiling over. Mother, what is wrong? Ouyang Huai.
Ah.
But she is not dead, is she? Hearing this, Li Fei felt faint with rage. Do you not know she has fallen unconscious? Her condition is unknown? It was just a fall. How could she be so fragile? The seventh princess replied dismissively. Besides, I am a princess. I did not push her. What concern is it of mine? Initially frightened, the seventh princess returned feeling unsettled. Yet, after being reassured by the nurturing matron, she felt at ease, dismissing her earlier fears. Xiaoer, do you comprehend Ouyang Huai's status? Li Fei was so furious that her face turned pale. She trembled as she pointed at the seventh princess, enunciating each word. That is the legitimate daughter of the general's mansion. How dare you? The seventh princess shrugged dismissively, her expression fearless. So what if she is the daughter of a general? What can she possibly compare to my cousin? These words instantly made Li Fei realize that her daughter had been used as a pawn. Damn it. This was clearly an issue concerning Li Qingwan. Why should her daughter be dragged into it? Even if she were her own niece, she would not allow her to make a fool of her daughter. Chapter 66. Refusing favor. Liu Shishi. Is this the prescription for your various medicines? Upon meeting the emperor, Liu Shishi knelt on the ground, with Ouyang Huai kneeling beside her. Before the emperor could speak, Liu Shishi presented the prescription. This was a carefully copied version she had written the night before. Although her handwriting was not flawless, it was done with diligence. She had initially considered asking Ouyang Huai to write it for her, but he insisted that the emperor would recognize his handwriting, which would be inappropriate. Yes, your majesty. This humble servant also had some free time to concoct these remedies. After experimentation, I was pleasantly surprised by the results, which is why I decided to sell them in the pharmacy. Liu Shishi lowered her head, her voice clear and concise. My husband occasionally finds the effects quite good and wishes to use them in the military. Naturally, I would be willing to contribute, but the purification of these medicinal materials is rather complex and requires considerable skill, hence mass production presents certain difficulties. Liu Shishi spoke frankly. The least valuable aspect of her medicines was the prescription itself. Oh. The emperor glanced at the prescription again, his eyes narrowing slightly. Distillation and purification? Shao, Detsi.
Go summon Physician-su. Physician-su?
Liu Shishi recalled the rather difficult old man and felt a bit apprehensive. This individual seemed to have some connection with Liu Xiang, and negotiating with him would not be an easy task. Ouyang Huai, you may return now. The emperor waved his hand, clearly not intending to keep Ouyang Huai. Ouyang Huai could only take his leave. Physician Su arrived promptly, and upon seeing Liu Shishi seated nearby, he scoffed coldly before greeting the emperor.
All right, Physician-su.
Take a look at these prescriptions. The emperor raised his hand, and Shao Detsi quickly handed over the prescriptions. Physician Su glanced over, sneering disdainfully. These are merely ordinary prescriptions, lacking any highlights. But these are the prescriptions for those few bottles of medicine. The emperor cast a faint smile at Liu Shishi. Your Majesty, how can this be? The Imperial Medical Bureau is well aware of the efficacy of those few bottles. They have always researched the ingredients. They can discern the general composition but cannot replicate it. This was made by Liu Shishi. Her? A little maid. How could she possibly? If he found it hard to believe that Physician Wu could create it, it was even more implausible for this young girl. Liu Shishi explained to Physician Su how to do it. The emperor seemed quite interested, evidently eager to witness the creation of this pill. Liu Shishi furrowed her brow, looking troubled. Your Majesty, the production of this pill is not particularly difficult, but it does require some practice. The physicians are responsible for the health of the noble individuals in the palace and are usually very busy. I believe it may not be realistic to have them learn this. If your Majesty truly wishes to produce it, perhaps you could find some younger individuals with some medical knowledge to try. Are you suggesting that they can continue to produce the pills once they learn? The emperor's eyes brightened. Liu Shishi's suggestion was undoubtedly more fitting. After all, there were many people in the palace, with ailments here and there. It would not be practical for the physicians to devote themselves solely to researching this pill. Yes, if it is indeed feasible, it could be mass-produced. The thought of mass production excited the emperor. If it truly were possible, it would save a great deal of manpower and resources during battles. Not to mention the convenience of the pill for timely treatment of soldiers, which would ultimately reduce casualties. Liu Shishi, your proposal is quite commendable, but I must first ascertain if they can produce it. Liu Shishi silently nodded, truly worthy of the emperor, remaining so composed at all times. After discussing for nearly half an hour, it was decided that Wu Jing would oversee this matter, and she would work with him in the imperial pharmacy the next day. Liu Shishi let out a breath of relief. Wu Jing had a good temperament, far preferable to that old man, Physician Su, who loved to nitpick. Young madam, Our Lady requests your presence. Shortly after exiting the imperial study, a palace maid intercepted her path. Liu Shishi did not recognize her, but the little eunuch accompanying her quietly introduced, Young madam, this is from Lady Li Fei.
Li Fei,
the mother of the 7th princess? Liu Shishi's lips curled. She had not anticipated that Li Fei would come to confront her. Wasn't the trouble that the 7th princess caused for Ouyang Huai enough? What more did they want? Moreover, even if they sought to create trouble, they should not target her. After all, she was merely the sister-in-law, not her mother. However, with Li Fei's people blocking her way, she could not simply ignore it. Noticing the worried expression on the little eunuch's face, Liu Shishi smiled faintly. Please inform me, Empress, that I will visit later. Although she was not well acquainted with the Empress, she possessed the medicine that controlled the Crown Prince's condition, for the sake of the Crown Prince. The Empress would not disregard her well-being. Furthermore, she had saved the Crown Prince's life twice. In the harem, seeking the Crown Prince's assistance was certainly unrealistic, but appealing to the Empress was possible. Even if the Empress did not come, her words would carry some weight, giving Li Fei a reason to hesitate. Though the eunuch had relayed Liu Shishi's message to the Empress, an unease lingered within her. After all, the other party was a consort, with a higher status. Shishi, there is no need for formality. Just as Liu Shishi was about to bow, Li Fei stepped forward to support her, smiling sincerely. Shishi, you seem to be in good spirits. Are your 2 children behaving? Replying to the Empress, they are quite well behaved. That's good, that's good. Every mother knows that raising children is not easy. When Chang'e was little, he was quite mischievous, and even growing up did not make things easier.
Li Fei siga.
Kindly taking Liu Shishi's hand and slipping a jade bracelet onto her wrist, her voice growing even more amiable. Shishi, I felt an immediate connection with you when I first saw you. This bracelet was a gift from the Emperor. Its vibrant color is fitting for a young beauty like you. Is this an attempt to befriend me? Liu Shishi, though uncertain of Li Fei's intentions, felt reluctant to accept something from her, especially as it was an imperial gift. Your Majesty, this is something I cannot accept. Shishi. Li Fei pressed Liu Shishi's struggling hand down, her expression earnest. I feel a bond with you, so please do not be so polite. With Li Fei insisting, Liu Shishi found it difficult to refuse. I only recently learned that Chang'e is quite unruly, and her jokes can be quite heavy-handed. How is your doing? What did the physician say? Li Fei sighed with a worried look. I should have gone to visit personally, but the palace has strict rules. It is not easy for me to go out. Liu Shishi could agree with that sentiment. Your Majesty, I am not clear on Yuer's condition either. It seems she bumped her head and is currently unable to see clearly. The bruises on her face are of secondary concern.
What?
Unable to see clearly? Yesterday, Lady Li inquired about the 7th princess, who merely mentioned an injury to her face, without elaborating further. If indeed there is a problem with her eyesight, no amount of goodwill could mend the rift with the general's manner. How could the situation have escalated so severely? Were all her efforts today in vain? Chapter 67. Still seeking medicine? Lady Li felt a wave of dread. If she were truly blind, given the general's manner's disposition, they would not hesitate to resort to underhanded tactics, even if they could not overtly harm the princess. Is it merely a temporary condition? Rumor has it that Yuer has sustained facial injuries. Are they severe? I possess the imperial gift of ice muscle ointment, 2 boxes, in fact. Someone, fetch Shishi. Observing Lady Li's anxious demeanor, Liu Shishi recognized her genuine desire to make amends. However, if she truly felt remorse, it should not manifest in such a manner. She maintained her composure, regarding Lady Li with a detached expression. Additionally, gathered ginseng, snow lotus, and other superior medicinal herbs. Bring them all to me. Lady Li almost summoned every fine medicinal item from her palace, demonstrating her sincerity. Shishi, please take care of this, she implored. This matter does not concern you.
Nor does it pertain to me.
Liu Shishi replied calmly. Although the 7th princess was not yet 15, she was no longer a child. If she truly recognized her mistakes, she should not rely on Lady Li to clean up the aftermath. Shishi sensed the maternal affection from Lady Li. Yet she lacked the authority to forgive anyone on Yuer's behalf and was certainly not qualified to make decisions for the general's manner. Shishi. Lady Li slumped onto a chair, her complexion slightly pallid. I merely wish to offer a small gesture of recompense. Your intentions are acknowledged, Your Highness, Liu Shishi replied politely. However, this is a matter for the general's manner, and I truly cannot intervene. Liu Shishi discreetly removed the jade bracelet from her wrist, its vibrant green hue indicative of its exceptional quality. Your Highness, if there are no further instructions, I shall take my leave. Lady Li did not attempt to stop her. Her gaze fell upon the bracelet Liu Shishi had set down, laden with complexity. Even as Liu Shishi distanced herself, Lady Li remained lost in thought. The maidservant Doer approached, puzzled, and offered support, saying, Your Highness, you are overthinking this. Although the general's manner wields immense power, the 7th princess is still a princess. They would not dare to retaliate excessively. Doer, what if Chang'e were disfigured or rendered blind? How would I respond? Lady Li murmured. A princess of such noble birth would surely warrant merciless retribution. Indeed, merciless retribution. Even if they cannot enact it, it would still be a blood feud. How could I easily forgive? Lady Li's musings were overly optimistic. The underlying assumption was that Ouyang Yu would remain unharmed. Should something happen, it would be an unforgiving dilemma. Chang'e had truly stirred up a significant crisis. Nanxi was soon to enter the capital, accompanied by Ouyang Huai to receive them. It was said that not only was a princess from Nanxi coming but also a prince. The arrival of royal family members clearly indicated a potential marriage alliance. With few eligible princesses in the royal family and Chang'e approaching the age of maturity, if no one had designs on her, her situation would remain secure. Yet if someone sought to arrange a match, that could not be permitted. She had only one daughter and could not allow her to wed into Nanxi. Let us proceed. I must meet with Concubine Da. Concubine Da held a higher status than herself. She was the mother of the fourth prince, aligned with the crown prince's faction and supportive of the empress. Your Highness, she possesses influence before the empress. I cannot idly stand by while Chang'e is married off. A concubine without children in the palace led a particularly dismal existence. Those whose daughters were wed far away faced a similar fate. She did not wish to live a life of despair. Your Highness, the crux of the matter lies in Miss Yu's condition. I believe if you sought out a few more imperial physicians to deliberate, it may not be impossible to resolve. At that moment, Doer's words bore significant weight, yet she felt compelled to visit Concubine Da as well. Liu Shishi did not go to the empress. She remained unsettled about Yuer's condition. Young madam, I implore you to spare my daughter. A voice beseeched as someone kneeled before Liu Shishi upon her entrance. Liu Shishi shifted slightly to the side, evading the figure. It was Aunt Su. She bowed fervently, her voice urgent. The young lady's health has deteriorated since childbirth. Please, young madam, grant her a medicinal remedy. I would serve you tirelessly in gratitude. Seeking medicine? Observing Aunt Su's tearful demeanor, Liu Shishi found amusement within. Had they not yet exhausted the last supply of medicine she had given them? Aunt Su, are you not skilled in healing? I possess no miraculous remedies as you claim. No, young madam, you do. Aunt Su asserted confidently, continuing to bow fervently. I beseech you for mercy. Our young lady is truly on the brink. Liu Shishi regarded the earnest Aunt Su, her eyes dimming. I have no medicine. With that, she disregarded Aunt Su, striding away. The last batch of medicine she had concocted yielded 6 pills. One for the old lady, one for the crown prince, one for Huzi's mother. And she had consumed 2 herself. Now, only 1 remained. Even if she had a few more, she would not part with it for Yener. How can you be so cold-hearted, abandoning someone in distress? Aunt Su's voice rose in anguish, filled with accusations and resentment. Why should I rescue a woman who has usurped my husband? Moe, alerted by the commotion, arrived and could not suppress a cold laugh upon hearing Aunt Su's lament. Aunt Su, are you not renowned for your medical expertise? Perhaps you could save your mistress. Observing Aunt Su's hesitance, Moe seemed to recall something and smiled. Look at Huai. He is so busy he has forgotten the essentials. Have someone assist Miss Yener up. They are to be moved out. Our general's manor does not harbor those with ulterior motives. Upon her command, several matron figures advanced, resolutely seizing Aunt Su and dragging her away. No, madam. My young lady is still unconscious. She cannot be moved. Cannot be moved? Then we shall carry her on aboard. Truly ruthless. In the guest chamber, although Yener could not rise from her bed, her mind was alert. Hearing the commotion outside, she struggled to sit up. Miss, Aunt Su cried, didn't I tell you not to call me miss? Speaking was difficult for Yener, as she was unsure of her injuries. Each word sent pangs through her chest. Yet she insisted on being addressed as madam rather than miss. Madam, they're forcing us to move out, Aunt Su choked, unable to comprehend why the young general had once been so gentle with their lady. Move out?
Me?
Yener's eyes widened in shock. She did not wish to leave.
Nor could she.
How could she abandon the general's manor she had so painstakingly gained access to? But, madam, they witnessing the servants packing their belongings. Aunt Su's gaze darkened. She felt powerless against so many. Meanwhile, Yener's condition, perhaps she should make use of her last resort. Whom to turn to? A name suddenly surfaced in her mind. Liu Shishi. Chapter 68. Suicide. Young madam. Young madam. I have heard that the madam has flown into a rage, ordering the immediate expulsion of that Liu Shishi first went to check on Yuer, when the girl Ding Xiang excitedly rushed in.
Oh,
Does the young general know? Although Ouyang Huai mentioned he would send Yen away, he didn't do so yesterday. It seems he is reluctant. If he finds out that Yenna was driven away by her mother, I wonder if he'll be furious? I don't know, replied Ding Xiang, furrowing her brow. Could it be that the madam deliberately chose to expel Yenna while he was absent? Not quite clear. Perhaps Liu Shishi observed the two quiet children, feeling they were excessively well-behaved. They rarely caused trouble. Nunya was a bit livelier but seldom cried. In truth, the madam had a kind heart, despite previously disliking them. She had never dismissed them. However, Yenna had gone too far yesterday. A parent's Achilles heel is their child, and grandparents often dote on their grandchildren even more than their own children. Moe's soft spot is undoubtedly Nunya and Zai Zai. Should anyone threaten them, she would not permit it. Indeed, but whether she can leave is uncertain. Liu Shishi mused, convinced that Yenna would not depart so obediently. That woman is rather peculiar.
Ah.
The madam has sent someone to drive her away, yet they linger? Ding Xiang scoffed, that Yenna truly has no shame. Young madam, I heard from the servants that the child is not even the young general's. Although the general's residence was strict, with many servants, gossip abounded. It was unclear how the rumor began, but they claimed the child was not the young general's offspring. Coupled with the young general's attitude, the curiosity among the people grew. Yet they failed to comprehend. If the child truly had no relation to the young general, why did he not expel them? Perhaps, Liu Shishi remarked, showing little interest in gossip. Young madam, it's terrible. That woman has committed suicide. As they were chatting, someone rushed in to summon her. The madam requests your presence.
Suicide?
Liu Shishi raised an eyebrow, thinking to herself that she had anticipated this. Yenna would not easily yield. Moe likely wished to avoid escalating the situation and wanted her to take a look. Yenna had attempted suicide in the guest courtyard. She claimed she needed to change clothes and asked the matrons to leave. They did not think much of it, but shortly after, a pain scream from Aunt Sue rang out. Help! Help! Several matrons hurried inside, only to find that Yenna had stabbed herself. The knife was lodged in her abdomen, blood gushing forth. Aunt Sue frantically pressed on her wound, her voice trembling. Quickly, fetch a doctor, and the young general. The matrons, who had come to assist in moving things, were now faced with a near-fatal incident and dared not delay, rushing out to call for help. Let me see. Observing Aunt Sue, who was in a panic, Liu Shishi felt a sense of doubt. Isn't Aunt Sue a doctor? Why, isn't she applying pressure to stop Yenna's bleeding? However, saving the person was paramount. Young madam, I dare not release my hold. There is so much blood. Aunt Sue's voice quivered, and Liu Shishi frowned, displeased. If you press like that, will it not bleed? Old servant.
On so pauset?
Realizing she had been pressing in the wrong place. How careless of her. She had not noticed until now. Liu Shishi regarded Aunt Sue's distressed expression with suspicion. Aunt Sue understands medicine. Her skill is not to be questioned. Yet it is strange she would make such an obvious mistake. One might think she knows nothing of healing. Was this truly Aunt Sue? But it was impossible. She was merely an old servant who would impersonate her. As Aunt Sue finally released her grip, Liu Shishi examined the wound. Goodness, this woman is indeed ruthless. Her strike was severe. Yet, such an injury should not be life-threatening. Could this be her scheme? Indeed, Yenna would not depart obediently. She wondered how Ouyang Huai had been informed. He should be returning soon. Meanwhile, Ouyang Huai had indeed received word. That Yenna, luckily her initial target was not me. This reception was overseen by the crown prince, with Ouyang Huai assisting. Kong Ji, having nothing better to do, joined in. Hearing of Yenna's act, Kong Ji was deeply impressed. Did Jiang Yuda ever tell you how he met Yenna? Although he had already asked once, Ouyang Huai was still curious. No, really not. Kong Ji sighed. At that time, he never mentioned her. It seems Yenna appeared out of thin air, accompanied only by a skilled old woman. Skilled in medicine? Ouyang Huai sneered. He had once agreed. But now it seemed otherwise, as several incidents had shown Aunt Sue's skills to be mediocre. Conversely, his wife, Liu Shishi, was exceptionally gifted in healing. I wonder what Liu Xiang thinks. He is such an outstanding daughter, yet he treats her like an enemy. Cough, cough. Well, I also feel she is lacking. But when you were unconscious, she was indeed the one who saved you. They had all been frightened. Fortunate that Ouyang Huai had awakened in time. Young general, that Yenna. Let her be. Ouyang Huai did not rise or return home. Let them handle it. Oh, very well. This was clearly a dismissal of Yenner. The young servant understood. Yenner would likely soon depart the general's residence. That child, is she truly not like Jiang Yuda? Kong Ji asked curiously. Not at all. I used to think it was due to her being a preterm birth, but now it seems otherwise. Then, if you let her leave the residence, what about the child? Kong Ji was also aware of the child's situation, reliant on the doctor's care. Without the doctor on standby, the child might not survive long. Let her take it away. But if only we could ascertain whether the child is Jiang Yuda's, that would be even better. Ouyang Huai lamented. And Kong Ji rolled his eyes. Jiang Yuda has long perished. His corpse is likely decayed. How can we ascertain that? Even with blood tests, one must have the adult alive. With the adult deceased, verification was impossible. Why not ask your wife? Did you not say her medical skills are commendable? Perhaps she has some method. Kong Ji teased, envious of Ouyang Huai, who had a complete family despite sharing the same battlefield. Moreover, he had heard that after Ouyang Huai had distanced himself from Yenner, the relationship between him and his wife had improved significantly. You mean Shishi? Ouyang Huai recalled Liu Shishi's remarkable abilities and her peculiar tools. Perhaps she truly had a solution. Chapter 69. Such ruthlessness not a problem. First, remove the knife. Liu Shishi turned and instructed Ding Xiang, bring me silver needles. Removing the knife would certainly cause bleeding. She would first seal the blood vessels around the wound. Understood. Ansu nodded in agreement, showing no reluctance. She even kindly held Yenner down. Removing the knife would be painful, but Liu Shishi clearly would not administer anesthesia. Though a healer should possess compassion, this woman evidently did not deserve it. A piercing scream abruptly roused Yenner from her slumber. Upon seeing Liu Shishi, her eyes brightened momentarily. Yet words eluded her due to exhaustion. Moe leaned closer, whispering, "Do not concern yourself with her. If she wishes to perish, that is her own affair." With that, she cast a scornful glance at the several women kneeling in the room. It was astonishing that such a multitude could not restrain a single woman.
Yanner is gazedakend.
She too noticed those kneeling in the room, including Huai Ge. Had he not arrived yet? Even on the brink of suicide, that man remained absent. A faint sobbing sound emerged, prompting Liu Shishi to turn her head. It was the wet nurse, approaching with a child in her arms. Seeing the child, Moe coldly remarked, "Miss Yenner, this is your son. Take him and leave. The general's residence shall no longer be your abode. I have arranged for a small courtyard outside and paid 6 months' rent in advance. This wet nurse can accompany you. She has ample experience caring for your son." Moe felt a surge of irritation at the sight of Yenner. Her decisions were typically decisive, and now that she had relinquished her son, the priority was to send this woman away. "Madam, I cannot move at present," Yenner managed to utter, wishing to wait for Ouyang Huai's return, unaware of when that might be. "No matter," Moe called out, summoning 2 young servants who entered carrying a door panel. "Be cautious and lift Miss Yenner onto it," Moe commanded coldly, prompting the women to spring into action. As Liu Shishi observed the commotion, an unexpected sting pricked her finger, causing her to gasp in pain. "Shishi, what is wrong?" Moe inquired, her concern evident as she approached. Liu Shishi raised her hand to reveal a small puncture, blood oozing from her fingertip. "Sister Shishi, what has happened?" Yenner suddenly sat up, seeing the blood and hurriedly using her handkerchief to clean it. Liu Shishi attempted to withdraw, but Yenner's movements were swift. After wiping away the blood, she retracted her hand, appearing far from the half-dead state she had just been in. Liu Shishi felt a flicker of suspicion. Perhaps Yenner's injuries were not as severe as they seemed. She recalled her thorough examination earlier, concluding that Yenner could not recover so quickly. The dynamic between the 2 women felt peculiar, yet she could not pinpoint why. Despite their reluctance, both Yenner and Aunt Sue were taken away. However, Yenner rejected the child. "This is your child. If you do not want him, who will?" Previously, she had never considered the burden of raising the child a problem, as the general's residence could certainly afford to feed one more mouth. Yet now, Moe realized this was a significant complication. He was Yenner's child, and such a child, if raised, might not be obedient. "Madam, you jest. I am currently overwhelmed. I lack the strength to care for this child," Yenner replied weakly, lying on the door panel, appearing exceedingly pitiful. "You, haha, after living so long, I have truly opened my eyes, encountering a mother like you for the first time." I apologize, madam. I genuinely wish to help but am utterly powerless. With that, she closed her eyes, falling silent. Moe felt an urge to scold her. Yet her composure restrained her. Liu Shishi gently tugged at her arm, whispering, Mother, since Yenner does not want him, the general's residence already has 2 children to care for. You and the wet nurse are both aging. You lack the energy for more. Perhaps you could suggest finding someone to take the child? Liu Shishi understood Yenner's intentions all too well. With this child present, she had an excuse to return. Shishi makes a valid point. Mother, I shall inquire about this. Moe replied, her eyes glimmering with the prospect of sending the child away. What happened afterward was merely a matter of fate. Madam, please do not. Before Yenner could speak, Aunt Sue prostrated herself, exclaiming, the child is too frail. If sent away, he may not survive long. Madam, you have a kind heart. Grant this child a chance at life. Aunt Sue began to bow her head fervently, applying considerable force until blood soon appeared on her forehead. Why should I care more than the child's own mother? Moe remained unmoved, her heart unyielding. If you wish to prevent harm to the child, you must care for him yourself. Today, I will ensure you are sent away. Madam, my young lady truly, Ouyang Huai strode in with a chilling demeanor. His presence commanding as he approached Liu Shishi and Moe. Leave him here. Ouyang Huai's unexpected return startled Moe. Her eyelids twitching at the thought of her foolish son possibly repeating past mistakes. Mother, we can send her away.
Huai.
Do you truly have such a heart of stone towards me? Yenner, who had moments ago feigned unconsciousness, bolted upright upon hearing his voice. The sudden movement caused her abdominal wound to bleed profusely, staining her white garment, a horrifying sight. Ouyang Huai glanced at her, his expression cold and indifferent. Do not call me Huai. It disgusts me. Take her away. His frigid words left everyone in stunned silence, including Liu Shishi and Moe, who had not anticipated such a response from him. Had he not been close and indulgent with Yenner? What was happening? Yenner felt a chill envelop her as she stared blankly at Ouyang Huai's tall, striking figure, choking back tears. Huai, how can you treat me this way? Humph. Murong Yenner, you ought to understand our relationship. This was the first time he publicly addressed her by her full name. Was all your previous kindness a mere facade? Memories of their journey back to the capital flooded her mind. She had always believed there was genuine affection between them. Take her away. And the child as well. Ouyang Huai reiterated, leaving no room for argument. The servants, fearing his wrath, hastily lifted the door panel and departed, while the women hurried after them. Yenner was finally expelled. Watching the group fade into the distance, Liu Shishi felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Regret? How could Yenner make Ouyang Huai regret his actions? Surely she did not intend to target the 2 children? No, they were too young, defenseless. She needed to find skilled protectors to safeguard them. Chapter 70. Reluctance to forgive Aunt Sue. I have procured something. Do you think it will suffice? The courtyard rented by the general's residence was not vast, but adequate for 2 occupants. Yenner reverently produced the handkerchief, knowing that obtaining it meant her suffering was not in vain. Indeed, madam, Aunt Sue replied, eyeing the still damp bloodstains on the cloth with satisfaction. I shall step out for a moment. Having obtained Liu Shishi's blood, it is merely necessary to acquire her birth date. Will this truly be effective? Yenner harbors some concern. Liu Shishi's circumstances are unique, and should anyone discover this, she too could be in peril. To be prudent, we could select another individual. Madam, you may now choose to do so. Aunt Sue felt a sigh of relief. Rationally, Liu Shishi should not be used. For an ordinary person would be much safer. Well, let us proceed with her. Ouyang Huai, I have vowed to make you regret this. Seeing Yenner's resolute expression, Aunt Sue refrained from further persuasion. She had offered her counsel, yet Yenner was unyielding. She decided to first meet with Liu Shishi. For the woman is Liu Shishi's sister and undoubtedly knows her birth date. Aunt Sue, you seek Liu Shishi's birth date? She asked, continuing to use clandestine means to meet. Since the residence was already familiar with her presence, she led Liu Shishi directly to the meeting. Indeed, Miss Liu, you cannot possibly be unaware, can you? Aunt Sue remarked with a smile. Of course, I am aware, but what do you require her birth date for? Birth dates are generally confidential and cannot be easily shared. Miss Liu, I have my reasons, and you are not fond of Liu Shishi, are you? I assure you, I can provide you with a means to vent your frustrations. Aunt Sue spoke with calm assurance, and Liu Shishi realized this was a valid point. What harm could it do to share, as it was not her own? Her birth date is. Before she could finish, Sue's matron interrupted. Yao Yao, do not speak recklessly. Mother? Liu Shishi looked at her in confusion, and Sue smiled gently, saying, Aunt Sue, I cannot quite recall the details of his child's birth date. Allow me a moment to think. Once I remember, I shall certainly inform you. This old woman. Aunt Sue was infuriated, pondering how she could possibly be oblivious. Liu Shishi had clearly been about to disclose it. However, with that response, she felt it prudent to withdraw from the pursuit for the time being. Sigh, Miss Liu, will you still require surgery for your face? By the way, I have brought you 2 boxes of the ointment you requested last time. Oh, you have brought it. Liu Shishi smiled contentedly at the sight of the ointment. However, regarding the previous matter, no immediate action could be taken. There were many people over there, and for the moment there was no opportunity.
Aunt Sue.
I will find a way. After Aunt Sue departed, Liu Shishi questioned, Mother, why did you not tell her? Would it not be delightful to see Liu Shishi suffer? Liu Shishi was not dim-witted. Although she was unsure of the purpose behind the birth date, she understood it likely involved some extraordinary scheme. Yet, she cared not for the means, provided the outcome remained the same. Yao Yao, have you forgotten what I told you? Sue's expression turned grave as she addressed her daughter, enunciating each word. Regardless of your feelings towards Liu Shishi, our aim is the crown prince. Do you comprehend? Shishi has invited you to stay with her. You'll go tomorrow and cultivate a good rapport with her. Stay close, and you are bound to meet the crown prince. Very well. Observing her mother's serious demeanor, Liu Shishi dared not be neglectful and nodded vigorously in agreement. Once you are there, be cautious. Liu Shishi is not as she was before. She has borne 2 children and is a significant figure in the general's residence, so be mindful of your demeanor. Ouyang Huai's condition remained much the same as yesterday. Her vision was still obscured. She mentioned that she could vaguely perceive shadows and sense a bit of light, though it was quite disorienting. Liu Shishi could only reassure her that this was merely temporary, urging her not to worry. Once the blood clot dissipated, she would regain her vision. In truth, the presence of a blood clot in the brain poses challenges, even in modern medicine. When the clot is minor and has minimal impact, surgery is not an option. However, should she endure a similar impact again, recovery may be possible. Liu Shishi sighed inwardly, knowing such thoughts were best left unspoken. Miss, young madam. Eunuch Feng from the palace has arrived. The madam requests your presence. A maid reported. Eunuch Feng was in the service of Consort Li. How swiftly has Consort Li sent someone? Liu Shishi did not immediately depart but turned to Ouyang Huai. How do you intend to address the matter with the 7th princess? This was, after all, Huai's affair, and it was only fitting to consider her perspective. I, sister-in-law, do not wish to forgive them. Huai and Li Qingwan were 2 women who had suddenly turned against her, and she was entirely unaware of their motivations. If you do not wish to forgive, then do not. Shall we go out together to observe? Since Consort Li had sent someone, there were undoubtedly ample medicinal supplies. Might she not utilize blood-invigorating and stasis-resolving medicine to concoct pills? Presently, Huai was using anti-inflammatory medications. Perhaps a dual approach could yield unexpected results. She needed to consult with Physician Wu, for her knowledge of traditional medicine paled in comparison to his expertise. I shall go and take a look. After a moment's hesitation, Ouyang Huai nodded affirmatively. Sister-in-law, I wish to accompany you. Very well, let us go together. When Moe received Eunuch Feng, she had not anticipated Huai would join.
Huai.
How are you feeling? How is your condition? Liu Shishi supported Huai, who, despite her impaired vision, managed to walk with relative ease. Her facial wounds were currently red and swollen, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Eunuch Feng was alarmed at this sight and quickly rose to greet her. Miss Ouyang, the 7th princess is truly remorseful. Consort Li and the 7th princess specifically sent this old servant to inquire after your well-being. Eunuch Feng felt anxious, sensing that the general's residence might not receive such gestures with grace. You are too kind. A mere humble subject like myself hardly warrants the concern of the esteemed consort and princess. Ouyang Huai supported Liu Shishi as they approached, finding a chair to sit down. She sighed. It is unfortunate. I did not anticipate the injury would be this severe. Miss Ouyang, you jest. It was the 7th princess who was overly mischievous. These are the medicinal supplies prepared by Consort Li. I hope they prove beneficial to you. Eunuch Feng smiled awkwardly, uncertain of what else to say. Eunuch Feng, we shall decline the supplies. Please take them back. Ouyang Yu scarcely glanced at the medicinal materials, unwilling to forgive the seventh princess. Miss Ouyang, my lady has stated that the seventh princess will personally come to apologize another day. Initially, my lady intended to come herself, but due to palace regulations, she could not. Eunuch Feng sighed. Observing that Ouyang Yu's demeanor had softened somewhat, he hastily continued, Miss Ouyang, this is my lady's directive. I would be remiss to neglect it. Liu Shishi noted Eunuch Feng's awkwardness and stepped forward to open the brocade box. Upon inspection, the quality of the medicinal materials was impressive, their age commendable. While they could not yet produce that extraordinary elixir, they constituted a significant portion of what was needed. Chapter 71. Shelter. The last batch had but one pill remaining. Leaving Liu Shishi feeling insecure, she needed to expedite the creation of another batch. Ouyang Yu observed Liu Shishi's interest in retaining the medicinal materials, but did not comment further. She understood that true retaliation was unlikely, yet outright forgiveness felt impossible. She needed further contemplation. At this juncture, it was essential to secure the greatest benefit for the general's residence. Let us retain these supplies. We will await the seventh princess's arrival. Liu Shishi was exceedingly pleased with the medicinal materials, realizing there were indeed fine medicines available, albeit hoarded by others. There were no auction houses in the capital. Perhaps she should promptly discuss with the Crown Prince the establishment of an auction house. The Crown Prince's enterprises included establishments like the Treasure Pavilion. Such a venue would be quite suitable for conducting auctions. Certainly, I shall dutifully report to Her Highness. With the delivery completed, Eunuch Feng expressed his satisfaction and hastily took his leave, anxious that Liu Shishi and the others might reconsider. Once the figures had receded into the distance, Ouyang Yu inquired, Sister-in-law, do these medicinal herbs hold any value for you? Although Ouyang Yu lacked medical knowledge, she understood the rarity of quality herbs. It's manageable. A few days ago, I administered a pill to my grandmother, of which several ingredients are among these. That pill? Mo Yi's eyes brightened, recognizing its worth. Indeed. It was this very pill that prevented a miscarriage during a precarious time. Regrettably, I currently possess but one. I yearn to produce more. The results were astonishing. The old matriarch's vitality had seemingly rejuvenated her by a decade with just a single dose. That is splendid. Sure. Is there any other herb you require? Inform mother, and she shall assist you in procuring it. The ingredients for such an extraordinary pill are undoubtedly not simple. Very well. Have you decided on a course of action? Liu Shishi was eager to discern Yuer's stance. What else can I do? I cannot allow her to suffer another fall. Ouyang Yu lamented, recognizing that if the princess were to be unseated, a mere apology would not suffice. The seventh princess must be particularly concerned about her appearance, correct? Liu Shishi mused, understanding that overt actions against the seventh princess were ill-advised, yet subtle retribution was certainly permissible. Naturally, she is quite vain. She has a fondness for the rouge from Rui Pavilion. The rouge from Rui Pavilion? Liu Shishi's mind began to formulate a plan. And what of the other matter? How do you intend to exact your revenge? The seventh princess might receive a gentler treatment, but the other would face no such leniency. She marred my beauty. It would be delightful if she could experience the same. The same, you say? While not entirely impossible. Madam, the pills you produce are in high demand. Just a few days ago, you mentioned a membership system, which has proven exceedingly effective. Over 300 individuals have now reserved the pills. The shopkeeper's eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing Liu Shishi, believing that several miraculous medicines had already propelled their sales significantly. However, he had not anticipated the explosive growth brought about by Liu Shishi's membership system. The membership was categorized into 3 tiers, bronze, silver, and gold, requiring deposits of 100, 200, and 500 taels respectively. Most opted for bronze or silver, yet a handful directly contributed 500 taels to enjoy gold privileges. Each membership tier was entitled to varying discounts on medications and prioritized access to pill purchases. Excellent, Liu Shishi remarked as she perused the records, pleased with the results. I shall send another batch of pills shortly, including a new sleep aid, at the same price. You may issue a notice to schedule a time for members to come and purchase. Amidst her busy schedule, she also needed to instruct Wu Jing in alchemy. By the way, madam, I have found several individuals you desired. The shopkeeper guided Liu Shishi to the backyard, where 5 or 6 children were diligently organizing herbs. I am uncertain of how to assign them tasks, so I had them sort the herbs for now. Surprisingly, their speed is commendable. The children, aged between 5 and 12, included a girl among them. Upon her arrival, several glanced at her with curiosity. "Come here for a moment," Liu Shishi said, producing a packet of pastries and offering it to the tallest boy, instructing them to share. "Your skills are quite impressive," she inquired with genuine interest, to which the children eagerly nodded. "May I test your abilities?" Excitement flickered across their faces as they quickly agreed. "Let us begin." Liu Shishi stepped closer, and the children exchanged glances, encircling her. "Madam, your purse? Madam, your loose silver? Madam, your handkerchief? Madam, your banknote? Madam, your hairpin?" In a mere moment, they had each acquired an item. Liu Shishi remained vigilant, sensing their swift movements, yet their speed was indeed remarkable. An unguarded individual would have been oblivious.
This is satisfactory.
"I am pleased with your skills, but if you choose to accompany me, you must refrain from petty theft. Furthermore, I can offer you a monthly stipend, contingent upon your loyalty." As street urchins, they readily accepted the terms. "Madam, we are willing. Though we can steal, the risks are too great. We would prefer a stable meal." Zhu Bo was crippled for life due to thievery.
Zobo?
Hearing this name startled Liu Shishi. "The Zhu Bo you mention, is he the one who taught you to steal?" It seemed improbable that they had learned such skills independently. "Yes, but Zhu Bo now." "Madam, perhaps you could take Zhu Bo in as well. We ask for no silver, just food." Zhu Bo was their only remaining kin. Upon mentioning his name, the children's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Very well. Why don't you take me to see him now?" Liu Shishi believed that the children's remarkable skills suggested their mentor must be even more adept. Her plans required flawless execution. Any hint of discovery could lead to dire consequences, especially given the princess's status. Liu Shishi's desire to visit was met with eager agreement from the children. They resided in a dilapidated temple, long abandoned, where many beggars congregated, occupying the most secluded corner. She pondered how they had survived under such conditions for so many years. Zhu Bo, we have brought the madam." The children clearly had informed Zhu Bo of their arrival. Upon hearing their voices, a man in the corner opened his eyes and offered a warm smile. "Madam, these children possess good character and are quite nimble-fingered." His demeanor was calm and unassuming, not attempting to curry favor, exuding an air of sophistication. Was he truly just a thief? "Zhu Bo, I can take this child in and ensure their future security, but they have one request, for you to accompany them." Liu Shishi found herself fond of Zhu Bo's demeanor and inquired gently, "Would you be willing to leave with them?" "Madam, I appreciate your kindness, but as a cripple,
I shall not impose upon you."
Zhu Bo gestured to his missing limb, a remnant of past violence. Observing his injury, Liu Shishi contemplated a new idea. "But without you, they cannot feel at ease." Zhu Bo looked at the children with a pained expression and sighed. "Your concern is touching, but I will not perish from hunger. Over the years, while I have cared for you, you have equally looked after me. In the future, if you find the time, feel free to visit." He seemed resolute in his decision not to leave. "Zhu Bo, come with us. The 5 of us will look after you. Indeed, you are like our parents. Your absence would leave us restless." A group of children, chattering excitedly, urged Liu Shishi, who felt a surge of emotion. She stepped forward and gently said, "I possess some knowledge of medicine, Uncle Zhu. Allow me to examine you. Perhaps you may yet stand again." "Do not jest, my lady." Uncle Zhu replied with a bitter smile, patting his broken leg and adding with self-deprecation, "How could I possibly stand with a leg so severely injured?" Though he occasionally managed to rise with assistance, he was otherwise incapable of performing even the simplest tasks. Over the years, he had been fortunate to have these children care for him. Without them, he would have perished many times over. However, he recognized the burden he placed upon them and did not wish to be a continued source of trouble. "My lady, is it truly possible for Uncle Zhu to stand again?" Despite Uncle Zhu's skepticism, the children held unwavering faith in Liu Shishi. Their bright, hopeful eyes softened her heart. "It is indeed possible," she assured them. "Then, Uncle Zhu, would you permit me to assist you?" A little girl tugged at Uncle Zhu's hand, pleading sweetly. With a resigned sigh, Uncle Zhu relented. "Very well, my lady. I am in your hands." Extending his arm, Liu Shishi began to take his pulse. "Your health shows no significant issues. Concerning your leg, I can create a device to compensate for the missing portion, provided you are willing to endure the hardship of practice. Normal ambulation should be entirely achievable. Is that truly the case? To walk normally?" Uncle Zhu could hardly fathom such a notion. His doubt lingered. Yet Liu Shishi's earnest demeanor suggested she was not jesting. My lady, is it really feasible? Can I truly walk again? It seems impossible, given that I am missing a part of my leg. Liu Shishi nodded earnestly. It depends on your determination. If you are willing to endure and train diligently, it is certainly within reach. I shall follow you. My lady, if you enable me to walk again, I would gladly offer my life in gratitude. Uncle Zhu's face lit up with excitement as he attempted to rise, eager to fetch a nearby stick for support, prompting the children to hastily assist him. Let us tidy up and depart. You should continue to lend a hand at the apothecary, Liu Shishi instructed, observing the effort it took for Uncle Zhu to stand. Suddenly, she pressed down on his shoulder, saying, Uncle Zhu, allow me to examine your leg first. Were these words spoken by anyone else, Uncle Zhu would have likely taken offense, assuming mockery was intended. However, seeing the seriousness etched on Liu Shishi's face, he understood her genuine desire to assist. Thus, he resumed his seat and rolled up his pant leg, revealing the horrific wound. Liu Shishi retrieved a ruler, meticulously measuring and recording her observations. Although her space lacked prosthetics, she had studied them in her past life to aid injured comrades. Thus, she understood the design and construction process well. The only obstacle was sourcing suitable materials. It was preferable to utilize items from this era, as explaining their origins would be challenging otherwise. After ensuring the others continued their work at the apothecary, Liu Shishi prepared to return home. Before she could leave, she encountered someone from her household calling for her, announcing that Liu Shiryao had arrived. Liu Shiryao? Her elder sister? In the midst of her recent busyness, she had nearly forgotten about her. Nonetheless, it was an opportune moment to address some outstanding matters. Sister, where have you been? Upon seeing Liu Shishi return, a calculating glint flickered in Liu Shiryao's eyes. You've been at the apothecary. What brings you here at such a time? Having spent most of the day away, she felt a twinge of longing for the two little ones. Liu Shishi washed her hands and entered the nursery. The old matriarch sat before the beds of the two children, gazing at them with a tender expression. Grandmother? Liu Shishi called, and the elderly lady turned with joy, only for her smile to falter upon seeing Liu Shiryao enter with her. What brings you here? Although they were connected by marriage, the families were not particularly close, and both sides were acutely aware of this. Shishi invited me to stay for a few days. Liu Shiryao's previously excited expression turned stiff, her face awkward as she had intended to approach the children but felt reluctant to do so now. Shishi? Grandmother, we're sisters after all. We ought to support one another. I asked my sister to keep me company for a couple of days. Liu Shishi refrained from mentioning Liu Shiryao's previous intentions toward Nuno, knowing the matriarch would not trouble herself with such matters. Had she known, the atmosphere would likely be far less amicable. As you wish, just be cautious, the old lady advised uneasily. Liu Shishi quickly replied, Of course, grandmother, I am aware. As the two entered, the matriarch moved to sit by the window. Shishi, they are so adorable, Liu Shiryao exclaimed upon seeing the children for the first time, their softness and charm igniting her desire to hold them. Indeed, at just over a month old, they are already aware of the world around them. At Liu Shishi's words, the two children waved their little arms and cooed, as if trying to communicate. They were not crying. Their large, dark eyes sparkled with life. Their faces were remarkably tender. Liu Shiryao gingerly touched one child's cheek, unable to discern their gender, yet both seemed delightful. If only she could exchange her skin for theirs. Imagining herself with such flawless skin made her heart race with excitement. Yet, her mother's words echoed in her mind. Had Liu Shishi discovered her intentions towards the children, the consequences would be dire. Never mind. I must first secure my position with the crown prince. Observing the thrill in Liu Shiryao's eyes, Liu Shishi suspected she had not yet given up her schemes. Very well. Liu Shiryao, you have completely squandered the last chance I granted you. Suddenly, Liu Shiryao awoke to find herself in an unfamiliar room. The space was dim, illuminated only by a flickering yellow oil lamp. She recalled falling asleep in Liu Shishi's chamber, having shared her bed for the first time in an effort to foster a closer bond. Yet, she never expected to awaken in such a simple room. Shishi? Where are you? Liu Shiryao called tentatively, realizing her hands and feet were restrained. Here I am, sister. Liu Shishi's voice emerged from a shadowy corner. With great effort, Liu Shiryao turned her head, only to see Liu Shishi rise and approach her bedside, a smile gracing her lips. Did you miss me so soon, sister? Sure. What is the meaning of this? Are you jesting? This is not a funny joke. Please release me. Panic surged within her, though she maintained an outward facade of calm. She could not comprehend Liu Shishi's motives, sensing that something was amiss. Ah, a joke? Liu Shishi looked down at her from a position of superiority, a cold smile gracing her lips. Sister, you wished for my demise, did you not? Shishi?
Who would speak ill of you?
How could I possibly wish for your death? Liu Shiyao's heart raced with fear, grappling with the implications of Liu Shishi's words. Did she know something she shouldn't?
But how could that be?
No one was privy to that incident. You were present during my abduction, were you not? Your wounds have healed remarkably quickly. But are you truly satisfied? Liu Shixiao felt as though the world was spinning around her. Liu Shishi, she actually knew everything. But how could this be possible? Their transaction was supposed to be a secret, known to no one. Shishi and I are sisters. How could it be? She desperately tried to reason. And if it weren't for the fact that Liu Shishi had heard it with her own ears, Liu Shixiao would have believed her words to be true. Is that so? But I have also invited your old friend, Liu Shishi remarked, clapping her hands as two maids dragged a person into the room. The individual was unceremoniously tossed to the ground, the dim light illuminating their face. The person sprawled on the floor was none other than Aunt Sue. Seeing Aunt Sue being dragged in, Liu Shixiao's hands trembled in fear. Liu Shishi truly knew everything. Now she was in the general's residence. What should she do? She needed to find a way to send a message to her parents for help, but at that moment, she had no one capable by her side.
Onsu,
I hear you can change skins? Liu Shishi said, looking coldly at the disheveled Aunt Sue. This is someone the dark guards of the general's residence brought. Young madam. The old servant knows nothing, Aunt Sue replied, fully aware of the gravity of the situation and reluctant to admit anything. Oh, you don't know? Liu Shishi repeated indifferently, her gaze suddenly turning icy. Since you don't know, it means you cannot, and these hands are of no use. Bring the axe. A chilling voice echoed, and everyone in the room froze. The maids dared not approach, while two guards stepped forward, one seizing Aunt Sue's hand and the other raising a knife, poised to strike. Young madam, I know a little, just a bit. I beg for your mercy. Aunt Sue was terrified, nearly fainting. Losing her hands would be tantamount to death. You know a bit, do you? Liu Shishi let out a light laugh, her eyes shifting to the dazed Liu Shixiao, and she said with a teasing smile, Then this lady would very much like to witness your skills. Bring forth the prepared exquisite skin. A maid presented a large platter, covered by a red cloth, obscuring its contents. Liu Shishi lifted the cloth to reveal a large snake coiled upon the platter. Ah, young madam, this. Upon seeing the snake, Aunt Sue's eyes narrowed, her heart dropping as she glanced back and forth between the snake and the impassive Liu Shishi. Young madam, this is a snake. How can it be used to change a human face? Are you not quite skilled? Besides, the skin of this snake is quite fine, soft and smooth. Far better than your own, wouldn't you agree? Aunt Sue recoiled, feeling the tightening of her facial skin. Liu Shishi's demeanor suggested she was not joking. Although Aunt Sue's skin was not ideal, she had no desire to give it away. Moreover, the success rate of such a skin change was quite low, and the one taking the skin would face disfigurement. She did not want to become a hideous creature. Thus, she dared not speak further, fearing Liu Shishi might change her mind. Shishi, dear sister, I will not change. I will not. Liu Shixiao trembled at the sight of the repulsive snake. Suddenly, a strange odor filled the room, and Liu Shishi glanced toward the bed, discovering her dear sister had frightened herself to the point of wetting herself.
Huh?
With such cowardice, how dare you scheme against my precious daughter? Not changing?
How can that be?
I have everything prepared. Liu Shishi smiled lightly, her sweet expression sending chills down both their spines. Let us begin. I am eager to see your skills. As Liu Shishi spoke casually, two maids stepped closer, standing beside Aunt Sue. Young madam, the old servant has never used snake skin for such a purpose. I am unaware of the consequences. Aunt Sue hesitated but reached out to touch the snake. If it doesn't work, then use your own skin. If the snake's skin change fails, at least she would remain human. Surely that would be successful, right? Facing the knife before her, Aunt Sue gritted her teeth. Her gaze toward Liu Shixiao now tinged with malice. Liu Shixiao was terrified and wanted to retreat, but she was trapped and could not move. Changing Liu Shixiao's skin would naturally be done without anesthetic. Do not ask why. She was unworthy. Miss Liu, I apologize. Aunt Sue brought the snake close to Liu Shishi, lowering her head to whisper in her ear, had you told me sooner, you would not have to endure this suffering. Liu Shixiao's eyes dimmed. She recalled what Aunt Sue had said about wanting Liu Shishi's fortune. She had intended to speak, but her mother had forbade her. Now she was filled with regret. There were many ways to connect with the crown prince, but her life was singular. She did not wish to perish in such a manner, nor did she want to be disfigured. But now, the icy blade sliced across her face, piercing and agonizing. It hurts. Liu Shixiao screamed in agony. While Liu Shishi watched coldly, her gaze devoid of warmth. Outside the room, Moe stood in silence, observing as Liu Shishi emerged. Her cold demeanor dissipating as she expressed concern. Shishi, are you all right? Mother, do you think I am cruel? The person inside, after all, was her nominal sister. Cruel? Is it not her long-awaited wish finally fulfilled? Moe shook her head, a bitter smile gracing her lips. Had you not discovered this in advance, it would have been our Nyo suffering instead. Changing Liu Shixiao's skin might only mean disfigurement, but had it been Nyo, it could have cost her life. Just imagining a newborn child being skinned alive filled Liu Shishi with murderous rage toward them. Mother, I will protect Nyo. So shall I. The screams in the room continued as Liu Shishi and Moe exited. After spending a while playing with the two children, she began sketching designs for prosthetic limbs. Since she had promised Uncle Zhu, she needed to help him stand again. Additionally, there was the matter of Yu Er. Liu Shishi felt as though she was endlessly busy. Chapter 74, Punishing the Wicked Servant He, you finally returned. After many days, seeing the ever-dashing Suze, Ouyang Huai, and Kong Ji were filled with a multitude of emotions. Ouyang Huai, I've heard you have 2 children now. Truly, you are worthy of being my brother. With both sons and daughters, I yield to no one but you. When they returned to court, Ouyang Huai and Kong Ji left first, while Suze dealt with subsequent matters. The princess and the 5th prince had already been settled at the inn, and the 3 friends who had faced death together multiple times were finally reunited.
Yes.
The baby is already a month old, Ouyang Huai replied, his face beaming with pride at the mention of children. Congratulations. As the 3 settled down, Suze suddenly turned serious. I suspect there are ulterior motives behind Nanshi's visit. Oh, what do you mean? As a defeated nation, sending a princess over could be considered normal, but the 5th prince coming personally raised suspicions. I have not yet uncovered the specifics, but we have encountered 5 assassination attempts along the way, each time without significant casualties. What do you think? 5? Within their territory? Moreover, no casualties indicate what? A test or perhaps a message they wish to convey that we are unaware of. However, the situation improved significantly as we approached the capital. The princess has been inquiring about the crown prince, and I suspect she intends to marry him. Marry the crown prince? Ouyang Huai's expression changed abruptly. Princess Nashi. If she truly marries the crown prince, it would be a source of endless troubles. Are you aware that the crown prince's condition has been stabilized? Ouyang Huai gazed at Suze. If they were to learn that the crown prince's health had improved, perhaps they might reconsider their decision. Everyone knows about the crown prince's frail health. Does Nashi truly wish to bear a child of the crown prince to support her ambitions? They cannot be that Navi, can they? Their nation is not devoid of capable individuals. How could they allow a woman from Nashi to conceive? Even if she were to do so, survival would be out of the question. Nashi harbors ulterior motives. Alas, our emperor.
Shusha shined.
And Ouyang Huai's gaze dimmed. The emperor has his reservations, yet if Nashi is granted an opportunity, they will undoubtedly return with renewed vigor, unless a new crown prince emerges from their ranks. The emperor of Nashi is in poor health, and currently, most matters are being decided by the crown prince. Thankfully, Lord Xiaoyao is absent. Were the crown prince of Nashi to gain his support, the threat would escalate significantly. Enough of this. It is better not to dwell on it. The crown prince must have a sense of the situation. Suze lifted his wine cup, a flicker of intrigue passing through his eyes. Do you believe that Lord Xiaoyao has truly vanished? The princess of Xiaoyao is quite a remarkable individual. Has she truly perished? Unfortunately, this question stumps not only Ouyang Huai, but even those from Nashi. Liu Shixiao wished to bash her head against the wall, but she was restrained. When Liu Shishi entered, she saw the blood on Aunt Sue's hands and nearly burst into laughter at the sight of the snake-like skin on Liu Shixiao's face. Observing the grotesque stitching, Liu Shishi was utterly convinced that this Aunt Sue could not possibly be a person of modern times. Skin grafting is not conducted in such a manner. It was perplexing to consider where she found the confidence to succeed in such a procedure. Although it was not human skin, the operation was still not executed in this fashion. Upon seeing Liu Shishi enter, Liu Shishi felt an overwhelming urge to kill. However, her hands and feet remained bound, and she glared at Liu Shishi with furious eyes, her voice hoarse from shouting. "What is the matter, my dear sister? Are you delighted to see me so cheerful?" Liu Shishi smiled faintly, gazing at Liu Shixiao's fiery eyes before suddenly breaking into a radiant smile.
Oh,
"I forgot you cannot see your current appearance. As your loving sister, how could I not let you take a look? I have a mirror here. Do have a glance." Liu Shishi said, producing a small palm-sized mirror from her sleeve, moving it in front of Liu Shixiao so she could see her own face.
ah,
Upon gazing into the mirror and seeing her monstrous visage, Liu Shixiao screamed in despair. Then, closing her eyes, she fainted. "Alas, I thought you were more formidable. It seems you are nothing of the sort." Observing the unconscious figure, Liu Shishi felt a wave of disinterest wash over her. She turned her attention to the apprehensive Aunt Sue and chuckled lightly. "Aunt Sue, I am curious as to where you learned the art of skin grafting." The old servant merely stumbled upon it in an ancient tome. "Intrigued, I conducted experiments on animals and, to my astonishment, it worked. However, I have never performed it on a human." Aunt Sue trembled as she spoke, prostrating herself and pleading pathetically. "It was indeed my first attempt on a human, madam. I beg you, spare me." "Your first attempt? How could you dare to graft skin on Liu Shixiao without prior experience? Surely you are aware of her status as the eldest daughter of the Liu family. Did you not consider the consequences of failure? Although the Liu family is merely a family of scholars, they possess numerous means to deal with an ordinary person. I warned her that this procedure might fail." "Heh, so should it fail, you would simply wish for her misfortune? Yet you gamble with my daughter's life?" Liu Shishi inhaled sharply, astounded by the madness of these people.
no,
"That's not right. Your original intent was indeed my daughter's life. You have long known that Yenru's child was unviable, hence you arranged for both children. My daughter to undergo the graft with Liu Shixiao, while the boy would be given to Yenru as her child. Am I correct?" Liu Shishi's expression turned icy, her eyes piercing like cold blades directed at Aunt Sue. Aunt Sue trembled in fear. This woman was terrifying, having deduced their plan with uncanny accuracy. "Well, let us set that aside for now. Tell me how you recovered so swiftly. Do not tell me it is due to your tough skin. I do not believe such nonsense. I, the old servant, am uncertain. My recovery rate differs from that of ordinary individuals, and I typically heal more rapidly."
oh,
"Is that so?" Liu Shishi scrutinized Aunt Sue, finding her words unconvincing. "I am quite eager to witness this for myself. Someone, give her 50 lashes. I do not wish for Aunt Sue's life at this moment. 50 lashes, while fewer than the previous 80, will still reveal something. Madam, spare me. Spare me." Aunt Sue pleaded, bowing her head in desperation, but Liu Shishi paid her no mind. A servant brought a stool, and Aunt Sue was bound to it. The sounds of the lashes echoed through the air.
ah,
Aunt Sue cried out in agony, and the previously unconscious Liu Shixiao was awakened by the commotion. Her face burned with pain. She contemplated crying out, but upon glancing at the beaten Aunt Sue, she swiftly closed her eyes, feigning unconsciousness once more. Liu Shishi noticed Liu Shixiao's ruse, but chose to ignore it. She beckoned to Dingxiang, who approached and whispered a few instructions to her. Dingxiang's eyes sparkled with interest as she looked at Liu Shixiao, causing the feigning Liu Shixiao to tremble in fear. Chapter 75. The third party arrives, cursed be it. What were they just discussing? It feels as though something dreadful awaits me. Soon, the 50 lashes were complete, and Aunt Sue lay on the ground, barely conscious, her rear stained with blood. Liu Shishi smiled in satisfaction and ordered a servant to take her to the adjacent room. Dingxiang returned, bringing a regular makeup mirror with her. A frame was constructed above Liu Shixiao, securing the mirror so that whenever she opened her eyes, she would see her own reflection. Moreover, no matter how she turned, she would have a clear view. Seeing the effect of the mirror, Liu Shishi was immensely pleased. She instructed them to keep a close watch on both women before departing with a sense of fulfillment. "I must see the young general." Outside the general's residence, a frail woman knelt pitifully on the ground, cradling a child in her arms. The child remained silent, unperturbed by the commotion surrounding them. The woman appeared diminutive and frail. as if she could be swept away by the slightest breeze. At the entrance of the general's residence, a crowd had gathered. Despite Yennefer having lost considerable weight, her original appearance was still discernible. Among the onlookers, some recognized her as the woman the young general had brought back from the frontier days prior. To think that within just a month, she had transformed into this state, haggard and weak, clad in white, with blood seeping from her abdomen, a stark crimson. Alas, what has happened to this woman? She must have been cast out by the general's residence. Sigh, I saw her being carried out yesterday. That child. Someone observed the child in Yennefer's arms, sensing something amiss. It was likely not the offspring of the general's household. If it were, she would not be permitted to take the child with her. I am curious whether the child is alive or dead. You raise a valid point. If the child were alive, surely it would have cried by now. The onlookers murmured amongst themselves, yet Yennefer remained steadfastly on her knees, unmoving. A gatekeeper approached, casting a disdainful glance at the pitiful Yennefer. Miss Yennefer, you are no longer connected to the general's residence. What do you seek here? We had difficulty sending you away yesterday, and yet you return today. I just wish to see the young mistress. I beg of you, Yennefer implored, attempting to bow her head in reverence. The servant, startled, sidestepped. He could not afford to be burdened by her actions. The lady has declared that you have no ties to the general's residence. Your presence here is futile. Then I shall wait. I will wait indefinitely, Yennefer asserted, her expression resolute, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead as her delicate form swayed, nearly toppling. Such a woman, such a child. The servant dared not forcibly expel her. He could only return to inquire about the general's stance. When Liu Shishi learned of the situation, Moe was already on his way to address it. Mother, since she wishes to see me, I shall go, Liu Shishi replied coolly. The presence of a mistress was not frightening. What was truly daunting was a mistress who clung like an unyielding piece of gum. Ouyang Huai had also stated that he had no connection to this Yennefer, and she secretly believed him. Yet, she could not comprehend how Yennefer could bear another's child and remain so obstinate in her pursuit. Reaching the entrance, Liu Shishi gazed upon the mass of people outside, her brow furrowed. Was Yennefer resolute in her intention to sway public opinion to force the general's residence into submission? I have arrived. You may speak your mind, Liu Shishi proclaimed, standing before Yennefer, looking down upon her. Young mistress, I implore you to grant me and my child a chance at life. Yennefer wept, her voice trembling. As a frail woman with a child, how can I survive outside? Young mistress, you too are a mother. How can you bear to? Her words faltered as she choked on her emotions. Indeed, her words were a quintessential display of a white lotus, leaving much to the imagination. A chance at life?
Yennefer.
The general's residence has already provided you with a home and a wet nurse for your child. What more do you desire?
Ha.
For a child who has no connection to the general's residence, they have shown remarkable compassion, came the murmurs from the crowd.
What?
A child with no ties to the general's residence? Good heavens, this woman is bold. Is her child not the young general's? Has the young general been cuckolded? This woman is truly shameless. The general's residence has shown mercy. Had it been me, I would have dealt with them both long ago. While the onlookers spoke softly, their words clearly reached Yennefer's ears. Her eyes narrowed with cold disdain, but she quickly adopted a pitiful facade once more. Young mistress, how can you say such things? This is the young general's blood. She was gambling, wagering that Ouyang Huai would not abandon his child. Moreover, she feared not their suspicions. After all, Jiang Yuda had been dead for some time, and they could not verify her claims.
Ha.
The young general's blood? Shall I summon him for a blood test to confirm paternity? Liu Shishi retorted with a mocking smile, confident that the child had no connection to Ouyang Huai, which emboldened her audacity. You, young mistress, are you forcing us to our deaths? Yennefer exclaimed, glancing at a stone lion nearby. She attempted to rise, but perhaps due to her prolonged kneeling, she fell once more. How can you assert paternity without a blood test? What certainty do you have? Before Liu Shishi could finish her sentence, Ouyang Huai, Suze, and Kongji arrived.
Ha.
Ouyang Huai, this Yennefer insists that the child is yours. Yet she refuses a blood test. Liu Shishi smirked, pleased that the main party had arrived. She was eager to see how Ouyang Huai would handle the situation. Hearing Liu Shishi's words, Ouyang Huai's eyes narrowed dangerously, his gaze fixed sharply on Yennefer. She trembled in fear, instinctively tightening her grip on the squirming child, who emitted a faint whimper, akin to a wounded kitten. The sound was barely audible amidst the tense silence, almost lost to the crowd. The child's cry emboldened Yenu. She straightened her back, her once fragile voice now imbued with resolve. Young General, have you forgotten your promise to me? You vowed to care for my child. She intentionally left her statement unfinished, knowing that a half-spoken truth often resonated more profoundly than a full confession. How can you treat us this way? I might as well perish. Yenner lamented, her voice breaking. Liu Shishi quietly acknowledged that Yenner was not entirely devoid of wit.
Murong Yaner.
Does this child have any connection to me? Ouyang Huai's brow furrowed. Until he could ascertain whether the child was Jiang Yuda's, he had no desire to confront Yenner further. Yet, she continued to provoke him, her audacity seemingly boundless. How can you, as a young general, treat a child this way? Yenner feigned a heartbroken expression, as though she had been deeply wronged. Chapter 76. The overbearing handhold. Alas, Miss Yenner, Huaige has already shown you sufficient courtesy. If you continue to cause a scene, we may be compelled to reveal everything. A voice interjected. By the way, I have heard that your child is not in good health. As a mother, how can you not worry for your child's well-being, yet you bring him here amidst this turmoil? Is this how a mother behaves? Kong Ji had long harbored disdain for Yenner. He approached her, casting a critical glance at the child in her arms. This child bears little resemblance to his father. I have heard the timing of your pregnancy is questionable. Shall I investigate further? As these words left his lips, Yenna staggered, clutching her child tightly.
Oh.
Must you hold so tightly? You might suffocate the poor thing. The crowd turned their attention to her, noting how the child's swaddling was nearly distorted by her grip, while she remained oblivious. Is this truly the child's mother? Can a mother be so indifferent? The onlookers exchanged astonished glances, their scrutiny deepening. I did not mean to. Yenna stammered, loosening her grip as a thought occurred to her. Young General, you are aware I am alone here. I do not dare voice any objections to your sending me away, but please, spare Suani. This morning, she had suddenly not seen Suani and had waited in vain for her return. They had no enemies. The only ones who could have acted against them were from the general's residence.
Suonti?
Did she not leave with you? Ouyang Huai inquired, furrowing his brow. The elderly woman always exuded an air of mystery. She has vanished, disappeared. Young General, please help me find Suonti, Yenner pleaded, placing the child aside and beginning to bow before Ouyang Huai. Liu Shishi felt her brow twitch. Indeed, the master and servant shared similar habits. This inclination to bow at the slightest provocation, she mused, was something she could not fathom. Return for now. I shall help you find Suonti, Ouyang Huai instructed, beckoning to the servant at the door. Find 2 people to escort her home. After speaking, he turned to Liu Shishi and whispered, Shishi, you have borne much.
Goodness.
This man can be considerate too, she thought. In truth, it was not overly burdensome. It was merely that this woman was insufferably annoying. You should resolve this matter once and for all. As Liu Shishi attempted to leave, Ouyang Huai grasped her hand, lifting his chin slightly.
Xoze, Gomkie.
Was he introducing his friends? Greetings, they replied. Liu Shishi was at a loss for words and could only greet them. As they spoke, they entered the general's residence, and the onlookers at the entrance dispersed upon seeing the main party leave. In the study, Kong Ji lounged casually in a chair by the window, exuding a carefree demeanor. Huaige, you should explain everything to your wife, he suggested. She is already somewhat aware. Keeping her in the dark will only heighten marital discord. Suze nodded in agreement. Liu Shishi had initially hesitated to come, but Ouyang Huai held onto her hand. In front of his brothers, she didn't want to appear unsupportive. What is going on? She inquired, her curiosity piqued upon hearing her name mentioned. What other stories could Yenner possibly have? Alas, let me speak, Kong Ji interjected, noting Ouyang Huai's silence. His expression turned serious, albeit tinged with resignation, as he recounted, at that time, the 3 of us were dispatched on a mission, accompanied by one other, Jiang Yuda. None of us anticipated that the steadfast Jiang Yuda would bring us such great trouble. He sacrificed himself to save us, and his only concern before dying was for his beloved, Yenner. At that time, she was already pregnant, and they were not married. He feared that their child would be looked down upon without a name or status. He sought to bestow upon the child a noble identity and made Ouyang Huai swear an oath using the unborn child as a witness. Compassionate to Jiang Yuda's plight, Ouyang Huai obliged. However, they did not foresee that upon learning of Jiang Yuda's death, Yenner would be devastated and faint away. When she regained consciousness, she mistakenly believed Ouyang Huai to be her husband. They all tried to explain the situation, but she was determined to end her life. Being with child, she nearly suffered several miscarriages. Aunt Sue advised that Yenner could not endure any more distress, prompting them to cease their objections. Later, when Ouyang Huai was injured and fell unconscious, it was Aunt Sue who revived him. Upon awakening, his attitude towards Yenner shifted. But I assure you, sister-in-law, Huaigo has never laid a finger on Yenner, Kong Ji swore, with 2 fingers raised. Haha, your assurance holds little weight. He has touched her fingers and even held her. Liu Shishi shot Ouyang Huai a sidelong glance, recalling the past vividly. I am wronged, Ouyang Huai protested, bewildered by that period himself. During our return, I was always with her and my feelings seemed. Ask you, was I supposed to love her? Su Zhe's expression shifted, his tone growing solemn. It sounds like it, but after spending less time with her, those feelings faded significantly. It resembles a form of soul manipulation, Su Zhe stated gravely.
Impossible.
My will is unwavering. How could I fall prey to that? Ouyang Huai retorted. If I am not mistaken, it must have been while you were unconscious that Yenner and the others did something to you. During such times, one's consciousness is most vulnerable. Yenner would not do that. It must have been Aunt Sue. Ouyang Huai clenched his fists, having previously questioned this but feeling it improbable he could be so easily ensnared. Now, with Su Zhe's certainty, he felt a growing unease. Regrettably, Aunt Sue has vanished. Otherwise, we could interrogate her. Kong Ji sighed and then brightened. But where can she hide? I shall gather people to search. Even if I must dig 3 feet into the ground, I will find her. He was a man of action, ready to act on his words. As he stood and took a step, a clear voice rang out from behind. Aunt Sue? You're looking for Aunt Sue? Yes. What is it, sister-in-law? Kong Ji looked at Liu Shishi, puzzled. If you seek her, digging 3 feet may not suffice, Liu Shishi replied, a hint of exasperation on her face. She smiled wryly. You needn't search. I know where she is. The sight of the woman sprawled on the ground, oblivious to her surroundings, left them all feeling embarrassed. Is this Aunt Sue? They noticed Aunt Sue lying on the floor, bloodied in a certain area, evidently having received punishment. Sister-in-law, what has happened? It turned out that Yenner had not wronged Liu Shishi. Aunt Sue was indeed here. I was merely curious why her wounds healed so swiftly. Since she would not speak, I had no choice but to administer another beating to investigate. Chapter 77. Inversion of Truth. Kong Ji grimaced. Your method of verification is rather audacious. It was violent and direct, yet he inexplicably found it gratifying. If Aunt Sue was truly the one who had used soul manipulation on Ouyang Huai, she deserved her fate. However, witnessing Aunt Sue's wretched condition made Kong Ji feel a twinge of cruelty. Sister-in-law, you are indeed straightforward, Su Zhe sighed. Although the adage no man is a true man without poison held some truth, both he and Kong Ji clearly disapproved of Liu Shishi's approach. Ouyang Huai, what do you think? Do you feel my actions are excessive? Liu Shishi disregarded their opinions and turned to Ouyang Huai, who had been frowning all along. Not at all. I believe your motives extend beyond this. Ouyang Huai's response was decisive, and Liu Shishi felt a sense of comfort, knowing that he still had faith in her at times. Aunt Sue's recovery is unusually rapid. I fear there may be unknown factors at play, and most outrageously, she dared to strike our child. Ah, help, help. Liu Shishi's words were cut short by anguished cries from the next room, likely Yenner, who had heard the commotion and was calling for help. The maids guarding the area were all from the general's residence, and even if she screamed, no one would dare come to her aid. Finally hearing a man's voice, she was determined not to let this opportunity slip. Sister-in-law, what is happening? Kong Ji blinked in curiosity, realizing that Ouyang Huai's wife was quite formidable, for they had imprisoned more than one person in their home, and the cries from the other side were even more harrowing. Curious to know? Let us go take a look. With Aunt Sue unconscious, she remained oblivious to their conversation. It seemed that even the tough could not recover so easily. As they approached the next room and opened the door, a maid stepped out. Young mistress, she had been quite still until now. I have no idea why she suddenly screamed. The maid felt deeply remorseful, realizing that Yenner's cries had drawn so many people. No matter. Liu Shishi replied with a calm demeanor, betraying no hint of anxiety, as though this were the most natural occurrence. You may wait outside. She gestured for the maid to leave, and the 4 of them entered. What greeted them was a large mirror, and a woman whose features were obscured. Is this? Kong Ji gasped, peering closely at the woman's skin, exclaiming, is that snake skin? Indeed, Aunt Sue had it replaced. What do you think? Liu Shishi smiled faintly, while Kong Ji and Suze felt a chill run down their spines. The situation was profoundly eerie. After a moment, they exchanged glances with Ouyang Huai, their eyes wide, silently conveying, you are aware your wife is like this, right? With a spouse capable of such things, are you not afraid of waking up to find your own skin replaced? If it were them, they would rather remain single for life than marry someone so formidable.
Cough.
Cough, cough, poetry, is this Yenner? Liu Shiyao's face was only partially mobile, the other half remained clearly visible. Ouyang Huai looked at her with suspicion. How could she have been captured by Liu Shishi? Little general, save me. Liu Shishi has gone mad. She wants to kill me. Upon recognizing Ouyang Huai, Liu Shiao struggled in desperation, but the ropes binding her were quite secure. No matter how she fought, she could not move. What? Is this Liu Shiao? Kong Ji stared incredulously at the grotesque figure before him.
Who was Liu Shiao?
She was the eldest daughter of the Mistress residence, renowned beauty in the capital. Yet, the person before him bore no resemblance to the notion of beauty, especially with that half of her face replaced with snake skin, which could only be described as terrifying. And what had Liu Shishi just said? Sue Aunt had changed her skin? She had first replaced Liu Shiao's skin, then beaten her?
Why?
Was it merely because she was Yeno's person? It seemed unlikely that Liu Shishi would act in such a manner. Indeed, was she not my dear elder sister? Upon being discovered, Liu Shishi displayed no sign of panic. Little general, you see for yourself, Liu Shishi is an utterly vile person. Not only does she wish to harm me, but she also accuses me of wanting to harm her child. But how could that be? That child is my niece. How could I possibly wish her harm? It appeared that Ouyang Huai was initially unaware. Now he had to act decisively and find a way to escape this place. For remaining here could likely lead to his demise.
Oh?
She accuses you? Upon hearing Liu Shiao's claims, Ouyang Huai's previously indifferent expression suddenly grew cold. A terrifying chill settling upon Liu Shiao, causing her to tremble involuntarily. Ouyang Huai was indeed a man who had seen battle. A mere glare from him could frighten even the most virtuous person half to death. Liu Shiao felt fear in her heart, but, recalling her dire situation, she gritted her teeth and, seizing the moment before Liu Shishi could speak, hurriedly said, yes, she is a madwoman. Just a few days ago, she asked me to come and stay with her for a few days, but today she imprisoned me and had Sue Aunt change my skin to snake skin. Liu Shiao wanted to cry, but tears falling onto her wounds caused her too much pain. She dared not shed a tear. Ugh. She insists that I desire her child's skin, but how could that be? Even if I were to lose my mind, I would never target a child. Seeing Liu Shiao speak so passionately, Liu Shishi could not help but applaud. After a few claps, she smiled in admiration, saying, well said. You almost convinced me. What I said is merely the truth, Liu Shiao retorted stubbornly, gazing pitifully at Ouyang Huai, pleading, little general, you must stand up for me. Liu Shishi is truly a madwoman. She may one day harm you, and your child as well. Is that so? Ouyang Huai replied coolly after she finished speaking. Leaning closer to examine the snake skin on Liu Shiao's face, sneering, this snake skin suits your face quite well. He then turned away, addressing the calm Liu Shishi with a voice that softened slightly, Liu Shiao. On what grounds do you believe I would trust a woman who has schemed against my wife rather than my own spouse? Little general, what I just said is the truth.
Is it?
But I do not believe it. Allow me to speculate on the matter. The day Shishi was kidnapped, you arrived remarkably quickly. You must have been present at the scene, correct? Why did Shishi insist on not having anyone from the Mistress residence nearby before giving birth? Was she concerned you might take the child? And why was she so worried? At that time, she must have known you intended to exchange the child's face for your own. With each word Ouyang Huai uttered, Liu Shiao's complexion paled further. She could not fathom how Ouyang Huai could deduce this when Liu Shishi had said nothing and offered no explanations. I did not. If I had been there, why would Liu Shishi not tell you? Indeed, why not? Ouyang Huai himself was uncertain, but he sensed Liu Shishi had her own motives.
Huh.
Who would have thought the esteemed young lady of the Mistress residence harbored such malicious thoughts? To even plot against a newborn child, how dare you seek help? Kong Ji gazed at Liu Shiao with disgust, disdain evident in his voice. Chapter 78. the escape worse than pigs and dogs.
Shusha shied.
Realizing that the rumors were not to be trusted. Forget it. Let's leave this dreadful place and visit Sue Ant instead. Clearly, the matters concerning Sue Ant were of greater importance than Liu Shiyao's grotesque visage. There was no need for cold water. Liu Shishi had merely used silver needles to awaken Sue Ant. Young madam, Sue Ant first saw Liu Shishi, her gaze still somewhat dazed.
Su on.
Suze stepped forward.
Approaching Su on.
You are the little General Sue. Haha, I did not expect Sue Ant would still recognize me. I shall not waste words. I have but one question. Have you ever used the soul charm? Upon hearing this, Sue Ant's eyes darkened momentarily, though it was so brief that none noticed. This old servant has never heard of it.
Oh.
You truly have not heard of it? I have heard that the soul charm and the control charm are arts exclusive to Nanxi. The implication was clear. Sue Ant and Yenner were suspected of being from Nanxi. During a great battle, 2 individuals from Nanxi appearing in our military camp, one of whom holds an important position as a vice commander S-woman, is indeed suspicious. This old servant is not from Nanxi. Sue Ant grimaced in pain but maintained her denial. Oh, is that so?
Shusha chuckled coldly.
Suddenly producing a dagger that twirled in his hand before pressing it against Sue Ant's bloodied wound. Sue Ant had only recently been beaten, and her wound had yet to be tended. Now, she was in excruciating pain. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead, yet she gritted her teeth, fully aware that admitting the truth would lead to a fate far worse than her current predicament. Haha, I see you are quite resolute in your silence.
Shusha was surprised by Su Ant's endurance.
He smiled, applying more pressure with the dagger, causing blood to ooze forth, and Sue Ant could no longer endure. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Is that all it takes to faint? Suze felt somewhat unsatisfied, while Ouyang Huai furrowed his brow and sighed. I suspect she will not divulge anything. Indeed, she understands that admitting it would only worsen her fate. Kongji also sighed. If only we had someone knowledgeable in the soul charm. Useless. Liu Shishi, listening to their discussion, began to comprehend the situation. If you are certain Sue Ant is adept in the soul charm, her mental strength must be exceptionally formidable, rendering her impossible to control. Moreover, those who practice the soul charm possess a self-protective mechanism in their minds, some things they would rather die than reveal. Liu Shishi's words deepened the gravity of their expressions. However, should it be confirmed that all of this was orchestrated by Sue Ant, Yeno likely lacked such skills, thus providing a potential avenue to explore. After sending the 2 away, Ouyang Huai did not leave immediately, but instead went to see the 2 children. Though still young, they could already recognize faces. Upon seeing Ouyang Huai, they showed no signs of shyness and joyfully waved their hands. For a child just over a month old, expressions of affection were refreshingly direct. Can they recognize me? Ouyang Huai curiously lifted Nyo into his arms. Though the 2 children bore a striking resemblance, men often tend to favor their daughters more. Indeed, it seems she is fine. Over the past month, Ouyang Huai had not held the child often, yet it was apparent he had practiced. For Nyo did not cry, but instead appeared more exhilarated. What is this? As he strolled with Nyo in a room, he suddenly caught sight of some papers that Liu Shishi had left on the table, which piqued his curiosity. Is this a design blueprint? For what purpose? He could discern it was a design of some sort, but its specifics eluded him, leaving him with a peculiar sense of unease that he could not quite articulate. This. Liu Shishi interjected, leaning closer. I was in such a hurry to leave today that I forgot to put it away. This is a prosthetic limb I designed for old Ju. His leg is amputated, leaving him without a portion of his calf, making it exceedingly difficult for him to stand. I wanted to create a prosthetic limb for him, so that he could walk normally. What? The revelation rendered Ouyang Huai astonished, his eyes widening in disbelief. How could someone with a severed leg possibly walk or stand? Wouldn't he that condemn him to a life of limping? Where are the most disabled individuals found? Naturally, the military bears the brunt of such afflictions. The harsh realities of war have claimed countless lives and left many injured, whether dead or maimed. All that remains for them is a meager compensation, leading a life of despair. A disability, let alone finding a spouse, poses a monumental challenge. Even the mere act of self-care becomes a struggle. However, if Liu Shishi's prosthetic limb proves effective, those wounded veterans could lead lives that approximate normalcy. This thought filled Ouyang Huai with excitement. As a general, no one is more invested in the well-being of his soldiers than he is, yet often he finds himself powerless. He was eager to learn more about this prosthetic limb. Sure. Could you enlighten me about this prosthetic? Observing the spark of enthusiasm in Ouyang Huai's eyes, Liu Shishi couldn't help but roll her eyes. Surely, wasn't he contemplating discussing this with the emperor again? The emperor had already rejected several of her prescriptions, and she was acutely aware of Ouyang Huai's intentions. Although she no longer served in the military, she understood the hardships faced by soldiers. And if she could assist them, she would be more than willing. I can explain, but whether it's feasible remains uncertain. Liu Shishi's feelings towards Ouyang Huai were complex. He was a person who could not be simply categorized as good or bad. Moreover, if the emperor still desired it, I cannot offer it for free again. Having been taken advantage of once, if it were to happen again, who would serve the emperor? Sure. The emperor wouldn't demand it without recompense. Once the medication is successfully refined, I am certain there will be a significant reward. Ouyang Huai interjected on behalf of the emperor, to which Liu Shishi nodded. Her anticipation of the emperor's reward piqued. This prosthetic cannot be mass-produced, as it must accommodate daily movement. Thus, fitting is paramount. This is Zhu Bo's data, which I based on the specifics of his amputation. Liu Shishi spoke patiently, while Ouyang Huai listened intently, asking questions whenever he encountered a point of confusion. Meanwhile, the two children in their arms remained quiet, gazing with wide, inquisitive eyes at their father and mother, seemingly lost in thought. Occasionally, the two little ones would share a moment of eye contact, bubbling with laughter and blowing tiny bubbles. Has Aunt Sue run away? The following morning, the first words Liu Shishi heard were this query. She looked incredulously at the servant delivering the news, who had been tasked with watching over Aunt Sue. You say you fell asleep last night? I am but an old servant, madam, I know nothing. I do not even know how I fell asleep. Upon awakening, I found Aunt Sue had vanished. The servant trembled in fear. They had witnessed the fury of the young mistress before. It's of no consequence. A monk may escape, but the temple remains.
I shall visit Yan to inquire.
Liu Shishi believed that if Aunt Sue had indeed fled, her only option was to approach Yan. However, she was taken aback when news came from Ouyang Huai that Yan was also missing. Chapter 79. Unconscious and unresponsive. The three individuals seemed to have vanished into thin air, suddenly leaving no trace. He had initially hoped to garner information from Yan, yet she was nowhere to be found. The child's wet nurse reported that all was well the previous night. She had slept soundly, and upon waking, could not locate anyone. Is this soul-controlling magic? If Aunt Sue employed such sorcery within the general's residence and was able to return, could her mental prowess truly be that formidable? No, Aunt Sue could not possibly utilize it twice in succession, unless Liu Shishi sensed something amiss and hastily rose. Let us go and investigate. Upon their arrival at the quarters rented for Yan, Liu Shishi first examined Yan's room, finding nothing out of the ordinary. In the wet nurse's room, there were also no signs of any narcotics. Liu Shishi scrutinized the cups and utensils used by the wet nurse, confirming there were no anomalies. Furrowing her brow in concern, she pondered. How could there be no sedatives? Yet Aunt Sue, despite her injuries, managed to utilize them twice? No, there must be something I have overlooked. Just as she contemplated further investigation, an abrupt pang shot through her abdomen, as if all her strength had been suddenly siphoned away, rendering her unable to stand. In a frantic effort to steady herself, she reached out for something, but although she could see the table not far away, her hand could not grasp it. Madam. With a thud, Liu Shishi collapsed to the ground. Ding Xiang, hearing the commotion, rushed over. Madam, what has happened to you? You were fine just a moment ago. The wet nurse, startled, hurried to assist. Ding Xiang, with considerable strength, lifted Liu Shishi and rushed outside. Ding Xiang, what on earth is happening? In the general's residence, Moe, upon hearing of Liu Shishi's collapse, hurriedly arrived. She had already sent for Dr. Wu. Yet upon seeing Liu Shishi's pale, bloodless visage, her heart swelled with worry. Inform Ouyang Huai immediately. His wife is in trouble. No matter how busy he is, he must return. Upon learning of Liu Shishi's fainting, Dr. Wu arrived with remarkable speed. Even Wu Jing, who had been preoccupied with refining medicine, came along. Dr. Wu first checked Liu Shishi's pulse, then examined her eyelids. Furrowing his brow, Wu Jing approached to take a look as well, perplexed as he inquired, Grandfather, it seems there is nothing amiss with Shishi's pulse. Indeed. Everything appears normal. Dr. Wu regarded Liu Shishi, who remained unconscious, with suspicion. Unless he was certain she had fainted, he might have assumed she was merely asleep. How could this be? Could it be that the young mistress has been overly fatigued and has not rested adequately? Can you wake her? Wu Jing shook his head, having just attempted to rouse her without success. What transpired? Since her pulse showed no irregularities, they must seek further for the cause. Perhaps it would reveal itself. The young mistress had gone to Yan Er's room for inspection, and she had collapsed in the wet nurse's quarters, where the servant was also searching for sedatives. Let us go and investigate. When Ouyang Huai arrived, Dr. Wu had just departed. Hearing of Liu Shishi's collapse left Ouyang Huai confounded. If the physician could discern nothing, then perhaps this morning Aunt Sue had fled. Although there were not many guards watching her, it would still be no simple task to remove an injured person from the General's residence. Is it truly the doing of Aunt Sue and her associates? Keep her safe. I shall return shortly. If it indeed relates to Aunt Sue, this must be Princess Nancy's secret technique, and she would undoubtedly be aware of it. He decided to inquire immediately, for he could not afford to remain idle. Upon arriving at the post station, he fortuitously encountered the prince's men. Ouyang Huai paid them no heed and hastily entered. The young servant, perplexed, stepped outside to gather information, his heart racing as he hurried back to inform the prince. What did you say? What has happened to Shishi? Your Highness, the specifics elude me. I merely saw the young general rushing to the post station upon his return, and upon inquiry, learned that the young lady had fainted. Upon hearing this, the prince sensed a grave situation. If it were merely a trivial ailment, Liu Shishi could handle it herself. If it were more serious, there was always Physician Wu. Yet, why would Ouyang Huai head to the post station? No. He must go and see for himself. Should anything truly befall Liu Shishi, he might be able to assist. The young general's sudden visit fills me with trepidation, remarked the fifth prince, Nan Hong'an, with a smile that did not reach his eyes. They were the side seeking peace, yet Bai Wei could do nothing against them. Nancy's methods were beyond their capacity to withstand. Had the carefree king been present, the entire realm would have already belonged to Nancy. Fifth prince, I have come primarily to inquire about a matter. What matter? Is there anything in this world that the valiant young general does not comprehend? Faced with the fifth prince's sardonic remark, Ouyang Huai felt a flicker of annoyance but restrained himself. After all, their defeat was largely due to him. And their dissatisfaction was understandable. Meow Meow, curious, asked, what does the young general wish to consult my royal brother about? Princess Nancy entered, her figure graceful and enchanting, her face veiled in red gauze. When she fixed her gaze upon him, her light brown eyes conveyed an enigmatic depth. At that moment, she stared intently at Ouyang Huai. Uninformed, one might mistake her gaze for that of a lovesick maiden. Ouyang Huai had not anticipated the princess's sudden arrival, yet now that he had resolved to inquire, it was an opportune moment. I wish to know, if a person appears perfectly healthy with no signs of distress, yet lies in a deep slumber, what secret technique could cause this? Nancy's techniques are numerous. Surely this is not a mere illness? With a chuckle, the princess replied, might I inquire whose acquaintance has inexplicably succumbed to slumber? She stepped closer to Ouyang Huai, her height just reaching his shoulder. Tilting her head slightly, her exquisite features became partially visible beneath the thin red veil. Ouyang Huai subtly stepped back, his voice low, my wife. The young general's wife has fainted? The princess elongated her words with a playful laugh. Is that not fortuitous? I have heard that the young general returned from the borders with an enchanting beauty whom he dotes upon. Is her condition not fortuitous? At the mention of Yen'er, Ouyang Huai's expression darkened, and he turned to the fifth prince, asking, are you aware of this? This time, the fifth prince did not take the opportunity to mock him. After a moment of thought, he furrowed his brow. Although Nancy possesses many secret arts, most require the birth date and time of the individual. So, I cannot ascertain anything unless I see the person in question. Ouyang Huai's heart sank. He suspected that Yen'er and Aunt Sue were involved. In addition to the Liu family, the birth date and time were closely guarded secrets known only to a few. Chapter 80. An unending cry. Ouyang Huai could not fathom why Liu Shishi, the daughter of the Liu family, would bear animosity towards him. Young general, your wife is merely unconscious. She should not be in mortal danger. Should you remain uneasy, I can personally attend to her. Ouyang Huai felt this was the best course of action. Although Physician Wu and his associates had gone to investigate, he sensed their efforts may prove fruitless. The likelihood of Nancy's involvement seemed far greater. The fifth prince agreed to accompany him, and the princess insisted on following as well. As they exited the main doors, the prince arrived. Ouyang Huai, what is the matter? My wife has fainted. The fifth prince is going to assist her. Upon seeing the prince, Ouyang Huai subtly frowned. The prince seemed overly concerned for his wife. He found this irksome but could do nothing about it. Hearing Ouyang Huai deliberately refer to her as his wife, the prince responded dismissively, then I shall accompany you as well. With no grounds to refuse, Ouyang Huai led the way. Inside the room, Liu Shishi lay quietly, as if in deep slumber. Physicians Wu and Wu Jing had returned, attempting to rouse her, yet to no avail. Upon their entrance, Physician Wu's expression shifted slightly, but he wisely refrained from questioning further. Fifth Prince, I apologize for the trouble, Ouyang Huai said courteously. The fifth prince nodded and turned his gaze to the fainted lady. After observing her for a while, he remarked, this resembles the art of transference, yet it is not entirely the same. Transference? The others in the room were puzzled. And the fifth prince elaborated, transference is a technique that shifts one person's pain to another's body. This method is stringent, requiring both individuals' birth dates and times, as well as their blood. What? Blood?
Montaki gasped in astonishment.
Ouyang Huai turned to her mother.
What is it?
It must be Yenner. It has to be her doing. When we were to send her away that day, Shirshi's hand was pricked by something. At that moment, the severely injured Yenner suddenly regained her strength and even wiped Shirshi's blood with that handkerchief. Mo furrowed her brow, pondering, I didn't notice at the time. She must have hidden it. Damn it, I knew she was not so kind-hearted, Ouyang Huai exclaimed, feeling embarrassed. It was all a calculated move. Who would have thought that a mere prick would be part of someone else's scheme? It seemed that Shirshi's injury was not an accident, but rather Yenner's machination. Perhaps her apparent suicide was a carefully orchestrated plan. She knew she must leave the general's residence, and opportunities to meet Shirshi would be scarce. Thus, she devised this plot. This woman is indeed cunning. If there was enough blood on that handkerchief, it could be utilized. However, it is peculiar that the art of transference merely induces pain, allowing one to experience another suffering, yet does not cause unconsciousness. The fifth prince continued his examination of Liu Shishi, shaking his head. I cannot ascertain the specifics of your wife's condition. The fifth prince does not know either? A wave of disappointment washed over Ouyang Huai as he approached the bed, gently taking Liu Shishi's small hand to inspect it closely. The tiny wound remained. Who could have imagined that such a small injury, a drop of blood, could lead to unconsciousness? As night fell, the usually well-behaved children began to cry out in distress. The cacophony of their wails filled the house, leaving Moe and the old matriarch at a loss. Several servants and the wet nurse joined forces, yet the children only grew more agitated, their voices hoarse. Yet they refused to cease their cries. Children can sometimes be quite boisterous, often due to hunger, but now they refuse even milk, merely wailing at the top of their lungs. It seems they are yearning for their mother. It is often said that a mother and child share a spiritual connection, and these two have never been this unruly. Their distress coincides with the troubling state of their mother, which suggests they sense her peril. What shall we do? Should we carry them to Shishi? The old matriarch is at a loss. This is the first time they have been so inconsolable, their cries tugging at her heartstrings. The bond between grandparent and grandchild is already profound, and as their great-grandmother, she cannot bear to see her great-grandchildren in distress. Let us go and see. Mai and the nurse took the children to Shirshi's room, not far away. Upon entering, the children seemed to catch a whiff of their mother's presence, their cries transforming into soft sobs, no longer piercing the air. Approaching Liu Shishi's bedside, the two little ones gazed at their mother with their large, round eyes, tears still glistening on their cheeks, reaching out with tiny hands in longing. Mai and the old lady felt a pang of sorrow. Under normal circumstances, Shishi would have joyfully welcomed them, showering each with affection. But now, Shishi lay unconscious, unaware of when she might awaken. The children, too, were preoccupied with their mother. And upon seeing her, they quieted down. Be good, Nyo Zai Zai, your mother is unwell and cannot hold you right now. You have seen her. How about returning with your grandmother to sleep? Mai gently coaxed, yet the children continued to struggle to be near Shishi. When pulled slightly away from Shirshi's view, they started to wail once more. Perhaps it would be better to let them lie beside their mother for a while. The old lady, feeling heartbroken, thought that perhaps the bond between mother and children would help Shirshir regain consciousness. Mai hesitated, but the children were so small, and Shirshir bore no visible injuries. It should be safe for them to be near her. Mother, grandmother, I'll keep an eye on them. You should rest. It's getting late. Ouyang Huai entered, noticing them all together. I will look after them, he assured. Moi nodded, casting a reproachful glance at Ouyang Huai. You are such a fool. You usually don't dare to sleep here? The couple's predicament left her exasperated. With Yenna now missing, the deeds of that woman must surely be detestable to Ouyang Huai as well. It was no longer a matter between them. Huaier, come outside for a moment. Mai suddenly recalled something and pulled Ouyang Huai into the courtyard, whispering, what's the situation with Princess Nashi? Why is she here today? She doesn't have any intentions. Does she? We can't afford another tumult. Having lost Yenna, another princess would bring chaos to our household. Mai felt a surge of trepidation. Her foolish son didn't need to attract so many women. Shirshir is quite content. They have 2 children. Isn't a peaceful life enough? Ideally, they would have another child, for the general's household is sparse. The more children, the better. Mother, what are you thinking? Ouyang Huai scratched his head, perplexed by his mother's anxious demeanor. Am I that sort of person? Indeed, Mai replied bluntly, causing Ouyang Huai to feel like banging his head against a wall. As for Yenner, it's possible I fell victim to a soul-controlling spell. While I cannot be entirely certain, the likelihood is high.
Ha!
If one Yenner could ensnare you, then you must be cautious of the Nashi princess as well, lest you fall into her trap, Mai said, shaking her head, bemused by her son's romantic entanglements. I will be vigilant. Ouyang Huai returned to the room where the 2 little ones nestled beside Liu Shishi, their small hands reaching towards her, though always just out of grasp. All right, it's late. You should sleep now. He gently caressed their faces, coaxing softly. This time, they did not resist. They closed their eyes, and soon their steady breathing filled the air. Truly, they were like little babies, so loud when awake, yet they fell asleep quickly. Chapter 81. An assassination. Liu Shishi was abruptly roused from her slumber. A tiny hand was pulling at her nose, tugging insistently. It was quite uncomfortable. Who would be so uncouth as to grasp her nostrils? Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by her daughter's chubby little hand. Liu Shishi gently pulled her daughter's hand away, tenderly kissing her tiny palm. Shishi, you're awake? Moi, taken aback by the scene before her, spoke, startling Ouyang Huai, who had just fallen asleep after a long night of vigilance over the children. Shishi, you're awake again? He sat up abruptly, having refrained from sleeping until the early hours, fearing the children would stir. Yes, what happened to me? Oh dear, my stomach hurts, Liu Shishi replied, rubbing her abdomen. Feeling no injuries, but recalling the pain reminiscent of when she was shot. Your stomach hurts? Ouyang Huai, worried, reached to lift her clothing. Liu Shishi quickly pressed down on his hand, irritated. What are you doing? Shishi, we are husband and wife. I've seen every part of you. He cleared his throat awkwardly. Shishi, let him help you check. I'll go fetch Dr. Wu right away, Mai interjected, her face flushed. Though it was her mother, it was still quite embarrassing. Ouyang Huai was surprised by his own lack of decorum. Shishi, I just wanted to see if you had any injuries on your stomach. None. Liu Shishi had already checked. Her abdomen was flat, devoid of any marks. Are you truly shy? Seeing her rosy cheeks, Ouyang Huai felt a rush of warmth in his lower abdomen. He was in his prime, having indulged only once before heading to the front lines, and upon his return, Shirshir's pregnancy had further curtailed their intimacy. Seeing his lovely wife now, it was impossible for him to remain indifferent. Ouch, it really hurts. A wave of pain surged, and Liu Shishi pressed her abdomen firmly, bewildered. There were no wounds, yet the pain felt remarkably similar. Observing the cold sweat beading on her forehead, Ouyang Huai felt a deep ache in his heart. He wiped her brow while recounting the 5th prince's assessment from the previous day. You're saying that because I bled that day, Yenner collected it and inquired about my birth details, thus casting a misfortune spell on me? Such sorcery exists in this world? Liu Shishi marveled at the wonders of the universe. The 5th prince's hypothesis seemed plausible. But the only difference was that she had fainted yesterday. However, given her current symptoms, it was undoubtedly a misfortune spell at work. Liu Shishi pondered for a moment and began to comprehend. The reason she had fainted yesterday was that she was not the original host. The original hostess' birth details did not correspond to hers. Perhaps this discrepancy caused the shift in her condition. As for why she had awakened, her gaze fell upon her daughter, who was dancing about joyfully. Though she lacked concrete evidence, she could not shake the feeling that her daughter was somehow involved. How could a child, who seemed so carefree, rouse someone whom even a seasoned physician could not awaken? Could it be that her daughter held extraordinary powers? However, gazing at her daughter, who was foolishly waving her tiny hands and feet, she felt it was improbable. The abdominal pain she experienced stemmed from the day Yenner took her own life, which had indeed injured her abdomen. No, wait. The art of misfortune transfer could swiftly alleviate pain, which explained why Aunt Sue could recover so quickly after receiving 80 lashes. But who was the target of this technique? Ouyang Huai. Hurry and send someone to the guest house to investigate, and inquire about those who attended to Yenner. Summon all those on duty there. The technique undoubtedly requires a subject for the transfer, and Aunt Sue's best choice would be the servants of the general's residence. Within half an hour, news arrived. A maid had died. Initially claimed to be ill, she was discovered in the underground wine cellar. The poor maid, Liu Shishi, was inexplicably chosen by Aunt Sue and met with a tragic end, which was disheartening. Her family deserves compassion, and Liu Shishi appeared despondent. Shishi, what do you plan to do about Liu Shiao? Aunt Sue had fled, but Liu Shiao remained. He had always believed Liu Shiao deserved her fate. Yet, no one anticipated that she would divulge Liu Shishi's birth details to Aunt Sue, showing her utter lack of remorse. Her face was already disfigured. Living was more agonizing than death. Let us confine her for a while. Liu Shishi could hardly bear to see her. She believed that admiring her exquisite beauty each day would make Liu Shiao wish she were dead. She could not completely alleviate her abdominal pain, only manage it with painkillers. Meanwhile, Ouyang Huai, seeing that Liu Shishi had nearly recovered, hastened his departure. Although the men from Nashi had been arranged at the post station, their safety was of utmost importance. Ouyang Huai was assisting the crown prince and bore significant responsibility. Yet, calamities often strike when one least expects them. Soon after Ouyang Huai left, he hurried back, urgency etched on his face. Shishi, the princess has been attacked. Come with me at once. Ouyang Huai grasped Liu Shishi's hand,
his voice frantic.
The princess has been attacked? My medical kit. Ouyang Huai quickly seized the kit, speaking as he moved. She has sustained severe abdominal wounds. You'll see for yourself. Ouyang Huai pressed his lips together. If anything were to befall the princess, he and the crown prince would be held accountable. Shishi, are you still in pain? Considering Liu Shishi's condition, he inquired with concern. I'm fine. Let us go check on her. The carriage sped rapidly, and upon arriving at the post station, several imperial physicians were present, including the notoriously arrogant physician Su. Shishi, the princess's condition is grave. Physician Wu urgently pulled Liu Shishi aside to explain. She has lost too much blood and sustained 2 stab wounds to her abdomen, with internal injuries as well. Is the bleeding still uncontrolled? Liu Shishi glanced at the princess, already unconscious, the red veil still adorning her face. She frowned. The customs of Nashi were indeed peculiar. On the verge of death, yet still wearing a veil? She needs a blood transfusion. I can see internal bleeding. Liu Shishi quickly assessed the situation and made her judgment. Should we still use the blood of the Dark Guard? Such matters were delicate and required a discreet approach. Yes. Go and inform them. Have Wu Jing come to assist. The princess's injuries were severe, but to Liu Shishi, they were manageable. The ancient physicians often faltered at stemming blood loss or preventing infection, both of which she could address. What? You want us all to leave? On what grounds? While Liu Shishi was tending to the wounds, she heard the loud protests from outside, particularly from physician Su.
Indeed.
The emperor has decreed that the princess must not come to harm. Physician Wu, if you insist we leave, who will take responsibility if something happens to her? Exactly. If you dare suggest that the princess's fate is none of our concern, I will leave immediately. Hearing the physicians outside, Liu Shishi furrowed her brow. The imperial medical institution truly needed reform. When faced with a crisis, they should be considering how to resolve it rather than merely worrying for their own skins. The diligent soldiers were eager when there were no issues, but they became evasive at the first sign of trouble. If this continued, who would manage serious illnesses in the future? It must be remembered that the imperial medical institution served the most powerful figures in the court. Should anything occur, it was likely that all the physicians would be implicated. Physician Wu, you must speak up. Others continued to press him for assurances.
Ha!
I am truly witnessing your shamelessness. The princess is gravely injured. If there is a solution, why do you stand by idly? Liu Shishi could no longer tolerate the scene. Having already managed to staunch the princess's bleeding, she would not be in immediate danger. However, it was imperative to act swiftly. I have a way to save the princess. But why should Wu and I be responsible for your negligence? Physician Su, it seems you are the most eager here. If I abandon the princess, you can take over. As she spoke, Liu Shishi picked up her medical kit, preparing to leave. You insolent girl. How dare you speak to me like that? Physician Su, singled out, was livid. His face flushed with rage as he pointed a trembling finger at Liu Shishi. I shall go speak with Minister Liu and inquire how he raised such a daughter.
Ha. Go ahead, be swift about it.
Minister Liu has nothing to do with me.
Ha.
Who do you think you are fooling? Does he not know the nature of your relationship? I shall inform the emperor.
Ha.
Go on. I wish to see who the emperor will blame if the princess suffers any misfortune. A sudden fit of violent coughing interrupted, as the fifth prince was helped into the room. Fifth prince, you are injured. Do not move too much, or your wounds may reopen, hindering your recovery.
Physician Su.
Upon seeing the fifth prince, ceased trembling and hurried to assist him. The fifth prince's injuries were treated by him. Upon noticing the fifth prince's condition was not severe, he had merely bandaged him. I am fine. How is the princess? The fifth prince, having been suddenly attacked, was surrounded by dark guards and sustained only minor injuries. But what of Tong Tong, the princess? Physician Su hesitated to disclose the dire condition of the princess, fearing retribution from the fifth prince, who was well aware of their close sibling bond. Tong Tong. The fifth prince hurried into the inner chamber. Seeing the princess's pale face and closed eyes, he exclaimed, "Why is her wound still bleeding? Are you not physicians? What are you doing?" Accompanying him were physicians, yet many had perished, and those who remained were too injured to be of any assistance. Fifth prince, we cannot manage the princess's current state, Physician Su said, visibly distressed. Hearing this, Liu Shishi could not help but smirk. Oh, cannot manage? I told you I could handle it, but you were unwilling. What? At that moment, the fifth prince finally noticed Liu Shishi, a woman he found oddly familiar. This is the general's young mistress. You helped her yesterday, Physician Wu explained. The fifth prince recalled the young mistress, who had been unconscious. How is she well today and even more skilled than the physicians? Do not dwell on the methods of assessing medical expertise. The fifth prince disregards age and focuses solely on the approach taken. When the royal physician fails to tend to a wound, yet the young lady is able to do so, it demonstrates her superior skill. Young lady, can you save the princess? The fifth prince gazes at her with hope. Liu Shishi nods. I can save her, but I cannot guarantee absolute success. Dr. Su wishes for me to bear the entire responsibility, which I find difficult to accept. Even in a hospital, unforeseen circumstances can arise, especially with the princess's severe injuries. Please, young lady, intervene. As her brother, I will shoulder the responsibility. The fifth prince exhibits a commendable temperament, and Liu Shishi feels a sense of satisfaction. Dr. Wu and Wu Jing may remain. The rest should leave. Though Dr. Su is reluctant, he dares not act out in front of the fifth prince. Young lady, may I stay? Upon seeing the deep concern in the fifth prince's eyes and the blood seeping from his wound, Liu Shishi's heart softens, and she agrees. The three of them have collaborated before, their synergy remarkable. They first worked to staunch the princess's bleeding, as her condition renders recovery slow without intervention. And it remains uncertain how long it will take for her to awaken. Fifth prince, the princess has lost too much blood and requires a transfusion. Please summon a few of your men, so I can assess if their blood is compatible. Is my blood suitable? It is curious that the fifth prince does not inquire further about the blood transfusion nor expresses curiosity about her methods. Do you understand blood transfusions? Our shamans in Nanshire have employed it, but it carries the risk of death. The shamans have stated that generally, relatives are safe. Shamans? This name is new to Liu Shishi and indeed a peculiar term. However, the historical use of blood transfusions is quite impressive. You are injured as well. It is best not to. I have a way to select suitable blood without endangering the princess. Do not come near. It hurts. The soft murmurs cause the others in the room to react with heightened attention. Tong Tong. The fifth prince is the first to rise and rush to the bedside. You're awake? He cannot rest easy until the princess regains consciousness. Am I not dead? Upon seeing the blade aimed at her, the princess truly believed her end had come. Yet, the excruciating pain in her abdomen reminds her that she is alive. No, it was the young lady who saved you. The fifth prince steps aside, revealing Liu Shishi standing nearby. Young lady, have we met before? The princess's beautiful brows furrow in confusion as she gazes at Liu Shishi. We encountered each other yesterday. You must remember. We visited the general's residence. The fifth prince hastily clarifies. The princess seems to grasp something, her eyes still fixed intently on Liu Shishi. Under such scrutiny from a woman, Liu Shishi feels a tinge of embarrassment. The princess possesses a rare hazel hue in her eyes, a trait typically associated with mixed heritage. Since the princess has awakened, it seems she is out of danger. Please take care not to develop a fever in the coming days. By the way, Prince, your medicine is here. Let them assist you in applying it. You shall fully recover in 7 days. Observing the blood oozing from the fifth prince's wound, Liu Shishi cannot bear to see him suffer and promptly redresses his injury.
Stitching it as well.
With the application of anesthetic, he feels little pain during the procedure. The fifth prince is astonished. After Liu Shishi's treatment, he finds himself able to move freely. As long as he does not exert himself too much, the pain from his wound is nearly undetectable. He silently marvels at her skills and grows increasingly curious about Liu Shishi. Chapter 83. A time-limited case solving with 2 children still at home. Liu Shishi does not linger longer. The prescription is already prepared. Given that this is an enemy nation, she refrains from using intravenous fluids and instead relies on ancient remedies. Brother. Until Liu Shishi vanishes from sight, the princess continues to gaze in the direction she departed. Tong Tong, how do you feel now? The fifth prince regards his sister, whom he cherishes dearly. I am fine. The wound aches a bit, but it is bearable. The princess beckons, and the fifth prince approaches her. Do you not find that young lady somewhat familiar? She speaks with an air of mystery. Well, we did see her yesterday. How could she not be familiar? He replies somewhat irritably. The princess shakes her head, murmuring, No, it is not just from yesterday. I have definitely seen her before. She asserts with unwavering certainty. The fifth prince furrows his brow. His sister has always had an excellent memory, and when she claims to have seen someone, it is invariably true. However, as far as he knows, this young lady is the illegitimate daughter of the Liu family, unwittingly married to Ouyang Huai, and has never left the capital, let alone ventured to the borders or their Nanshire. Furthermore, this is her sister's first visit to this area. How could there be any overlap? Perhaps you recognized her while you were unconscious and she was saving you, which is why she seems familiar. The fifth prince can only offer this explanation. I feel an inexplicable closeness to her. By the way, brother, you mentioned yesterday that she was afflicted by a curse, correct? How is she today? She was unconscious yesterday. Yet today she appears so vibrant. Moreover, curses are typically meant to transfer pain, yet Liu Shishi does not seem like someone in distress. I am also uncertain about that. One would not expect such rapid recovery. He wonders who could have performed such a feat, brother. Could you investigate? I am eager to learn about the young lady's life experiences. Very well. Given their connection to Nanshire sorcery, it would be prudent to inquire. He had already given orders for an investigation yesterday, and results should be forthcoming soon. Where could he have seen her before? The princess remains lost in thought, but as a patient, she soon drifts off to sleep. What did you say? Mother, is this material exclusive to the Ministry of War? Liu Shishi busies herself calming the children while refining the design for the prosthetic limb. When Moe arrives, she inquires about the relevant materials. However, Moe shakes her head, stating that the best and most suitable materials are indeed found within the Ministry of War. Yet, even the finest materials there cannot meet Liu Shishi's demands. True, but they likely cannot fulfill your specifications. Such a large prosthetic limb would naturally be heavy. A weighty one is evidently impractical. A lighter or hollow option cannot guarantee durability. Should a person become accustomed to the prosthetic only for it to fail suddenly, the consequences are too dire for Liu Shishi to contemplate. While her space contains materials, she is reluctant to utilize them. Ouyang Huai merely glanced at the design before expressing a desire to use it for military purposes. If the prosthetic were to be created, it would undoubtedly draw attention. In that case, everything would be scrutinized, and she wishes to avoid further complications. Moreover, with her limited materials, how many could she produce? Then I will search for alternatives. If iron is unsuitable, I will either modify it or select sturdy wood. Liu Shishi is not well versed in the materials of this era. Perhaps she could consult the Crown Prince or Ouyang Huai. However, both are currently preoccupied. The investigation into the assassination at the post station continues, yet despite scouring the capital, no leads have emerged. In a fit of anger, the emperor has mandated that they solve the case within 5 days while ensuring the safety of the princess and the fifth prince. The time is short, and the task is demanding, yet they have turned the capital upside down and still find themselves at a standstill. The emperor was greatly enraged and prepared to visit the post station in a few days to see the two individuals himself. This announcement was met with unanimous opposition from all the ministers. The post station had always been regarded as the safest place, having never encountered any incidents. Yet, it was here that the fifth prince and the princess had fallen victim. With the assailant still at large, the prospect of the emperor personally visiting raised fears of potential danger. Helpless, the crown prince was compelled to issue a military order, vowing that the perpetrator would be apprehended within 5 days. Therefore, for the past few days, Ouyang Huai had scarcely returned to the estate. Both he and the princess were preoccupied, prompting Liu Shishi to decide to visit. After all, 3 days had already passed. Should the emperor lay blame, the crown prince, Ouyang Huai, and the general's residence would all face dire consequences. Liu Shishi first visited the apothecary to check on Zhu Bo and the children. The 5 youngsters were clad in new garments, looking quite presentable. Zhu Bo, despite his mobility issues, had managed to sort herbs while seated, remaining industrious as ever. Liu Shishi briefly discussed the prosthetic limb and inquired if Zhu Bo knew of suitable materials. Although Zhu Bo could not recall any at the moment, he promised to ponder it carefully. The 5 children had also adopted new names: Fuan, Fu Kong, Fu Xing, Fu Shun, and the girl simply named Fuer. They had deliberated together, believing that a fresh start warranted new names. Liu Shishi harbored no objections. Their happiness sufficed. Zhu Bo, I am aware of your exquisite craftsmanship. I have a matter for you to consider, Liu Shishi said, producing a prepared rouge. She recounted the incident involving Ouyang Yu and Princess Qi. This rouge bore no detectable anomalies and initially enhanced complexion, with effects that would manifest in approximately 7 days, though not permanently.
You harbors resentment.
I merely wished to provide her an outlet, Liu Shishi clarified, asserting she had no intention of causing harm.
Zobo.
Who do you believe would be the safest to send? She inquired, emphasizing the children's security. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Bo glanced at Fuer. I am suitable.
Fuer volontaret.
I am a young girl. They will not take notice of me. Indeed, young girls were less likely to attract attention. Then disguise yourself. There may be a chance to meet the princess again, and it would be unfortunate if you were recognized, Liu Shishi advised, reiterating her concerns before she departed for the post station. Shishi, what brings you here? Upon seeing Liu Shishi, both the crown prince and Ouyang Huai expressed surprise. It has been 3 days. I came to inquire how things stand. Is there any progress? Given the emperor's domain, it was improbable for the assailants to leave no trace. None yet. Could there be an insider? Liu Shishi raised an eyebrow, recognizing the obvious possibility of either an inside man or an exceptionally skilled adversary. The crown prince appeared troubled, grappling with the peculiarity of the situation. His normally indifferent countenance betrayed an underlying agitation. Your Highness, not seeing them does not preclude identification, Liu Shishi proposed. After a moment's reflection, she continued, firstly, we must ascertain their objective. If their aim was to severely injure the fifth prince and the princess, they have undoubtedly failed, as both are now out of danger. Seeing no rebuttal from the crown prince or Ouyang Huai, she pressed on. If I were the assassin and my mission had failed, I would not simply retreat. Would I not seek to return? The crown prince's eyes brightened momentarily before he shook his head in denial. That is impossible. Days have passed, and there have been no suspicious individuals outside the post station. Indeed, Your Highness is correct. The assassins have not reappeared.
But why?
Ouyang Huai inhaled deeply, analyzing the current security is too tight, and they must have informants within the post station. Aware that the odds are against them, they would refrain from making a move for now. Precisely, Liu Shishi nodded, appreciating Ouyang Huai's instinctive grasp of her thoughts, which piqued her curiosity. So, Shishi, what do you propose we do? The crown prince agreed, already formulating a plan in his mind. To draw the snake out of its hole, we must maintain a relaxed interior while presenting a firm exterior. With no leads at present, they might as well employ the process of elimination to lure the assailants into the open. Suddenly, news reached the crown prince that traces of the assassins had been discovered in a somewhat remote area and that the princess and fifth prince were safe. Consequently, most of the guards were dispatched to capture the assailants, resulting in a reduced presence at the post station. If I were the perpetrator, I would seize this opportunity to strike again, Liu Shishi remarked calmly. At this point, the elite guards assigned by the Crown Prince could take action. Even if he does not believe it, he would come to investigate. The Crown Prince and Ouyang Huai nodded in agreement, recognizing that while this strategy was not foolproof, it was the best course of action available. If they do not appear soon, I have a powder, Liu Shishi said, producing a packet from her sleeve and handing it to Ouyang Huai. This is a colorless fluorescent powder that can be sprinkled in the princess's chamber. By the next day, after spraying it with water, we can trace the footsteps of anyone who has entered the room. Naturally, to minimize the difficulty of the investigation, it can be used later. Given the circumstances, it was highly likely that the betrayal originated from within. However, Liu Shishi did not know how the traitor had infiltrated the post station. This method is excellent. I will arrange it shortly, the Crown Prince declared, increasingly impressed with Liu Shishi. In the past, he had admired her ability to manage her health, but now he recognized that her medical expertise was matched by her intelligence. The conundrum that had troubled him and Ouyang Huai for days was resolved by Liu Shishi with a mere blink of her eye, leaving him astonished. Such a woman, trapped within the confines of her household, especially with a man like Ouyang Huai, was indeed a pity. The Crown Prince lamented the missed opportunity of knowing her sooner. Had he done so, his thoughts darkened momentarily. Now that his health had improved significantly, his mother had resumed arranging his marriage. Yet, he did not wish to marry a woman merely for the sake of it. When his health had been precarious, which woman had desired to wed him?
Now,
seeing his recovery, they all flocked to him. He scoffed at such women, wanting none of them. If he were to marry, it must be an intriguing woman. By the way, Ouyang Huai, regarding the prosthetic limb we discussed last time, I have completed the design. However, I have heard that only the Ministry of War possesses the necessary materials. Do you have any recommendations? Liu Shishi presented her design, and Ouyang Huai took it with ease. The Crown Prince observed their natural rapport, his expression darkening. He soon regained his composure, yet the tightly clenched fist beneath his sleeve revealed his inner turmoil. What prosthetic limb? He approached Ouyang Huai, standing beside him to examine the design. This is a peculiar object, resembling a short cane. It belongs to a friend of mine, who has lost part of his leg, and I wish to assist him in standing upright and leading a life akin to that of a normal person. Is it truly feasible for someone with a severed leg to live an ordinary life? The prince harbored doubts but wisely refrained from voicing them. Being inherently intelligent and exceptionally talented, he swiftly grasped the purpose of this item. He was secretly astonished, having never contemplated that one could walk normally with the aid of a prosthetic leg. However, this was the creation of Liu Shishi, so it was undoubtedly effective. At present, the materials for crafting weapons seemed to be somewhat lacking. Ouyang Huai pondered for a moment, considering various options, yet none seemed adequate. Indeed, that is why I ask if you have any recommendations. For now, I do not, but I will consult the craftsmen later. They possess greater expertise and should have a solution. Yes, professionals should handle specialized tasks. Although Ouyang Huai was a junior general, he was not versed in weapon forging. Moreover, even upon procuring the materials, he would require a master to tailor them to his specifications, which was beyond his capabilities. All right, do keep me informed of any developments. Once all matters were settled, Liu Shishi prepared to return home. She had already completed her confinement period and was recovering rapidly, with a bit more exercise. She would soon be able to visit Huzi's family. That chubby little fellow must have surpassed a month in age by now. I wonder how much he weighs? Upon her return, she unexpectedly encountered Brother Hu. He had visited the apothecary only to find Liu Shishi absent, so he had come directly to the general's residence, accompanied by 5 or 6 villagers. I've brought you more of the wormwood, he said cheerfully. This was the 3rd delivery Brother Hu had made, though the previous times Liu Shishi had not been there to receive him. Do you still need this wormwood? There is none left near our village. If you require more, we can travel farther afield. Brother Hu's jovial expression mirrored that of the accompanying villagers. As farmers, they earned very little throughout the year, yet thanks to Liu Shishi, they now possessed some savings, significantly improving their quality of life. How could they not be delighted? Liu Shishi instructed them to unload the items and led them to the hall, where Ding Xiang brought tea. The villagers hesitated, unsure how to proceed. Brother Hu, do taste it, Liu Shishi encouraged, lifting a cup with a light laugh. I will take as much wormwood as you can spare. However, if your journey is longer, would that not incur more expenses? Should I add a little extra? Understanding their hardships, she inquired gently. No, that is unnecessary, brother, who began. But an older villager interjected hastily. Liu Shishi considered. Was he the village chief? She vaguely remembered him as a kindly old man. Madam, you have already given us more than enough. We merely wish to ascertain your continued interest. We do not mean to imply you should increase your payment. Given their refusal to accept additional funds, Liu Shishi felt it inappropriate to press the matter further. By the way, I will continue to collect wormwood in the future. Take as much as you can provide. Chief, brother Hu, I have noticed that many of the hillside crops are underperforming. Have you considered cultivating wormwood instead? In modern times, there are dedicated methods for its cultivation which are quite simple to manage. Well, that could be arranged. I will discuss it with the others. Liu Shishi suggested they could also clear some wasteland, thus not encroaching on their arable land. She was unsure of the best approach, but she trusted the village chief and his companions would choose the most advantageous path. Thank you, madam, the village chief expressed, touched, as he struggled to articulate something further. Is there something on your mind, chief? Liu Shishi asked, perceiving his hesitation. Well, madam, I have a humble request. When might you have the opportunity to visit our village again to explore what medicinal herbs could be exchanged for money? I am eager to. I am already preparing for that and will visit as soon as possible. Surprised by their urgency, Liu Shishi bade them farewell and proceeded to the small storage area. The general's residence had established 2 small warehouses in Kanwu specifically for medicinal herbs. Without an escort, she stored the wormwood in her space. Observing the bags of wormwood fluff, she felt a profound sense of satisfaction. With such an ample supply, it should suffice for some time. She planned to open a moxibustion clinic. Such establishments did not exist in ancient times, but she believed that with effective promotion, business would flourish. However, once they discovered the source of the wormwood, competition would likely arise. The production of wormwood fluff was quite straightforward, albeit labor-intensive without machinery. Thus, seizing the initiative was imperative. Perhaps she could enlist someone to gather wormwood from nearby areas first? This would ensure that for at least half a year, there would be no competition encroaching on her business. Lost in thought, Liu Shishi was suddenly startled when her hair was tugged. Ah! She swiftly grasped the mischievous little hand, revealing her audacious daughter. You little rascal, Liu Shishi chided, gazing at her daughter, who might need a name change. The little girl whimpered, her words incomprehensible to Liu Shishi. Yet that did not deter her from continuing to express herself. Noticing the drool spilling from her daughter's mouth, Liu Shishi helplessly wiped it away. What are you so lost in thought about? Moe smiled at Liu Shishi. I was contemplating ways to earn money. Haha, Shishi, our general's residence can support you. Moe affectionately ruffled Liu Shishi's hair and placed the little girl in her embrace. Ding Xiang, fetch a comb. Though the little one was barely a month old, she had a surprisingly strong grip, tangling Liu Shishi's hair. Mother, the little girl said, causing Liu Shishi's heart to swell with emotion. It was the first time someone had treated her with such tenderness, as if she were a child. The act of a mother combing her daughter's hair was typically reserved for the early years of childhood, and she had long forgotten her own mother. In her memories, she could not even recall her shadow, for no one in the residence had ever mentioned her origin. No one had ever shown her affection. Yet here, in the general's residence, as she watched Moe gently styling her hair, Liu Shishi's emotions became tangled. Tears welled in her eyes. She inhaled deeply, determined to hold them back. She recalled a university classmate whose husband was quite ordinary, lacking ambition and earning a meager salary, coupled with numerous bad habits. Of course, this was post-marriage. Before that, he had been quite charming. However, upon discovering all his flaws, her classmate chose not to divorce him. When Liu Shishi had inquired why, her friend had replied, because he has not committed any fundamental errors, and he possesses a wonderful mother. In due course, her friend bore children, and indeed, her mother-in-law proved to be exceptionally kind, treating her better than her own mother. Her classmate was happy, asserting that romance was a matter between 2 individuals. But marriage involved familial connections. One could not entirely avoid interaction with the family of one's spouse. Personal comfort was paramount. And now, was her situation not strikingly similar? Was Ouyang Huai truly unworthy of her affection? At first glance, he had seemed quite insipid. Upon closer examination, the reality is not as it seems. He shares no connection with Yenner and has committed no fundamental errors. His trust in himself and their occasional unspoken understanding have touched her heart. For Liu Shishi, the most difficult sentiment to relinquish is the familial bond she found in the general's residence. It is indeed ironic and rather perplexing. As a daughter of the minister's household, she had never experienced any warmth of family over the years, yet in her in-laws' home, she has felt it profoundly, reluctant to part and unable to forget. Perhaps she should truly grant herself and Ouyang Huai an opportunity to engage in a genuine romantic relationship.
Men?
Their nature is not inherently flawed and can always be molded. Taming a wild-spirited man brings a unique sense of accomplishment, does it not? Liu Shishi has no demands of Ouyang Huai beyond his loyalty to her and kindness towards their child. That would suffice for her satisfaction. Shishi, although your mother hasn't styled hair for many years, her skills seem quite commendable, don't you think? Just as Liu Shishi was lost in her musings, Mo Yi's voice broke through. Liu Shishi glanced at the mirror that Ding Xiang had brought over and admired the hairstyle. It was indeed splendid. Haha, I haven't regressed, have I? No, mother, I don't even know how to style hair. When will you have time to teach me? I want to help Nyonya with her hair in the future. Liu Shishi said playfully, causing Mo Yi's heart to soften, and she eagerly agreed. Observing the excitement of the two, Nyonya stretched out her paws, eager to continue her mischief. But alas, could not reach. Young madam, I've heard news from the post station. Although the assassin was not captured alive, over a dozen people perished last night. Word has spread throughout the capital. It seems to be the work of some assassin organization. Liu Shishi felt a wave of emotion, surprised that her idea had proven effective. Surely, the emperor would not blame her now. The crown prince should be fine, right? Shishi. The princess's injuries had almost healed, but she suddenly developed a fever today. When Physician Wu arrived, Liu Shishi was playing with the two little ones. I administered antipyretics, but unfortunately, the effect has been rather poor. The princess has a high fever, and I'm quite worried. Could you lend me some of your highly effective antipyretics? Rest assured, I won't let them find out. Physician Wu's face was filled with urgency. A persistent high fever is no trivial matter. Very well. Liu Shishi retrieved a few pills from her medicine box and handed them to Physician Wu, puzzled. Did the princess sustain another injury last night? No, I also find this quite strange, Physician Wu replied with utmost certainty. Chapter 86, Smallpox None? Liu Shishi frowned. She had personally treated the princess's wounds. If there were a fever, it should have manifested on the same day or the next. If there were no subsequent injuries, a recurrence 3 days later was utterly improbable. Something seemed amiss. Could the princess have internal injuries? You should examine her more thoroughly, Physician Wu. I sense they are concealing something. Physician Wu hurriedly departed with the antipyretics, deeply concerned for the princess's health. It must be that young girl's inadequate treatment. He overheard Physician Su loudly analyzing upon entering. Just a little girl. How can she be so arrogant? Physician Su, if you have the capability, why don't you step up? Hearing this, Wu Jing felt a surge of anger. Had it not been for Liu Shishi's intervention, the princess would have perished by now. This Physician Su was certainly not in a position to speak. Enough, Wu Jing, come help. Wu Jing, who had intended to focus on purifying herbs, found himself continually summoned by Physician Wu as a laborer. Wow, this medicine is remarkably effective. Within just a quarter of an hour, the princess's temperature visibly dropped. Her complexion no longer flushed. Physician Wu sighed in relief. The fever has subsided. The issue is not grave. He spoke with satisfaction, and the fifth prince nodded, acknowledging that there are indeed formidable individuals in Beiyue. However, they were unprepared for the fact that within an hour, the princess's fever would return with a vengeance. Observing her flushed face once again, the fifth prince's expression darkened. Recurrent high fever. I must step out. Although the previous medication had worked well, it was evidently not the right remedy. Could it be related to her blood? He recalled that a shaman had once mentioned that those who undergo blood transfusions might experience high fevers thereafter. Liu Shishi had performed the transfusion. She should possess some knowledge about it. He hurriedly made his way to the general's residence. Upon hearing that the fifth prince was coming, Liu Shishi was taken aback. The fifth prince? She rushed out to meet him, and upon seeing his grim countenance, her heart sank. Could it be that something had happened to the princess? Young madam, the princess has developed a high fever again. Didn't Physician Wu administer medication to her? His medicine is extremely effective. It shouldn't have taken so long to show results. Indeed, it was administered. The fever subsided, but within an hour, it returned. Recurrent fevers? Dingxiang, fetch my medicine box. We must go to the post station. Liu Shishi dared not delay. After giving her orders, she hurriedly followed the fifth prince. In the same room as before, seeing the princess's burning face, Liu Shishi felt a surge of sympathy for her. Enduring such torment repeatedly, who could withstand it? She first checked the princess's pulse, frowning slightly, confirming multiple times that the princess had not sustained further injuries. She could not comprehend why the high fever persisted. This was not normal. You all may leave. I need to examine the princess's body. The fifth prince and physician Wu stepped out, but the princess's maid remained. Remove the princess's garments. This? The maid was taken aback, not expecting Liu Shishi to request this right away, looking quite troubled. I need to check for any additional injuries. The maid, upon hearing this, dared not hesitate, stepping forward to unfasten the princess's upper clothing. Stop. Just as the neck was revealed, Liu Shishi noticed some red spots on it. What is this? Grabbing the princess's clothing, she tore it open with a swift motion. The fabric ripped, exposing the delicate skin beneath, partially covered by a golden-edged undergarment. However, that was not the main concern. The crucial detail was the scattered red spots on her otherwise fair skin. Liu Shishi inhaled sharply, quickly retrieving a mask from her space to wear. She instinctively stepped back, her heart sinking. How could this be? She had been vaccinated before, so she shouldn't be at risk. But this body had not received such protection. Damn it, how could this happen? Is the princess afflicted with smallpox? Having studied this, she knew that in ancient times, smallpox was one of the deadliest plagues known. She covered the princess with a quilt, handed a mask to the maid, signaling her to follow suit, and then hurriedly exited. Spotting the fifth prince and physician Wu waiting at the door, she urgently inquired, since last night,
Who has visited this courtyard?
did the crown prince come? Did Ouyang Huai come? Seeing Liu Shishi's grave demeanor, the fifth prince did not dare to delay and replied urgently. The crown prince has not come, but young General Ouyang has visited twice. Damn it, summon Ouyang Huai at once. Furthermore, seal off the post station and thoroughly investigate everyone who entered and exited from last night until today. Ensure they are all detained and sent to the post station for accommodation. Liu Shishi's complexion was poor. She was also here, unable to leave the station for the past few days. Alas, I wonder how the two little ones are faring? They are so clingy, and I can only imagine how much trouble they will cause at night. Shishi, what is the situation with the princess? Liu Shishi's cold demeanor made even Dr. Wu feel the gravity of the situation. If I am not mistaken, the princess is experiencing a high fever, likely due to smallpox. The sudden commotion was akin to a thunderclap, causing both Prince Wu and Dr. Wu to take a few steps back. Their faces turned pale, lips trembling. Yet they remained silent. Are you certain it is smallpox? Ouyang Huai, having been summoned, was equally shaken upon hearing Liu Shishi's words. Liu Shishi handed him a mask, gesturing for him to put it on, and did the same for Dr. Wu and others. It is highly probable, Ouyang Huai. Fortunately, the crown prince is not here. You should report to those you have not come into contact with, seal off the station, and control all individuals who have been here from last night until today. In truth, Ouyang Huai was already aware of his responsibilities without Liu Shishi's prompting. However, the suddenness of this revelation left him in shock. Why would smallpox suddenly appear at the Northern U station, starting with the princess? Such thoughts evoke an exceedingly eerie sensation. Nonetheless, this is not the time for pondering how the smallpox was contracted. Immediate containment is imperative. Remember, this is a station in the capital, densely populated and in close proximity to the palace. If it spreads, the consequences are unimaginable. Sure, the matter of smallpox is extraordinary. You must verify it again. As it must be reported to the emperor, there can be no slightest error. Concerned that Liu Shishi might overthink, Ouyang Huai added, it is not that I distrust you. It is simply a matter of protocol. I understand. You first have someone control the station, and I will accompany Dr. Wu to confirm. At this moment, everyone secretly hoped Liu Shishi had misdiagnosed. Regrettably, the princess's symptoms indeed indicated the earliest stage of smallpox. Dr. Wu's face turned ashen, his hands trembling, as if he might collapse at any moment. Liu Shishi handed him a pill, and Dr. Wu, bewildered, asked, "What is this?" "To prevent your infection with smallpox." Liu Shishi began, but before she could finish, Dr. Wu snatched the pill and swallowed it eagerly. Liu Shishi was taken aback. Why the haste? Will this ensure you won't get infected? Alas, sure, it is not that I fear death, but at my age, complications are more likely, he replied. Ultimately, are you not afraid of death? Not necessarily, Dr. Wu replied. This can reduce the likelihood of you contracting smallpox, but it does not eliminate it entirely. So you must still be cautious. In truth, this was merely a multifaceted pill, meant to reassure Dr. Wu. People in ancient times were well aware of the horrors of smallpox. Their fear was entirely reasonable. It was unfortunate that she had no vaccine in her possession, otherwise. Liu Shishi lamented internally. Now both of them were trapped here. Since the princess had already been diagnosed with smallpox, caution was paramount in managing her fever. Just as Liu Shishi was about to discuss treatment options with Dr. Wu, a loud commotion erupted outside. I refuse to comply. Why was I brought here? And what is this nonsense about smallpox? Our capital has been free of smallpox for years. How could it suddenly appear? It was Dr. Su. And upon hearing his robust voice, Liu Shishi felt a headache coming on. She and Dr. Wu stepped outside to see Dr. Su attempting to flee, and she teased. Dr. Su does not believe the princess has smallpox? I do not believe it.
Dr. Su retorted defiantly.
Liu Shishi smiled faintly and slightly moved aside, saying, The princess has a persistent high fever. I suppose this is merely a minor ailment in your eyes. I shall leave her in your capable hands. After speaking, Liu Shishi turned to Dr. Wu and smiled. Let us leave this to Dr. Su. We should find a place to rest. Although they were at the station, there were many rooms available. Choosing a quiet one to rest in would reduce the chances of contact with the princess. Let them see. Dr. Su had been brought back since he had visited that morning. The princess showed no spots on her face or neck. Hence it was only natural for Dr. Su to doubt the diagnosis of smallpox. Sure, Dr. Wu sighed. Should we not intervene? The princess has just fallen ill, and the current situation is perilous. If we do not treat her as if it were smallpox, I fear. Observing Dr. Wu's worried expression, Liu Shishi inwardly lamented. This was the attitude of a true healer, unlike Dr. Su, whose character was truly wanting. He would emerge shortly. While Dr. Su's character left much to be desired, his medical skills were commendable enough to have earned him the title of physician. Previously, he had dismissed the notion of smallpox, but now he would soon ascertain the truth. Faced with smallpox, he could only retreat. There was no way he would rush forward. Sure enough, Dr. Su burst out of the room, rushing so hastily that he tripped over his own feet and fell clumsily. Yet, he paid no mind to his own disheveled state. The princess. What happened to her?
No.
It cannot be. There is no smallpox here. There is no source of infection. How could it suddenly manifest? It must be a misdiagnosis. Dr. Wu. You cannot report this to the emperor as smallpox. It is a misdiagnosis, and this could lead to chaos. If you believe it is a misdiagnosis, then I implore you to attend to the princess, Liu Shishi replied, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Even now, Dr. Su refused to accept the truth. I, the old man, still have matters to attend to. He scrambled to his feet and dashed outside. Unfortunately, the entrance had been barricaded. This courtyard allowed entry but no exit, not even for physicians. Let me out. I have not been in contact with the princess.
Dr. Su shouted.
But Liu Shishi and Dr. Wu had already returned to their room to discuss their next steps. Given that the princess's situation had been confirmed as smallpox, the only method to reduce her fever would be physical cooling. She summoned the princess's maid and instructed, Do not be afraid. Be sure to wear a mask. And use strong liquor to wipe the princess's body to lower her temperature. Cover her forehead with a damp cloth. Dr. Wu. I will prepare 2 prescriptions for the princess to take. Also, please boil extra. Everyone at the station must drink it. However, these measures were clearly insufficient. She needed to venture out to procure more medicine. Liu Shishi recalled Luya Mountain. She had intended to visit before, but her condition had prevented it. She had planned to wait until her health improved before going, but it seemed the time could not be delayed. She must leave immediately. Dr. Wu. I must go out to find medicine. I leave the princess in your capable hands. Liu Shishi wished to act swiftly. Dr. Wu frowned. The palace should have most common medicines available. What I need may not necessarily be found in the palace. Liu Shishi sighed and replied. Do you remember the last time I helped the Huzi family? Their Luya Mountain has a peak that has not been climbed for centuries. I wish to try my luck there.
What?
You intend to climb that mountain? Upon hearing Liu Shishi's plan, Dr. Wu immediately objected. That peak is treacherous. One misstep could lead to disaster. I cannot agree to this. While the princess is indeed important, there is no need to risk your life. Liu Shishi was never a physician, and the affairs of the princess had no bearing on her. Were it not for Ouyang Huai, she would not have come. It was not solely for the princess that I wished to know what precious medicinal herbs might be found upon that mountain. Liu Shishi shrugged nonchalantly, a smile gracing her lips. You know us medical practitioners, we are inherently drawn to fine herbs. I still feel it is too dangerous, came the hesitant reply. How about this? You sketch the appearance of the herbs and let Ouyang Huai send someone to search for them. His men are skilled in martial arts, making them a more reliable option. Though danger remains, at the very least, they possess the ability to defend themselves. That's not feasible. The herbs I seek are numerous. Lowering her voice conspiratorially, Liu Shishi added, Do you recall the pills I provided to the crown prince? I have already gathered the majority of the ingredients. I wish to take a chance. Perhaps I could truly complete the collection. If I succeed in concocting them, I shall gift you one. Upon hearing Liu Shishi's promise, even the seasoned physician Wu gasped in astonishment. Her pills had been given not only to the crown prince, but also to Aunt Hu and the old matriarch. The old matriarch's condition was particularly remarkable. He had envied her for quite some time. The thought of consuming one himself was too much to contemplate, causing Wu's heart to tremble. Then, please exercise caution. Liu Shishi was not one to act impulsively. If the danger were too great, she would not venture forth. Perhaps he had overthought the situation. After all, simply for the sake of the pill she promised him, he felt compelled to offer his full support. Now that he was older and less agile, he wished he could accompany her in the search for herbs. I shall inform Ouyang Huai. Presently, the security of the post was under Ouyang Huai's purview, so seeking him was undoubtedly the right course. The uncertainty lay in whether this man would consent to her going. You may go, but I shall accompany you. Ouyang Huai's agreement came swiftly, leaving Liu Shishi astonished. If you go, what shall happen to the affairs of the post? Though managing a post was not overly difficult, there were still dangers, such as the likes of Physician Su. I will handle it, Ouyang Huai replied solemnly, glancing at the sky. The hour is late. Shall we depart tomorrow? It was indeed too dark now to ascend the mountain, and they could not possibly navigate in the darkness. It would be wiser to rest and set out early the next day. Let us leave at the third watch. Liu Shishi contemplated. If they rode, it would take them nearly half an hour. They could then climb directly. Having had interactions with the princess, it was best if they slipped away without the villagers' knowledge. However, the climb would still draw attention. Just days prior, the village head had suggested she teach the villagers to identify medicinal herbs. Very well, Ouyang Huai agreed, as long as Liu Shishi desired his company. The night passed in silence, and before dawn broke the next day, the two had already ridden to Yaotu village. They knocked on the door of Brother Hu's home. And though it was early, Brother Hu was quick to respond. Young madam, what brings you here at such an hour? Brother Hu stared in astonishment at the two figures before him, questioning if he were mistaken, and rubbed his eyes to confirm. Brother Hu, we have urgent matters to discuss. Please explain should anyone inquire. I cannot divulge specifics. Ouyang Huai had warned that the post was under strict lockdown, ostensibly to capture spies, and matters regarding the plague could not be widely broadcast. The emperor would not approve. Very well, young madam. You are not intending to venture to that hill, are you? Brother Hu's expression shifted. They had attempted the ascent many times, but could never manage it. Scaling even a few meters was perilous. Indeed, we have our methods. Brother Hu, we must take our leave. Liu Shishi offered no further explanation. She needed to return quickly. There were many pressing affairs at the post. And should Physician Su discover her absence with Ouyang Huai, chaos would ensue. Were it not for his prior visit, she would have no desire to deal with the old man. How bothersome he was. The two rode swiftly, reaching the foot of the mountain as dawn broke and dew hung heavily in the air. Ouyang Huai, here is a set of supplies. Though Ouyang Huai had never inquired about her secrets, he was aware of some. Thus, Liu Shishi felt no need to conceal anything, handing him 2 survival packs. Ouyang Huai received one deftly and, mimicking Liu Shishi's actions, opened the pack to reveal ropes, belts, and steel claws. His capacity for learning was remarkable. Observing Liu Shishi, he equipped himself flawlessly. With these, I am confident we can reach the summit, Liu Shishi asserted confidently, to which Ouyang Huai nodded in agreement. His exterior remained composed. Yet internally, he was tumultuous. Many of these items he had never seen before, most he had never even heard of. If such tools were available to the military, The implications for future warfare were staggering. Ouyang Huai marveled at his spouse, realizing she was a veritable treasure trove. Her capabilities exceeded anything he could have imagined. The mere existence of such items was beyond the dreams of their ancestors. Was this truly the timid second daughter of the house? He found himself questioning repeatedly, yet lacked the courage to voice his thoughts. He knew Liu Shishi did not harbor affection for him, yet he was unwilling to let go. Lost in contemplation, Liu Shishi had already ascended several meters. Ouyang Huai, why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry and climb. Her voice snapped him back to reality. He collected himself and emulated her technique. Though initially awkward, he quickly grew accustomed to the motions. Upon reaching a height of 100 meters, he found himself surpassing Liu Shishi in speed. Impressive. Liu Shishi genuinely praised, marveling at how swiftly he adapted to these tools. If Ouyang Huai were in the modern era, he would undeniably be an exceptional soldier. In ancient times, he would also make a formidable general, capable of swiftly turning the tide of a poorly regarded battle. Such a man was, astonishingly, the father of her child. Liu Shishi found this realization almost surreal. Back in her modern life, she had vowed never to date a soldier, primarily due to their demanding schedules, leaving no one to manage the household. I am a man, Ouyang Huai remarked helplessly, gazing at Liu Shishi. Did she truly think so little of him? Indeed, in some aspects, men are inherently stronger than women, Liu Shishi conceded, focusing intently on her ascent. After approximately 2 hours, the pair finally reached the summit. Meanwhile, below, a crowd had gathered. Goodness, they truly made it up there? Yes, how impressive. The young madam is merely a woman, yet she possesses such strength? How did they suddenly arrive? The village had arrived later than others, gazing up at the peak where the two were now mere silhouettes. They have a mission. The young madam instructed me this morning not to disturb them, as they are preparing to return. A mission? The village chief murmured to himself. Though he was uncertain of the tasks expected of a young lady of the military family, he speculated that they might pertain to matters concerning the army. Such affairs were beyond their reach. With this thought, a sense of anxiety gripped his heart, and he quickly remarked, "The young lady is our benefactor. She promised to come and teach us, and she will certainly keep her word. Since she has matters to attend to, let us go about our own business and not linger here. We must not disturb her, lest we find ourselves excluded from future opportunities."
Indeed.
The village chief's words hit home for everyone. Involvement with the young lady often led to profit. If they were to be cut off from such matters, would they simply watch others reap the rewards? The villagers hastily dispersed, unwilling to stand out during such a precarious moment. Meanwhile, atop the verdant mountain, the vegetation was lush and dense, with towering trees, grass, and countless medicinal herbs. Patches of century-old ginseng were plentiful, and, astonishingly, several specimens of thousand-year-old ginseng and he Shou Wu were also discovered. Yu Shishi's heart soared with joy, and she eagerly took out her medicinal hoe to begin her delightful excavation. "Let me help you dig." Upon observing Yu Shishi's eyes light up at the sight of the herbs, Ouyang Huai, feeling somewhat neglected, could not help but remind her. It was quite absurd that a grown man was overshadowed by mere herbs. "All right, you can dig this patch of ginseng," he conceded. Century-old ginseng was considered a rarity outside. Yet here it was in abundance. Naturally, there were also smaller ginseng plants of several decades, which Yu Shishi chose to overlook for the time being, deciding to let them grow a bit longer. She could always return for them in a few years when they were needed. Chapter 89. Encounter with a tiger. She initially selected the thousand-year-old ginseng and ventured deeper into the exquisite medicinal garden, wishing she could somehow store it within her space. Unfortunately, despite her attempts, she had yet to succeed. Suddenly, she heard the sound of gushing water and, driven by curiosity, tiptoed closer. To her delight, she discovered a small spring, not particularly large, with water cascading down from a gourd vine, producing a melodious sound. The water had a pleasing fragrance, though it could not be taken away. Yu Shishi paused, a thought striking her. Perhaps she could fill some large barrels she had in her space. After tasting it, she found it sweet and refreshing, with a rich herbal aroma. Indeed, it was a treasure. Without hesitation, she willed 10 large white barrels to appear out of thin air. Ouyang Huai, who had been following closely behind, was taken aback. Although he was accustomed to Yu Shishi's eccentricities, witnessing her conjure such large items was a first for him. What were these objects? They resembled barrels, but not quite. He stepped forward, attempting to lift one to inspect it, only to find it surprisingly light, almost weightless. Wisely, he refrained from questioning further as he observed Liu Shishi produce another peculiar item, inserting it into the spring. Holding the other end, she pressed down firmly, causing the water to flow out with a fizzing sound. "What are you doing? Hurry, bring me a barrel," Ouyang Huai commanded. Obediently, he handed one to her, and she placed the other end into the barrel, allowing the water to flow in. This method was quite effective. "You sure? What is this?" Ouyang Huai glanced at the spring, uncertain of its significance. The water was of good quality, and he thought it wise to take some back.
All right.
He found himself at a loss for words. Nonetheless, he leaned in closer to inquire, "Is it delicious?" "Yes, try it," she replied. The conduit was rather thick, but with only a few barrels, Liu Shishi filled them to her satisfaction. After stowing away the barrels, the two resumed their search for herbs when a distant roar of a tiger echoed through the air. "Oh no, there's a tiger here?" Ouyang Huai's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly pulled Liu Shishi behind a large tree. They were far from the cliff they had come from, and retreating now was not a viable option. The tiger approached at an alarming speed, a strong scent of blood wafting towards them, its fur still stained with the remnants of its recent kill. This was a fully grown, ferocious predator, not to be trifled with. "I will hold it off. You run back." Ouyang Huai assessed the fierce tiger before him, realizing he was unarmed and that hand-to-hand combat would not favor him. If Liu Shishi departed first, he could engage the beast while retreating, and once they reached the cliff's edge, they could escape safely. "Run back. What about you?" Liu Shishi's heart warmed at the seriousness etched on Ouyang Huai's handsome face. At this moment, he was still prioritizing her safety. "I will be fine. As long as you escape, I have my ways to get out. I might only sustain minor injuries." He refrained from voicing this last thought, fearing it would cause her to hesitate. "Actually, I am not as weak as you think," Liu Shishi asserted, her eyes shining with determination. The tiger before them seemed formidable, likely the king of the mountain, its fur gleaming. She amused herself with the thought of creating outfits for their children from its hide. Imagining her little ones dressed in tiger skin clothing made her smile. "Liu Shishi, I know you are very capable, but this is a tiger, not a game. Please listen to me," he said, gently ruffling her hair. Startled by his affectionate gesture, she momentarily lost her composure. "You run, I will deal with it." As the tiger began to raise its paw impatiently, Ouyang Huai pushed Liu Shishi lightly and prepared to charge forward. However, she grasped his wrist, drawing forth an elongated military knife and handing it to him. "Use this. I will cover you." Curiosity piqued, she wanted to see Ouyang Huai's skills. Having never witnessed ancient martial arts before, unsure if the techniques they spoke of involved leaping from rooftops, Ouyang Huai's eyes darkened at the sudden appearance of the knife, an object he had never encountered before. It was light yet undeniably sharp, made of an unknown material that clearly belonged to a time beyond theirs. "By the way, make sure to preserve the tiger's hide as intact as possible. I want to make clothes for the kids." Concerned that Ouyang Huai might damage it excessively, she hastily reminded him. Ouyang Huai's lips twitched. Could she be so carefree? Shouldn't our priority be survival? "And you are still thinking about the tiger's hide?" Yet armed, he felt confident in handling the tiger. "All right, my dear. I'll even make you a cloak later." It was a little embarrassing. Despite being married for so long, he had yet to prepare anything special for her. They already had 2 children, yet he felt he had contributed far less than Liu Shishi. A tiger's roar abruptly interrupted Ouyang Huai's thoughts, and he steeled himself, his gaze fixed on the charging beast. With a nimble movement, he dodged as the tiger leapt past him, and with a firm grip on the knife, the blade sliced into the tiger's belly, crimson blood splattering over him. With a soft sigh, Liu Shishi nodded discreetly, while Ouyang Huai responded swiftly. However, at this moment, having enraged a tiger, the tiger's retaliation would be even more ferocious. "Oh dear, my little ancestors, are you not weary?" In the general's residence, everyone exchanged glances, utterly at a loss in the face of the 2 wailing children. This time, the little ones had become quite clever. Once they had their fill, they commenced their cries, refusing any form of consolation. After weeping through the night, they had scarcely slept and began their lamentations early the following day. Their voices were hoarse, yet relentless. Ouyang Huai truly should have managed the reception of the princess himself. Why involve Shishi? Indeed, look at the predicament now. Neither can return, and my precious grandson longs for his mother. Moe cradled Nuno, and the general held Kaikai, both drenched in cold sweat from anxiety. Mother, perhaps you could have someone sketch a portrait of sister-in-law? Though Ouyang Yu observed the children's flushed faces from crying, her concern grew, prompting her to suggest. After all, at such a tender age, they might not distinguish one from the other. Moe pondered this. Perhaps it could indeed prove effective. She handed Nuno to the wet nurse and requested paper and brush, determined to draw the portrait herself. Once completed, she hurriedly said, "Let Nuno have a go first. This little girl has many quirks." Chapter 90. Nuno's Visit. Taking Nuno in her arms, she brought her before the portrait. Pointing to the depiction, "Nuno, your mother is here.
Look."
Upon hearing this, Nuno ceased her cries, her large, dark eyes following Moe's direction. She blinked and suddenly extended her tiny hands, yearning for a hug. Moe was taken aback. This child, merely looking was not enough. She wanted to be held? A mere portrait could not fulfill such a desire. After some futile attempts to reach her mother, the little girl began to wail, even louder. Who can I turn to for reason? Moe shook her head in resignation. This simply would not do. Ouyang Huai had sent word that smallpox had appeared at the post station. Not only was it perilous, but it would not dissipate within 10 days or so. Should I go and take a look myself? Moe wished to ascertain the situation inside. She contemplated seriously. Once contracted in childhood, one is generally safe. I shall inquire if Shir has any viable solutions. We cannot allow them to cry incessantly. Their voices are already hoarse. The general had no alternative but to nod. He could not bear to hear his grandson's cries, which were more distressing than a beating. Meanwhile, within the post station, Physician Su, realizing Liu Shishi and Ouyang Huai had departed, felt a surge of anger. Physician Wu, did not Liu Shishi declare that no one was to leave? How did she manage to sneak away? Are we all to be infected? Are we to perish? Ouyang Huai is a general. How can he abandon us at such a time? And they fled in the dead of night. Physician Su exclaimed, seeking support from those at the station. Despite being far from the princess, an inexplicable unease gripped him. At his age, he had no desire to perish for a princess of Nashi. Physician Su. The young lady merely went to gather medicinal herbs. Why are you shouting? Physician Wu nonchalantly cleared his ears, perplexed by Physician Su's outburst. Each time he heard about the young lady, it was as though he were faced with an agitated rooster. One might think the young lady had disturbed his ancestral grave. Gather herbs? Such a flimsy excuse. Do you truly believe that? She must have fled out of fear for her life. Physician Su, the young lady would not abandon us. She will surely return, Physician Wu asserted with utmost certainty. Noticing Physician Su was about to retort, he quickly added, and even if the young lady did leave, so what? She is not a physician. Her presence here was merely to assist. It is not her obligation. Yet you, as a physician, should have been attending to the princess's smallpox. What have you been doing these past few days? Last night. It was the young lady who tirelessly cared for the princess. Physician Wu's words rendered Physician Su somewhat ashamed. However, given the contagious nature of the princess's illness, was it wrong to fear death? You claim she will return. When might that be? Physician Su's eyes darted around. He was eager to ascertain whether Liu Shishi would indeed return. If she truly left, he would follow suit. Who would wait here to be infected? Physician Wu. The princess has developed a fever again. She is having difficulty breathing. The maid's voice was almost in tears. Upon hearing this, Physician Wu exclaimed in alarm and quickly rushed inside to check. After taking a couple of steps, he seemed to recall something and turned to Physician Su. You should hurry inside as well. We are both physicians, and we share the responsibility if the princess is in peril. Oh, dear, I have a headache. Physician Su was reluctant to enter. The princess was confirmed to have smallpox, and he wished to avoid death. He had not yet lived enough. A headache? I possess a remedy for headaches. Physician Su, why not give it a try? The fifth prince had approached at some point, gesturing for 2 guards to come forward. Take Physician Su inside. If he still has a headache, perhaps they can help him. The fifth prince spoke in a calm tone. Having discussed the outing with Ouyang Huai the previous night, he believed they were not fleeing. His personal guards followed closely behind, and casting a glance at the heads peeking from other rooms, he coldly remarked, should anyone wish to leave, I would not hesitate to escort them. His voice was stern, imbued with a chilling authority. The guards, weapons gleaming menacingly, reminded everyone of the fierceness of the Nashi people, causing them to hastily withdraw their heads. Not daring to utter a word, With the scene quieted, Physician Wu nodded to the fifth prince. The fifth prince turned to return to his quarters. He too was uncertain of what to do next. Smallpox, an insidious affliction, left him uncertain whether his sister would survive. Surely Liu Shishi was formidable. She would have a plan.
Warm.
The princess murmured, her face flushed, her lips already chapped. Now, red spots had begun to appear on her face. She lay with her eyes tightly shut, scarcely awake throughout the day, spending most of her time in a stupor. She wished to succumb to sleep, yet a voice deep within her urged her to remain awake. Do not sleep, awaken. No, she could not allow herself to drift away. Perhaps I should administer some antipyretics. Observing the princess's deteriorating condition, Physician Wu retrieved the tablets Liu Shishi had left and handed them to the maid. What kind of medicine is this? Physician Su dared not stray too far, as two guards kept a watchful eye on him. Hurry and give it to the princess. Physician Wu ignored Physician Su. Now it was afternoon, and he wondered if Liu Shishi and the others would return today. Physician Wu, I am addressing you. Being so disregarded, Physician Su was naturally displeased, urgently calling out. Physician Su, do you not see the princess's dire condition? Why do you not hasten to devise a solution instead of prattling on? There is nothing I can do about smallpox. What can I do? He could not be bothered to engage with him. However, the princess's maid, observing Physician Su's inaction, snorted coldly. It is indeed my first encounter with a physician such as you. Once our princess recovers, I shall certainly convey your conduct to your emperor. You insolent girl. Merely a servant. How dare you act so brazenly?
Murmuré Dr. Su.
Your princess's recovery is yet to be determined. What did you say? Ouyang Huai and Liu Shishi have gone out to gather herbs? Moe still brought Nuno along. She had initially hoped to leave the child behind, as the little one was quite a handful, seemingly understanding the adult's words. Upon hearing that she would seek out Liu Shishi, she began to wail with urgency. With every step she took, she cried louder, and no amount of coaxing could soothe her. Reluctantly, Moe turned back and scooped her up. Instantly, the child ceased her crying, her mood shifting with remarkable speed, akin to the transformation seen in Sichuan opera. They chose not to enter but remained outside, hoping for a glimpse. To their surprise, the two were absent. Chapter 92. The peculiarity of Nuno. Shall we wait here for your mother? Moe patiently negotiated with the little girl, fearing her ancestor might erupt into another fit of tears right there on the street. Astonishingly, Nuno, perhaps intrigued by the novelty of being outdoors or understanding her words, merely blinked her large eyes, refraining from further tears. Moe finally felt a sense of relief. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Liu Shishi and her companion finally returned. Young General, young Madam. The servants of the General's residence hastily approached upon seeing them. The Madam has brought the little miss. The little miss? Liu Shishi furrowed her brows in confusion, while Ouyang Huai wore a similarly perplexed expression. The young servant hurriedly explained. The little miss and young master have been crying, so the Madam brought her over to see you from a distance. Nuno. Liu Shishi suddenly comprehended, feeling unaccustomed to the title. Following the servant's gaze, she indeed spotted the General's carriage. As the curtain was lifted, Moe emerged, cradling Nuno. From afar, the little girl seemed to catch sight of her, waving her small hands and struggling to come closer. Liu Shishi felt a pang in her heart. Although it had only been a day since they last saw one another, she truly missed the two children. However, she quickly took out some alcohol to disinfect herself, yet hesitated to approach the child. Nuno, desperately seeking her mother, ultimately could not find her and began to cry in frustration, her wails echoing painfully, intensifying Liu Shishi's anguish. She took a deep breath, stifling the tears that threatened to fall as she gently spoke. Nuno, be a good girl. Mother cannot hold you right now. In a few days, once everything is settled here, I will hold you tightly, all right? Not good, not good. The little girl cried even harder. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Liu Shishi turned to leave, thinking perhaps if the child could no longer see her, the crying might cease. Yet, the moment she turned, Nuno's wails grew even louder. Ouyang Huai, equally distressed, understood the situation as he too had encountered the princess and could not enter. Nuno, your mother is doing this for your own good. Please, let us not cry any longer, all right? Moe implored, shooting a fierce glare at Ouyang Huai. If it weren't for you bringing Shishi here, none of this would have happened. Ouyang Huai innocently rubbed his nose, unaware that the princess had contracted smallpox. Moreover, he was not the one who brought Shishi here. However, he dared not voice such thoughts, knowing his mother would surely reprimand him regardless of the circumstances.
Hey.
What is Nuno holding? Moe suddenly noticed something shimmering in Nuno's grasp, likely a result of her waving about in the sunlight. She grasped the child's small hand, but Nuno clutched it tightly, refusing to let go. Shishi, do you know what Nuno has in her hand? Moe feared it might be something harmful to the child, but she couldn't recall giving Nuno anything. Upon hearing this, Liu Shishi disregarded her hesitation, having brought an extra mask and rushed over in a few swift steps. Ouyang Huai followed suit, donning an additional mask. Nuno, let go so mother can see, Liu Shishi coaxed gently. Upon seeing her approach, Nuno immediately ceased crying, obediently loosening her grip. Liu Shishi took the item and her expression darkened. Ouyang Huai, find a quiet, secluded room, quickly. Although Ouyang Huai was unsure what Nuno held, its appearance struck a familiar chord. Liu Shishi's demeanor filled him with an inexplicable unease. I will arrange it personally. Within moments, in a tranquil room, only Moe, Ouyang Huai, Liu Shishi, and the infant Nuno remained. Ouyang Huai secured the door, ensuring trusted allies stood guard outside before questioning. Shishi, what is it? I feel I have seen something similar before. You may have encountered something akin, but it is certainly not this. Liu Shishi's expression turned grave as she cradled Nuno tightly. Shishi, isn't smallpox contagious? Nuno is so young. Are you not concerned she might contract it? I had it when I was young. I am not afraid. Shishi, I mean no harm, but Nuno is too small and more susceptible to infection, which worries me. Mother, do not worry. She is fine. Liu Shishi gazed at the bottle, her eyes drifting to the tiny girl in her arms, affectionately rubbing her little nose. Tell me, where did you get this? Do you have more? Being tickled by her mother, the little girl erupted in giggles, waving her small hands, revealing 2 more small bottles within her tiny fists. Moe and Ouyang Huai both stared in disbelief at the seemingly conjured bottles, one after another. 12 in total, 10 liquid cowpea sprouts, and 2 special medications for treating smallpox. Liu Shishi could hardly fathom that her daughter possessed such items. How could this be? This is more difficult to comprehend than her bringing a spatial chip. It was crucial to note that the medicinal supplies in her own space were all prepared in advance. In modern times, people had received smallpox vaccinations from a young age, so her space contained none of these medications. Yet her daughter, such a tiny child, possessed her own space? Moreover, the modern medicines within it exceeded her own stock? What logic governed this reality? Moe's face paled in shock. This was utterly unimaginable. If discovered, Nuno would be in grave danger. No one must speak of Nuno's situation. After the initial shock, Ouyang Huai's thoughts shifted towards the future. Nuno, you must never take things out carelessly again, do you understand? He admonished with a serious expression. Yet, Nuno was merely an infant. I will speak. Liu Shishi took a deep breath, realizing she needed to process this situation thoroughly. Nuno, do not take things out, all right? Liu Shishi's expression bore an unprecedented seriousness. She was now utterly convinced that this child truly comprehended human speech. Could it be that she had been reborn with memories? How would she cope with the knowledge that her daughter had been born with memories intact? She felt an urgent need for answers. Nuno blinked her eyes, blowing tiny bubbles, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Liu Shishi retrieved 3 syringes from her spatial pocket, explaining, these are smallpox vaccines. Receiving this vaccine is akin to having previously contracted smallpox, ensuring you will not be infected again. She skillfully drew a syringe and injected it into Nuno's arm while pulling open her clothing. Nuno, who had been playing with bubbles, was momentarily stunned by the sudden pain in her arm. Children are particularly sensitive to grievances, and she immediately burst into tears, tiny tears rolling down her cheeks. Chapter 92. Searching for someone good. Nuno, don't cry. Moe comforted the child, sighing. Our Nuno has truly suffered. She came over to deliver medicine, and instead, you gave her a shot. Liu Shishi also thought the same, but if she had the means, she would have vaccinated both children as well. This was a necessary measure, as smallpox has a high mortality rate, and she could not afford to take risks with her children. Mother, there are 10 vaccines in total. You need not receive one. Give 1 to each of the little ones, 1 to father, and 1 to Ouyang Huai and Dr. Wu, another for the crown prince. And the last one should be kept as a reserve. Moe had no objections to Liu Shishi's arrangement. Naturally, one would prioritize their family, when it comes to valuable resources. She also administered a shot to Ouyang Huai, indicating that her son held some significance in her heart. It seemed that their relationship had progressed quite rapidly after Yenner, that troublesome child, had left. Perhaps before long, they could welcome a new addition to their family. Moe felt joyful, and her enthusiasm for caring for the children grew. Just oversee the arrangements. Why give one to the crown prince? Ouyang Huai felt somewhat displeased. He believed the crown prince treated Liu Shishi too well, and he always sensed ulterior motives behind it. But Liu Shishi was his wife, and they already had 2 children together. He was unsure of what she thought. However, the crown prince had not shown any overt signs, so he felt it was inappropriate to voice his concerns. He has visited here, and besides, he is my friend. What's wrong with giving him one? Liu Shishi shot Ouyang Huai a glare and replied curtly, "All right, I'll take my leave now." That little girl had just been causing a ruckus, and now she was fast asleep. Liu Shishi noticed that indeed, the little girl had already drifted off. The princess still had a persistent fever, and upon returning, Liu Shishi administered a special remedy. The princess was fortunate. It was likely that she would awaken by tomorrow. Liu Shishi informed Dr. Wu about the vaccines, but he was reluctant to use them. "I want to give one to Wu Jing. He understands the scarcity of vaccines and their value. But look at me. I'm old and frail. It doesn't matter to me. Wu Jing is still young, and he may encounter smallpox in the future. Sure, save it for him." "What vaccines?" Dr. Su, overhearing this, recognized that it must be something precious, his eyes gleaming with interest. "Liu Shishi, I am also a physician who has dealt with smallpox. You should give me one." Dr. Su's eyes darted around, but both Liu Shishi and Dr. Wu ignored him. They wisely chose not to continue discussing the matter of vaccines. This man was quite bothersome. "How can you treat me this way? Liu Shishi, your father and I are still friends. Are you so disrespectful to your elders?" "Liu Shishi, I truly have a headache. Just give me one." Listening to Dr. Su's incessant chatter, Liu Shishi simply ignored him and turned to return to her room. Rising before dawn, having ridden for an extended period and climbed a mountain, she was utterly exhausted. The next day, the princess indeed awoke. Liu Shishi instructed the staff at the relay station to administer medicine daily. Thankfully, no one else had been infected. This was a historic first. The infection had not spread. Upon learning of Liu Shishi's contributions, the emperor was exceedingly pleased. Coupled with the various medicinal formulas and purification techniques Liu Shishi had presented, he directly bestowed upon her the title of county princess, along with a fief in Liao town. Liu Shishi was overjoyed upon hearing this news. It is rare for married women to receive titles independently. They are typically rewarded as wives with ranks corresponding to their husbands. However, a county princess is different. This title was bestowed upon her personally, and it came with land. Liu Shishi's status naturally rose, surpassing that of ordinary noble women. With the princess's recovery, it was finally time for the emperor to summon them. Marriages between nations have always been a vital link in maintaining diplomatic relations, yet it remained uncertain who would be the next to enter into such a union. However, since Liu Shishi had saved the princess twice, Moe felt somewhat reassured that the princess would not be so ungrateful. "Shishi, your father has come." To her surprise, Liu Xiang had personally arrived, bringing gifts and showing utmost courtesy. It would have been inappropriate for the general's household to dismiss him outright. Everyone was aware of Liu Xiang's purpose, yet they pretended not to know. "Well then, let us meet." In the reception room, Liu Xiang beamed at Liu Shishi. "Shishi, where is your sister? She has been here for several days, and the family misses her dearly." Concern was evident in Liu Xiang's eyes. He truly was a good father. Just a few days without his eldest daughter made him worry, yet he showed no concern for her prolonged absence. "Shishi, may I see Piao? Is it convenient for me to meet her?" Liu Piao had been at the general's household for several days without any news, and he feared something may have happened to her. "You may return for now. I will have someone escort her back later. I have been busy these past few days and am curious about how Liu Piao is doing. Has Aunt Sue's surgery healed?" Liu Shishi felt reassured about the general's household. They would take good care of her and ensure her safety. When Liu Shishi arrived, Liu Piao was still asleep. It is indeed strange how human beings adapt to pain, growing accustomed to it day by day, and still managing to sleep soundly. The mirror remained, but the maid had untied Liu Piao. Liu Shishi approached the bedside, and seemingly sensing someone's presence, Liu Piao opened her eyes. Not used to the brightness before her, she blinked several times before confirming the identity of the visitor. "Liu Shishi, How dare you come back? She said through gritted teeth. Liu Shishi smiled faintly, crossing her arms and sitting on the stool the maid had just moved. Why should I not dare? You turned me into this wretched state. How do you dare to show your face again? Oh, does my sister mean she doesn't wish to see me? Then I shall take my leave. She pretended to rise and depart, prompting Liu Piao to scramble out of bed, grabbing Liu Shishi's sleeve. No, please don't go. She could not bear to be confined here any longer, facing the empty room and the terrifying mirror alone. What? Am I not allowed to leave now? Liu Shishi found her sister's distress amusing. At that moment, Liu Piao resembled a helpless child. My dear sister, please, I beg you, let me go back. I was wrong. I should not have bullied you before. It was all my fault. I will change. Will that suffice?
Liu Piao spoke incoherently.
Her voice hoarse and filled with desperation. Is that the only mistake you acknowledge? Looking at the pitiable Liu Piao, Liu Shishi remained composed. I should not have harbored forbidden thoughts. I should not have plotted against your child.